16 came, 5 remain. The penultimate day of the first Dota2 Major is upon us. And as the tension mounts, nerves rattle, and heroes emerge. Welcome to day 5 of the main event at the Frankfurt Major. Live from the Festhalle yesterday gave us everything we wanted and more in the form of great games, amazing plays, and some surprise results as OG marched through not only Virtus Pro, but also the TI5 runners-up CDEC on their way to securing at least a top 4 finish. There was also a win for eHome as they crushed their fellow countrymen's dreams in the lower bracket, eliminating LGD. And now eHome will now face another Chinese team in the lower bracket in the form of Vici Gaming, as they both bid to stay in the tournament. And that will be our first series of the day. Perhaps, though, the most eagerly anticipated match of the tournament so far is the winners' bracket final, where Team Secret and Evil Geniuses will slug it out for a place in the grand final. We'll finish the day off with a lower bracket final, leaving us with just 3 teams and 2 matches for our final day. Plenty of action to come, and we'll start with that all-Chinese lower bracket game. But first, let me introduce you to our penultimate day panel. Panelist number 1 is a former pro Dota 2 player from Denmark who has more shining wit than a Monty Python sketch. He's, of course, Synderen. Our professor of Dota is back. Well done, Synderen. Our professor of Dota is back after a day pretending to have no voice. And statistically, I'm 100% bound to say welcome to the panel, Nahaz. And finally, a man who thinks he dresses like Bruce Lee, but has yet to show the same fighting spirit, unless, of course, you count clapping badly. Welcome, Melk.
The audience loves it.
He gets applause for that. Wow.
Applause for applause. I like it. How you doing, all gentlemen? Good this morning, Synderen? Looking forward to today. It's going to be really good.
Yep.
Yeah, really, 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 really good. Yep, yep, yep.
Such excitement.
Yeah, yep. Much passion. Many well. How you doing, Jacob?
I'm good, I'm good. Well,
Yep.
technically not really. I slept
Yep.
under the air conditioning. But,
Yeah. How's your neck?
It's a
Bit stiff?
bit stiff.
Okay. There's a joke in there somewhere I'm not going to.
That's how we all think of milk, right? A bit stiff. Yeah. That's why you didn't make the joke. Okay.
No, I didn't go
That's
there.
clear. That's clear.
Okay.
No, I mean,
Are you feeling
what
better
more can
today?
you ask for? Yeah. First of all, yes, and
Good.
shout out to the lovely people at the Sheraton who felt bad for me and brought me tea all day yesterday. You know, as far as that intro goes, Paul, come on. By now, I think you know me. I'm the last person in the world who's going to pretend not to talk.
Okay.
But I think today is going to be an amazing day of Dota. I don't know how it could top yesterday, but I think it's going to.
I think we're going to try. We're certainly going to have a look back at yesterday's highlights as well, because they were fantastic. OG started things off with Virtus Pro, and they came through that match. It was almost against odds, Jacob, in some ways, because everyone was saying, oh, Virtus Pro, they've been playing really well, and then OG just come in and just prove us all wrong.
Yeah, they played a phenomenal series. I think off the back of Fly's drafting most of all. I think yesterday was a shining example of how the drafts matter much more than anything else in the game. Obviously, you have to follow up with the big plays, but every team here can really bring their A game when they need to. It's the strategies that it comes down to, and we saw that time after time in the games yesterday.
LGD against eHome, of course, was also a lower bracket match.
I felt like OG really showed their mastery of the mid game yesterday. They are 51-15 now in games that end between 20 and 40 minutes. Only 16 and 14 games that go past the 40-minute mark. But this was also a very interesting series. I think the drafts had a lot to say in this one as well. And eHome just flat out executed. I really questioned after TI5. CTY was probably, I thought, one of the top 5 players in that tournament. I really questioned them moving Old Chicken into mid, but he has very much delivered for them in this tournament.
Yeah, also equaled the most amount of kills of any game we've seen at Frankfurt yesterday with 19 in the game. So, yeah, he had a monster couple of games. CDEC versus Team OG was the final game of the day, and I think the crowd was probably as loud as we... Actually, no, scratch that. They were the loudest we've had so far at the Frankfurt Major yesterday in that final game.
And, you know, I had breakfast with FNG this morning, and we talked about this. I mean, how do you draft against OG? Because when they have first pick, you have to give them either the IO, the Night Stalker, the IO, the Slardar, or the Shadow Fiend. You're giving them one of those 3 heroes, and they have just looked unbeatable with any one of the 3.
And, of course, we saw the Meepo as well yesterday. And people enjoyed it, to a degree.
It was kind of the dream Meepo game.
Some people enjoyed it anyway, not everyone enjoyed it. We're going to get into our first match of the day. It is a lower bracket match. It's eHome versus Vici Gaming. We're going to start things off with eHome. very difficult to assess as to their form because they've been a little bit up and down, a bit like LGD in many ways on the previous day, Alan. But I get the sense that now they've come through this lower bracket and maybe got rid of some of these issues with drafting and change of draft and what have you. Actually, they seem like a much more settled team.
Well, two things. First of all, we commented on the panel yesterday, or you guys did, about how the groups phases for eHome, they were trying things out. It wasn't really something that they were bringing their A game, and they definitely have on the main stage here. I think this series is really about tempo control. To me, the stat that I gave for OG during that last highlight, it's almost the reverse for these two teams. In 20 to 40-minute games in this patch, eHome is 15-8, Vici Gaming only 9-9. When the game goes past 40 minutes, Vici Gaming 16-4, eHome only 8-9.
Got to do it in the early game.
Yeah, I think it's also the phase of the game where we saw eHome play the best yesterday. I think a key pick for me in this matchup is going to be Tiny. Probably said it a couple of times by now, but even without the IO, it's just shown how strong it is right now. And a lot of people are saying, why wasn't this hero picked up a lot more if you go back a month or two? But it's just the play style right now that's the meta game, which is so much revolves around these fights. Say minute 10 to 20 already, you start fighting a lot. Tiny is incredible in this stage of the game, and then he carries through and becomes strong in the late game too.
How much of it is the buff to him, right? The int buff, so that he can get his spells off now at low level a lot better?
I don't think it matters that much. I mean, everything obviously plays into it, but for me, it's a lot more just about the play style. You can see Darkseer lost 2 intelligence. He's still a top pick, right? He lost a little bit of mana. It doesn't matter too much. But yeah, of course, everything adds up.
Okay, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday's matches with eHome. And Jacob, at times they've looked very impressive, and at times they've looked a bit fragile.
I think they look most fragile in the group stage. I think they've been showing that they came to win ever since we went into the main event. And for me, it's really interesting to see how they fight these skirmishes, because they keep weaving back and forth, in and out. Look at how little HP they're actually fighting with. They keep on taking these chances and play to the... Tiny will actually go down here to a well-placed rocket. But they keep on pushing it to the limit, and that's really what put them ahead against LGD yesterday. Obviously, game 1 was a wash because of the root mother pick, and LGD picked up the second game, but I feel like eHome has really come into it, and they have such a versatile draft. You never know what to expect outside of the Tiny pick yesterday.
Yeah. I thought you said something really important there when you mentioned skirmishes, right? We see in this game the Bounty Hunter pick and how much value they got out of that. I think that's actually going to be a key hero in this series. Vici Gaming only 1-5 in this patch against the Bounty Hunter, and eHome just got so much value out of this hero. They're 3-0 with it, I believe, in their last 25 games. They won in Nanyang with it. They've won in twice in this tournament. I think that could be a really huge pickup for them today.
Okay. Last few parts of this particular set of highlights. In the way that they played LGD and now having to play another Chinese team, what can they bring from that game, do you think? Because obviously Vici play a slightly different style to LGD, so how much can they transfer again?
So I think that the key difference here being that, as Alan said, the Bounty Hunter is going to be a worthwhile pick for eHome and potentially even Vici, depending on what they draft. Something eHome needs to be very mindful about is the Slaughter pick, because they're actually up against a Chinese team that isn't afraid of playing the Slaughter. And you see Ice play it time and time again. He's actually playing an amazing Slaughter, so they don't have that same luxury in terms of the draft. They also need to be careful about the Tusk, even though they have a great Tusk player as well. So I think draft-wise, eHome has a much more formidable opponent this time around.
Okay, we're going to pick out a few of the players from the two teams. One in particular I want to discuss is 11, or Old 11, as he seems to be calling himself. Now, he's quietly having a very, very good major. We don't talk about him much. We talked about Old Chicken yesterday, we talked about CTY, but Old 11's having a really good tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their hero pool, eHome, maybe the most diverse hero pool of any team in the tournament. If you look at their last 25 games, there's only one hero that they've picked more than 5 times in their last 25 games, and it's that Old 11 Tusk. He's just looked unbelievable on that hero. I think you almost, as Vici Gaming, you have to think about banning that hero out just to take them out of their comfort zone.
Interesting. You think it deserves a ban, Sinri?
I
mean, it has been banned and picked a lot, so...
Yeah, I could see that against a team like eHome. The hero itself deserves a ban in general, but sometimes you don't, like Jacob said, you don't have the luxury of going with the bans that you want against certain teams. I think for Vici Gaming, it's probably the key ban against eHome. they could try to take it themselves if they had the overall first pick, because it's so good for them themselves. But I agree.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to talk about VG Gaming, because they have had a fantastic major so far, except for the fact that they lost in the semi-finals of the upper bracket. I mean, until they met Secret, kind of brick wall that they ran into in the semi-final, they've looked very, very consistent, high plays, perfectly poised, no problems, good drafting. Everything seems to have worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, everything in the upper bracket has come down to what we expected. Secret EG going through as the favorites, VG Gaming being that third contender to going into the winner bracket final. And they fell short against Secret. It was going to be the toughest matchup, I think. And it's no real surprise that they're in the loser bracket, but at the same time, I also expect them to fight their way back up. I think they are the third best team, so to speak, in the tournament.
Okay, well, we'll get predictions a little bit later on, but talk about team fight participation, because they have the second highest of any team in Frankfurt right now, and it seemed we've already talked about eHome, of course, before, and we can see it in the highlights as well. The fact that they've fought these team fights so well together.
Yeah, I think that's part of what makes them such a good, early late game to late game team, is that they're not afraid. They'll draft solid lanes. They'll dial back the aggression a little bit in the mid game relative to a team like eHome, but they know that when the time comes, when that 40-minute mark rolls around, they're going to execute. And it's just such a luxury to have. I thought Ice's game on that Tidehunter yesterday in particular, I thought was just magnificent.
Yep, this game right now. VG Gaming against Secret, of course, from the semi-final of the upper bracket.
And he blew, I mean, this is the thing to me. He blew his first two Ravages in this game, okay? His first two, shout out to Shiver, right? He whiffs the first two Ravages entirely, and then his third is a 4-hero Ravage. Just unbelievable. He's a player, just a veteran player that is not afraid to take the big gambles, but then make the big plays.
Stood out for you, Sinu? Their plan play through the tournament, I guess, not just the semi-final, because it's hard to judge them on one game against Secret, but throughout the tournament, they've looked strong.
I think a player we maybe don't talk enough about from VG Gaming, I'm not sure if that's true, but Ice obviously takes a lot of the attention from the Western scene. I think Super has been exceptionally good. He has a couple of heroes that are very dangerous to give away to him. His Alchemist, the best in the world. I think hands down, it's fair to say. He has probably the best win rate and the most games played on the hero. And I think his Ember Spirit that he showcased in that game was also very good. It's a player you can't just allow to play his own game, I think, if you're eHome.
Okay.
It's interesting that you say that to me, because I think Super has actually played a little bit below his potential in this tournament. He's like the Eastern equivalent of Fata. He's a very team-oriented mid player. He's not a farming mid like a lot of other Chinese players that we see. He's really high team fight participation, as we've talked about. Their whole play style revolves around his ability to contribute to these engagements.
And all five players, really. I mean, superstars in their own right. You've got FY, Fenrir.
And let's talk about FY too, because there's a part of me that is hoping that Vici gets through this just to see FY and Crit match up later today. I mean, the plays that we've seen coming out of the 4 position in this tournament, just spectacular.
And Burning, second most tower damage.
Sounds like Burning.
It's Burning, man.
Reminiscent of his lone
Tower
druid
killer.
several years ago.
Yeah. And again, having a solid major. No, I mean, it almost seems to me like there's nothing in Vici that are really weak right now. And when they match up man for man, you'd expect them to go through.
But they came into TI5 really having struggled, not having to looking like themselves. Really were a bit of a surprise at TI5 doing as well as they did. But since they subbed in Burning, this team has just looked like the old, solid Vici Gaming squad. Really no obvious weaknesses to me.
Okay. Quick final thoughts then on Vici as we wrap up Vici Gaming against eHome. We'll get predictions in just a moment, but overall, do you feel that they're about where they are in the tournament, or do you expect them to go further from here?
I think both. The thing about this matchup is that, in my opinion, both teams kind of should be placed in the top 4, but they can't. The big surprise overall for me was that OG went as far as they did. I think yesterday, fully deserving the win against CDEC. But just looking at, if you were to put a power ranking right now, I think they should both go there. Obviously, only one can. And who deserves it more? I honestly don't know.
Well, we're going to find out in a few short minutes. But first, it is time to introduce you to the 2 teams who are entering the arena right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome eHome and Vici Gaming. So, teams will get settled, and in a few minutes' time, we'll begin the road to the final. For eHome and Vici Gaming, fighting out for the right to become the last Chinese team at the Frankfurt Major. And it's time now to get some predictions from our expert panel. And we're going to start with Nahaz.
I just feel like this is a really, really bad matchup for eHome. I think, like our fellow panelists were saying, I think they're a talented enough team. They deserve a top 4 finish, but Vici Gaming just so solid at all phases of the game. I think they're going to control tempo in these matches. They're going to take it late. They're going to execute, and they're going to prevail.
So Vici for you.
Yep.
Okay, very, very comprehensive breakdown. I quite like that.
I think Vici Gaming is going to take it. They have the most experience. They have the most star-studded roster you can almost imagine from China. And some of their players, when they do perform, which they will in a situation like this, is just much better than most other teams from China.
Okay. Well, as a CTY fanboy, it pains me to say I agree with you both. And I can't look any further than Vici Gaming. Are we going to get a clean sweep?
Yeah.
Yeah? Why?
We are. But I don't. By clean sweep, yes, all of us will say Vici Gaming.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a clean sweep for Vici that they just get it 2-0.
I mean, you made a great point earlier, Cinder, that they are very, if you were to do a world ranking, they'd be right next to each other. Potentially, you can put one above the other, depending on the time of the day and whether the moon was lit or whatever. It depends who would win that game. So they're obviously close. So how have we ended up with a 4-0 panel decision?
I don't know. I think going into the tournament, all of us just consider Vici, like Jacob said, they're the more experienced, the more experienced team and the one that has the most top results. And you just can't look past that when you go into a matchup like this. Even if you consider them close, if you say both teams have played very well, then what's going to be the deciding factor? Then it's going to be the experience, right? If they both play well. So there's, I think 2-1 Vici.
Okay.
That being said, I hate doing predictions without looking at the draft because I really feel like that's going to come into play. And
Do you want to do them after the draft finishes for
I'd
game one?
love to.
Should we do that
Yeah,
instead?
let's do
Yeah,
that.
should we change them all?
If you'll let us
fine.
get away with it, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Would you have changed yesterday, for instance, when you see OG?
Oh, yeah,
draft? You would,
come
wouldn't
on.
you? Yeah.
Of course, you got to go OG after you see a couple of those drafts, right? I mean, those were some of the most clean out drafts that we've seen in the tournament. That's what the drafts have been so much fun to me.
They have been a lot of fun. We should also point out, as we await the first draft of Game 1 between Vici and eHome, that the winner of this plays OG, and so OG again get to play a Chinese team. I mean, I know that these two teams won't be looking any further than that just yet and worrying about OG. They want to get past these teams first, but that's got to look good for OG later on.
I don't know. That's why I love that potential of the OG versus Vici Gaming matchup, because you get just the complete contrasting styles. You get one team that's all about the constant pressure all over the map, and you get another team that's just that consummate control, discipline, and wants to take it late. That's, to me, the strategic sort of distinction between those two teams is amazing.
Yeah, Jacob's shaking his head violently. Well, as violently as he can with a crooked neck.
Well, as I understood it, you said it was looking good for OG. I think whichever enemy is going to make it through is going to be the toughest challenge yet. eHome and Vici Gaming. eHome has played themselves warm, and Vici Gaming is just Vici Gaming, like the best Chinese team. So it's going to be a tough match.
I think some OG fans might argue that CDEC were a tough opponent yesterday.
I think Vici overall is the better team. I think CDC had a great strategy going for them during TI, and they are, by all accounts, a great enemy as well, but I think Vici Gaming is overall the stronger opponent.
Seems like all three of those teams, eHome, Vici, and CDEC, are very closely matched, and you made a great point about them being closely. Where do you put CDEC in that then?
I don't know. I think CDEC, how would you rate them? I think in terms of drafting, they're not top 5 in the world, but in terms of execution, they're top 3 in the world.
Right.
And that's why if they don't get a good draft against OG, then it doesn't matter how well they play. If the pieces of the puzzle just don't fit together, then you can't complete it, right? That said, though, going into whoever of these meets OG, I've counted out OG twice now, so I'm going to be careful with doing it moving forward, because I was like, top 8 for them is where they're going to end up. Then they won again. And
So if you do it a third time, do you get your Danish passport taken away?
I'm for OG then, I guess.
You can come live in the States, dude. We got your back, buddy. Now, to me, though, I'll go back to it from earlier. The question is going to be not to spend too much time on OG, because we got two great teams facing off here, but the question is going to be, what do you do when they have first pick? You've got to give them the IO, the Slardar, or the SF. Pick your poison.
Absolutely. Let's focus on Vici and eHome as we make our way towards the draft any moment now. What do we expect from Game 1?
I think Tiny's going to be the most contested pick because they can't afford to ban it out in the first phase. I think VG Gaming should be very careful about the bounty hunter, as I said earlier. And on the other side of the fence, eHome really needs to be very mindful about the Slaughter pick. I think they need to commit a ban to it. And then the other contested pick is going to be the Tusk. I think those two are really what's going to be interesting. And then, you got to... I think Queen of Pain is probably favoring both teams as well. So there's a lot of heroes that both of them want, and then there's a few individual ones that they want to prevent the other one from having.
Okay.
I'm also looking at the AA in the first phase here because it counters so many of the heroes. Sin brought up earlier, Super's Alchemist. We've seen a lot of Winter Wyvern from both of these teams. You do have to worry about the odd Husker pick in this tournament. I think the AA first phase could be a viable option for either one.
Do you think the Husker is going to come out in this game?
I think it's one of the least likely matchups for it to happen in, but it could. You always need to keep it in mind. I think the two most dangerous pocket picks right now are Husker and Brood, and I think Brood is the way more likely one for a player like Ice to bring out if they get the chance.
No Meepo?
No, absolutely
not between these two.
They don't play.
No. I meant as a pocket pick in general. Yeah.
We are into draft one, and the bans are pretty much as expected, actually.
And they're going to let him have the Tusk. This was the first big question, I think, answered within the first 40 seconds of the draft.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think this is a clever draft by VG Gaming. The fact that they pick up the Tiny rather than go for the Slaughter pick, because it might go through, first of all, and secondly, Ice has a very deep hero pool on the off lane. He doesn't need that Slaughter.
I was wondering, we were talking about this earlier, about the Tiny without the IO, and it was just barely over 50% going into this tournament. It's been much, much better here at Frankfurt, but this is only the third time that VG Gaming have picked the Tiny in this patch. Super is 2-0 with it, but this is not a hero that they've run a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Another hero that's been very popular throughout the tournament is the Undying. We've only seen eHome play it once, whereas VG Gaming plays it a decent amount. I think we've seen it 3 or 4 times throughout the tournament.
I think Spirit Breaker, you could go here. I think you could go AA. It's hard against eHome. They have such a diverse hero pool.
Actually, I think this is a really difficult pick.
I agree.
They could potentially go for the Bounty Hunter.
It's very early.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that first phase. I guess don't you have to think about the Shadow Fiend here? I mean, he seems like the Shadow Fiend and the Slardar seem to me to be the other sort of top tier heroes still in the pool, and I don't know that I want to pick the Slardar with the Tusk already on board. So I think the SF is my pick here.
What's really smart about the opening from VG Gaming is that they get two heroes that are really strong, but at the same time, they deny them from eHome. Tiny and Bane being two of the most played heroes from eHome. It's a very smart draft so far.
This is only the 6th Witch Doctor pick of the entire tournament. He's 3-2.
5 seconds remaining.
And this is only the second time that eHome have run Witch Doctor in this version. Kaka's 1-0 with them.
VG Gaming's
Did I just hear a Rubik ban? I think I did.
Oh, I think you have to.
Let's
That's
see.
a Rubik ban by eHome. That's not a surprise.
It was a Brood.
10
Brood ban.
seconds
Okay.
Yeah,
remaining.
they sound pretty similar when they get banned.
Which sounds pretty odd to me. No arachnophobia today, though, Paul. No worries.
No.
eHome's turn
There was
to
there
bat.
was a couple of moments yesterday where it got a bit frightful. The Viper ban.
The teams widely regard
Okay.
Viper as a counter to the Tiny.
Well, and it's also with Vici, you're pretty sure that it's going to be super on Tiny.
10
So
seconds
you
remaining.
really do want to think about banning out the mid heroes maybe more than any other team. I think you're right,
seconds
but
remaining.
at the same time, I think for Vici it's more important because of the lane matchup.
Reserve time.
Another hero that's still in the pool is Darkseer, actually.
VG Gaming's
Did you mention that?
turn to ban.
No.
Because yesterday I apparently repeated you all the time without even noticing, but Darkseer, I think, actually has pretty good synergy with Tiny. There are two obvious combinations you can vacuum into Avalanche Toss.
10
And
seconds
just
remaining.
when you have the Aghanim Scepter, even any sort of decent vacuum, while the heroes
5
start spreading out
seconds
afterwards, you get a couple of cleave hits in, it increases the damage by quite a bit. It's a great hero for Ice Ice Ice.
Reserve time.
I'm a little bit puzzled also that eHome don't bother taking out the IO.
Yeah, the IO is one thing. The other is the Queen of Pain. I think the Ember Spirit ban is a bit preemptive, knowing that they've already picked the Tiny. There's also still the Slaughter in the pool that I really think they should have given more credit.
That's why they banned the Abaddon here.
Now, Vici just not a team that runs the IO, I guess, so that's probably just on their scouting report. But yeah, it seems really odd to me that both the Slaughter and the Spirit Breaker were left in the pool.
Turn to pick.
Dragon Knight.
Might be a semi-push strat coming out from eHome with Witch Doctor, Dragon Knight, and then maybe with a follow-up Shadow Shaman pick.
Shadow
we've seen.
Shaman.
Could be a Moon Rider, the Luna.
This is a hard Luna game, though.
Really is.
It is, but when you band up and
Yeah.
go for objectives, things gets a lot easier. Especially when you have two good frontliners in Dragon Knight and Tusk, and then the Witch Doctor to help you on the backline.
5 seconds remaining.
So Dragon Knight almost certainly going to be an old chicken hero. They've run it the 4 times they've run it this patch, all him. So we got to talk about the CTY hero, and the push strat to me suggests possibly a CTY Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Has played it once so far in Frankfurt
Yep.
and lost with it.
Do you think it's possible that Vici Gaming sense a push strat and just pick AA now, just in case? And then if it's not a pushing strat, then they still have obviously great stun setups for the Ice Blast to connect, and it's very strong laning support duo with Bane AA.
I've
I
been thinking
think
AA
great
this whole
pickup.
time. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
Just like you said, I think it's a great pickup with the AA. I'm still a bit torn on the Ember Spirit ban from eHome.
Wow.
eHome's turn to pick.
All right. Well, one team has late game.
That's for sure.
Jug.
Oh,
Good shout that has.
they get to get the AA ban, so that's almost 100% definite that eHome is going to commit the last ban to the AA.
I think this is almost a mistake by Vici Gaming here. I really think you needed a tool to deal with the mid-game push. Again, we've talked about this. Vici wants to take it late, and you have to have control of tempo in order to do that. I don't know that they, other than the Bane's strong laning presence, I don't know that they have the great tempo controlling tools here. Man.
Gyro is good at holding high ground, though. Call down and flat cannon is kind of difficult to push into, but his innate weakness is he's not good against a single target. And when eHome look to push a high ground, they're probably just sending in the Dragon Knight with maybe an Aegis. Go commit him to hitting the tower with the Juggernaut healing ward, of course.
So do you think they go for a Shadow Priest, the Shadow Shaman, or the Undying?
I think Shadow Shaman is eHome's
5
most obvious
seconds
pick now, based on what they played against Vega Squadron.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right, so Vici have really gone, their solution to tempo control is almost exclusively picking the supports that have the really strong laning presence. And the Treant for eHome.
Wow.
Oh man, mega push strat. I really like eHome's chances, guys.
Okay, Treant locked and loaded, and Vici and eHome are ready. Time to go over to our commentators for game 1.
Thank you, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are one day off of the grand finals, and before we get there, old teammates will clash here as we see Vici Gaming take on eHome. Ben, it might be Vici and eHome playing, but it really feels to me like the specter of the old DK looms over this match. You've got old teammates, super burning, reunited together again. Ice, 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 of course, and then Lanham facing them off with a young crew with him looking to dethrone his old friends.
Well, they're going to have to ditch that sense of old camaraderie and fight to the death. Treant Protector, Lanham's resurrecting some old supports, man.
Yeah, he brought back the Abaddon, now the tree. I mean, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that PPD maybe snuck into the booth, but Lanham definitely not afraid to experiment here. So with that, guys, we are going to get underway in just a moment. Game 1 about to begin. Vici Gaming taking on eHome. Winner of this match will have the honor of facing a seemingly unstoppable OG at the end of the day. So the players have selected their heroes. They enter the map now, and we see a very common rotation. The TP on mid, and then the ward drop. But this has been almost instantly pinged out. At least eHome suspecting there might have been something going on there, though not seeing any sentries in the neighborhood just yet. But I'm starting to wonder when our team's going to look to actually just blindly anticipate that ward play, because I feel like I've seen it 3 or 4 games in a row now, Ben.
I mean, it's a guessing game at the start, right? You have to wonder where they're going to TP. Sometimes they're going to try and control the opponent's pool. So, you know, you all just have to guess sometimes at the replays. And you don't have the luxury of having like 4 sentry wards at the start. So sometimes you just have to play with the best feel and see how they move around the map. I wonder if they expected an Abaddon ban and went with the Treant Protector. It seems like it is pretty darn good versus the Slardar, but the Gyrocopter pick kind of destroys the living armor as well.
Also, later on in the game, Overgrowth can be quite annoying for the Tiny, forcing him to go into that Manta where he might not want to, or even a BKB, but Bottom Rune could have an early clash here. Hold 11 back on a signature. Toss out goes the Rocket Barrage, but Land, I'm able to tank this up. 3 beefy bruisers for eHome down in the river. They now get off the lead seat. Old Chicken is surrounded. 4 heroes arrive, and Vici Gaming will get on the board first. It was only a single bounty rune eHome grabbed there as well. Not really what they were looking for to start this game off.
Oh, you definitely don't expect the Gyrocopter to be there, though. He's going to be late to his lane up top, but definitely worth it for that first blood. And Vici have pretty greedy lanes, I would say. I guess they have the lit to kind of counteract for that, but Tiny, not the strongest. Slardar, maybe a little bit difficult to get his farm on. But Gyrocopter is the one that's going to do a lot of the early game work.
Yeah, this mid lane, Dragon Knight versus a Tiny. For now, it does seem like the Bane will head top. And so to match up against the Bane, eHome do something a little bit different. They're going to run the Juggernaut in the off lane. Kaka will be supporting him here on the Witch Doctor as he goes for the side pull. One of the benefits of this Radiant off lane, and he gets the full one. Let's see if Vici want to contest that. So both teams really trying to maximize their lanes, not looking to give anything up early as the cast will bounce. They get off the Blade Fury and Birdie. Is it enough for a kill here? It just might be. CTY's diving for it. He's committing and just barely gets with that last auto tag. So eHome quick to strike back as FY moves in, maybe thinking about a go here on CTY, but with the harassment of Kaka, that is not going to happen.
This is something that's actually very unexpected coming out from eHome. They almost always sack 11 in the off lane, and maybe anticipating that the Lich is going to be in the bottom lane, they want to buff up CTY as much as possible, and realizing that this lane is actually the best lane for him to potentially get a lot of farm and, of course, kills and shut down Burning on the Gyrocopter.
They really don't have anything on the Blade Fury aside from just trying not to get next to him.
I mean, later on, they can toss him away, they can amp
right.
focus him down and maybe grip, but yeah, early game, nothing.
And FY also trying to get the side pull going here, but eHome dragging that wave back a bit as they will hit level 2 now on the Juggernaut. So in the mid lane, just a farm trade early on here. Super playing the Tiny. Struggling a bit though. 4-2 up against the 8-2 of Old Chicken.
I think Burning actually didn't get the boots super early too. Looks like, oh, they're making a go on Burning again.
It's going to connect. They get off the Maledict. They're really going for this one. And Burning, not quite able to get out of range up to Blade Fury. Both heroes having the boots. One more auto attack. Is the Maledict going to be enough? It's got one more to go. The Tango healing to back up. Close and barely able to live through it. Still though, Burning not farming, under pressure, and is going to be backing off now as he sits only 4-1. 2.5 minutes in.
Here's where you might prefer Sylar's build of going the boots with the tangos with no mangoes. Yes, LDS said no mangoes. But this way,
get the hell off this cast.
This way you're always like one item ahead of the Jug. By the time he gets brown boots, you have phase boots, and you should have brown boots for the majority of the time while he's bootless. But not anticipating that lane. I like eHome's flexibility.
Talk to me about the tree a little more. You mentioned he's kind of maybe a substitute for the Abaddon. How do you see him fitting in? Is this going to just fuel a push? Is this more to defend against Vici Gaming split push? What's the
I think like
reasoning
that
for
combined with the healing ward is just going to be incredible amounts of heal. They banned out the Ancient Apparition last, and I mean, Vici are going to have a hard time dealing with the amount of sustain. Kaka actually in a lot of trouble on top lane too.
He is able to back out. The living armor coming into play here. CTY swings around the trees. Does have the level 2 Blade Fury now. Burning with the TP back in the base.
But eHome actually have these more unusual sustain strats. For example, like the Wisp last pick sometimes. Vici actually banned out the Chen, so they do like the really prolonged 5-on-5 engagements. So I think Tree's actually really good for that sort of scenario. Although Living Armor might not be useful versus the Rocket Barrage, it's still very useful versus Slardar Jump.
They are going to swing around here. Cask Oh, that's a regen rune. Super really wants it, but he's going to get stunned. Then the cast comes through. It's sniped by Old Chicken. Then the sleep onto CTY, and they're going to force the Bane back. But the Chicken looks to chase in. A couple more auto attacks. No, just the one. Not quite enough for the kill. As a 4-minute walking courier will trot back near Kaka towards the well.
And they're able to utilize the pull a lot better on Vici. And the Tusk isn't getting too much out of the bottom lane. Slaughter kind of left to free farm. He is the #1 CS at this point in the game.
Yeah, in the off lane. We've seen this from Moon a few times, and it usually ends very poorly for the enemy team. Let's see if they punish his E-home here. At the same time, though, looking at the experience, they're also falling behind there. Now down 1,000, but that is due to the Lich. So I feel like if you take out the Lich from the equation, it's kind of inevitable he'll get ahead. Then it's actually fairly even in the experience department.
I'm a little worried about E-home's damage output, though. Tree doesn't really provide that much. Dragon Knight and Juggernaut going to have a hard time doing damage versus the Frost Armor, and potentially like later Craggy coming out from the Tiny. So maybe trying to max out Maledict on Kaka might be the best solution for that.
Yeah, you can get that 1 point in heal, which is still pretty valuable.
FY getting jumped on.
Even the neutral's going after him, but FY will just float away. So Landom does wrap around towards the bottom side of the map. He's got a ward being delivered. It looks like he wants to get something up behind this tower, maybe to set up a potential dive. Could be an opportunity for the Tusk of Old 11. But for right now, the wave not really pushing. And while that's going on, Fenrir has made his rotation on mid. He's going to throw out some Frost Armor on Super. The one guy that is struggling quite a bit here early on is the cask will bounce, but only once onto Burning. He's able to walk away.
And CTY is also going for a different build. He has +5 to all stats, so that combined with Living Armor is going to actually make him really, really tanky. No value point in the Healing Ward or Blade Dance.
Definitely wants to just focus on this laning aggression here.
Yeah, he's going to need to pick up Healing Ward later. Generally, you want to like max it by the time you start pushing, which actually happens earlier than like your level 12. So sometimes you pick it up early, even though you might not use it that much in the lane.
This could be trouble for FY. That's a long-range stun from Old Chicken, and CTY is quick on the chase, gets the Blade Fury off. The call down slow. Oh, he just barely gets out of range. That move speed on the Bane. It's enough. What a hero.
Yeah, Juggernaut actually had enough money for phase boost, but didn't have the chance to sneak by in the side shop. Wonder if he's going to get treads and continue with the stat progression or go for phase, because he's had some trouble chasing down heroes.
That is really big for Vici, though. If they get that kill there, then this tower push is so much easier, but instead I guess they do bait out the cooldown. It's going to cool down here before the tower falls, most likely. We'll see if they want to hold it. Sentry getting dropped. Vici trying to make sure they don't get ambushed behind the tower. But there is no ward here in the end, so E-home will slowly press up. No Chain Frost yet. It's been a bit of a roam for the Lich, so somewhat underleveled compared to what you will see occasionally.
It's difficult to make this push because CTY is not level 6 yet. If they had connected on that last kill, he'd be maybe like 100, 200 experience away, but not really able to make this tower push quite yet. They have like the tools to jump though. They have a really strong front line with the Magic Immune Juggernaut and the high armor Dragon Knight.
Not to mention they have the Living Armor that they can bring to bear in these engagements. But while that was happening, your tiny mid for Super was catching up a bit in farm. Now 30 CS, only 10 down on the Dragon Knight, and at the same time, very fast Blink Dagger. This could be trouble.
Yeah, it looks like they actually might be expecting it coming out soon. I think if he's farming well, you expect it at 9. 8 is actually impressively fast.
Yeah, a lot of Slaughter is also out to get those stats items first, but maybe the treads. But with the kind of beginning he's had, why not just rush it?
He knows that Burning's struggling a little bit, and he might look to TP top and counter against CTY because they know CTY is going to make a move once his Omni Slash is level 6.
Good news for E-home, although Old 11 hasn't really been activated yet. He got a lot of early levels. He's 7. The last time this happened yesterday, it was huge news for E-home. Super will try for the chuck here on the creeps mid. Looks like Old 11 may look for the roll in. He swings around a bit farther back. No, he wants to head towards top. As the Bane will set up with a sleep, and that's going to lead into the crush. The blink now revealed, and Landom gets dealt with by his old teammate. Ice picking that one up. Burning also deploying the call down to farm some neutrals while that's going on. So Vici Gaming using some big spells and abilities here and not being punished yet. But Old 11, he's going to be the X factor. He does head top and looks to change it. No smoke right now, though.
Vici did a smart move and switched up their supports. Bane on the bottom lane and Lich on the top. If they keep pulling the creep wave back to their tower, they're less vulnerable to Juggernaut's movements, because that's constantly where they want to pressure. And CTY is playing the most forward of any hero on eHome's side.
Yeah, in the case of Vici, they saw this Tusk move in, so they pretty much know what's going on at this point. They actually rotate the Slardar onto mid. Lanham, only level 3, not really able to offer too much, aside from a little regen on the towers. We talked about it. eHome do like to group early. They are a very tempo-based team. They're going to smoke now. Their hero's not exactly scouted, but Vici know they were up towards that northern side of the map. Let's see if they get caught out. They wrap down towards the bottom lane.
Well, they saw Slardar pass through that Observer Ward, so they know he's hanging around its area, but with the position that he's in, he can just scout him out, maybe even throw out an amp and then blink out.
Oh, almost broke the smoke. Just inches away from doing it. They are not bringing CTY to this fight, though. There's a dragon form ready. Let's see, eHome. No, they're gonna smoke gank the tower instead. Ah, we found you, buddy. We'll move in.
Vici's actually not that far ahead in terms of gold. You want him to be a little bit further ahead because you have the Lich.
Blink crush to start, then the creep gets lobbed in. Not much of a follow-up. And that'll be it. So they keep on pushing with CTY on the top lane. They keep on pressuring mid with Old Chicken. Even with that amp damage, he's still fairly durable here.
They want to catch Vici, though, without creeps. Creeps are actually really problematic for eHome's jump. The cast might bounce the creeps, and the Juggernaut Omni Slash will also
lane,
bounce creeps.
Burning, takes the Walrus punch. The shards are perfect. The cooldown's going to come through, but Snowball sucks them both in, and Burning explodes in ice and fire. eHome, nice rotation there. Old 11, always the playmaker for this team when they're doing well. And
can't disrespect the Tusk, man.
that was a bit unfortunate with the Invis Rune. What can you do? They don't actually have any Rune Vision right now.
So there's a big old stack coming out, looks like. Super wanting to take that, maybe. He actually is not going to be that quick on his Blink Dagger, going for the early treads first.
CTY, he got amped up, but this Blade Fury spins his way back to safety. While that's happening, see Old 11 rolling in deep on the bottom lane. He looks to go on Fenrir, he gets off the Walrus punch, looking for the solo kill, and he's got it. The Lich down again. 11. Oh, can they punish this Avatos? It's enough. So Super gets one back. It's a core for support. Vici Gaming did have to TP 2 down bottom for that, though. And this is going to prep for the push mid. Dragon form cooling down. But they're just going to go for the good old-fashioned way.
There's a lot of structure damage coming out, though, before Tiny gets his Blink Dagger, so this is looking not to be so bad for eHome. They might even be able to scout out that stack if they get this tower.
Could be big. Dragon form, a few seconds off. And this is where, I mean, you'd love to see the healing ward come into play around this time when they look to 5-man. But they're not actually committing for it.
Yeah, CTY actually plays his Juggernaut fairly farmy from what I saw in the group stage.
That's what we saw from Burning as well when he played the Jug.
But you can tell that they want to be able to push down some more towers and haven't really been able to utilize CTY's Omni Slash yet.
Top lane, Blink Crush onto CTY, the amps there, they get off the grip, no Blade Fury for him. No bashes yet, but they're going to have another Crush available pretty soon. He spins, he looks to run. Can they do it with auto techs? No, the phase boots. He's fast, he's got the heal now from the tree, and they can't bring him down. TP actually getting canceled.
Those stats, those early points of stacks actually paid off for CTY. He gets like, almost an extra point in armor, and he's surprisingly tanking it. Like, why can't we kill this guy?
It's because he's the Juggernaut then. That's why. So
I don't think Ben was the right word there. When do they take the T1? When CTY wants to fight. So it looks like he wants to commit to an early Battle Fury. And I mean, their late game is not that good compared to Vici. So you have a Slardar with the amp, you have a Tiny who's relatively farmed.
I feel like they have really good control though. Oh, Super is coming in. As the DD room, we're gonna have a big fight now. Bring out, there's the Blink Crush, but he does get off the Blade Fury and CTY down the Death Ward going. Strong onto Super, completely lays him out. Kaka turning this fight, and now onto Empire. They're looking for the third kill. They might get him. Sleep trying to deny himself. Not likely to happen. The Witch Doctor, one more. Look at it go indeed. 4 down. eHome flex. And Vici crumble.
Again, the snowball coming out from 11. He just like 3 of the heroes that they want to focus are just inside the snowball while the Death Ward rains down on them. The call down isn't able to connect on anyone, and they actually really wanted to kill the Treant Protector. That was a nice flank attempt by Tiny from the left side, but their ball is just too strong.
We might see some monitors break if eHome keep this one up. Hope they've got replacements here at the Major. Lanham will use this opportunity, gets down the deep ward in the bottom lane, and has crucially hit level 6. So he's not got the overgrowth to work with. Great for controlling the Slardar, the Tiny, and the Gyro, at least through the early to mid game. And let's see. It doesn't look like there's going to be any BKB rush. Burning is building up a Sanj. We see the Slardar, no real item progression since the Blink, which is generally what you expect in Super. Maybe the drums coming soon, but they're a long way off from having solutions for that overgrowth.
Yeah, and Vici didn't really win the early game farm because their lineup is so greedy that the Lich wasn't even able to really counteract that. And also Tiny not going for an early blink, instead opting for the treads, kind of hurt their initiation last fight, so they're probably looking to get that before.
Shards fishing, Old 11. Is he going to jump in here on Ice Ice Ice? No.
It's a little deep. They have a Reservoir Ward placed behind, so they actually know how many heroes are sitting behind them. They might actually make this jump because they see Burning in the mid and Super on the top.
They don't have the Omni side right now. Blink Crush,
Under attack.
only hitting on Old Chicken. He's holding the Dragon form. Looks like they're going to use this to go for a tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower
Lanham
has
sticks
fallen.
around with the rest of the team. Out comes the completed Perseverance now, so Battle Fury is indeed likely well under construction. But they are lacking their mech. That's gone towards the top lane, so without Old 11 there, they don't really want to risk it.
Yeah, Vici also don't want to risk it. They don't want to take a fight. They saw what happened last time, and if they lose that fight, that's 2 towers and potentially Roche. So they're very hesitant to go, I think, before Super gets his item. And they actually already have a mech up on Tusk. 1,000 gold on top of that.
Yeah, he's pinning out right now. He is going to get slept up. Can he get off anything? He's pretty tanky here, 1,100 HP. Not sure they can combo him. They need the grip as well. They will commit it for the kill. So a nice grab there for Vici Gaming, slowing down the momentum of eHome, buying some time to farm here, and with that, Super will opt to complete that blink in the end.
Yeah, they need to kind of just
skipping the drums.
They need to pick off like 1 or 2 heroes so that eHome can't push. Vici can definitely beat them on a 5-on-4, but 5-on-5 is where they really just want to out-farm them. So with the blink on the Slardar and the blink on the Tiny, they can actually get a lot more kills. But Slardar was #1 in terms of farm and CS, and he's actually fallen to #6. Maybe like it was that gank top that really failed for them, and after that they weren't able to continue with the early blink pressure coming out from Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, no, it's not like the OG games that we saw yesterday, where the Slardar just got involved in so many kills for Moon that he was even able to put together a Midas and remain the 2nd most farmed hero in the game 20, 30 minutes in.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're playing versus a Treant Protector. They expect to be able to get these kills and have their roams end up in 1 or 2 kills, but with the Treant Protector, he's like, oh, living armor, you're
they
good.
have scouted the fish. Nice, moving down pretty boldly.
Radiant's
If he
middle
comes into the
tower
river
is
here,
under
this could be a pick.
They don't have any instant jump for him, though. They have to like dragon form and stun, and even then he has to be close enough.
Oh, they have a
so-
haste though on Old Chicken. That might be enough to catch him out. Snowball rolling in. This is a pretty long way to go. No, doesn't end up getting off the walrus. Oh, actually does, but now the follow-up. They will kill off the Slardar. Looks like he had used it a bit earlier. So a nice grab there from eHome. Let's see. So they push more off of this. Tier 2 still up top, Tier 2 bottom as well.
Grip is up again.
And nobody really in range to combo with it. Burning not going to be the hero that can take down a Juggernaut.
Oh, there's multiple heroes TP on bottom. I think this Observer Ward actually scouts it out, though, and it might even give signs of that smoke that was just popped.
It looks like Vici wants to dodge the engagements here with eHome.
Well, eHome are certainly not going to go down on bottom. They know that's just a death trap. But Ice Ice Ice's play right there, it looked like he just kind of died for no good reason, but the Dragon Knight with the haste was an unexpected variable that he didn't account for. He wanted to like pop the smoke, waste their time without the instant jump, without a blink on the Dragon Knight.
Grips.
Free
But
to
the
just blink
snowball
out.
can turn this one, and they're going to roll in, but it's into a cooldown. It's a trap. There's the overgrowth to look to turn this one around as Kaka has the cask available. He's going to let it fly, but the Chain Frost is immaculate from Fenrir. Catches out the entire squad. Still, they've used almost all their spells. Now the Slardar blinking in. It's a missed stun. They don't have the Juggernaut here. He's very late to the fight as Kaka gets run down. Old Chicken's herded back towards the coop. And CTY,
Man, what a sick
too
toss.
late.
That toss allowed the Chain Frost to keep on bouncing when originally he was isolated. But again, CTY is a little bit late to the fights, and they had a great counter initiation. Maybe Like they could have waited a little bit longer on the snowball to wait for some more teammates to file in, but still Tusk at the right place at the right time. I thought they'd be better prepared for that smoke maneuver from Vici, considering they saw 2 TPs to the T2.
Well, there's been a few engagements now where it's kind of natural to ask, where's CTY? But the answer is farming his Battle Fury. He has it now, is the leader in net worth, already level 11, so he's going to be able to not only get the farm bend, but also get those levels in Helium Ward and Blade Dance that they will need to sustain their upcoming push.
I mean, they really want the Omni Slash though in fights. He hasn't been able to use it as often as they'd like.
Hardly at all, in fact, this game. Definitely not every cooldown as you, on cooldown as you often see out of Juggernauts. Still, for eHome, they hold all their towers. So the good news is they've got a lot of map control here. The deep wards planted earlier, giving them nice sight, nice vision over Vici as the shards will fly out on the top lane. And
I wonder
Vici are lacking smokes for the moment.
What's Super gonna go for now? He has 2,000 gold. I'm not sure if he wants like an AC or a Ags. Their late game's already better, I'd say, with the Gyrocopter, and I think they're worried about eHome's like 5-on-5, which Ags is not necessarily that much better for. I would say AC is better for the 5-on-5. So I wanna see what he gets next.
Not farming that well, to be honest, as we do see just continuously Old 11 holding this top lane. Spending a lot of time farming there on the Tusk.
He actually went back for the drums after the blink.
Yeah,
So-
he already had the bracer picked up.
Yeah, more fight. I mean, he could also go a Shadow Blade, which is what we saw Old Chicken go for yesterday, if they want to go for more picks, but it looks like eHome's not really about that split push life anymore.
Yeah, they want to force a
Radiant's
rumble
middle
here in the
tower
pit.
is under attack.
Let's see if Vici Gaming can contest. They have the Chain Frost back online. It was huge last time around. There's also a double damage rune up to Super, but you walk into this pit, you are walking into
Yeah, the
potential
healing
pain.
ward scouted out, though, actually confirms that they are doing Roche without Vici having to go in there.
Are they going to get there in time, though? Crushing an illusion of the Witch Doctor, and it might be too late. The Roche very low, does fall the way of CTY. An immediate smoke as eHome are going to zero in on this bottom lane, where FY's trying to TP out and glimmers and successfully retreats. Dodging a bullet there, but still eHome, the real victors, as they get the Roche. They deny Vici Gaming their own Aegis, something they'd love to have with a Slardar. So easy to take it. Let's see if Vici can dodge the fights.
Great illusion usage by Kaka there to
Radiant's middle
kind of
tower is
fend
under
Vici
attack.
off. It was in like a pretty good position too. Like if they go down the hill next to the secret
Dire's
shop with a
bottom
smoke,
tower is
they'll
under
pop around the same time that they see the illusion, and they might actually still jump the illusion. So it kind of covers eHome's bases. If they wrap around from behind, it's a different story.
And you did mention earlier this game that eHome were lacking that instant initiation, but they have it now. Old Chicken's got the blink up on the DK, so he can quickly jump in and look to start these fights as he will now turn probably towards the BKB on the Dragon Knight. Everything gearing up aside from the Battle Fury, very much for early to mid-game pressure here. eHome definitely want to stay in the driver's seat.
Yeah, if they didn't have the Battle Fury though, Vici would be like very comfortable in their late game, but now that they see the Battle Fury on Jug, they may be worried about getting outscaled by Jug, especially without any farming items yet on Tiny. He went 2x fighting.
Yeah, and as for burning, it's a pretty typical build, the Sanjin Yasha, but not the maximum farm build like, say, a Dominator.
Radiant's
There's
top
an invis
tower
up
is
here.
under attack.
Slardar slithering about in the river. There's no gem yet for eHome, something they may consider soon. But another big item is about to come out, I think, for Old 11 here. Up to 2,200 gold. Could be that Blink Dagger any moment.
I remember one of the series that Ice was playing the Slardar, and they mentioned that he wasn't able to, one of the analysts talked about how he wasn't able to get that much farm as opposed to his Tidehunter versus Secret, where he was able to farm out Refresher, Shivas, and then some. And he's actually fallen way behind in terms of farm. And
Well, he's 1-2-1. They just haven't been getting killed.
I mean, he had a Blink Dagger at 8, and then now all he has, he had Brown Boots at the time too, and he's only been able to pick up a Treads and a Ring. So you're talking about like 1,300 gold.
And this is the beauty of the eHome
in
draft.
15 minutes.
They're just so tanky. They've got the max living armor, the Dragon Knight with max Dragon Split, the Heal Ward, and the Blade Fury. The Witch Doctor, a bit difficult to jump on, and then the Snowball saves and the mech, which have been huge, so there's just no low-hanging fruit and easy kills for him after that Blink Dagger
Yeah, he's
reveal.
been searching a lot for kills, and eHome's not allowing Vici to play the way that they want to.
They are thinking about the high ground breach. The last outer tower falls, and this is eHome's time. They're in their prime. They blink in onto Super, they get off the Dragon Sun, and then the follow-up comes through. Glimmer hit, though, trying to retreat. Super away, and it looks like he will manage to escape. So the Omni Slash has been committed, and now they need to back the hell out. Reset a little bit. Old 11 up in front. Big grip for now, but still barely tanking. FY, can he bring him down? There's the call down. The overgrowth coming out to try and counter out the initiation of my size, but the call down does a lot of work. CTY starts to drop low, has the stick charges. Not going to get them off. Quickly, the E-Home heroes crumble. Now they've got to run, but they can't escape easily. The Tiny charging forward. Another Blade Crush on the Old Chicken. Vici holding it now, looking for additional kills. There's the Old Chicken stun. The blink out. The toss. He doesn't get Old Chicken. He doesn't need it. Still dunks him in, and CTY also scrambles an urn and a brain sap. 4 have fallen. A complete hold by Vici, even the tower. Very healthy.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape saves the day for FY. I mean, it might not even have mattered because Super still had buyback and they're fighting right under the T3, so you could just buy back and kind of Avatos him from behind, but still, that's a devastating blow to eHome's momentum, and now I think they actually have to commit more to farming on the Juggernaut and other heroes.
I guess commentators curse right before that push. They said, wonder if they're going to look into a gem here, but unfortunately they did not, and the Glimmer Cape played a huge role in that fight.
Yeah, they have
now they get one.
They have a sentry on Witch Doctor, but that's not enough to.
Once that Omni stops bouncing, though, you're just done for. He's going to find a ward here.
I also like Super's decision too. He went for like the Ogre Club that fight, which left him enough gold for buyback and also allowed him to, like, let's say, get a BKB out of the Korean ult.
He just picked this gem up, let him. He seems to be cursed all of a sudden. Did they even notice it?
Super.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, extra tasty. That is terrible. He just bought the damn thing. Didn't even, I guess he got the 1D ward out.
Yeah, they might not have a chance to go high ground for a long time after this. So they have the blink on the Dragon Knight. Maybe they can get a couple of picks with that, along with the Juggernaut ultimate. But they have to be really careful of Glimmer and or Defensive Sleep, and even like Tiny with Max Craggy and a Frost Armor can just straight tank through it. He has 2,200 HP right now.
So much of that momentum that eHome had built up just blunted by one unfortunate push. A great hold from Vici, and now losing the gem, losing the Aegis. They are very much, at best, on even footing, at worst on the defensive even. Vici are
they're looking to change that right now.
Unfortunately, I think one of them was scouted running around here by that ward up on the high ground earlier, though. Doesn't actually see them right now.
What they're grouping up like they want to smoke, but
it's an illusion waiting.
I think they brought it. Or they're out.
That's awkward. It's kind of a tough time to smoke as well, though, with you look at their vision, like they're totally in the dark. So if they smoke, they're just blindly running uphill, hoping that Vici aren't waiting for them.
Yeah, but if they get a pick, they get a T3. So it might be a low chance of success, but it's definitely worth taking.
High risk, high reward.
I mean, they're still not even behind in terms of gold. It's not bad for them. And we are seeing Witch Doctor making good headway on his way to the Ag Scepter. It's halfway there.
And Old Chicken onto the BKB. And BKBs will be important here for eHome, as that call down really shut down the push last time.
The Tusk, again, has to be in a position where he doesn't get gripped. He's forward enough that he wants to be able to blink punch people and then have his team follow up on that, but he just had so many spells thrown at him last time, and really without, I think, a Glimmer Cape on their side, they can't protect him.
It seems really what you want is for Old Chicken to get BKB and then he jumps in and starts the fight rather than the Tusk. That way the DK
that'd be way better.
And he does grab it now. Even Clarity, because he wants to rush out and hold this top lane. This could be a dangerous moment if Vici stick around with that BKB not yet revealed.
But we saw this yesterday also from 11 when he was playing versus LGD. He has amazing plays when it's the smaller scale skirmishes and when he's not focused down first. But his position actually is sometimes a little bit too far up.
And it's also a difficult game for positioning with the Glimmer Cape, the double blink daggers, the toss opportunities. There's a lot of ways to catch him out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they had a blink on the Treant Protector too, if he gets gripped, they just blink in and overgrowth and then completely turn the fight around. But that's not the case, and looks like he's opting for a Solar Crest instead because he is still very poor, especially after committing to that gem that immediately changed hands.
That's depressing.
It really is.
Lanham's certainly a resilient
That's
guy.
your worst nightmare as a support.
They are going to group up, though. eHome not going to be thwarted by that too much. They stalk in with Lanham. He's got the point of nature's guys to sneak around here, and actually nobody on the Dire side has seen this one coming. But they also are nervous of what they don't see, so they'll back off.
Roshan up again very soon, and with living armor and Juggernaut heal and Witch Doctor heal, they should be able to take it with ease. Although it looks like Vici potentially grouping up for a Smoke Fairy soon, knowing that Roshan, it's unlikely that he's up right now, but Vici have to assume that he is. Do they have any smokes left? I see one on Ice, but he's not with them right now.
Radiant team, no smokes here for about 3 minutes. And as for the Dire squad, we are looking at 5 minutes on cooldown. But the fight's going to break out in the bottom lane. There's a stun off the bat. Old Chicken still doesn't come in at the BKB. They get out the shards. Again, the Glimmer Cape working its magic. And now the quick Avatos. Mech gets popped, though. They look to turn this one around, but Burning Sand Shock in the midst of the fight. The Overgrowth's there, but they need more physical damage to come out to turn this around. They will get off the Omni Slash, killing off the Slardar at least. And now the Death Ward goes. Vici have to turn and run FY quickly committing, and then canceling the grip will back away. As the Slardar buys back, they look for the follow-up kills here. Now that the big ults are cooldown, the BKB's down. Burning starts to go to work, but he also takes a lot of damage during this. Blade Fury forward, trying to focus here on Super. It's a Blade Fury snowball. 4 heroes just jump onto Burning, bring him down, and now hunting for Super, driving him back, stunning out Ice. He just bought back for this. He can't afford to die again, but he's in danger. He needs to slither away. The Cask is chasing. They want this kill. They want it bad. Walrus Punch soon. They get him as well. He's dead for a minute, and FY could be next. Vici Gaming self-destructing, completely crumbling here as eHome surge on, looking for a big objective now. Well, they're not done yet, though. They blink on the Super. They're going to stun him, too. The Tiny getting caught out. There's the shards, the Walrus Punch, holding him in position. The cooldown is cooled down. It's been so long that eHome's been beating the crap out of Vici that Burning's got a second ult to work with. Snowball's ready, though, but he pops the mech instead. Now he doesn't have the mana for it. The stick's cooling down. Old 11 needs more time. He just gets the mana. They're going to pop the Overgrowth, snowballing onto a creep. Blinks to the left, jumping out. It's also a buyback here for Super. They're committing so much for this hold along with Burning. 2 buybacks on the cores there to go with the Slardar. So a triple buyback overall. I mean, I suppose they hold, but my God, that was expensive.
Yeah, they want to get Roche after Slardar's almost up yet again, and we'll be able to amp him up. But 2 unexpected things coming out for Vici. Firstly, the BKB on the Dragon Knight. They didn't expect that blink BKB stun initiation that you talked about. And of course, they thought that eHome was going to go for the safer play, which would be to Roshan. But instead, they went for the more aggressive play with that high ground Observer Ward.
Well, they're only now getting into the pit with the full complement of units. Still waiting for the amp damage to be cast for the second time on the Roshan. Now jumping in, Old Chicken will go. He's got a long duration BKB charge, but hanging onto it for now. The Glimmer Cape from FY as he looks for the grip, but the Omni Slash is on the backliners. Still, the Frost Armor works well against it. C2I gets that much needed crit for the kill, and now they turn on the Slardar. It's another death for Ice. Continues to fall. It's Old Chicken flying high and proud. Cleaned up the backliners. 3 dead again. No buybacks for Vici this time. And it feels like they may have just played all their chips in one hand here. The Roche will fall. The bottom lane's being pinged out.
That was an amazing Ice Shards coming out from the Tusk. He actually locked Ice in with Roche, and he couldn't blink away because he was constantly being hit by Roche, and he was isolated inside the pit, and his team was forced to fight 4-on-5 for almost the entire duration of that fight.
I don't think I've often seen a triple buyback on cores at the 30-minute mark, and it fell that spectacularly.
Yeah. Witch Doctor also had a buyback with like 7 seconds left. They knew they had to take that Roshan fight.
And take it they did, and now they look for more. They are going to grab the tower, but Vici Gaming, it's relatively early this one, and already they're able to respawn. So they at least hold the base for now, but they have sacrificed a lot. Juggernaut now, as well as the Dragon Knight, topping out the cores of Vici. And it seems if eHome now wants to take this late, they have that momentum where they might be able to just go another 10-15 minutes with no issues.
I like this build from C2I. I think he was also in a very similar situation in his last Juggernaut game where he had Battle Fury and he was like their primary late game on eHome, except he opted for an SNY instead of the Manta Diffusor combo, which is really good versus Ghost Scepter on the Bane, but it's also just really good for a ton of damage output.
And the amp damage as well. It's great for just dealing with the Slardar here.
And purging off the Lich Frost Armor, which actually has been proven to be very effective in mitigating his damage. So I like this switch up from CTY.
Oh, that's a good point. Not something we see too often. But
Well, we saw Illidan actually pick up the HOD Purge, or the Purge creep on the Doom, as well as the Purge creep from HOD when he was playing against the Lich.
yeah, and the Abaddon. I mean, there's been some clever tools in this tournament to try and shut down that, not just the Lich, but also the amp damage.
If only you could purge buildings.
They'll fall fast enough here. V-Home have their way. They're going to lead in with CTY. He's holding the Aegis. And now they've got the level 3 Dragon Knight ultimate. Things get very dicey for all the cores as they will jump in with the Blink Avatar's combo. BKB is available though, and Old Chicken just laughs at the damage output, trying to go to work here. Now the Omni Slash will go on to Burning, bringing him fairly low, but not enough to kill him off. The Glimmer Cape committed CTY. He's got the second life, but they're spending a lot here as the Death Ward does absolutely nothing. Maybe with that whiffing, they'll have to back. They still have an Overgrowth to cover the retreat, but the stun was waiting for Ice Ice. It's again getting caught out. Super jumps in, but he lacks the follow-up damage to the Avatar's combo. He can't get the kill. He now gets Walrus Punch. He gets kited. It sounds like a first-second Omni Slash to CTY. Hacks down heroes with the Manta Illusions, turning onto FY, bringing down Super. 4, make it 5. E-Home are doing it. They crush through Vici. They take game 1, and Lanham has the first laugh versus his old teammates.
E-Home are the Slardar Slayers, man. That stun at the end, play from Lana the entire game on the Treant Protector, they actually just made Slardar useless.
Beautiful showing there. They didn't have the smoothest early execution. It felt, Ben, like that one bad fight. They couldn't execute the standard, let's 5-man take all the towers early, but they found their opportunities. They bounced back. They had a couple critical fights bottom, and they just out-executed each game when it really counted.
I think their high ground siege is one of the best amongst the Eastern teams. It was incredible how they pulled that off.
And they're gonna need it, as they are a team that generally relies on ending games early. This one, it felt like it could have gone late with how well they were playing, but with that, we're going to see what the panel has to say about E-Home as they jump out to a 1-0.
Thank you very much, LD. Yes, welcome back to the panel. Plenty to discuss from game 1, of course. And E-Home end a very important run. Vici Gaming were 3-0 on Slardar Lich before this game. They suffered their first defeat. Let's get the thoughts of our panelists, starting with Nahaz.
Unbelievable effort. And I know, guys, we all picked Vici Gaming going into this series, but we repeatedly emphasized the importance of the draft and of tempo control. All right, Vici's answer to eHome's push strategy was to pick the Bane and the Lich to try to control tempo by dominating the laning phase, and they were never ahead. When you pick those two heroes and you don't dominate the lanes against the push strat, you put yourself at such a strategic disadvantage. Despite their dramatic 24-minute base hold, they just couldn't hang on.
Absolutely. Sindri?
I think it was a little bit of a strange game, honestly. The teams are playing exceptionally well in the fights, but what ended up costing Vici the game was that they chose to fight outside the base, seemingly for no apparent reason. Like, I don't think Roshan was even up at the time when they chose to take that fight outside, at where their bottom tier 2 would have been.
I mean, the only explanation is the surprise factor, right? I didn't get that fight either. They jumped in, they didn't focus the same targets, they spent all of their cooldowns, and eHome just heals up and takes the fight again, and eHome Vici keeps on re-engaging and trying to make the most of it, and by the time they realize this is not going to be a one fight, they just lose everyone.
Well, it's too
Do you
late.
think they had a chance in the game apart from that fight?
Yeah, definitely.
I think if they didn't fight there, the moment they defended their top lane, I thought Vici was going to win the game.
Oh, yeah,
like that defense put them in such a good strategic position. Like, they were 5,000 gold behind, then the game was 0, I think. And
They actually had a 3K gold lead after that.
their draft is just way better late game. So I'm very surprised that they chose to go outside the base and do that. And
Exactly, they weren't in a hurry. I had no idea what they were doing. They just did a successful base defense where eHome overextended, was on the back foot afterwards. They had the gyrocopter farming up, the Tiny had his Aghanim Scepter, and suddenly they run down into an engage that they really shouldn't have done whatsoever.
And they bought back too, right? The Slardar dies, and then you can be like, okay, we caught our losses. He buys back, and they try to fight again. They could have lost Ice 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 and said, all right, bad fight, go back to base and hold. They buy back him, they try to fight again. Then Gyro dies, he has to buy back. Tiny dies, he has to buy back. So you end up losing, like, you don't just lose the fight, you lose your entire economy for taking a fight that's not even worth it in the first place. And you have to understand when you're fighting into this e.g. e-home. When you're fighting against this e-home lineup, they have incredible sustain. They have Witch Doctor heal. He doesn't die in the fight. They all heal up over time. So when they keep re-engaging, there's so much damage being lost all the time. There's also living armor, the natural regen of Dragon Knight. They have the mech on Tusk.
Healing ward.
Healing ward. Especially healing ward. I'm not sure if they even destroyed it that fight. It's just too many problems.
Let's take a look at the highlights, and there were plenty of them. A good start overall for both teams, but eHome, in the initial part of this, started to take control. But Vici at this point, I mean, the XP graph was incredible for Vici, Alan. It was all the way through almost towards the end of the game. They had plenty of that coming in. Gold swung around a little bit, fight swung around a little bit. But at this point, you're thinking, okay, eHome want to try and take control of this game now.
Right. And this was their window. I mean, the timing windows for eHome in this game, they hit exactly where they wanted to hit. And apart from that, this was a huge lost fight. This was where Cinderin emphasized during our pregame talk here about how good Gyro is at holding high ground. And boy, did you ever see it in that fight. The multi-hero call down, just doing tons of damage here. And it did look like this fight was going to give Vici Gaming a chance to win the game. I still thought even after this that eHome had 1 or 2 pushes left in them.
Yeah, at this point, they were pushing towards the base, potentially for an early finish, but Vici were having absolutely none of that in that game.
Yeah, this was where I think a lot of people said, all right, Vici Gaming is going to restore order, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this fight that we're seeing right now, this was an 8K gold swing in under 2 minutes. With all of the buybacks and all of the just
See, the fight is over now. The fight is over now. They got away. Now they're turning around. They buy back the slaughter. They run in again. This avalanche is not really hitting anyone. They get super completely out of position. He gets targeted down. The healing ward is running in between them. Actually, you're right. They don't destroy the healing ward. The Witch Doctor healer is running constantly. All of eHome's heroes are just back to full health, and now they buy back Gyro, and they keep trying to fight into this when they actually can. It's very surprising.
Terrible decision making, and also like the only one who had good positioning in those fights, especially in the top one that they ended up winning, was Burning. I think the rest of the team was sort of spread out too much and had some bad engagements. We saw Ice doing some uncharacteristically bad crushes, and I gotta say I was a bit on the fence about the Trian pick, but Lanham put that concern to shame.
Watching this again, guys, it's just, this is almost unbelievable to me. This is just something that Vici Gaming does not do, and they had a similar exchange against VP the other day in a Roche fight at around the same time in the game where they just made some just completely questionable team decisions.
Why do we think they've played like this in game 1? Is this a little bit of nerves, a little bit of rust?
That team fight looked like overconfidence. Like the initiate on the bottom lane really just looked like overconfidence. They had the core items that they needed on their heroes, but they still weren't strong enough because they couldn't blow up any one target from eHome. I think they thought they could with an Avalanche toss combo, but they just didn't have the damage output. Juggernaut almost went down at one time, but he got the Omnislash off, immediately healed up on all the heals they had afterwards, and by then the fight was already lost, and then they re-engaged when Slaughter buys back and Tiny has his combo up again for no reason.
I still think they put a ton of pressure on themselves through the draft. Yeah. I think they could have, the AA was still on the table in the second phase after they had picked the Dragon Knight, and you pick that, Vici Gaming picks that AA and it shuts down the Juggernaut healing ward push almost immediately.
Do you think, hard to say, but maybe a little bit of underestimation after the draft? Maybe they're a little bit too much, had too much confidence going into the game?
I mean, I think that, I wouldn't say after the draft. I think that the draft from Vici Gaming certainly had been better. As the game went, I think except for that one fight, Vici Gaming played it about as well as they could have and just had a brain fart in that one engagement. But that's, at this level of Dota, it's a game of mistakes, guys. I mean, you make mistakes like that, repeated mistakes in an engagement, you take yourself out of the game really quickly.
Especially against the push strat. All they need is that one mistake, then they'll get the buildings, they'll get the momentum. Momentum is everything. Like moving ahead on farm is all you really need in a push strat, and then you can go up and take down the buildings. And we just saw the sustainability of that lineup was just through the roof against a lineup like Vici Gaming's.
Wipe the slate clean. It's 1-0, but wipe the slate clean for Vici. What do they do in the draft for game 2?
I don't know, I think what Vici shouldn't do is try to overcompensate against this kind of lineup of eHome, because if they do that too much, then they open up other strategies. With Vici's incredible experience in this game, I think they understand that what they lost this game on was poor decision making, and their draft actually, I'm with Nahas, there was a weak period, but they actually got past that one. I thought they were able to hold and just win this game, and then they take a really big chance. you go in, you reset, and you just think, okay, it was not the draft. A lot of the times, I feel like teams, maybe not at the absolute highest level, but some of the tier 2 and tier 1.5 teams blame way too much on the draft. You need to be able to understand, was it a drafting mistake, was it a play mistake? This time, they just played it wrong.
Yeah, that being said, they could have made things easier on themselves.
They could have, for sure. The AA, I think, is the #1 choice they could have made instead of Gyro. Apart from that, I think they did what they needed to do.
Yeah, I want to build on what Sin just said, because I think that's critically important. I've always felt that one of the ways that you tell a great player in this game is the way that they respond after a bad game. We saw Moon Meander yesterday have an absolutely brutal game 2 on his Tusk, come back in game 3 with that Slaughter and just set the world on fire. Ice. I think if you give him Slaughter again, I think you give him Slaughter again 10 more times, and you're not going to see a game like that in any of the 10.
Yeah, he was 2-6-3 in that game. Not representative of what we've seen from him in the past, but CTY and Old Chicken yet again stepping up for their team. And we say it every time, but they keep finishing every game.
I cannot believe, look, Old Chicken is I thought that he was a good player before I saw him with this team, but mid over CTY, who on Storm Spirit and TI5 looked like a world beater, and to have him respond this way is just incredible. This team is playing at an incredibly high level right now.
We mentioned 11 as well before in the break, and again, great support.
They can try to ban his Tusk. We said going into game 1. I don't know if they should ban Doom over Tusk as they did in this game.
No, I think it's worthwhile removing that Tusk, because he just seems to be one of the highest performers on a hero that is already considered one of the very best in the game. So you got to just always see great plays coming out of him, and they have a complete inability to actually deal with the Tusk.
Okay. Any other changes, Alan? You feel like should have been made by either Vici or Eho?
You know, I think Send absolutely nailed it. I don't think as Vici Gaming that you're going back into the back room and saying, boy, we got to change our strategy. We got to do something completely different. I think this was a case of maybe a minor mistake or a mid-level mistake in the draft in the second phase, and then a major mistake in game in one fight. They had a chance in that game. They just didn't quite do it. I think they could go with a similar draft and win game 2.
Yeah, so what do they have to change then? Because it was down to decision-making. I mean, I think Jacob said it was terrible decision-making at times.
Yeah,
how do they fix that so quickly in a 5-minute break?
What's great for Vici Gaming in this particular scenario is that there will be no question marks to why they lost.
Right.
They know exactly why they lost. They know that there were little things they could do better, and there were definitely big mistakes as well. So it's easy for them to go in and just say, all right, maybe we should just not fuck up.
That's a good idea when you're this far in the
A
tournament.
team on that level can do that. They can just go in and be like, okay, we need to play better. We need to stop making these mistakes, and they'll go in and do that. I think they're going to take game 2 convincingly.
Okay, confidence. I like that. Confidence in the picks as well. Cinderin, are you equally as confident that Vici can bounce back?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't
Why?
think they're. Well, it's just we've covered it a couple of times by now, but they're very experienced, and they will be able to identify what went wrong, and they'll go in again and play a new game. And just think of it like Vici Gaming have been down 1-0 and 2-1 many times.
Yep.
And they can do it again.
Okay, from Eho's point of view, they're sitting pretty, they're very happy. We saw their coach talking to the team. He's obviously giving some more advice. It seemed quite feisty actually down there, despite the fact that they're 1-0 up. But what is he going to be saying to the team?
I think maybe his piece of advice now is that you don't run a pushing strat in game 2, at least similar to this time.
Is it too obvious for Vici to kind of...
Now, I wanted to
follow
ask
that
the
mind?
two of you about that. As captain, I mean, you guys have both captained teams at the highest level of Dota, okay? You're the big difference now. Having first pick, though.
I could also grab the
one more
Doom
to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
and use that against Tusk. I think dooming Tusk is actually totally worth it with how Ehon play the hero. Because he re-engages so many times during the fight with his cooldowns that taking him out of the picture for 15 seconds and just being able to focus on other heroes is pretty good.
I think that's so tough. I think it depends on the game just because they tend to run such hard DPS carries on both Old Chicken and CTY that you're almost always going to want to doom one of those two primarily.
So it's the same ban as last time. The one.
But the Bane, this is interesting to me. The Bane banned by Vici, that's a hero that they first picked last time.
It's a hero that Eom is very comfortable playing.
Fair enough.
So and we talked a lot about this yesterday. It's probably the strongest support all around in the meta right now. Its skill set is also good.
Dusk. To pick.
Yeah, there's no reason not to pick up the Tusk at this point. The question is whether they take the Tiny as well. I don't think Tiny is necessarily bad against Doom either.
No. Could definitely see that working. Especially going further into the game, I think he's one of the carries that suffers the least from getting doomed. When you have Axe AC, you're still, okay, you doomed me, that's cool, I'll still just club your lineup down. Other heroes suffer way
10
more.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Ehom's spending quite a bit of time thinking about this, and I can't blame him. You have to figure that one of these two picks is going to be the Tusk.
Dusk.
Ehom's turn to pick.
So Undying went through the...
Yeah, A's. I was just thinking that.
Is like so good against Doom as well.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. It's
I was
great.
just thinking there's 2 supports already banned, 2 of the most favored supports. So that already makes AA better, and then it's one of the best counters to the enemy's first pick.
Yeah.
This was,
Oh, wow.
This was an alternative I was considering, but we just haven't seen Ehom do it so much, so I didn't think they would.
Yeah, I was about to say that Undying went through the pool completely untouched last time around, despite the fact that Ehom plays it a decent amount.
Yeah, they have picked it 4 times in this patch, twice on Run It on 11 and twice on Kaka, 1-1 record both times. But again, I think it fits what Ehom wants to do really well. It fits that timing window that they've hit so consistently and so well.
Oh yeah, scratch that. It's actually Vici who plays it a decent amount.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, that serves much like a
Little block pick.
yeah, block pick. The same way we saw last game with the Bane and Tiny pickup for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, this is a tough call for Vici right now.
Jaro?
I think Gyro's going to be there for you, and I just don't think burning Gyro was good, but
It's very good against these 2 heroes for 2 reasons.
that's
First
true.
of all,
The flat cannon. Yeah.
Gyro is good at dealing with Undying in lane because he wants to come up close and just harass you with decay, and Gyro can actually fight back against both of these heroes in a laning situation. And then when you look at the mid game and how it happened last time, at some point Ehom wants to reach high ground with this Undying and Tusk. And when Snowball comes in, it's very telegraphed and it's very easy to call down against. So one of 2 things will happen. Either you Snowball in and you're going to get counterplayed, or you don't Snowball in the first place because you're scared of the counterplay, and then you don't get to play your hero to 100%. So...
Wow. I mean,
Okay.
this is the Doom Lich combo is a combo we saw a lot in the early days of the patch. I mean, this combo was up to about a 75% win rate. It hasn't been as good recently, hasn't been as effective in this tournament as we saw earlier in 6.85, and I'm a little bit surprised to see Vici Gaming commit the early pick to the Lich again, despite the fact that in the last game they didn't have the kind of lane control that you want to see when you pick a Lich.
Oh yeah, Shadow Fiend was actually still in as well.
I was looking at that for Super.
It's funny how they decided against that in both games so far. It was in the first phase in game 1, and was it even banned in game 1 at all? I think they just let it through. Like, this would not happen against either Secret or EG. They would-
Certainly not against OG.
Or OG, no. All of the remaining teams now will first phase pick Shadow Fiend regardless of what side they're on.
Right.
Apart from these 2, apparently.
You even heard Peter talk about that in the post-game interview the other day about how they were playing against a team that didn't run much SF and about how that changes the dynamic of the first phase of the draft so much.
Yeah, Old Chicken's actually played Shadowfiend more than any other hero in Frankfurt so far, so perhaps not entirely surprising.
There's the gyro band coming out from Ehom. By the way, I wanted to say you convinced me completely, Sid. I thought that was the pick there. I was doubting it going in, but after that argument, I think that was absolutely the pick for Vici.
The weakness about going for a gyro there is that then Ehom see 2 cores and they can start banning out supports. I think that's what Vici were nervous about, that if they took that route, there's already Bane out of the picture, already the Wyvern out, Tusk and Undying are in Ehom, and then they get 2 bans.
Which against any other team I would buy 100%, but this is Vici Gaming. They have probably the 2 supports with the broadest hero pool of any team here.
Not looking at the tournament though. They've been very narrow in what sports they've been playing throughout the tournament. The Undying already being picked up, and Lich is their second most played on Fenrir, so it's not as surprising. Ehome supports, however, have a much broader hero pool, playing pretty much everything. Shadow Shaman, Treant, Witch Doctor, Abaddon, and all the current meta ones, obviously.
10 seconds remaining.
I do feel like you need at least
5
one range
seconds
support though
remaining.
for Ehome.
Reserve time.
I mean, the way it looks right now with eHome's opening and what Vici Gaming have done, I think eHome can just try for something push strat again. We were talking about whether it was going to work or not, but Vici Gaming so far just playing into that hand. Now they banned the AA.
Does the bounty fit here?
The bounty?
Yeah, I don't know that you could do it with 2 melees already in the Undying and the Tusk, but if you can find a way to make the lanes work, the bounty, I think, brings them so much with the kind of mid-game fight that they're going to have.
He's a lot worse for base pushing than he used to be when Track gave vision in the area. Now you just see where the hero is positioned, which of course is also useful, but you don't get the same feeling of exact position at the base. This is a hero who...
He's been awful.
I don't know how good a pick this is against these two. Doom is one of the very annoying heroes to play against this Bristleback, not because you can't endure it, but because this hero is based on casting spells constantly in fights.
Right.
It's one of the carries, you could say, that depends the most on not getting doomed.
Well, and the fact, the synergy with the Lich, the fact that one of Doom's big weaknesses is his low base armor, but with Frost armor on, all of a sudden, those close players aren't nearly as scary. And Bristleback, I mean, overall in this version, Bristleback's at like a low 30% win rate.
Reserve time.
There's the possibility for Reach to actually pick Slaughter, I think.
Yeah, I
One of the best
yeah,
heroes against
agreed.
I was thinking Slaughter is a great pickup by all means.
Then they have to run the Doom on a safe lane for burning. Right, they're going to steal this first.
A nice little block pick.
It's a good call to do this. They don't need to pick the Slaughter yet. It's very clear eHome don't want it.
It was a huge issue last time around, and with the Bristleback in the lineup, I can foresee a Witch Doctor being very, very good. Especially if they would opt in for that push again. So this might prevent eHome from even considering pushing. Although they could pull out a
Shadow Shaman?
or Shadow
10
Shade.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, interesting that Chen got banned last game from Vici. I don't think eHome has played it at all this
5
tournament.
seconds
But they were scared of the all-in push, and then they still kind of got all-in.
Well, right now with how the version plays out, Chen is still a pocket pick. Even for a team like Secret that has arguably the best Chen player in the world, they only really bring it out when it fits in perfectly.
Yeah. I thought you were going to see a little bit more Chen after MLG, but the meta has gone a little bit away from exclusive lane dominance since then.
Vici Gaming should be, considering their coach is 357, aka QQQ, they should be mindful about Chen as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
Also an old eHome stable.
So what do we look at? My big question for eHome, you need another support. And I don't necessarily see a great option for them.
I think they might just end up going with the Shadow Shaman and just trying it. But
Shadow Shaman or the Rubik are my two kind of...
Go for the Juggernaut again. I like this one because if they went for the Shadow Shaman too early on, they were sort of hard committed, I feel. Even though it has a very versatile skill set, it still shows your hand too much.
I think this shows the hand just as much.
It does. It really does.
Then it's about, do they think Shaman or Juggernaut is the most important one to carry out the strategy? And with AA banned, I think Jugger might be a better choice, actually.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt what eHome wants to do now.
So the question is, guys, what are eHome's lanes going to look like? Is this going to be a mid Bristleback?
Yes.
I would think so.
It's a bit more brute force this time around than it was the last time. Last time it was more about tanking and healing up. This one they're gonna force their way in with Bristle just running in and putting down the tombstone, of course, and so forth.
Now, this is run at you, Dota, man. This is going to be... Vici Gaming, I think, are going to be really pressured in this game. And oh, yes!
This is a great pickup.
This is very, very good, actually.
Oh, baby. Okay, so is this going to be an Ice Timber, or are we going to see Ice on the Doom and Timber mid?
Does Super play the hero even?
I don't think so. I think this has got to be like Ice Timber, which is just one of my favorite heroes to watch. I know we've seen some, you tweeted out the Timber with the sunglasses for Sumail the other day, Paul, but Ice Timber Saw, man, that's a classic.
Yeah, I was really nervous, but then they picked the Timber Saw, and I thought that was a lot better than the Slaughter.
Yeah, they're Gucci.
VG Gaming's turn to ban.
By the way, the Razor ban is really good.
Okay, what would you ban now? Treant or Abaddon or neither? Do you think either of them is going to be a big enough problem for Vici Gaming to
honestly,
deal with?
even at the off chance that eHome plays Chen, I'd just ban that out. Even if it's a small percentage chance, I think that's the biggest threat.
I'm surprised to see you go completely away from the Shadow Shaman.
Remaining.
They do go for the Shadow Shaman, man.
Okay, all right, yeah. After you had talked about it, Sind, I was surprised that you went away from that because I think that was by far the best choice there for Ehom.
It just gets a little trickier when you're playing against the Timber Saw.
Yeah, he can blow you up so quickly.
It's great in the sense that they have to go uphill and then place the tombstone anyways. They have the Bristle back in the front line, so the Shadow Shaman wards could serve as that damage potential.
So is this going to be 5 melee in your face YOLO strat here?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think it's a melee hero. I would hate to see the Abaddon right now. I think Timbersaw is already too strong.
The Pugna, oh boy. Taking a page out of Vici's book, Super is the one that's known for this hero, but man, oh man, Ehom are all in on the push.
This was actually the best pick in the pool.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely.
That was the best hero in the pool. I completely forgot about it. This is incredible.
You think it's the best pick in the pool as a 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're convinced this is going to be 4 position Pugna rather than 4 Tusk?
I don't think they can afford doing anything but...
Regardless of what they do, it was the best pick.
Wow, okay.
Oh, they could run a Bristle off lane, I guess, and then a Pugna on the mid.
It is a lineup for Ehom that is definitely on a timer. Like, if this push doesn't work, their lineup past minute 35, 40, if Vici pick any sort of good late game here, they're just going to lose. And
oh man, yes! What a draft!
This is absurd.
Okay, we've got a Timbersaw, an Invoker, a Pugna, a Juggernaut. Let's throw it all into the mix and find out what we get. It's all yours, Aldi.
Thank you very much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for what could be Vici Gaming's last game of the Frankfurt Major. I'm LD. I'm joined here to my right again by Merlini. Ben, we maybe saw the Timbersaw coming with 3 strength heroes, but did you see Pugna or Invoker coming here at the end of the draft?
I didn't see Pugna being picked at all. The Invoker's less of a surprise for me because Super plays a really nice Quas Wex, which is actually really good versus Ehom's style. But the Pugna, maybe it's a solution to Doom, heal the person that's getting doomed.
This used to
nice
be
power
the old RTK staple. You know, Lana maybe trying to carry on his torch, even though he unfortunately had to knock him out of the tournament yesterday. But what do you think about Pugna this game? How good of a Pugna game is it? Obviously, he's a great pushing hero. He's great at breaking the base if he has a good start. Ehom liked to end the game early. Is that reason enough? Do you see Pugna being the right hero here?
Well, usually he's thought of for his Nether Ward, which actually I don't think is particularly useful this game, but he serves the same role that Lanham has been playing.
Okay, well with that, game 2. Vici Gaming versus Ehom. Ehom, they've got Vici on the ropes, and they've gone to some unconventional picks. I mean, one of the most innovative teams this tournament as far as what they've been drafting, whether you look at the Abaddon pick or just the general play style where almost nobody's running this level of aggression, but they keep on pulling it off. The Pugna coming out now. Ehom has not been afraid to experiment, and it has gotten them very close to moving on today.
So Lanham's hero has been sometimes a tower sieger with the Chen, the Shadow Shaman, but most of the time it's used for the sustain, which I primarily think he's used for. The Decrepify is not really useful for them. They don't have that much magic damage to amp up.
30 seconds
So
to battle.
yeah, I think mostly for life drain. Maybe you can get some Tranquils. I don't know. I haven't really seen Pugna utilized in this sort of manner.
Yeah, it's going to be the support Pugna, as Lanham will be handling. So sadly for me, we won't see that huge amount of farm most likely, but still can offer a lot to the team. So the rune's about to spawn now. Both teams did drop some wards down. It's a ward over towards the magic bush here for Ehom. We've got one up on the hill. It's for Team Vici Gaming at the top rune. Last game, Vici started with some early kills, but running the Doom and Invoker, they have no kill potential here. They're going to have to back off. They give up the double rune spawn off the bat. So a great start for Ehom.
It's no surprise to me that it's the Pugna support, though. I think Old Chicken, this is actually his most iconic hero, the mid Bristleback, which we saw a lot maybe a month ago when nobody else was running it. They like to combo it a lot with the Winter Wyvern, get the spray sacks while everyone's focusing down a hero and then go from there. But he plays this hero mid often.
It's going to be up against that early 1 point in Exhort. I would expect the Quas Wex from Super, knowing how much aggression is coming, and we have seen quite a few of the Invoker players get that 1 point Exhort and then go back for the Quas Wex. So going to reserve judgment for now.
Yeah, I don't know what you call that build. Quas Wex Lacrity, maybe?
The indecisive build. I can't make up my mind.
You really need that one level of Alacrity.
No, you do need the damage.
It helps so much.
Yeah, it's the smorgasbord build. That's what we'll call it.
He has a magic stick already, though. Magic wand, rather. So that's really useful versus the Bristleback, of course.
He's CSing quite well here early on, Super is, and he has gone for the Sunstrike so far. He's grabbed the Invoke. I mean, who knows, maybe it will be the Exort build. It's still early moments.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So they do run Burning on the Doom, and this is not a hero we've seen much of him lately. It almost always is Ice, Ice, Ice. As the Cassie's going to come out bottom, they're making it go here onto Kaka. He's very low, actually. The Blade Fury coming through, but the first blood will go to Vici. A much hotter start here, and they're even chasing for more. Can't do much to CTY while he's Blade Furied. But Vici Gaming making up for that double bounty rune grab off the bat.
And I think Ice is much more suited to play a hero like Timbersaw. It's especially good versus Tusk. We saw it a little bit to counter a Spirit Breaker earlier, but just so many melee heroes running at you, and Timbersaw just puts out incredible damage.
2-minute rune gonna spawn now. Burning wants to grab this. He does have the early Alpha Wolf picked up as the ward gets dropped, and Lanham's gonna contest it. Some decent nuke damage done here, and he will grab the regen as well, but Burning gets angry about this. He wants some vengeance on his old teammate.
I wonder if that ward has like higher click priority than the bounty rune. Looks like Lanham just dropped it purely to block him from picking up the rune.
Yeah, it definitely makes it harder to click it, if nothing else. But Ice, Ice, Ice here, off to a good start, and it's kind of a scary game to give the Timber a good start.
Nice block
Has
from
to be
11.
worried.
They can't really see us at the tower. He actually blocked them off the ramp.
Pretty sure this guy plays Tusk in his sleep. Must get tiresome after a while.
So it looks like 1-1-1 build from Invoker.
Yeah, so from here, generally the build is just you max out the Quaffs and Wex, and you just have the one value point for the access to Alacrity, as you mentioned, and just a little bit of bonus damage.
And Doom's already picked up the Alpha Wolf creep. Very nice for Vici.
Yeah, got it before he grabbed that top rune. We'll now see Lanham pulling, going for the double pull here. Let's see if he's able to get it off. Just barely does, but Fenrir is there to contest. So they keep the lane back, securing old 11 safe farm. And Burning does start to chase a little bit. This Puckna is a squishy fellow, but very fast. 330 move speed with no boots.
I'm still not really sure how eHome's always managed to stay very close in terms of net worth, even against the Lich. We saw this last game too, where like the net worth was still very, very close, even with one creep denied every single wave. Fenrir actually went for a very early level in the ice armor too.
The spin happens bottom lane as FY gets run down. CTY getting a little revenge here. Ice, 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 chain forward. He's gonna stick up, continues to go, gets off the Whirling Blade. Is there enough follow-up damage? Doesn't look like it. And while that was happening, the Invoker did manage to find a kill in the mid lane. Super.
Dire's middle tower
Grabbing a
is
solo
under
kill, an
attack.
old chicken from the looks of it. I'm not sure, maybe Burning was involved in that one, but now they're looking for a bit more as Ice, Ice, Ice will jump in, kills off CTY, gets some vengeance, and now the score 3-1. Not very often you see Invoker getting kills at this stage of the game.
Bristleback maybe going a little bit greedy, too greedy with the Quelling Blade. I haven't actually seen him
Top
pick
lane,
up.
they're going on to old 11 here. He's dropping quickly to Burning, has the Alpha Wolf damage and Snowball, but he's gonna be dragged away, and one more swipe brings him down. Vici Gaming coming out swinging here in game number 2. Make it 4-1. And everything finally going their direction. It looks like they were getting out-farmed a bit, but that has been compensated for.
Yeah, eHome's weakness has always
Radiant's
been
middle tower
their
is under
laning phase, I
attack.
think, at least in the past few months, and Vici's doing a good job of disassembling them
To the
from
point
start.
that eHome's had to change up their lanes. They're gonna send the Juggernaut here to the top lane now, and old 11 will go to his more traditional role in the off lane.
And they're having a hard time dealing with the Timbersaw on bottom. He has a lot of farm.
And there's 3 strength heroes this game, mind you. This is not going to be an easy game if the Timber gets out of control. Not to mention they have no silences and very little lockdown as solutions to the Timber's mobility and
Dire's
damage.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and they have to be very wary about snowballing in, like the EMP tornado after a snowball, or even the Timbersaw burst. I don't think they can heal through that one.
All of the cores on Vici are now farming, sitting even there with the Bristleback and almost Exceedium Super. You can see when he pops that Alacrity, easily able to pressure old chicken back in the lane, and can kite him quite nicely now with the phase boots up. Great start for the Invoker mid. We'll see what the build is. Generally, we see that early Orchid come out.
Yeah, we've seen Earn a lot recently too, to constantly proc the Cold Snap, but no signs of it coming out yet from Invoker.
It's up to 600 gold now. As for Burning in the offlane, he has been moving a lot. We mentioned he got the Alpha Wolf earlier. He's also checked the rune a couple of times. Still not going to have that huge amount of farm, but again, bottom lane, the pressure mounting. Nice now with 2 points in both of his damage abilities here. Able to go in on Old 11. Now has access to the chakram as well. Just not seeing that Tusk Undying snowball that we're used to, where they roll in, they start finding easy kills. Old Chicken again getting pressured in the mid lane. Just Bristle getting bullied.
No tombstone also from the Undying.
That is
Opting
unusual.
for max decay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why he would go for that this game though.
They do try to make their jump in, but the quick turnaround. Deaf Boy was waiting. And Lanham helpless to really punish. Vici Gaming getting everything they need.
So now what really does a support Pugna offer? If they lose a laning phase so badly that they won't even be able to make a move close to the T1 towers, they might be forced to just actually group up and go for the push because their late game, I think, is mostly just physical damage, which can be easily countered by ice armor, even like the frost armor from a Doom Eden Creep, reactive armor.
Oh, trying for it again, bottom lane. Not gonna happen. I think Lanham honestly just offers gifts and gold to Vici Gaming. That's pretty much it right now. The C2I has retreated off to the jungle, but everybody on Vici in a lane, getting levels, getting experience. Just eHome constantly scrambling about to stay even.
They TP Kakai entering, get a kill. They drop a sentry ward, but it's actually out of sight. Let's see if Kakai kills it with a second sentry.
Yeah, he knows there's vision here just from how defensively Vici Gaming position themselves, but the ward's already done its job. They'll finally kill it off. Diving this Timber is exceedingly dangerous, especially when there's a TP already up on 4 of the heroes of Vici Gaming. Everybody's ready to come in should a dive occur.
I mean, they can't dive without creeps. The paralyzing casks.
I don't even know if they can without creeps.
Yeah, and Ice is doing a really good job. Yeah, I really don't think they can do it without creeps, though. It's way too risky.
Oh, sorry, I meant with creeps, yeah.
Dire's middle tower
They throw out the decay there, and Vici just comfortably heal behind the tower. This feels suicidal if they even consider a go. And while they're busy trying to figure out where they want to put the pressure, Super's just farming out the mid lane. 45 CS, the leader in CS at 8.5 minutes,
Radiant's bottom tower
even above the
is
Bristle
under
and the
attack.
Doom, even the Timber. You do
Dire's
not
middle
see
tower is
Invoker
under
atop the
attack.
CS charts very often, but
Dire's
this new
structures
Exort
are
build,
fortified.
where you take that early point for access to Alacrity, does seem to be paying off.
I think he was actually quite well known for his Quas Wex Invoker.
Yeah, he was really well known for it back when, like, you didn't even need the point exort, when the phase drums and Yules were way stronger. Actually, back then, I think it was even the Force Staff that players would go for. Fernando tanking some goo. He'll be fine.
Lich also opted for 3 sacrifice after going 1-1-1, and that's just gonna really put a dent in eHome's economy. I don't know when they're gonna be able to just group up though. They want to. This is how they play. Group up with a Tusk, get kills, get towers, and step 1 hasn't been accomplished yet. They can't get off on the right foot.
Well, they're showing the Undying. The Tusk has been off the map for some time now. Let's see where Old 11 wants to
I
go.
mean, where do they make a move though? If they go on the Invoker, he can counter easily with a Tornado. If they go on the Doom, he has Frost Armor and level 4, Scorched Earth. If they go on the bottom, Timbersaw might get a return kill. So it seems like they have to like actually overcommit to a lane, like 5 heroes to kill 2.
But then
perhaps.
Vici can just split push at that point. Invoker can push pretty quickly with the Alacrity, the Doom as well, and the Timber can clear the waves
Yeah,
fast.
but they have to get kills. The Pugna and the Undying are going to fall off way too
They're gonna
quickly.
try for it. They make their way in. They roll onto FY Blade Fury now come in along with the Roar's Punch, and they should be able to just barely grab the Witch Doctor. The heal doing some work there. But already Super's pressuring in mid, so yeah, they lose a support, but the trade's coming with an objective, and there's no glyph available here. He's just gonna pound this tower down. Super gets it for free at 10 minutes. Your Invoker already zeroing in on one of the fastest Orchids I have seen in a long time on a Quas Wex Invoker.
And that can just completely shut down the Juggernaut. Last game he was able to spin or Omni Slash out of initiations, and without a Manta in sight, and without really the defensive capabilities, I guess they're going to really have to rely on 11 to pull them through to counter the Orchid.
But it can shut down those other key support heroes as well. The Tusk, I'll call them support, more utility perhaps, and the Undying not being able to get off a Tombstone perhaps, which by the way is only level 1 at 11 minutes into the game. eHome will take the tower bottom, but they are trailing heavily now. 3,500 gold roughly, it looks like, just under 3,000 experience. And Vici are still getting objectives as well. They're not giving anything up for free. There is a jump on the bottom lane. They desperately need this kill. Can they get an Omni Slash? Then the crit. CTY delivers. That's what the doctor ordered for EHOM. Very important to get something there. There's a TP on the mid lane though as they rotate in the Doom. Burning has access to the ult and he's gonna go straight into ult 11. Is there a deny from the old chicken? Not looking so spry, 11, and tried for the deny, but Burning too quick there.
And another crit.
Easy. Orchid's almost done. Just needs the recipe now for super. And not only is the Orchid very strong, but there's very little control for this Invoker who can... I mean, how's he gonna die? He's gonna walk into an Omni Slash or the Tusk with detection. Otherwise, he's fine.
I mean, I thought that Old Chicken would be able to offer a little bit more to help his team out, perhaps a early mech. Looks like Tusk will be building the mech yet again. Bristleback going for the Vanguard, but I don't think it's that great of a Crimson Guard game for them. Not that much physical damage coming out. Timbersaw doesn't even attack half the time.
If anything, it's more magic and pure damage here from Vici Gaming. Seems like maybe a BKB will be called for.
Yeah, or SNY, even, I mean, he could go for a pipe, but that doesn't really help their issues. I think Greaves is really good versus a Quaswex Invoker, but with the mech going on the Tusk, that's gonna be his duty.
Another D ward here attempted by Lanham. Looks like it also missed, as Vici had just planted down an Observer of their own.
They got some an Ancient Stack though, so that's a...
They're moving
nice
in top though. They're making their go on ult 11, and out comes the Death Ward. The cast was bouncing, very nicely done. 11 will fall once more. Vici Gaming not even looking slightly tilted after that game one, are off to the races. And now, speaking of racing, Super. He's got to be close to a record here for this Orchid. As well as that early tower. He's on the roll towards the bottom lane, and he wants that hero that you mentioned. Normally very elusive to Juggernaut. CTY, no detection down here.
I think Vici's lineup may have been criticized earlier for not having enough wave clear until like maybe the Timbersaw gets really fat, but you don't really need wave clear if EHOM can't ever group up to push. And they actually won their lane so hard that EHOM are just scrambling to get their team fight items.
And they're just moving about so defensively here. Only on their side of the map, often scouted by the Radiant wards. Speaking of wards, Burning does see there's nobody really back in the jungle here, so he can make his move onto Old Chicken. The cast getting lobbed out, it will bounce once and not back to Old Chicken. They even get the Maledict, but he is fairly tanky. Old 11 maybe gonna try to save him, throws out the shards, the snowball forward, try to turn this one around. Even Super is trying to fight, the tombstone gets dropped. It is level 3 now. Can they keep Old Chicken alive? They're trying desperately. They heal him up again. Super, this will be a huge kill. Has he overextended? They have more detection. There's more sentries, but then the Chain Frost! Fenrir with the backstab, and it just keeps on bouncing. A few more to Old Chicken, not enough. Only the one kill. That was magnificent, but they are tanky on EHOM. So in the end, they get the Invoker, and that is a big win, but then jumping forward, looking to turn this. Ice as well joining the fight. The Death Ward gonna zone them back. It is still a 1-for-1, so trading the Invoker there for the Undying.
CTY's reflexes are so fast though, with that spin. He didn't know that they had vision on him, but hurt the coconuts and spun away. And Bristleback is actually a massive tank. They threw everything at him.
I'm not sure that's the Doom target this game.
Well, if they had like one more cask bounce, I think they would have been able to throw out enough damage on him before the Tusk could come and save him, but a little bit unlucky with the cask bounces.
Well, he is beefing up now. 1,200 gold on Old Chicken as EHOM starts to salvage their horrendous laning stage, getting more aggressive. They know the Doom's on cooldown a bit longer. The Chain Frost also already committed by Vici. So Old Chicken, the Bristleback in front, is going to siege. The Tornado EMP comes out, great D-push tool, and will connect on 2. Immediately removing the mana of the Bristle and a lot of his damage output. This will force him back as the Doom goes to work. Shards coming out. There's the Walrus Punch, but Burning is very tanky. 15 armor, 1,600 health.
Timber's actually not in the fight, and he doesn't have enough mana to come, so it looks like Vici won the fight, but Ice not in the best position.
Well, they may be willing to sack this tower as the tower finally going to go down. Old Chicken will grab it. Still, up against this EMP, they're going to need mass Arcane Boots, and EHOM recognized that. They've already grabbed 2. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Lanham pick up a 3rd pair. Used to be the old way to quote-unquote counter Quaswex Invoker, though now he brings more to the table with the silence and the alacrity.
That completed up on Tusk, and with those 2 towers down, The path is cleared.
Tornado fishing at long range. It's armadillo season, but
I mean, it's still, that's the wrong target to go on. Maybe if Timbersaw's there, actually, they can kill him, but still, Timbersaw trying to desperately farm his Bloodstone, still 800-ish gold away.
had a great start, but did follow that up by coming to a lot of engagements. Let's see, does 11 want to try to roll on this? Definitely not solo on the Burning. Need a bit of backup. And we settled down a bit now. So E-Home salvaging the laning stage into the mid game here, still trailing in gold and experience. And it's going to be that Battle Fury build once again from CTY.
Oh wow, he already has Bloodstone? Where did that recipe come from? That's really fast.
He's ice. And he's wearing the pro gear. It comes with the set. Free Bloodstone recipe.
And Burning didn't commit for a greedy build, going all in on the early game with the Alpha Wolf, the Vlads, the drums. They want to fight now.
There was a pretty interesting stat yesterday that the Midas Doom has a much lower win rate than the non-Midas Doom. Let's see if this Doom bears that one out. As
Both
E-Home will
teams-
smoke. So too are Vici. Big clash. Could erupt at any moment. Into the pit they go, but this is a perfect position for Super to make huge plays. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody caught, but the snowball dodges it all. It's 11 with the huge save, but here comes the chakra. Ice, tearing apart E-Home. Then the Death Ward as well. Zoni back, Kaka, they're trapped in the pit. Can they find out? The Tombstone's in a great position too. E-Home try to head on, but Ice just charges in onto CTY Death. Slowly but surely, one more chain does him in. The Bristles next. 4 down in the pit. Roshan watches the blood. And now it'll be his turn to pay as Vici move on in.
Wow, imagine if that snowball didn't come out. That would have been, I think, easy 4-5-0 for them.
That would have been over 15 seconds earlier, I think.
Yeah, E-Home with the slight desperation move. I mean, they're not that far behind, but given their lineup, I guess, they're maybe much further behind than it looks. And they had like the Pugna Ward on the high ground in Tombstone.
It's the old do-si-do. They're coming back in. They're not ready to give this one up. They drop the Ward into pretty good position with the Aegis already down. It is going to be grabbed by Ice. They kill off the Invoker. They need more out of this, though. E-Home desperately trying to contest. Fenrir is going to immolate down. He gets blasted by the Ward. And Ice. 12 Bloodstone charges, a very rich Timber is on the way out. CTY hunting, but doesn't have the mobility to catch him out. Even managing to grab a bounty rune, kill off a zombie. Ice. Coming up big here after, frankly, just a terrible game number 1. One of his worst performances of the tournament. But we saw that out of RTK yesterday, and then he had that magnificent Earthshaker game. There is still redemption available here.
Nice ice shards coming up from 11 in the pit.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, this is trouble. Snowball, shards. Can he survive? Nope, dead once. But have they baited them into a bad position? Vici Gaming now looking for the turnaround. Burning has the Doom available. He's gonna let it go, but it's on Old Chicken. A very tanky target again. They do force the Bristle back. They're gonna need more follow-up to bring him down. Tornado crashing through, only connects on Old 11 though. And now they throw out the Alacrity onto Burning. Again, the Shock Room attempted, but Kaka's there to zone them back, discourage the aggression. Dropping the Tombstone, the Omni bouncing through, Froststormer negating this, then the Blade Fury comes back. Shards are there as well, and once more it's up to Ice to turn the fight, but the heals here are too strong from E-Home. They hang on, do it all, the Doom's over, and Old Chicken's going back in. Ice, it's up to him now. He chains away, he's low, he's got the Bloodstone to die. It looks like he has to use it. Too late on the reflex. He'll drop, Tornado from Super connects on 3, and 5 down again! E-Home! They are the scrappiest team I have seen in a long time. Lose a fight at the Roche pit, go right back in, clean up. Doesn't matter how your laning stage went. Doesn't matter if your draft looks entirely early game focused. They just don't give up.
You thought Burning would have learned his lesson from the top fight where he doomed the Bristleback, and E-Home with a well-fortified position with the Nether Ward up on the high ground and Bristleback out in front, and CTY coming from behind with a big Omni Slash to start off the fight.
Still, the cores are farming here on Vici, but the supports are really falling behind. You can see, as far as net worth goes, it's a very haves and have-nots kind of situation.
I really admire the way E-Home play, though. They know they're behind, and they're confident that they can take fights even when they're behind in net worth instead of turtling and just eventually succumbing.
Oh, Burning. This is bad. Snowball forward. They're going to catch him out again. The Emperor's in trouble. He's been ambushed. He will be slain. in his own palace. Vici Gaming now, can they hold? He demands to get off the Doom, but again, it's on old Chicken who just doesn't care about being Doom. He runs in while this is happening. Yasha not even complete yet. Daring Vici Gaming, urging them to go on him, and they will slowly chip at him, but this time, they do not want to full commit. The presence of the Doom has just not been felt in these fights as of late.
Ice has to be careful how cocky he plays too. I think he was trying to toy around with him with the Aegis, and we saw how that last fight turned out.
So a Blink now is picked up by the Timbersaw. Ben, if you're Vici Gaming, you've lost a series of very bad fights. You've dropped about 7,000 net worth. You don't know the exact numbers, obviously, but you can get a sense that you're in a lot of trouble. How do you recover here as Vici Gaming?
I think you have to kite the Bristle back in the fights. The way they're approaching the fight is dooming him and then trying to go into other people, but I think you kite him with like a, tornado EMP into a cold snap and then go into other targets, or get the Juggernaut, kill him on very, very early. Stop the Pugna from just life draining your important targets, focus on the Tombstone. And the Bristle is, he's tanky, but you cannot focus him down first. Unless you have the Timbersaw, I suppose.
Who's your ideal Doom target? Is it the Tusk here?
I think the
Juggernaut?
Tusk is number one. I think Juggernaut is your Orchid target. He's your kill target.
Okay.
Because Tusk has Guardian Greaves. If you Orchid him, he'll just Greaves it off and then Snowball.
One thing that could cause problems here is this freshly purchased Glimmer Cape. Could really frustrate Vici when they're trying to burst somebody down. We saw last game that Vici's own Glimmer Cape almost won the game when eHome tried to break the base and that Omni-Slash got dodged.
Yeah, a lot of them surprisingly farmed given his position, but
it's all the towers, I guess. He's also 4-1 and 5.
Yeah, he's only died one time, but I don't know how he's managed to just able to sit there and channel life drain most of the fights.
He's just standing there in the middle of like 10 heroes. Yeah, just ignore the little bone man. He won't hurt you, I promise.
I mean, his drain does a lot. 150 per second. That's a lot of damage.
And it could be a useful siege tool here too. If they just want to keep that Bristleback healthy. We'll see. Yasha coming out now for CTY, so likely a Manta to deal with this Orchid in the works. And Super has slowed down a bit here on the Invoker. We haven't seen too many pickoffs. I guess it's the one downside of the Orchid build that it's not so easy to go around.
Yeah, but the Quas Wex build is supposed to be really good for team fights, but
yeah. The Snowball is just counter right now.
Yeah, he might have to like stagger his spells a little bit so they don't all get countered by the Tusk. It's unusually difficult to play as an Invoker here in this situation versus the Tusk. But then you go back to the question: should Vici pan out 11's Tusk, as other teams have been doing?
They might be spending their time debating that question on the sidelines. They don't get to think about that now. They've got to find a way to salvage this game number 2. But it is a question that perhaps OG will be asking themselves.
Yeah, they have really good kiting abilities too. Like a 4-staff up on the Undying, and they have to kill people quick. If not, they'll get healed up by Pugna. They have the Greaves, they have Snowball, they have Healing Ward. They have so many ways for sustain. And this is also a question of the draft. Would an AA pick be more valuable than Lich? But
yeah,
maybe a question for another time.
As far as eHome are concerned, now is the time to break the base. They're going to push in this lane. They do have the full complement of heroes rotating in, and they get position on the high ground now. Out comes the blast. This will be a quick siege. Glyph already committed. Fenrir does only have the level 1 frost armor, so not the best for slowing down this push. Now the blink in. Ice, trying to warn old Chicken back, but he just keeps on stubbornly hacking away at the tower with that mace. Doing a lot of work. Burning has a BKB now at the very least. The healing ward is going to wear off soon, and eHome will back off, but they've done huge structural damage to this tower. Almost 1,200 HP. They didn't take any at their own top lane. They back off now. Not feeling like they actually need to fully break the base just yet. And they do have those new items coming soon. The Manta not too far off. Perhaps an Assault Cuirass in the works for old Chicken, or maybe the BKB now that he's done his Sanji Yasha. Lanham got the point booster, has another 900 gold, and even Kaka with the 4-staff complete up to 900. So they've got items coming.
eHome is a team that likes to do like a lot of power moves, like we just saw. They don't actually take the fight, but they're like, we're up in your face, what are you guys gonna do about it? And it really like sets the tone for like how the other team reacts around the map. It's like, okay, are they actually gonna push our high ground 25 minutes in, even though they don't have the Aegis, the traditional tools that you see teams wait for.
Well, it's gonna be dead 11, bottom lane. It was a big smoke gank from Vici Gaming. They finally get something going their way. It's been a long time since that last kill, around like the 18-minute mark. So they've gone about 8 minutes in the dark, but finally getting back on the board. Just that lone green pip there together with the tower. Still, eHome are not going to give this one up for free, it seems. They bring Old Chicken in. He looks to defend. He will get silenced. And now moves towards Burning, tanking the cold snap as well. But they are lacking Ice Ice Ice. He's trying to decide, can I go push mid or is my team going to fight bottom? Vici do at long last, comply and back off.
Yeah, it looks like they maybe wanted to push up a little bit further and maybe contest the Ancients coming out, because Juggernaut and Bristleback can both constantly slay that.
Mid lane, CTY. Does have the Omni available, but Ice 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 is just going to chain away. So yeah, the Manta almost complete. The Roshan coming very soon. And it is kind of feeling right now like eHome just want that next Aegis. There's a tier 2 to claim top, but beyond that, knowing this team, they will be going for racks.
Nice move by Lanham too. He drops the ward inside to scout out Roche. And similarly, we see the Forge Spirit coming out for Super, but it is quickly slain by Lanham. And a very timely spawn for eHome.
Can they walk into the pit, do you think, Ben? With the position that eHome have, their advantage?
If they can control the Tusk, yes, but that's kind of up to Burning. And he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He's going to have to BKB, get Vision of the Heroes, get a timely Doom, and then after that they can follow up with like a big EMP, but I don't know if it's going to come out in time.
Forge Spirits moving in, it's way too late. Roche already down, eHome grab it easily. The Assault Cuirass well underway for Old Chicken. And it's all shaping up for that pristine timing push where eHome, yeah, might be almost even on net worth, but they've got the very strong 5-man lineup, the great base breaking squad, and everything syncing up with the Manta now complete. The AC coming soon. Maybe don't get the Ags before that push, where they will just be looking for the high ground breach.
And even with their early successful laning phase from Vici, they still don't have a mech. Lich still clawing his way towards that 900 gold. And eHome have had a mech for so long. I mean, they even have the Greaves up now on 11. So I don't know, they just don't have the teamfight items. I think that Burning committed to a lot of them, but just, are they gonna have enough to hold this?
All right, looks like they're not gonna wait for the full AC here. Old Chicken up in front. Just clearing out the wave for now. Both towers low, mid and bottom, but the MP Tornado is gonna come in, and that will be all of Old Chicken's mana. That's a bit unfortunate.
Bring out your arcane boots.
They've got some. Not sure if they want to blow them. Okay, just one pair for now.
Yep, it's almost cooled down now from Invoker. Just 10 seconds left, but might be too long.
Old Chicken does get stunned. Oh, the other thing is there's Greaves on the Tusk here, by the way.
You have to doom him.
You kind of have to doom him, yeah, at this point. Old Chicken moves in. He's going to go into Ice 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 level death there. He's fairly low to this. The MP Tornado is going to come out, and it's a pretty good connection, almost eliminating all of Old Chicken's HP mana, but then the Greaves get deployed. And he heals right back up. The healing wards there. eHome, they've got a home away from home now. This is the
But now they can orc at
11.
11. There's still 30 seconds left on his Greaves cooldown, and they had to have seen that Greaves up on the Bristle.
Well, they're going to need to try to focus him, but he's sitting pretty far back now. Old Chicken's the only one that's easily accessible. Old 11 jumping in, takes a lot of damage, gets pushed back, kept alive there. Well played by Kaka, the Tornado. EMP again onto the Tusk, but he rolls. He will be baited in forward. This could be the Doom opportunity. Burning is going to get it off. Now they managed to take down that Tusk, but will it be enough as the Omni Slice comes through, crashes down, killing out Burning after the Doom committed, and now the Blade Fury on Defender. Ice 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 forced to turn and run. They still haven't killed off Old Chicken the first time. The Doom's gonna buy back, the Tusk is as well. And now he knows the Doom's on cooldown. There's no way to deal with them. If they just heal back up, there will be an 80-second window where there's no way to stop that snowball save.
Yeah, it's a good buyback coming out from Tusk. This could be it. And yeah, Old Chicken still has his Aegis. They cannot kill this.
Disgusting. He just walks right in. Still not doing that much siege damage, though. It's been slow going here. Landham's going to have to assist. But as that happens, the Glyph gets deployed. Coming from the side is Super. He's looking for that perfect side swipe, but he doesn't have the right spells invoked for the EMP Tornado. He's going for a Deafening Blast. Cold Step, they've caught out a few with the Snowball forward. Trying to get the damage out there, and Ice 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 can't quite do it. The Deafening Blast deployed. Not the scariest thing in the world right now. The 4-step back, but Old Chicken goes hard in the paint. This Chicken's looking rather spry in his old age. They just can't tickle him. He keeps on moving. moving forward. He bullies them back. He doesn't need the AC to stick around. The tombstone gets dropped. The Rage Rex is falling, and they're rolling in deep. FY pulls them back. Is this an opening? Old 11's in pretty far. The shards get dropped. They get the kill. Lanham is going to take care of FY. The chain back, and still, oh, Chicken, somebody kill this man. They just can't do it. He heads towards bottom. He laughs. He spits at Vici Gaming. He says, I dare you. But the dares are not being answered. eHome are quickly disassembling this Vici Gaming base, taking it apart brick by brick, piece by piece. Finally they'll bring him down, but it may come at the cost of Super. As Old Chicken runs in, he will fall. Lanham gets the kill. Once again, this pug gonna get off control, and they're gonna doom the Bristle of all heroes. The freaking Bristle again, and he will just walk away. Glimmer Cape, full HP virtually. They need more. They chain in. Beautiful catch there by Ice. Impact almost perfect, but now the Omni Slice is ready and they roll back. They jump in. They're going to kill him off. They turn on to Burning. The Emperor's in danger. Surrounded. Running for dear life. Uppercut there. Not going to be good. Can Old Chicken get the job done? Burning, hanging on for now. He does get the level death off, manages to turn it. Can he find the kill? Old Chicken so low. 48p. There's the Decrepify. Beautiful save, Tornado. Having a fish, not gonna happen. They get 3 heroes, but they lose their Timber. They lose a lot more. They had to buy back there on the Doom earlier, the Invoker later on. Yeah, the Tusk did, but it's a full lane of Rex caved in. The bottom tier 3 has followed as well. And Vici Gaming are in dire straits.
And they just waited too long. The longer they wait, Pugna just gets a free blast, a free Nether Blast. And before you know it, the mid-Rex was already down, and they kind of just powered through the BKB on the Timbersaw as well as the Doom on the Doombringer with that buyback on the Tusk, and that was so crucial for them to be able to bust through that T3 and that set of Rex and another T3 on bottom so darn quickly.
I mean, Ben, you mentioned power plays. A lot of teams would have just waited. Okay, let's get the AC first. Let's maybe get one more item on our supports, then we go. Old Chicken had AC gold for like half that push or very close to it. He just kept on running in. Now he's got 1700 banked after picking it up. Talk about power plays. This team knows when they're strong, and they take advantage.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes you're like, okay, let's push now. Like, wait, I need my Diffusal Blade, and you don't see any sign of that from eHome. But, I mean, it also helps that they have so much gold from the early towers that they take, but, you know, they always like take that fight like 30 seconds earlier than the teams expect and push high ground 5 minutes earlier than the other team expects. And similar, that Roshan play, I think, was the trademark power play that I saw from eHome last game, where instead of going for the Roche, I mean, they didn't even check for it. They're like, screw this, they think we're gonna Roche, let's kill them, and then we just win the game.
How do Vici Gaming take this push apart? The Tusk is about to get a blink. It's gonna be even harder to lock him down.
Well, now you can actually doom the Tusk and keep him in the grave. So that's I think, a pretty big deal. Maybe you need more mobility on the Doom too. He's unable to really start off the fight for them. I mean, he also needs a Shivas. He needs a lot of things.
He's almost got blink gold. I'm curious to see if Burning feels like it's a necessity, but Vici Gaming are looking for a backstab here as they rotate on the bottom lane. Old Chicken's the one out in front. He will be caught very early on in the fight, far away from his team. This time, Chicken is for dinner. Vici Gaming with the quick and decisive takedown. They committed a lot there, but they got a huge kill, and it's going to force eHome back. CTY, though, is waiting in the trees. They have a buyback on the Bristle, but no tier 1 available. Kaka taking damage. They will commit the buyback. They're going to look to turn this on. The Omni Slash coming through, but not really doing that much damage as Ice had tons of reactive armor stacks. Now the Chain Frost bouncing only a handful of times. The Death Ward gets committed as well, but eHome back off, and Chicken's back. He's ready for round 2. You want a snack as well? He said this time he's rubbery. Not so good to eat. He runs right onto Super and Ice single-handedly forcing them back. CTY laying into Bernie as well, but Old 11 is pretty low, has to play it carefully. They're trying to kite Old Chicken while they deal with the other remnants of the eHome strike force. But FY, gonna get cleaned up. That's plus 196 damage on your Bristleback. So now they've committed the Doom. They've committed the Chain Frost, the Death Ward as well. And eHome, let's see, do they look for anything on the back of this? 2 dead. They may not be able to push.
Great fight for Vici, 4,000 gold swing for them. And eHome, not with that tight positioning. They were still waiting for the stragglers to come in, mostly the Tusk with the Blink Dagger, and it just very precise timing from Vici Gaming.
eHome, it's just been brute force. And they go again. They've got 20 seconds here on the Doom. There is a glyph available. Now the EMP coming out. Old Chicken dropping fast. This is a big commitment. They're going to try to Glimmer him. Is there detection available? Don't see anything on the Radiant side. That Glimmer Cape working miracles for eHome, and Old Chicken quickly healing up on the back of this. Lanham doing everything he can to keep his Bristleback in the fight. As Ice finds himself out of mana, and with that, out of chase potential. Slowly but surely, eHome are bringing back the rest of the gang. No, Ult 11 is going to head top.
They have to respect the Timber Cell's damage at this point. It is massive, considering there are no BKBs out on the side of eHome.
Do you think they want to reset for those BKBs, like slow the game down a bit?
I mean, I think they want to get the Aegis and end the game while the T3s are exposed on bottom before they get the items. Actually, Doom already has his Shiva's guard. I mean, if they get the BKBs, they're going to have to wait 5 minutes, perhaps.
Speaking of BKBs, there are 3 up on Vici. They've heavily invested in those.
And now they don't have buyback on the Bristleback, so now I actually think he's a really good Doom target. So another maneuver by Vici, hoping to catch eHome off guard, and their positioning looks like they are completely ready for this.
Tornado, but a quick reaction dodge there by CTY, especially at nighttime with no wards. That one is not so easy as it might look.
I think fighting here is beneficial for eHome, though, because they can place the Tombstone and the Nether Ward on a place where Vici can't reach. So Vici, I think, have to pull it back to their side of the river.
Kind of interesting timing here. Both teams were smoked. Neither team actually saw each other walk into the pit or up the ramp, but eHome just choosing to go into that pit. A few seconds later, they'll kill off the Forged Spirit.
There's still a Reservoir Ward up there. eHome need to clear that area out of wards before they venture in for Roche.
CTY did go for his defusal too once again.
And another Nether Ward dropped in a pit to scout out when Roshan's going to respawn. Looks like it's going to be before the Nether Ward expires.
All right, Ben, what's the over-under on this gem? How long does Lanham keep it?
So let's see if they nab that Observer Ward. Yep, so now Vici are blind. They need to keep sending out the Forge Spirits out from Super.
Old Chicken. Hey, we're not actually Roshing, guys. We're trying to frag, but Vici Gaming are going to back off. They're very confident. Not afraid to take this fight outside the base. They want to keep these lanes pushed and give themselves the map control edge so that Vici can't even get to the pit in time. 4K gold up on CTY, saving a lot right now.
Well, he needs buyback too. He hasn't really been doomed in any of these fights, but he could easily be the focus target if he's slightly out of position. So Vici kind of forced to play in the dark here. I don't know if they have a smoke, does not look like it, so they're going to have to walk through Vici or eHome's Observer Wards as they go through and trying to get vision. They realize Roshan's at half already, and it's too late.
Now they see it, but can they stop it? The answer is no. Vici Gaming late to the party once again. But 11 wants to invite them right back, this time for a very different kind of fight. FY with the quick TP out, Force Staff will get away. 11, he's got vision, the ward sets him up, he wrangles him, burning, BKB's available, there's no TP, he can't easily make his way out, but there's the Force Staff. Crucial pickup by Super to save the day. That could have been the death of the Doom, and did have to buy back, but still would have set him back an awful lot.
But eHome's Roshan plays have been really key for me. Like they secure the area before Roche. So normally you like see a flank from teams as they approach the Roshan pit, but Vici can't do that because if you flank, you're actually split up into 2 groups of one group of 2 and 1 group of 3, and eHome will just crush that with their 5-man movements.
Old Chicken is bulldozing forward, has the Aegis, still no BKB up to 2,300 gold. So there is a lot of nuke potential here. As they jump in, they're going to initiate on Ice. He gets caught out in the wrong position, pushed away from his team, but he will chain up again. They're a bit light here on the lockdown for eHome. So not easy to get these kills as Old Chicken runs directly into the entire enemy squad. That Pugna Ward going to work on Ice. He gets completely shattered by it. He's going to have to go all the way back to the well in here, and that's an opportunity as Lanham begins to heal up the Old Chicken, giving him fresh life, new legs, uppercuts there onto Burning. The life drain coming in, he's forced to pop the BKB. Super desperately trying to deal with that Pugna Ward. Finally will kill it off. Pesky little thing that it is, but the Doom finds Old 11. A good hold so far for Vici Gaming. Can they get more now? An Omni Slash clearing out the wave, turning onto the heroes, trying to focus down the Timber and gets him. CTY making the plays, has a cheese available, may need it. I can't believe Old Chicken's still around. He's continuing to push in, but yet the Racks aren't really taking much damage. He's got the Aegis here. Will they kill him off the one time? They push him back. Just unable to bring him down. My God, he is a tough piece to swallow. Kaka, Glimmer, now do they have detection this time? eHome running back and then charging forward. CTY, make up your mind, they're trying to steal a little HP from Burning.
Oh, they kill the healing ward.
Now working on super. Old Chicken runs in again. A lot of the big spells have been committed. The Chain Frost and Cold on the Doom as well. Vici Gaming scrambling back to the base, but the Timber's coming up soon. They are lacking their precious Tuz. They have yet to take a Rax. eHome are taking an awful long time to crack open this Vici base. Vici continuing to hold, continuing to threaten the counterplay. Old Chicken dropping dangerously low, getting nuked to smithereens. He may go down here, he will. He's brought down once more. The chain narrowly missing, but Lanham's on the retreat. Kaka will be dealt with, and Lanham could be next. This is gonna be a gem down again. Maybe the life drain, not gonna happen. Lanham's gems have been very short-lived this series. 41 minutes in, Vici Gaming holding serve, only trailing 6,000 gold. But the throne has been completely exposed now. The tier 4s have fallen through it all. So it has not come without consequence at the base.
I would like to see the cheese pass to the Bristle there. I thought they were going to make that play, and Bristle playing very, very far forward, trying to absorb every damage coming out from Vici. But with Tusk dead, they really couldn't sustain that push as soon as Timbersaw revived.
Are they losing steam here as far as the draft goes, Ben? Is eHome running out of time? Do they just need certain items?
I mean, they've done enough structural damage to warrant their lineup. So, I mean, yeah, they're running out of steam a little bit, but Vici have to fight with no T4s, one T3 left, and Rax is exposed. So eHome are still in a fine position. And Juggernaut, again, has gone for the Battle Fury build and is continuing to scale. And Bristleback as well, not having to commit to the BKB build early, although I do think he needs it.
Yeah, might be getting to that point where they even consider focusing CTY down first in the fights. But he did complete an Eye of Scott. He gets even more durable here.
They have to kill the healing ward. The healing ward is really crucial for Vici Gaming. I think probably Invoker might be the best one to take it down. Yeah, Force Spirits is okay. Doom is kind of forward too with the BKB, so that's an immense amount of healing.
Maybe the next Roche will be the key for eHome, though. It does start to feel like we've been repeating that one a lot.
But I mean, Timbersaw has, I mean, he does so much damage versus these strength heroes.
I really think
at
they
this
need
point in the game.
BKBs at this point.
Yeah. But I mean, they kind of committed to not getting it. And if they wait too much longer, Vici are going to have too many items.
And Old Chicken, yeah, he's just not going to buy one this game. He even grabs a Reaver now. Going for more pure strength. Dangerous proposition.
It's better for like the prolonged fights that they're taking, though. The fights have been like 2 minutes long.
There's no quickly killing this Bristleback, that's for sure.
And yeah, I think they have all the tools. They have Glimmers, they have Vlads, they have AC, they have Healing Ward, they have Pugna with a Scepter. Maybe just lacking another Aegis Cheese, but that's going to be at least 3 minutes long for them. And Vici looking to take control of the map before that with their recently picked up gem as well as fresh BKBs.
The other thing they do seem to be maybe lacking as well here on eHome is just lockdown. They've got the snowball and the punch, and that's really it.
Well, you don't need lockdown if you're waiting for the opponent to engage in you, but the problem is they don't actually have enough sustain to heal through Timbersaw's damage. Timbersaw does, I mean, I hope there's like a damage recap at the end of the map, but he is, I think, by far the #1 damage source on Vici.
And even when it doesn't lead to kills, it shuts down the push a bit. This could be big, though. FY. Cobbling together an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah,
This
maybe.
could be the game-changing
Maybe
item.
no longer #1.
And you look at when Old 11, there's been a couple of fights where he snowballed in 3 teammates deep behind Vici lines. If they don't have those stuns ready, there's no basher or anything like that on the Juggernaut. That could just ruin the fight for eHome.
He has to be very careful about his positioning, though, because like he can't really hide up in the fog anymore because their base is gone.
Where's your base, Vici?
Do they have a gem again? They have an Observer Ward actually scouting out eHome's movements, and this is going to buy a lot more time for Vici.
eHome are waiting. Next Roche is apparently what they're waiting for. They do recognize this. Sun striking the pit. That's rather early. In the chaos, maybe Vici Gaming aren't entirely sure when it respawns.
They're smoked, and Undying might be the lone one out. Oh, he inadvertently pops the smoke from Doom.
Oh, Burning not able to find him. And now it's going to get revealed by the ward.
Or maybe purposefully. That was... He was isolated from Steam, which makes me think it was more on accident, but he was actually in the fog with an Observer Ward scouting out both the left side and the south side of him.
Around the trees, yeah.
Maybe it was purposeful. And if he had a gem, it wouldn't have been
Well, I think CTY is identifying that they might be able to win this just by the split push. He gets the BOTs.
I mean, I actually think it's more for like buyback, BOTing in. They've been able to buy back, but it's been like, okay, now you TP to the T1, you have to wait like 40 seconds for him to come to the fight. So, yes, they do need a split push, but I think it's more so for the 6th, maybe 7th, 8th life in the fight if they get the Aegis and the cheese, and VC do not want to let that happen.
And they're still holding a cheese from the last fight, so. Even extra regen here. Old Chicken has walked into the pit. Bernie's going to engage on him. He gets off the Doom. There's the Glimmer, though. The meatball flies down. Old Chicken dropping about a quarter of his HP gone, and that's it. The shards are there. This cuts off the chase. So Doom's down. And Vici Gaming have also committed the BKB.
Yeah, trade Doom for Healing Ward
HP.
and Tombstone. It's pretty good.
Ehome are going to be happy with this one. Let's see how long until that Roche. 8 seconds. The timing couldn't be worse. Vici Gaming.
Was the Healing Ward going to scout it out before?
Oh. All right. The timing couldn't be better then.
And looks like Vici will actually know too. Force Spirit walks into the pit. And
Spirit walks in, and they see Hero sticking
now
around.
Ehome will know. I don't know if Ehome knows that Vici knows
You
though.
just go in, right? There's no Doom.
That's not how Ehome plays, man.
Yeah, Ehome go in, but not on the Roche. They go in on the Heroes right now. The Blade Fury comes in. Snowball's there to try and dodge the EMP, but the Deathport, perfect positioning from FY God. It just keeps on bouncing. Look at it go, man. Old Chicken cheesing up, staying alive. They tank through the whole damn thing. It goes forever. Finally, it ends. The Omni Slash crashing forward, almost finishing off Fenrir. It will. One last auto take, executes him. 2 more down. The Lich dead. The Doom forced the buyback, but he does so without the ultimate. They just fought into a pristine Aghanim's Death Ward, and it hardly even scratched them.
And the Healing Ward to reset back to the fight.
It scratched Kaka. He's down.
I'm surprised he hasn't bought back. They need to defend this Roche, and Tusk already committed his.
They have the Tombstone as well. Yeah, and there you go.
I think it should have been an instant one right there because they're all in on the Roche now.
Ehome are moving back into the river. They don't have that Omni Slash, but they're going to try to do it with auto attacks here. BKB gets popped by Burning. There's the Shivas. He's going to Doom ult 11, trying to disable that Snowball counterplay Glimmered, and retreating as the Pugna Ward goes apeshit in the middle of the fight. Super's force back. Burning to the south. He will die again. That's a dieback on the P-God, and potentially more to follow. The Tusk barely able to survive through it all. He gets healed up. He's going to live. And now Ice dropping low in the south end of the fight. He's down too. Also dead. The Timber saw out of it for 50 seconds. Super scrambling back to the base, and the Throne is getting pounded by creeps right now while it's all happening. Vici got to play defense. Ehome say, forget about the Roche. Let's go for the Jugular. Let's do it now. They know there's no Doom available. They're rolling in on the waves, pushing everything forward. Ehome could end this game right now if they have the damage. The Omni Slash is almost cooled down. Do they just go straight for Throne? Do they take that second lane of Rax? Lots of choices here to be made. They'll take the range. They force out the buyback on Ice. Ehome on the verge of moving on to face OG today. Into the top 4 they would go. Not quite there yet. The melee Rax taking damage. Old Chicken getting chased on a beautiful Casco. Great Chain Frost as well. Jumping into it is Old 11. He wants that Snowball save. He won't get it! Vici Gaming completely burst him down. But the creeps are the real heroes as CTY charges on, and the Omni Slash gets one more. FY chucking out the cask, turning the Manta immediately back into the fray, slices him up. FY like lucky not to be turned fully into sushi there. CTY is clearing out the Rex. He's looking to end Vici Gaming's run. The 6-minute God is quickly becoming the 60-minute God as he continues to make all the right plays here for Ehome. 29,000 net worth, 12-11. They'll take a breather and maybe take that Roche.
Maybe Vici are the one that needs BOTs. There's creeps pummeling them from all sides, just a free T2 with this massive wave of range creeps and melee creeps, and if they defend that, they have to give up the Roche, and there's so many decisions for Vici to make, and they just can't defend everywhere, and will likely have to leave Roshan to be vanquished for free.
With the butterfly here, the double damage, and this is an easy Aegis. Another cheese. They did use the one on the Bristle last fight, but now he's got a heart. He's got even more HP to work with.
Very timely double damage room.
Oh, Burning's even come back in for this. There's no Omni. So
he's out of defusal charges.
But
so.
mid lane. I mean, look at this mid lane. Yeah. They just can't leave it. Even more creep clear for Ice. Does get the eggs.
What item does CTY get next?
Abyssal?
Yeah, maybe repurchase Diffusal Blade. Yeah. They have the Ghost Scepter.
That's true.
But it's kind of sad that you can't upgrade Diffusal 2 to Diffusal 3. He's forced to purchase a new one. He's been using those charges like crazy.
Goes like Dagon, Diffusal 5.
I mean, if you use it on a target that you're about to focus with Lich Armor, it does maybe like 20% of their...
Ice. He's got no buyback here. Bloodstone charge is quite low as the snowball comes in, and they're going to get the jump on him, hacking away. He tries for the chain out. He's got a BKB TP available, but that Walrus punch is cooling down. Omni-Slash ends him anyway. He's dead for 70 seconds. This might be it. All the lanes beginning to push mid lane at the river, bottom lane well past it, and eHome rush down the top lane, surging towards a win and a 2-0. Can Vici do anything to hold the line? This all-star lineup, they added Burning. It just isn't coming together for them in the critical moments. eHome looking to play the role of the spoiler here. The Blade here is going to dodge the MP. Old 11 jumps in, as he so often has. Again on the Tuz, Burning with the Shivas. Who's he going to doom? Doesn't even matter. There's so many extra lives here to work with. Already the tower has fallen for the low ground. The Pugnant Ward gets to work. Trying desperately to hang on. They doom Old Chicken. He's got 3,400 health. He doesn't even care. The man runs in. He just keeps on going. They're not even taking damage. He's literally at full HP, and he dives. He charges. No escape. You can't even go back to your fountain, say eHome. One last punch. It's GG. eHome again showing their mastery as they will close out Vici, and this time they did it late, Ben. 52 minutes, they still take the win.
Lana with the spectacular drafts, utilizing Treant Protector and Pugna to a level no one has really seen before. And of course, the plays all around from eHome, the power plays.
The sweater is undefeated. What a showing here from eHome. Vici Gaming go home, they put up a great fight. But Lanham and his crew, they were too much. And with that, we'll go back to the panel. We'll see, can eHome take down OG? That will be their next opponent later today.
Thank you very much, LD. Yes, back on the panel, and well, interesting picks all around from Lanham. A smooth operator, obviously, on the Pugna and the Treant, and plenty for our experts to talk about. We'll start with Nahaz, and a fantastic victory for eHome.
Wow. I mean, we can talk about the draft because it was obviously very exciting, but this was, to me, all about the plays. I mean, you look at Vici Gaming on their signature heroes, the Ice Timbersaw, the Super Invoker, and eHome still managed to take them down in a game like that. That's amazing. I do feel like the item decisions from Super were a little bit suboptimal. They just didn't have any damage in several fights during that game, but this was all about eHome's great play.
It's a very interesting match to watch, wasn't it? Vici early on looked pretty good, had things in control, 20 minutes in, and suddenly it all spins round on a mid-team fight.
I mean, some of the best games come from teams making mistakes, apparently. Vici just doing the deja vu of the first game, running in, taking a team fight they had no business taking, and then allowing eHome to get that momentum that we talked about in game one, that you don't want to give a push strat. And that's exactly what happened. It was, two different lineups, two different scenarios, but it was much the same feeling that it left me with, and it was almost at the same strategical point in time.
Yeah, considering you pointed out some small mistakes, and they make such a massive difference in games of this importance.
Well, there were, whenever a game is this long, there are always a lot of small mistakes, but I think there's one big mistake, and like Jacob said, the funny thing about this is it's the same mistake they made in game one. This time around, they actually are in an even better position. They're ahead on gold, they have a good strategy against what they're facing. Ice has an Aegis, and then he wants to harass the enemy team a little bit at his tower, and then he misses a Timber Chain. And it opens up for them to catch him off guard, kill him, and then they could be like, all right, I messed up, back to base. They try to fight. They lose 4. I think they lost all 5.
They lost all 5,
fight.
yeah, without losing, eHome without losing a single player.
And I can kind of understand where Vici are coming from, because maybe they're afraid if the enemy team gets to their base and they get to drop the tombstone and put the healing ward in a good position and start sieging, they will lose building damage, but they just have way better chances of winning a fight there. Then maybe you lose half a tower and you take 4 kills. And there's only so many times you can run your head against the wall as eHome before it's just too late. But
yeah.
There were actually 2 in that fight that just huge Timber Chain misses. Ice has played brilliantly up into that point, but he missed the first Timber Chain on the Radiant high ground above the Tier 2 tower that would have gotten him back into his base. That burned the Aegis, and then later in the same fight, he had a chance to get a 3 or 4 hero Timber Chain in the Radiant mid lane near the Tier 1 that would have left him on the high ground near the Ancients and gotten him away. He missed both of those, and that just made the difference for Vici in that fight.
Okay, we're going to hear more from all of our panelists shortly. But first, let's catch up with Coddle Guy, who's with Old Chicken.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, Paul. All right. All right, thanks, Paul. Here on the stage with Old Chicken of eHome. A strong performance, 2-0, taking down Vici Gaming. This now means you are the last standing Chinese team in the tournament. So I gotta know your feelings about taking down Vici Gaming and being the last to stand.
恭喜你们以2-0的总分击败了如此强的对手 VG 战队。那么你们现在在大联赛是最后一轮最后一支国队，那你对这个有什么感受？
先Dota 已完，就是，我们会好好打的吧。
We'll do our best.
All right, now it's obvious that one of the keys to your success is Landon being able to pull out very unique outside-the-box drafts. Got to know if you agree that that is something that's very important for a lot of these teams to succeed, and also if you ever get a bit nervous when he's pulling out something a bit crazy.
那国土哥作为就是你们 BP 主帅的一个大的优点，好像是有一种精神，他什么都敢去选，什么都敢去试验。那你认为这是很重要吗？而且你们会继续这样？
这个是很重要的，我们也会继续这样的。
That's important, and we'll keep doing that.
I want to know now, moving forward, it's a huge hype match. It's going to be EG taking on Secret. Out of my own curiosity, who do you think is going to take that series, and do you think it's going to be a 2-0 or maybe a 2-1?
下一轮的比赛就是EG对秘密队。那你认为哪一支队更强？哪一支队会获得优势，会赢？
我认为EG强一点吧。EG 应该会赢。
I think EG is stronger, and I think they'll win.
Want to ask last now, you're Old Chicken. Apparently now 11 is old 11. Who's next to get old?
那你的称号不是为老鸡吗？那现在前几天这个11也变成老11，那下一支队员是哪一位会变成老的？
这我就不知道了，看他们心情吧。
I'm not sure. We'll have to see how they feel.
Maybe Landon because you're just old. We'll see. Congratulations again, Old Chicken. A big victory for you, and we'll look forward to seeing you move on, okay? Give it up again for Team eHome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dakota, as well. Down with the the old chicken, the rather young old chicken. And maybe, it is old Lanham next, who knows?
Nothing wrong with being old.
Nothing wrong with being old at all. Wise, mature, and completely irrational.
Well, there's that.
Plenty to discuss. It's also the first time all four of us get the prediction roll in the whole of the tournament. We obviously need to be fired now.
I'm all right with it as long as I know that Trolls is wrong.
You're okay if you're wrong and Trolls is wrong?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
It gives me a lot of satisfaction knowing that he is.
Even though you are?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Only Chinese team left as well. Let's talk about that for a moment, because we're down in the last four. We thought there might be one, maybe two. Catalyst was telling us all week, and he's been very right, that actually eHome would make top four, but I guess none of us thought that Vici would not feature in that top four as well.
No, and that's what I said going into this series. I think both of the teams deserve to be there, and now the bracket is placed in such a way that it couldn't happen because they lost in the way they did. Yeah, they end up facing up against each other. I think perhaps if one of these teams had met OG instead and the other had met CDEC, we would have probably had two Chinese teams in the top four.
Really?
It seemed like CDEC's drafting incapabilities were too much for them against OG. A team like Vici Gaming has a way better matchup there. I think a team like eHome also has way more to play around with against OG. So
when OG beats eHome later today, are you going to eat those words?
When
He's
OG
gonna have
beat
to.
eHome later, I'm going to be wrong for the third time in a row about OG. I'm getting more and more confident in them because they're also showing versatility with some different picks.
Right,
and it just seems the deeper you go into this tournament, the more we go away from just standard meta picks, actually. There's a lot of surprising strategies.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the highlights, because there were plenty of them. Early part of the game, of course, went down to Vici Gaming. And at this point, up to sort of 20-minute mark, really, Alan, everything was going well for Vici.
Yeah, you got to figure that they got everything they wanted out of the lanes. They were looking really good. That Lich Doom combination, now 17-7 in the Radiant off lane, was going really well for them. But just again, as we were talking about earlier, that the mistakes at the same point in the game.
I'm sure we're going to see that in a moment. I think it's not that long after this. This is 14. Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
Roshan
this is
fight.
the setup.
This is the setup for it, with the bait into the Roshan.
If that snowball doesn't happen,
Oh
Ehome
my gosh.
Ehome get completely run over. This is still an incredible fight from both teams, and Vici have enough in the tank at this point to win it.
Yeah. And at this point, when they do this, you're thinking, okay, this is going, everything is going their way. They've got a great gold lead, they've got the advantage in kills, they've got everything going for them. And yet somehow, Ehome turn it around.
Ehome are able to come back into this fight, and they get a couple of
Here it
hero
is.
kills. This
Yeah,
is
this is the
exchange. This is going to be the second missed timber chain from Ice 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 was right before this. Unfortunately, we missed it in the highlight footage, but yet, all right, we're right after.
That one.
Okay.
That's
He
the one.
just removed the tree he was trying to chain to again,
Yep.
so now he gets caught out.
Yeah, so he gets caught out here, and this is the... Yeah, okay, so that was the second one.
I think this is way more understandable that he misses that one, because it's in the heat of the moment in a fight, in a 5-on-5. Sometimes you don't have time to look around and find the right tree, but the one before that, where he's just trying to defend the tower a little bit, has plenty of time to set up and prepare. That one for me is the bigger mistake.
Yeah, and then of course you've got this bottom push that they seem to be doing for about 10 minutes at some point. Just couldn't find a way through. Vici had a brick wall up here.
At least 10 minutes. It felt like
Yeah,
the
it
entire
felt longer,
game was
actually.
Centered around the fights down here, where Ehome just kept on pushing in back and forth until they would finally die out. The barracks would never actually go down until the very later stages of the game.
But that's what I felt. Why I felt that 20-minute fight was just so critical. That Vici looked like they were going to be able to hold on. They executed the fights well, but they had just given up too much material inside their base at that point.
And they also ended up losing their 2 tier 4s in front of the throne while they were defending bottom. And it's not something we really saw in the game, but it gives quite a bit of gold over to Ehome that those 2 towers go down and helps them continue the siege as well.
Now that was a really important change in the last patch, that they adjusted the gold from barracks to 3s and 2/4s.
It surprised me immensely that F5's Death Ward didn't do more damage in this fight than it did. Because he had like perfect positioning in a lot of these fights for him to get off these...
I think Ehome had Vlad's and AC, I think, right? So that's 10 armor for everyone. And then a couple of the heroes also just innately have really high armor. The Juggernaut has high armor, the Bristleback carrying the AC has high armor. He turns his back as well.
And that leads into another issue, that Vici just had no right-click damage.
No.
The way he saw super itemize his Invoker, he had Aghanims, he had Force Staff, he had BKB Orchid there. He just doesn't have any right-click damage. They were forced to doom the Bristle in a number of these fights just because that's the only way that they have to make him back up.
And I'm curious, what do you think? So in this game, Burning went BKB as his first major item. I was looking over Ehome's lineup and I'm like, okay, what does it counter? You can still get Omni Slashed. You can still take all the damage from Bristle. The only thing it really counters is Life Drain and the stun from Tusk. I think a faster Shiva would have helped them teamfight way better and then turn into BKB later on.
Easily. I think in general, one thing that's been disappointing throughout the tournament is these one-position Doombringers. They're just not at all as effective as we are used to seeing a Doom be. It's as if carry players aren't really used to playing the Doom.
Okay, what did we think of the Pugna pick for Lanham?
Did what it needed to do. I mean, I don't know that it was... I'm not quite with Cinder in that it was the pick at that point. I think it was a good pick, and I think it did what it needed to do in the game, but I don't think that was what won them the game by any means.
I think Nether Ward dealt 10,000s of damage in that game.
Tens of thousands of damage.
It's a little
We'll have the numbers later today, but...
It dealt a lot of damage.
Oh, I
and
definitely agree. I thought that
it allowed them to siege high ground. That's the other thing.
true.
The Nether Blast, what would you replace the Pugna with in that game to slow siege the high ground with the Tombstone? There we go. Tower, okay, damage 21,406, so tens of thousands. Nether Ward dealt 20,000 of that. And 5,000 tower damage. Ridiculous.
That's actually incredible. All right, so I was completely wrong. Those are amazing numbers for Pugna. That's probably up there on the all-time numbers for the hero.
He dealt more hero damage than a Juggernaut did.
That's crazy.
In that game.
That's absolutely crazy.
It is crazy. Okay, thank you very much to all three of you.
What a performance.
Absolutely, great performance from Ehome, who win in 2 games against their countrymen, Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming finishing 5th to 6th. Ehome moving on with still the opportunity of winning the whole thing. We'll see them in action a little bit later on as they go head-to-head with OG in the lower bracket final. Next up, of course, is the one that many have been waiting for. It is, of course, the upper bracket final between Evil Geniuses and Team Secret. Before we get there, though, there is a little bit more footage to come from Pyrian Flax. I know you've enjoyed these little pieces, and this time he's going to catch up with Purge.
Hey, this is P-Flax, and I'm joined by my good buddy Kevin Purge Godek. Kev, you're doing casting and analysis here. Which do you prefer?
I like both. I think a mix of both is what I like the most. Doing one or the other only is a little boring, I think.
You like to mix it up? Because, I mean, I know when you guys are casting the games, you feel like you're sort of a part of the history of that sort of tournament because you're tied to that cast, you know?
Yeah, I'm less about making sure I get Reddit front page than some of the other casters, so I'm okay doing a bit mix of both because they are very different styles. Like, some is analyzing it as it develops, but the after the effect is a little bit more fun sometimes because you get to focus on the main points.
So I remember when you sort of first got into the Dota scene, you were making guides that said to people, welcome to Dota, you have no idea what you're doing. Do you find that the Dota crowd now is a lot more knowledgeable than they used to be about the game?
Yeah, it's definitely going up. Common mistakes in the past are very different than what they are now. And there's just so many more resources, not just me, obviously, but a lot of people are streaming. A lot of people there's more access to pro players and knowledge and people talking about stuff.
Okay, all right, thanks, Kev. I'll let you get back to your lunch, and I'll see you guys in a minute.
welcome back to Frankfurt, where we are live for the Dota 2 Major. And of course, we are now headed in to the final of the upper bracket. It's the one that we've all been waiting for. It's Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, you can cheer, you can clap, it's fine. Enjoy yourselves out there. We've got a nice big crowd in today as well here at the Festhalle. We've also had a little bit of a change here on the panel as well. Welcome back to Melini and to Capitalist. Capitalist, I want to start off with you. Great result for eHome, and you predicted it, so I want to give you the props.
We did it. We did it, fam. eHome made it to top 4. I'm really excited for them, as well as OG. I think those were the two teams that I was looking at. Like, my original prediction didn't have eHome in it. I actually had OG in top 4.
Right.
And then talking to Blitz, he actually made me change my mind about
so it's Blitz.
I mean, to be fair,
right.
I had OG, he had eHome.
Looking at the results,
together, just like our casting. It's
talking about perfect casting. Melini.
Hello.
How you doing?
Man, this is the first time I actually had to adjust my headset down.
Really?
Sin has was Sin
big head?
sitting here?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Well,
He has a large head?
he has a big head figuratively. I didn't know he had one literally, too.
Right, okay.
It's the only time I actually had to squeeze it in, though.
Wow, okay. Good to know. We're gonna get
great analytics.
No problem.
Well analysed. We're going to start things off with Evil Geniuses, and they've had a terrific run, and really so far almost flawless.
Yeah, I think that Evil Geniuses have probably been, of the teams that were left like 2 or 3 days ago, I was looking at EG as being the team that had, I think, the least number of mistakes made. I think every team here has actually been not performing to the highest of standards, but they have all been, I think EG has been closest to flawless in many ways. Same goes with Secret. So I'm really anticipating that this matchup between the two teams is going to be the height of what we're going to be seeing at the Major.
Okay, we're going to take a look at some of their highlights as well from the semi-final of the upper bracket. Jacob, as a former EG man, you must be quite pleased for these boys.
I'm always happy to see them win. It brings a lot of pride. There's a lot of pride tied into being on a team like that. Evil Geniuses have a long history in esports, and so yeah, I played with Fear and Universe. I think they're some of the most deserving guys. I feel like PBD is one of the very best drafters in the business. Obviously, when they're world champions, it's hard to argue otherwise. So yeah, I'm happy whenever they win.
And Melini, although it's been almost flawless, it's not been quite flawless. I mean, when you think back to day 1 of the group stage, you just dropping a game to Fnatic in that first game, and then you look at where they finished, and you think, oh, that was a bit rough. But we know day 1 is always a bit rough for most teams.
I mean, same went for Secret, too. They dropped the game in a newbie young. So, yeah, first stage jitters, not that big of a deal for either team. I think when they came to the main stage, everyone performed as they expected them to.
And against CDEC, obviously a repeat of the TI5 Grand Final, and this time round there were no mistakes whatsoever. They were absolutely ruthless in this
What do you mean? They let the Lifestealer through the draft.
Yeah, I think Blitz had it right with that one, with regards to the Lifestealer. Have we seen it since? No.
I mean, no one's going to play it better than Aggressive, and if he can't pull
No, I mean, you're right, we joke, but he did as much as you could do, right?
Yeah.
He was actually really surprising on that hero.
But ultimately, not even Aggressive could keep EG out. We also know, of course, now that CDEC have failed in the lower bracket. So, EG might have gone into this game and then come out of it thinking, well, we might end up meeting those guys again at some point, but no longer the case.
Yeah, I think it was probably to be expected from a team like EG that they will run into CDEC again, depending on what kind of run they had in the loser bracket, of course. I don't think anyone, by myself, would have predicted OG to actually beat CDEC.
I wasn't going to say anything, Jacob, but...
Well, Pycat as well. Good guy, Pycat.
Actually, yeah, he did, yeah. Maybe in your voice. I don't recall. But anyway, AG rolling over, literally, snowballing over CDEC in the upper bracket semi-final. Gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about their play style as well, because it's been really good. They've thrown a few picks out now and again and just developed everything that they were doing before. Seems to have been improved.
Yeah, I would say looking at this team, I believe that one of the biggest tests for this tournament was going to be how much depth they can make with their hero drafting wise. I think that before this tournament, that EG had somewhat of a limited hero pool in their first 1 and 2 position because Sumail and Arteezy actually cover some of the same heroes. So that was actually a bit of a downside for them. But you knew going into this majors that they had to be practicing practicing a bunch of new heroes that they had to be ready to be able to reveal some new strats. And I think one of them has definitely been Sumail Timbersaw to start with. We've seen Arteezy do very well on the Tiny in that match against CDEC. And I think we're going to continue to see that, whether it's in this upper bracket finals or if EG makes the grand finals there as well.
Definitely living up to the favourites tag. They've had more kills and the fewest deaths of any of the team that have played at Frankfurt so far. So, I mean, just perfectly living up to that favourite reputation.
I think part what has to do with that is how well they utilize their first pick. We saw first pick Doombringer in the last series not really pan out too well for them, as opposed to one of the games for CDC. They had the position 1 Doom. We've seen the Universe Doom also like be a huge role in how they win the games.
Okay. What about Sumail? We haven't talked about him much at the Frankfurt Major. We talked about him a lot at TI, of course, and we've sort of talked about everyone else, PPD's great drafting and what have you, but Sumail really is, I mean, we're in Germany, so I'm going to use the terminology. He is the Wunderkind.
Oh, he definitely is. I'm probably the wrong guy to ask, since I'm probably one of his bigger fans. I think he's...
That's why I came to you.
Absolutely
the opportunity to
amazing
glow
on
about
everything
him.
he sets his sights on. I think he could probably master any hero if he wanted to. What we've seen so far is that he plays really, really well, even when he's on the back foot, which is something I feel is super impressive, especially considering his age and experience. The fact that he can be 0-3, 0-4 on the laning stage, come back, take the lead in net worth, kill a ton of heroes, and keep his composure throughout the match despite having a hard time.
Yeah, and despite being so young, Cap, as well, it's an incredible achievement. What he's already achieved would be pretty much regarded as legendary in his career, and yet he's got a whole career ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that if you actually look at many of the other younger up-and-coming players, that is one thing that they do suffer from, right? If they actually have a slow start, they're shut down early on, they don't always have the same kind of composure to make the comeback like Sumail does, and I think that's definitely something that sets him apart from the rest of his team. Now, maybe that's also a team influence as well, that you have the calming experience of PPD and Fear to be able to assure, Sumail, you're going to do great in this game no matter what, but I think that is a distinct difference that I've seen from many of the other quote-unquote up-and-coming prodigies that the Dota scene has been kind of harvesting in the Western scene. Sumail stands out first and foremost because he's able to make those comebacks.
You have to give a lot of credit, though, to his team. PPD puts him in a position where, and the rest of his team kind of carry the weight when he is suffering in the early game. Also, they went through a phase where they tried to give him heroes that didn't scale well. I remember one game with Axe in particular, and I guess that's part of Sumail's only limitation, if you had to give one for him, is that he doesn't play the heroes that don't scale well. But that's actually not a problem. It'd be a problem if it were the other way around, but if he plays heroes that scales well, then there's always that pressure on the opposing team. Hey, we can't let this go late. Sumail's going to out-farm us.
Do you think Slaughter scales well? Because I think Slaughter was one of the heroes that he surprised me the most on by how well he could weave back in and out of the fight and really take the cooldowns of Slaughter's cross to the highest level. Constantly.
I think he does. We've seen the support with Blink, the Force Staff, the AC I think is particularly useful, BKB. So we've seen, I guess, a lot of matches where he doesn't scale well, but that doesn't mean he can't.
And I think it's also a kind of play style that is really adept, that Sumail's good at, right? The Timber Saw, the Ember Spirit, right? That's supposed to be the hero that makes up for, Arteezy's Mimi Ember Spirit that everyone jokes about, but he's really good at those heroes that are able to bounce back and forth. Very good at being able to read team fights and his positioning in them.
Evil Genius's opponents in this game, of course, are also no strangers to success, having had a very, very good pre-TI season, and then unfortunately not delivering when it mattered most. They're determined to change that up. Let's take a look at the highlights of Team Secret's semi-final upper bracket match. Team Secret are, of course, guys that one of those great names now in Dota 2, but haven't actually delivered when it's mattered. The opportunity is right now.
I think it makes less sense to compare them to Team Secret of old than it does comparing them to a team like Cloud9 maybe. Because they do have 2 players from the Cloud9 lineup, whereas only Poppy remains from the original Team Secret. They even have a former Cloud9 player in Palidai as well. So in that regard, I don't think looking at Team Secret's results up until TI really matters much when we look at this particular lineup.
Yeah.
What is interesting is that over the course of the past 2 months, they've been the most successful team by far. They've won 2 tournaments, finished 2nd place in New York. So if that's any indicator of who the clear favorite for the tournament is, it would be Team Secret.
To build on that, comparing them to Cloud9, I think is kind of interesting, the old Cloud9, in that they do have, I think, a lot of individual, very interesting sort of outside-of-the-box plays that certain players are able to bring to the table, and I think that is an added strength to Secret that perhaps the old Secret didn't have, and the old Cloud9 certainly did have. The biggest difference for me in this Eternal Envy team and the old one is the fact that I feel like Team Secret play a lot more as a team rather than individual players.
And they're less throwy.
Which I think goes back to playing more as a team, right? That guided, that
you
they
can
have
throw
one
as a
vision.
team. Come on, Cap.
Well, look at VP. But.
I mean, it really is just an entirely new team with no track record. And
Do you not feel it's a little bit like it was before TI, where they were dominating tournaments and then came in as the favourites, and perhaps the same thing has happened here?
There's probably that feel, right? But they're already secured top 3, which is a much better result than they did at TI. So in that regard, and I do expect them to make it into the grand final one way or another as well. So I don't think so.
And they look very relaxed backstage right now, waiting to come out. All very smiley. Misery in the foreground. Let's talk about a little bit about him as well. Veteran player.
Inside,
man. What? Sorry.
They're shivering on the inside.
They're shivering on the inside.
They're scared.
No, they're not.
Okay. They should be.
Well, I don't think they should, but we'll get to the predictions in just a moment. So let's talk about Misery. Not had perhaps the best of majors so far. Had a couple of ropey games early on in the group stage. Seems to have got better as the tournament's gone on. Man has a ton of experience that just helps his team. Five internationals, 5 different teams. I think that's a unique record as well amongst that. Just explain
5 different roles.
And 5 different roles potentially as well. But just explain what kind of a flexible player like that at Puppy's disposal, how important is that?
That's incredibly important because it means you have perhaps some players that are a little bit more set in their playstyle, such as Pai Lai Dai. I think that he is very set in his support playstyle and he knows the game really well. He's not going to move around that a whole lot. Misery, though, can adapt to both his captain's calls as well as the support calls, and I think that's something that's perhaps one of the biggest things that he brings to the table is that he'll play whatever. I mean, he can perform the harder carry offlaner that you see certain teams like Alliance do with Admiral Bulldog. You can also see him be the full-out early, like almost support-style offlaner that just creates space for Eternal Envy and Weehaw. Sorry, lost his name for a second.
It's okay.
When you talk to players both in and outside of the team, we heard Ben say this the other day as well. It's really that all of them have this huge amount of trust in Puppy. They all regard him as the very best captain, and that it's an utmost honor and pleasure to play with him. And that just gives him a lot. It makes it a lot easier for him to do his job because he has this blind trust from his teammates, and that plays a huge role in this.
Okay. We are going to discuss further as we move inexorably towards the draft, of course. But we do need some players. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the winners bracket upper final. It is Team EG and Team Secret. Fascinating to stare into the eyes of Arteezy as he looks across at his former teammate. Puppy, of course, on the other side. Settling in, going to get ready as well. And both teams will settle into their booths as we head towards the draft, but we are also going to get there via the predictions. Cap, you get the honor of going first.
Well, I'm going to stick with, I could see where Jacob's leading already, and so I'm a little bit hesitant to agree with him, but I'm going to go with EG here.
Surprise, Mr.
I will
Mary.
add a slight addendum that if EG still lose in this upper bracket, I think they'll come through the grand finals and take it against Secret. One way or another, they're winning this.
Really? Okay, that's an interesting pick. Jacob?
I think Team Secret will do the same thing when they lose to EG.
Okay.
EG is going to take it.
Okay, right. I thought that was EG for a moment, and then I got a little bit confused. I feel like I need to go with the flow, but I also need to stick with my Euro brothers here. So it's Secret for me.
I'm going to go with EG. I think it's a 50-50 matchup. This is not really representative.
I feel so ganged up on right now.
I mean, EG. Why do you think EG over Secret, though? We didn't really actually give reasons as to why.
I think they're just a more well-rounded team individually than Secret is. I have a lot of respect for Secret's team play and the players, of course. But I think when it comes down to it, I think EG just have that extra edge on most of their roles.
Okay.
For me, it's that Secret have revealed a lot in all their tournaments past. I don't think that they're going to be bringing anything necessarily new to the table or at least not enough that's new to the table that surprises Evil Geniuses, where I think quite the contrary for EG. I think they have a lot more hidden away, that they haven't really made any showings in previous tournaments. You don't have a whole lot of official matches on record for them. And I think they've had certain things to bring out, such as the Sumail Timbersaw that we saw at this tournament.
Really interested as we head to the draft. Really interested about the draft.
What about Ben?
Ben was EG as well.
Yeah, but why?
But why?
Oh, why? Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Why not? Why EG?
I think they lost to them in LG because simply PPD wasn't prepared enough, and I think they played against them. They've scattered enough games out from them, and actually they care enough about the patch now because in the post-month there's, clearly they're really happy and ecstatic that they won TI, and now they're like back into the mode and the shuffle with the AUI. I think they actually have something to prove that most TI champions don't.
I think the most driven player in the entire matchup has to be RTC. He's up against his old friends and teammates, and he is yet to really win what he wants to win. So I think this major plays a very important part in this.
He's got to prove that one more ego can mean one more championship.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this draft. We've had some great, Alan mentioned it earlier, we've got some really interesting, fun drafts throughout the whole of the major, in the group stages and in the main event itself as well. And who better to have on either side of the marker now, PPD versus Puppy?
I think it's the best possible matchup, at least from a Western perspective. Possibly the entire world as well. So it's definitely the most anticipated match since the international.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is going to be our new Alliance versus Navi. This is what it is, Secret versus EG.
Okay, that's a bold prediction because those memories still stay strong from TI3. So I don't know how we top that. Are we attempting to do that today? Maybe not. We need to hold some back here, Cap. We've got another day.
Alliance versus Navi. I mean,
I don't think there's ever going to be a game 5 like that again.
No.
It's just...
It's impossible.
That was insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely impossible. So, Melina, as we head in towards the draft, what are you expecting from the two captains? Something a little bit tricky, or do you think, do you agree with Cap, who says, actually, Secret have shown us an awful lot already, and maybe it's EG that can come up with something?
I mean, they have shown us an awful lot, but that leaves a question, how much more do they have? They could have 5 more, they could have 0 more. You don't actually know from them. The support Tiny, we've heard talks about an Ursa, we've seen Huskar, we've seen Meepo, and on the flip side, we have Evil Geniuses who have also run a lot of different strats that we didn't expect them to run with the Invoker, the Sven, the Timbersaw, so I think we still have more to come that we can't really predict.
Jacob, what are you looking forward to in game 1?
The game. Just a game. I just want to see. I have no idea what to expect other than high-level play.
Well, I can tell you what we're not going to get is we've had 4 bans. All right, well, you guys just keep banning. It's fine. 4 bans on the board already. What are we expecting first pick now? Well, that's been taken away from you because that's been picked as well.
And that makes so much sense. I think Eternal Envy has put out some of the best performances in his career and as in the history of Ember Spirits as well. He's been really dragging Team Secret through some of the harder games that they've had. He's been absolutely phenomenal on that carry position, which I think holds true for a lot of the carry players in this tournament.
Yeah, I think we are really seeing now the kind of plays that Eternal Envy can make when he's not trying to also keep focus on 4 other players and directing them. When he's just able to focus on his own game, he's at the top of his field.
As for the actual draft, though, the Ember Spirit first pick from Secret has been done a lot. It enables them to pick up Meepo later because the other team doesn't have the Ember Spirit. On the flip side, we see Evil Geniuses, nice soccer to counter Ember Spirit, and then Winter Wyvern also block picking the Wind Ranger from Team Secret that they like a lot, as well as the Meepo. So PPD has really done his homework, and in this way, he can pick a hero that like, you know, sometimes you block pick a meepo by picking it themselves, but this way you don't have to worry about these couple of heroes.
Yeah, and he didn't even think about it. It just happened to, you know, instant picks. This bounty hunter pick though, although they have Pali Die, it surprises me that they would take it this early on.
Yeah, for me, actually, going back to the Winter Wyvern pickup, I think Ben was completely on point here that EG, this can be one of their best opening support heroes in the whole entire pool. And I would actually say that it's perhaps better than having the Bane. I was a little bit surprised that Team Secret banned away the Bane, even though it is a favorite hero of Fear. They're incredibly good with it, and it's one of the heroes of the tournament right now. But at the same time, I think Winter Wyvern specifically counters many of the strats that you run. I mean, the Weehaw Wind Ranger is, at this point, I think his strongest hero. Same goes with, obviously, the counter to the Meepo, and I think there are many other counters that Winter Wyvern will provide.
We have seen the Universe run the Night Stalker. Do you think there's a chance that Evil Geniuses might pick up the Spirit Breaker?
We saw it used versus the Bounty Hunter, but it wasn't actually that great. I think they should just go back to, you know, having 2 heroes in the mid lane with a Sentry Ward to deal with the Bounty Hunter.
Geniuses turn to
I think one of the problems with the Spirit Breaker is that you're looking to fight a lot, too, which kind of plays into Bounty Hunter's hands. And on top of that, we saw how effectively Secret handled the Spirit Breaker with the Invoker pick for Wii in the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't be really willing to pick the Spirit Breaker for EG.
Undying also going through the pool so far, hasn't been banned, hasn't been picked up.
Yeah,
I don't think either lineup is really...
Reserve time.
I don't think it's that good to pick for either lineup right now. It doesn't really play in terms of synergy for the Bounty Hunter lineup, and at the same time, you're up against an Ember Spirit already. Do you want the Undying? Or would you rather focus on getting something that can deal with the Ember
Much
Spirit?
surprised Quap hasn't been considered. I guess maybe, you know, Evil Genius is not really going to go for it because Team Secret often counter with a Meepo. But I think another hero that deserves consideration is Anti-Mage.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
We know Team Secret likes to pick up the Magnus to bolster the Anti-Mage or the Ember Spirit. I could see Evil Geniuses do the same thing. We have seen some really, really amazing games from Sumail on the Magnus in previous tournaments.
Well, alternately, I think Misery has actually suffered on the Magnus. I think that's one of his...
He has had a pretty rough tournament, but we know for a fact that throughout October, for instance, Misery was probably one of the best players on the team. As soon as we came past ESL 1 New York, especially at MLG and later in Nanyang, I thought Misery performed at a very high level, one of the better offlaners I've seen.
Why the Nyx ban? I think that's the one only on this.
Misery plays it a lot.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it like, can't they just run around with a Night Stalker with a gem and counter kind of 2 heroes in one as long as they get past the laning phase pretty well? They also don't have any good in heroes that Nyx hasn't actually counters as of yet.
Maybe that means they're looking towards the Queen of Pain or the Lina as one of their mids.
Yes.
Because I do agree with you. I don't think the Nyx Assassin ban by itself means all that much unless EG plan on picking up something.
The Meepo ban.
So far, I really like the draft pattern from Evil Geniuses, both how they eliminate Secret Zeros and at the same time get a really, really good lineup themselves.
So what do Secret turn for Wii now? Yeah, a lot of the heroes have actually been eliminated. I do like the Wind Ranger pickup though, because again, block Secret. So much overlap in the first few.
I think they can still go for the Queen of Pain. It's not too shabby. There's still a lot for Night Stalker to focus on shutting down regardless. And then at the same time, I think his Invoker is really good.
I would rather see the Invoker. I don't think there's much openings for Queen of Pain personally. Unless they get, I guess, now with the Dazzle on their side, I didn't realize that hero wasn't banned away. There's more openings for a squishy mobile hero like the Queen of Pain, but Night Stalker and Winter Wyvern, even Wind Ranger in many respects, are, I think, direct counters to the Queen of Pain.
I think Secret needs some more aggressive heroes, though, so they can actually capitalize on early kills with the Bounty Hunter. You want some pressure in your lanes, or else Bounty Hunter's not that great because he can't get solo picks by himself.
True. So there are only 2 heroes left in the pool, Queen of Pain and Invoker, that we has already played during the Frankfurt Major.
Alchemist as well, right? He hasn't played any Alchemist? Huh.
Not in Frankfurt.
Regardless, I think Alchemist would be a grave mistake.
So Evil Geniuses also picked up a Sven to deal with the Ember Spirit, as well as the minus armor coming out from heroes like Dazzle and Slardar, and outfarm the Ember Spirit, and eventually he's going to be forced to man fight. But teammate is also fine for them too.
There's no real threat of being pushed right now by Team Secret's lineup, so Antimates would have all the time he need.
Yeah, Ember Spirit's a poor hero to go high ground to Bounty Hunter. Doesn't offer that much unless he gets a really good start, but I think EG have enough early game that will prevent Bounty Hunter.
Or what
I
about...
can't see a lineup that Team Secret picks up that easily wins 15-minute fights against EG so far.
Well, that was unexpected.
Team Secret's turn to
There is still
Very
a Brood in the pool. Do you think they realized it and was like, oh, if they pick Brood now, we're done for. But they still have that 5th pick where they could have picked up either the Axe or the
I think it's a counter to Dazzle as well as the Ember. I think they actually want to pressure the Ember Spirit very, very early on.
That's true.
Super early. Although they don't have a nice partner to pair them.
Culling Blades goes through Shallow Grave. That is true.
10 seconds remaining.
And Ember Spirit very low armor. The spin is very problematic for him in lane, so we may see Secret try to do a lane dodge like they do very often and put Ember +1 in the off.
Reserve time.
And I think more hard lockdown is actually beneficial against any Bounty Hunter team. Usually the advantage is mobility, and that's what Team Secret were aiming for with the Ember Spirit PH.
Oh, yeah, just your
Evil
casual 8 pick.
geniuses turn to battle.
So what does we play?
The last hero.
Still deciding on that one.
He could go for the Tiny, as Paul so correctly pointed out on his piece of paper next to me.
10 seconds remaining.
Stop spying, Jacob.
I mean, Tiny's okay, but I don't think they're going to have the vision to actually get the kills. And also, like, Sumo plays very aggressively on his Wind Ranger. It could be RTZ Wind Ranger too, but more likely than not, it's going to be the mid. And I think he can actually shut down Tiny's farm. Usually we see Tiny's like skate by with bottle crowing, I guess, but...
So if Sumo doesn't play Wind Ranger, what does he play?
Banner the Invoker, so Evil Geniuses will like to play up against the Queen of Pain. They do have some good heroes to deal with it.
Does it feel like they're forcing them to take the Queen of Pain? Because they want them to have it?
I don't think so.
Not necessarily.
It's now the only hero left that we've played during Frankfurt Major. That ban on Invoker.
10 seconds remaining.
Queen of Pain hasn't actually been that out of control in most of the recent series. So.
It started out like that in the early days, and then
group stage as well was particularly high. Some of the games early on, but not since we've been at the main event.
That's what I love about tournaments like these. The ever-developing metagame, how picks change from game to game, different strategies.
How would you describe what kind of hero does Team Secret need as their last pick if it's not going to be Queen of Pain? Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, what are some of the other mid melee heroes that can be
now has the Timbersaw.
Turn to pick.
Like, could they ever run Beastmaster or Brewmaster or one of those mids that actually come online relatively early? Because I just don't see they have to have some early fighting power, and I don't think Tusk gives them enough.
I think they might have been looking at the Alchemist before the Timbersaw pick came out.
Hold up, who plays what here on Evil Geniuses?
What? Timbersaw mid,
Timbersaw,
Universe
Sumail,
X,
Wind Ranger on
10
RTZ.
seconds remaining.
Fear, Night Stalker, PPD, WW.
5 seconds remaining.
Say it, Paul. I don't want to look at your notes.
Good versus their lineup.
Well, I'm just looking through these recently played heroes, and Ursa is still there.
They could easily just put the Wind Ranger in mid and Timbersaw in the safe lane and have a win, I think, in both of those lanes if it's Ursa. So
I fear for Team Secret's laning right now, especially because nothing they pick will really help dominate the Wind Ranger so much.
Yeah, the only other things that are left
All the Timbersaw
that we've played recently, anyway, is Zeus or Lina.
they go for Lina. I like Lina a little bit more here. Zeus is
That would be a more standard.
Zeus is also very good versus the 3 strength
5
heroes.
seconds
It's
remaining.
true, Zeus would actually be very good. They do
Instead,
go
we
for
get a
Magnus.
Magnus. Okay. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gents. The winners bracket upper final is about to take place. Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Toby 1, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. It is great to have it. Team Secret going up against Evil Geniuses. It's the matchup that we all hope to cast and also watch. Cinderin, this can be an absolutely amazing match, especially with the unique heroes we've got through the draft.
Yeah, this is a very special draft. We've got, what is it? We've got an Axe, I think, for the first time in the main event. We've got another Timbersaw, one of the fan favorite heroes, of course, Magnus from Secret. They're pretty much the only team that's played it so far in this tournament. So it's a very, very unique draft. And I've got to say, I think after just the way the draft developed and how much time the teams took and the way
the ping pong went, I got to favor EG a bit on the draft in this one.
I also, you could see Puppy looking at that fourth pick. He was worried, where does he go with this? Like, how is it really going to function as a full lineup? Because you don't want to get out drafted going up against a team like EG. You need every advantage you got, and now we'll see how those advantages they got through the draft will play out. EG versus Team Secret, game number 1 of this best of 3. The winner will go through into the grand final of the first ever Dota 2 Major here in Frankfurt.
It looks like it's going to be pretty standard lane setup here from EG. I'm expecting them to just run whenever they pick Sumail, the Timber side is played in the safe lane. They pick it late into the draft when they know they can make it work. The X offlane from Universe might be joined by only PPD's Wyvern or maybe also Fear. I guess the one-on-one matchup that they're expecting in the bottom lane for Sumail is probably that of the Tusk, but looks like Secret might try to catch them off guard with their laning as well.
Yeah, they have different plans. They're going to push that Ember Spirit down to the bot lane. At least that looks to be the intention, letting Weeha play that Magnus in mid and then giving the space on the top lane for their last real core, which is Misery on that Tusker. But as you'd expect with a game like this, especially when you hit that 4-minute mark, rotations are going to be the key. And that may be also the lanes as well. Like, you see the lanes, you can switch yourself around. What's the favorable matchup you're also looking for? You can make it happen.
Is this the first time Weeha plays Magnus this event? I feel like it's been Misery every single time for Team Secret. It is a hero I believe Weeha has played competitively.
Yeah,
so
he's played it mid before, but I think you're right that it was normally Misery who plays that Magnus offlane.
Instead, this game, he's going to be on the Tusk. And the laning for Secret might be a little bit surprising here for EG.
They got a little
Probably in a
bit
good way. They're going to have a Timber one-on-one matchup versus an Ember Spirit. I don't see any way Ember actually really wins this lane.
But what else do you do? Do you rotate someone down? You can try and find up on top lane. Pylite die right behind Universe. They're going to get these shards out, and Universe needs to start spinning, but he's not getting anything off. Secret, there's no more control available. He is also hovering behind. They got that sentry ward down, so they understand just how far Pylite die will commit to this. And now EG move their Wyvern off that mid lane, and he was coming up to top. Looks like PPD will change his route.
This is some good harassment to start from Team Secret, of course, forcing out a lot of tangos from the Axe. And the laning decision from Secret is strictly, okay, we know they want to challenge our Ember Spirit in the safe lane. We can't put them there. What are our secondary options?
Top lane, they're having another play right now with that slow, focusing over on Puppy. The Void will go over on Misery. Puppy does not have Shallow Grey, but Misery back in range of his tier 1 tower. Both teams muscling on this top lane to try and get control of it, the advantage. Universe, however, does not want to be that close to the wave when that happens. Puppy, you can see why he levels up Shadow Wave when Universe cops that much damage. 3 injured creeps around him, cops a fair chunk.
I feel like I just took a time machine. We're actually watching an aggressive tri-lane versus safe lane tri-lane. This is very rare in this tournament.
It was rare in this patch as well. Before we came into this tournament, we were expecting a whole bunch of dual lanes to be coming out, with these Dazzle, Slaughter, off lanes being the norm. But yeah, not even just the fact we're running tri-lane versus tri-lane, but you got a Bounty Hunter in this safe lane tri-lane. Like, what does Pylite die even really offer in this lane?
Not very much to start. I think the main hero we need to keep our eyes on for Secret to get out from this laning stage, it's already not looking too good for them, is the Ember Spirit, who will get a fast level 6 on Envy, so he can probably rotate and try to salvage the top lane. Magnus will have a pretty hard time managing until he gets a Blink Dagger. And at the same time, you look at Secret, well, if they don't help their safe lane, what are their options? Can they really gank the mid lane? And ganking Windranger together, or Windranger against Magnus is pretty difficult with their heroes. And the bottom lane is just not, that's flat out impossible to kill this Timbersaw.
Yeah, they don't have enough control over him. They also need to get the vision advantage back in the favor of Team Secret. That happened even before we hit the creep wave. Hello, middle lane, Weeha. He's going to skewer himself away. That last attack from Arteezy, it won't connect in time, and Weeha survives on 13 life. It was a shackle shot onto the creep and the follow-up power shot, and Weeha's completely forced out this mid lane.
EG are winning 3 lanes right now, I think. I guess you could argue the safe lane is kind of a draw, but it's a Tusk farming for them on that lane. He's not going to scale nearly as well as the Windranger mid or the Timbersaw safe lane for EG.
And Timbersaw is really, like, he's getting so much out of this lane. 15-5, you're already getting up in the levels. And the rotation that comes from Samael early on is going to do a lot more. So if Secret try and commit into Evil Geniuses anywhere near their tier 1 tower, a quick TP up, a chain with Whirling Death, and Secret are going to lose a lot of life very quickly. The shards, not even going to block Fear in. It's almost like it's trying to keep the Radiant Creep Wave out so Secret can just keep this farm going, but like between Splinter Blast, Universe can just walk over. We're about to hit nighttime. It's 10 seconds until that arrives. And Fear, while he's not up in the levels, it's still that time when the Nine Stalker becomes just that little bit more powerful.
And what I can see happening in this top lane is, well, now it's nighttime. Now it's a lot harder. Nice rune steal here from Pilot Eye. Trying to maybe get a hit in on Arteezy here. Do a little bit of damage. Oh, he's a little careful with Arteezy. Should be fine. Rotation.
Oh, here we go. But Fear, he's got the dust available. The Splinter Blast going to fly into the shackle. It won't latch from Arteezy, but Pilot Eye's way too low. He's still going to go down. The attack missing up the hill the first time, but Arteezy will hit it the second time. Weehaw going to skewer Fear back underneath the tower. The stick charges are there to regenerate quickly, and Fear will survive. Weehaw not too high on life, but he's still got enough to turn around and punish the captain of Evil Geniuses.
And Weehaw should be very happy he got a trade-off there. That's basically a little bit of a freebie that PPD ended up giving him by overextending. Understandable that they thought they could go for the kill, but Arteezy was out of mana, Fear was out of health, and PPD was out of Arctic Burn. So they didn't really have any way of finishing it off, but it was pretty close. Still EG. I'm imagining the only way they can get a kill in the top lane here for Secret is they have to get an exceptionally good Shadow Wave that just catches EG off guard. And even against that, they do have the Cold Embrace if they time it right. So Secret have to just kind of concede this top lane and try to focus more on maybe winning mid, as they did a little bit there with the bounty.
Is there a way they can just rotate out the Tuskar a little bit earlier on? Maybe give that Bounty Hunter a couple of levels? Because Pilot Eye's now rotated down to the bottom lane, but as we already mentioned, he can't kill off Samael. In fact, he probably runs the risk of feeding Samael a kill. And in fact, now he will actually start the attack. Whirling Death, and they actually bring in Weehaw with that haste rune. They've got Naxxra, and they're going to drag Samael back. Whirling Death's on cooldown 1 second time, and there it is. He gets the kill on Pilot Eye with Fear arriving, and the Wind Ranger. They power shot through the Magnus. The first rotations really from Team Secret. The bounty off top, the mag off mid, and both of them die on this off lane.
EG looked like they were completely ready for that. The rotations were very quick. They had the right heroes in the right place at the right time. And like you said, Samael easily kills off the bounty when he tries to open on him. And Magnus, I don't really know why Secret even tried for that kill. They didn't have RP. Magnus is level 5.
And you got to expect TB support to come in from EG as well.
Yeah, but
like,
they don't get that kill fast. Ember doesn't really have burst yet, neither does Bounty, and Magnus without RP, they're missing that significant piece of lockdown and a little bit of extra damage that they needed for that kill. This game is already starting to look pretty grim for Secret. And this, I mean, we've seen them in this situation before in this tournament where they lose the early game and then on the back of this Magnus plus Emperor Spirit combo, they come back. But that's usually where Envy has farm, and he is losing his lane. Weeha's also losing his lane. So Misery has to carry the load for a bit.
Envy just hasn't lost his lane. He's abandoned it. He's moved into the Dire jungle now. It's the only safe place he can farm up. That's a Timbersaw with 40 CS, 1 kill to his name. The Timber is almost a full 1,000 net worth in front of this Magnus. And Magnus is the highest net worth on Team Secret's lineup.
Meanwhile, PPD is playing role number 7 with 320 net worth.
They're giving him the space now for the curse on bottom.
Classic PPD. I mean, why not? He might as well be completely selfless here. He knows the other cores benefit a lot from this farm. He's letting Fear get items. It's very important on Night Stalker to not play a hard support. PPD just needs boots and maybe a Soul Ring. He can continue far into the game with very minimal items.
This timing movement as well from EG is very reminiscent of how they used to play Fear on the safe lane. Rotate him into the jungle with a little bit of early lifesteal, and then just let the core get a lot of farm. That's how they got quick like level 6s over on the leaners or whatever heroes needed their big ultimates. And when you got a Timbersaw, you've already got that like built-in regeneration. So farming up inside the jungle is very simple for him. But PPD can't stand close from the lane. He's a little bit concerned about where the Bounty Hunter is. Top lane as well, Fear going on Misery. The Void's already been used as Samael quickly came in with a Chakram, but he doesn't do enough damage in time, so yep.
I think he was half a second off that kill. The Whirling Death came out right after he poured it out, and I think he didn't manage to pull the Chakram back either on time. That could have been a kill. Shouldn't underestimate the Whirling Death damage against the Strength hero, of course, as Misery is, but...
PPT on bottom lane, trying to fly himself out. That Arctic Burn making his way for the tree line, and Pylai Dai able to claim it, so Team Secret finally getting something in return. Fear doesn't really have enough damage to kill off Pylai Dai, and that's why he's not going to be using that dust of his.
That is a very big kill for Secret. It brings Pylai Dai almost up to level 6.
Misery's going to snowball down. They really want to get Fear, and this could actually push Pylai Dai to that level 6, barely off it, but that's that combo you were talking about, Synderen. That Shadow Wave damage from the Dazzle when Tuskar can close the distance.
And that was even against the hero with 6 armor, but it just deals a lot of damage. I think there were 2 targets inside with that Shadow Wave, and as I was mentioning, that was a big kill, bringing Pylai Dai almost close to 6 with the first kill, and then the second one brings him over the top. So, track available minute 9. I think is more than Secret could have hoped for with their initial laning. These 2 kills are giving them a fighting chance.
I'm still looking though with the timing of EG. Axe got a decent amount of CS on that top lane. He's up to level 7 at the moment and sitting just shy of 1,200 gold. So in just over 1,000 gold, he'll have that Blink Dagger up and running, and Secret will be the ones being initiated on, as opposed to what they kind of want to have happen, where Weehara is able to get these RPs off, but he'll need the Blink Dagger to make that work. Pylai Dai is able to get some good information on Arteezy and PPD. Poppy's in no real position where he could fight this, but at least lets Misery know how long he can stay close on that tower.
A little bit of a track flies out. This, of course, gives information to both teams. First of all, Pylai Dai can now track his movement, but he also showed himself while doing it. So PPD knows that the Bounty Hunter is in the bottom half of the map, and it might allow them to put a little bit more pressure on top without risking that counterplay immediately. At least you have to TP in, and it's way easier for EG to do something about it, but they're just content to farm, and I still don't see why not. They have to have a pretty good idea that Eternal Envy is being shut down decently in this game.
The only
just
concern...
look at Sumail.
Yeah, Sumail's having a great time. He just keeps creep skipping it out. But Eternal Envy is at least able to soak up the experience on top, and because you got the 3 players from Secret on bottom, is keeping at least PPD and Arteezy underneath this tier 1 tower on the bot. So they are finding a little bit more space for Weehara to get his farm in the mid. Axe isn't really contesting against this either. So Secret are starting to repair a little bit of the damage that was done by EG early on. Just levels it up, not gets no advantage, just levels it.
Do you remember what the passive GPM is? Just from being AFK in base?
I do not.
PPD's GPM right now is 113. He is... I know I've already said it, but he's actually dropping in net worth. Now it's 260. He just keeps buying everything for his team. So sacrificial in this matchup. I think this is easily the most gimped I've seen him be at minute 11.
But
maybe ever, or at least in this tournament.
Like, there's no other real choice for PPD. The Night Stalker needs to have farm so he can run into the engagements. And if there is a big RP, he needs to be able to survive when that happens. The Axe, the Timbersaw, you're still running 3 melees against an RP. So you have to come in close, and the RP can then just go to work. Not to mention when you get the RP combo, the Sleight of Fist damage, once Ember Spirit gets that Battle Fury, is going to do a lot more work. That's when Eternal Envy levels it. Currently, he's just focusing on the Searing Chains plus the Guard.
Just to finish off on PPD, I do want to mention that even though he has absolutely no net worth, he's still finding the levels. He's getting level 6 now, minute 12, which, considering his low net worth, a lot of the time in the past when we've seen supports being this poor at this stage, they will be like level 3 or 4. But he still managed to find what he needs to do. And as I mentioned, just a pair of boots and a level 6 should do it. At least for now.
But he can't afford boots yet.
No, soon.
Maybe after this pull. He's got Splinter Blast, so...
Yeah, he can secure them.
Getting some money is going to be easy enough. And if he gets a curse off in the fight, he does his job. Speaking of jobs, Envy getting a lot of money in. That Battle Fury timing, they need to try and increase it. But taking out the triple stack like he just did is going to work. And he also has that, the poor man's Battle Fury. It's a level 2 in power. In fact, Weehara putting more levels up in that than he is in the Skewer.
He's going to max it. That's the only logical way for Secret to play right now, is to max out in power and just try to play the greed game and see if they can take it to that late game scenario that they really like with their Ember.
Is that really going to be enough?
I don't know, but I don't think there's a better choice right now. The problem is there's a little bit of a disconnect in their strategy, since that kind of super late game strat where you just want to farm up a lot, Bounty Hunter doesn't really provide the same kind. Yes, you get the information, but if you don't have a fighting line, you're going to get so many track kills. Maybe now they do, though.
Oh, have they got enough to finish the job? They will. Fear will arrive. It is in the nighttime, but what's he really going to do up against Pylai Dai? Eternal Envy is still ready to fight. He's steering chase back off cooldown, but Universe jumps forward, gets the call, and the dunk of the bounty, and the shackle. It lands on Eternal Envy. Secret of Overstay, they're welcome. They thought they had the better advantage here, but EG, they bring the numbers. The focus fire keeps going, and Envy's got no way out of this one, apart from the quick jump, the power shot. It misses Eternal Envy, and Tusker, Misery turns around to get that shackle off. Luckily for him, the tree line behind him was broken, so Arteezy's shackle does not latch.
That was such an important sequence of events for Secret. They get the kill with Track, and Envy gets the last hit. Then he has enough one charges to stay outside of Culling Blade range and plays that perfectly with the disengage. And Axe, Universe there gets a little bit greedy, thinking he can maybe push him over the top and then get the Culling Blade off, and then Misery shows up with a great snowball combination. Excellent play all around here from Secret.
Arteezy's going to be so angry, though. Like, that power shot position, it was only just an inch off hitting Eternal Envy, and then the shackle not being able to latch because the tree line was already destroyed by Eternal Envy, because he jumped back to the camp with the Spirit previously, and it took out the tree line. So there was nothing to be, like, for the shackle to latch to. That's just missed opportunities for EG, where maybe they could have got the counter kills in Secret. They got a little bit of an advantage, and now they're going to try and force it further. So Magnus now with the Blink Dagger and RP off cooldown. Misery and Puppy, they're waiting to play on this bottom lane, and if EG defend this, they lose heroes. It's that simple. Unless they bring their entire team.
Yep. It looks like that's what EG, or Secret rather, are a little bit scared of here. EG do of course have a good ward, and Secret have a lane ward pretty far down between the two towers. And the fact that they don't see anyone down there makes them... There's no one down there, and there's no one up top. Well, where can they be? It's a pretty clear read for them, backing off here. And I do think if a fight were to break out there, it would have definitely favored EG. Now that Sumail has the Bloodstone, if he gets targeted down, will of course heal the team up. And if he doesn't, well, he can keep going in these fights for a very long time.
That fight on top is going to have serious ramifications.
Oh, they saw Pi.
Fear actually dusts off. Sumail bumped into him. Might have been enough to say to Fear, just give it a crack, let the dust fly, and they kill off the Bounty Hunter.
That's very nice for Sumail, of course. Immediately after getting your Bloodstone, finding an easy pick, always good. It's not the most valuable kill, but it still just propels EG in the right direction. And the most important thing you've got to be looking for right now is, okay, what are EG, when are they going to find the team fight they're looking for? Because Secret's team fight is not strong enough just yet. The Empower plus Sleight of Fist is not leveled fully up. They still need more key items. EG would love to fight them with a good Blink call and of course the Winter's Curse. Secret are splitting out nicely.
EG are looking for a fight. They've got their smoke. Pylai Dai running around inside of his invis. They don't have detection this time around. Night Stalker still waiting till he completes up the phase boost before he flies out that dust charge he's got sitting in his stash. But from that smoke, EG do get a good aggressive ward off. So they understand when Secret are farming, but really so much of the farm's already been done. Eternal Envy with BTs and currently just walking around with a Void Stone. It's like he has no intention of joining these fights, and he doesn't really need to either. Like, his damage would be nice, but only if really required.
Arteezy draws a circle, or something kind of similar.
Dark light.
Probably saying to his team, they're all in this area. We need to start taking control of this area so they don't just free farm. And that's the real challenge for EG right now, is forcing the team fight by invading the jungle. If they just let Secret continue to farm, they're in a pretty good position. Like, it's a dead even game on gold and XP right now. And that's what Secret were hoping for after a bad early game, that they could just pull it back into this kind of a stall state.
It's crazy they've managed to do that, but it's at the same time then, is this because of the choices EG have made? Like, the one time when Universe really gets involved in the fight up on the top lane, he ends up dying, and we've never really felt the presence of this Blink Dagger since then. The Night Stalker, that nighttime aggression you normally search for, hasn't really come. It's just made him a little bit stronger when Secret are fighting, but Secret are fighting in force. And Sumail hasn't really joined the fights either. He's finished up this Bloodstone. Yeah, he got himself a good charge, but that was kind of Secret coming towards him.
Interesting. He's going for a Yule Scepter.
Pilot Eye.
Or a couple of good
sentries down. And does PPD want to commit the curse for this one? He is not going to, but Universe, the blink call, if they can do enough damage, they can just Cullen Blade him down, not even required. At the same time, in the middle lane, a big kill over on Arteezy. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade-off. EG not getting the better of this.
They might after Sumail pushes this out at bottom, though. Universe is going to join him as well. They get a tower in addition, and I don't think EG will lose one of their own. So they do manage to accomplish this. I want to finish off on the Sumail Yules here. It's not an item I think we've seen him buy that often on Timbersaw. It's occasionally really good. Of course, this game he can remove track. He can counterplay the Magnus if he has vision and sees him before he blinks in for an RP. He can instant Yules him with a pre-click. He can purge off Flame Guard, which can also be very nice for his team. And of course, allows him to maybe also counterplay the Tusk a little bit with the Snowball in.
That's got a lot of benefits to this.
And there's one more thing.
There's more, but wait.
You can kill a hero that's Shallow Graved, which is actually really nice. When the Shallow Graved hero starts running out of Grave, if he's not healed up enough, Yules also deals 50 damage. And you can't heal them while they're in the Yules. So casting this when there's about 2 seconds left on Grave on a low HP target just secures it very nicely. Of course, they do have the dunk, which is kind of nice too, right? But more options helps out.
Well, Sumail does like to go solo every now and then, not always holding the hands of Universe. But that Yule set we've been talking about is now complete. So we're under 20 minutes. We've already got a 9 Bloodstone charged Timbersaw with Yule Scepter up. What's his next item here? Like, do you go for more lockdown? Do you go for more control? Do you also easily kill off the Bounty Hunter? The Sentry Ward was down, which is what gave him a little bit of extra vision. Universe going to go to Quick Dunk. That'll complete up his 4-staff as well with that kill. It opens up EG to go for the tier 1 tower in mid.
Secret getting any trade? Yes, they are. Puppey doesn't want to go for the last hit down bottom, plays it safe, standing back in case there was a rotation coming in, but now that he sees there is none, he will push out the wave. And looks like Puppey is going for an early medallion. Oh, wait, it's not really that early, it's actually 20 minutes already, but he's going for a medallion, he got it now. And that's classic Secret, playing on the Dire. They want to try to get that medallion secure Roche. And I feel like Secret as a team in this tournament has probably bought medallion more than most other teams. They seem to prioritize that item a little bit more.
Also another classic Secret thing. Around this 20-minute mark, they just push Envy away from the top lane. They don't want him to die, so now Envy, he's playing almost like his anti-mage game. Runs directly into the Radiant jungle. Weehar's going to die underneath this tier 2 tower. There's just too much force from Evil Geniuses for him to survive. And it's kind of surprising that the Secret, or at least Weehar, made that choice, because Secret normally understand around this time the tier 1 tower is going to be pushed, and they just abandoned it. They go and they find the trade-off in other lanes, but Weehar still found himself up there.
Oh, bottom lane, nice shackle from Arteezy.
Well, can he finish the job though? Paradise in the neighborhood. Now Arteezy will be forced back, but not back too far, underneath his own tier 1 tower.
They still distributed their resources nicely. They knew that the kill on Weeha would allow them to take the tower top without needing to commit the Wind Ranger focus fire. So she just TP's bottom, saves the half of this tier 2, which you could say, on the contrary, very nice by Puppey to actually get that much damage out. So both teams are reading the map movements pretty well here. It is EG now with a pretty significant lead, though, after a couple of good events for them. But Secret, as mentioned, they can easily get this back with a farm on Envy.
Because he's almost finished that Battle Fury. And once that's up, then you got Battle Fury plus the Empower buff up. I'd like to say that Weehar did max it out, but he hasn't found enough levels yet to do so. But I think he understands what his role is in this game. If EG try and force anything out of the buildings when Secret's ready to fight, aka they need a Battle Fury, yeah, Arteezy should be dead. The snowball forward, they should still have the punch available, waiting for that wind run to wear off, and now Arteezy, they let Pylite die, attack him and kill him off.
He got a really good shackle shot, actually, but not enough.
Secret, just watch. What is this money for? Is the Bounty Hunter to get what critical item? Because they purposefully let him kill the Wind Ranger.
No, the two other heroes were just, they were shackled together so close that you couldn't even see the shackle shot. Like, they were in melee range with each other, so it was invisible. And Envy couldn't deal the damage when they went in because of the wind run, so Sleight of Fist missed. But yeah, what's he going to use it for? That's the real question.
Top lane, Universe, he misses the call. Eternal Envy instantly triggered the Invis room, but now he wants to find, but Fear is still here. How much damage have they got? Not enough when Weehar's going to arrive. Force up in with the curse! PPD stopping Weeha in his tracks. The skill will push Fear back a little bit further into the dire jungle, faking out the RP for now. Now the snowball will arrive from Misery. Fear still trying to chase after Weeha. The Universe, maybe with that 4-star forward, he catches Puppey. They have enough damage. They'll dunk him in just a sec. That Shallow Grave does not protect you from the manliest of axes. Misery hiding at the tree line too. He'll blink in deeper. Samael, he's on the hunt in Misery. He doesn't have a TP available. 35 seconds before it comes back off cooldown. But does Samael want to keep checking for this? He will not. He'll focus on the lane and actually jump forward in ahead of Weeha. Yulscepter's up, but Weeha will not chase. Also another big problem with that Yulscepter, when he hits the ground, he can't just blink after because he takes that damage.
Yep. That's also good against the Tusk, who also went for a blink. So I like this Yule's pickup a lot from Samael in this game. It just has so much utility. Even if two of the things we've mentioned weren't available, it would still be a nice pick, but that there's so many things just makes it very, very good pickup. Now, finally, a big item for Secret. I do think it comes out a little bit late considering how they've tried to play this game, but of course with Envy's death that he suffered there.
Oh, top lane, Samael. The RP is going to hit. Snowball forward as well. Misery still with the Walrus Punch available. They're going to skewer him up at the same time, taking him too far away from the tree line, so the Timber Chain will not be able to latch, and Samael will drop to Team Secret, and maybe they pick up more. PPD, that Sleight of Fist Searing Change from Envy holds him in position. The 4-staff available for Universe, pushing the Wyvern back even further, and Secret, they're giving respect to EG under the tier 1 tower. Universe gives no respect, however. Blinks forward, calls to pull Misery back to Shackle, latching on Misery as well as Puppey together. There's still so much life for Secret to work with, and they want to dive in deep, but that Shuriken toss bouncing down because of the track. They've taken out PPD. They'll get Universe as well. Samael comes respawning up to that top lane. Upside about a Bloodstone, but Secret, they've already left the scene of the crime.
Lots of money for Pylai going in there with those couple of track kills. He got beautiful Shuriken that dodged, or that flew between all three heroes. Of course, no way for them to get away from that situation. PPD thought he was safe. He was really far back, but it was carried over to him by, I believe, the axe there. Secret with a couple of big kills. Now suddenly Eternal Envy is top on net worth with that death on Samael. Didn't manage to Bloodstone Suicide either.
This is the worst thing you could have when you go up against Team Secret. It's what they've crushed so many teams within this competition already. Just the farmed up Eternal Envy hero, that big hero that just cannot be stopped when you hit that 40 to 50 minute mark. And with a Blink Dagger as well, Eternal Envy, one, he's difficult to catch out when he starts to split push, but two, you've also got him being in a better position when the fights begin. So he can keep up when the Magnus wants to blink forward and go for the RP. He can get the instant Searing Chains into the Sleight of Fist. And because of the cleave he does as well, if EG get 2, 3, 4 heroes caught up in that RP, they're going to take terrible damage. And Envy, well, he just keeps that top lane pressured out. And this buys space for the rest of Team Secret to finish up Roshan.
Yeah, in addition, he already has a defensive mechanism in the Tusk and his team. So if Misery just saves him with a snowball, Eternal Envy can blink out of that one. Good split push play here from Secret with Envy securing the rush, like you said. The medallion being put to use by Puppey. And all of a sudden, that lead EG were building is kind of gone.
Yeah. It was hilarious because it was actually kicking back up for EG. They had over 4,000 net worth going their way. But Team Secret, they swing it by 4K on the experience as well. Taking not a commanding lead. We're still 26 minutes in, so having a 2,000 advantage is pretty meh. But they have the ability, the items, the abilities to keep these fights going. And EG is kind of the same as well. It kind of comes down to the initiation. Arteezy is increasing his damage as well. You cannot underestimate how much that Wind Ranger can do. But it's a non-maneuverable Wind Ranger. So these Blink Daggers from Misery available. Pilot Eye comes in. He'll go for the track, and Eternal Envy wants to fight PPD, hiding inside that Invis room for the moment. He can go for a quick curse, and while Team Secret, they're not completely grouped up. Now they are. Samael's in a world of hurt. Just getting punched down by the Tusker. PPD will TP himself away to safety just in time. Before Secret understand he did disappear.
Yeah, made the call to back. He could have got a 2 or 3 man curse, but they didn't have the reinforcements there anyway to deal out the damage and win the fight.
The only thing I could have done was maybe save Samael.
Yeah, potentially. It could have actually been worth a try to see if he could do that, but casting the curse would have also put his own life at risk.
Yep.
And then maybe they would have both died.
It would have been the ultimate sacrifice, and they kind of need the curse. because without the curse, Team Secret would be a lot more aggressive pushing into this tier 2 tower. They need to have his big control. RP, oh, big one! There it is from Weeha, catching out 3, wind them all together. There isn't enough follow-up in the shackle. Now the turnaround from Evil Geniuses. The Yules will keep Magnus out of this fight for now. Misery controlled in the mid lane. How much can they do? Samal with a double kill. Misery needs to retreat as quickly as he possibly can. Poppy waiting in the tree lane. He's too far away to get that Shadow Grave off. A triple kill for Samal as Eternal Envy Searing Chains will hold EG in position. So they couldn't instantly chase him down, but that is a 3-for-1 trade-off. PPD, again, the sacrificial lamb of EG.
And Secret don't have the damage yet to make a play like that. It looked so good for them, and you can't blame Weeha for going for 3-man RP and skewering them outside the base. But Samil did respawn and get in a great position to... I think he found a 3-man Whirling Death, Timber Chain, and Chakram combo. At that point, you're just like, in this stage of the game, Timbersaw is an absolute god if uncontrolled.
It's just crazy to think about it. Like maybe if the Ember Spirit did have that damage, Eternal Envy's walking around with 3,000 gold, something like a Chrysalis might have been enough. You get a big crit on those EG clustered heroes. But not gonna happen, and Team Secret, they have to go back again to the split push play. The tier 1 tower is being attacked on the top lane just by the creep wave, but pushed in by Eternal Envy. And this tower is actually gonna die to Cardi. 4-star forward, Universe. Can't make it in time. Still, we sit at 13-12 now. And this golden experience graph is just basically like a flowchart. It's going up and down and around. You try and find your way to your end goal.
And Universe is getting a good item here. This is a very valuable item at this point in time against the Ember Spirit.
PPD,
Crimson Guard.
he's got no Arctic Burn.
Is.
He's dead here. He came for a ward mission. Paradise blinked into the pit to follow him. And now PPD, all he can do is Cold Embrace. Sumail, the Chakra might buy enough time. How much have they got with that skewer up back into the Arctic Burn? PPD, okay, he's just standing and attacking. Potentially, he could have made a run for the cliffside, but that's just a good read from Weeha to force him back with the skewer. Axe, Searing Chains, that 4-star again kicks in. He's got a lot of survivability with that Crimson Guard.
Now, yep, the Crimson Guard great against the Ember, and now they also have the Night Stalker Axe, which I think is the bigger one. Axe Gem onto Fear will give a lot of information to EG, and they should be able to clear their own jungle out, which right now is absolutely piled up with wards from Secret.
I don't know, has Team Secret seen this yet? The Aghanim Scepter Gem?
I don't think so.
We've also got to keep in mind, too, that's a little bit deceptive about the vision that Axe gives. Now they definitely see him. Paradise blinks up, 4 staffs away, Samel's on the chase. And while Fear does have that unobstructed vision, the gem, the vision doesn't extend as far.
I was able to escape because of that defensive observer ward they have. And
Blink, Arteezy, looking for an opening, gonna get tracked up. Eternal Envy actually spiriting himself away from the fight. All they can do is just mop up the sigil so EG can keep the chase going. Samal can't do that when he misses the Timber Chain like that. But a little bit further down, Misery, well, you can be seen. And that's gonna be a very dead Tuskar. Samal comes in, ensures the kill, and starts building up these Bloodstone charges once more.
Yeah, that was very important that he got the kills, first of all in mid, and now this one. He was dropping down to, I think, 4 charges, or maybe 5. Got to keep the momentum going to make this item really pay off. EG are actually falling a little bit behind. I thought this was going to look a little healthier for them on gold, but of course the split push from Envy is starting to really become a problem now that he has all these items.
His damage output's also going to be that big problem. Weeha, that's not the greatest position for him. Samel's going to chain forward. Skewer from Weeha being used defensively. He's got blink off cooldown 1 second time, but that's why Samel instantly goes for the Yule Scepter. They've got RP available, but the call into the Culling Blade ensures the kill on Weeha. Samel not exactly where he intended to be. Got himself caught in the cliffside. They want to keep this chase going. Eternal Envy as well as Puppy TPing out. Have they got a stun? No, they don't. Team Secret will manage to survive.
Look at this ward placement for Team Secret, by the way, on the left-hand side of the map. They're just... I think they specifically placed it here because of the Aghanim Scepter on Night Stalker. They want to find a spot that's so unlikely for NS to check that even though the vision it gives isn't that great, and there's no like Tinker in this game, for example, that you classically counter with that ward, they just need some sort of information. Right now it looks absolutely useless, but that's because Darkness is running. And that is over. It does see into the lane.
Just needs something, some kind of advantage, some protection for Eternal Envy, because he's playing this almost like a Tinker. With that just full split push, mop down the creep wave, and then get the hell out. where does he go from here too? Like, you've got the Battle Fury, Daedalus, BTs. You've got a lot of damage arriving from him, but how do you find your tankability? Is this the game where you look for your Skadi? Or is there a better choice for the Ember?
I think BKB is very good in this game. Of course, the problem is he's still targetable by Winter's Curse and by the Axe Call. But I think even with a Skadi, he's probably going to be brought down in it when all the damage starts coming out from EG. With the BKB, he can play around the Timber Saw very well. He can also play around the Night Stalker Silence. He can play around Shackle Shot. It's tricky, actually. On the flip side, if you go for that BKB and you get opened by anything, you're just
Top
dead.
lane, there's your RP. They really want this quick kill on Arteezy. And Team Secret will take it. That was a 5-man smoke move from Secret. And now they can push for the tier 2 tower.
And they do have the ward right now, covering the left-hand side, so they know there's at least no heroes out here to be able to surprise engage on them from over there. It's decent against Axe right now, having that ward.
It's really troublesome, though, for Team Secret to keep this creep wave momentum up. Between Splinter Blast and Chakram, and the build coming out from the Timbersaw, I'm wondering if Samel is considering an Aghanim. Actually, he blinks aggressively forward into Team Secret. That'll allow them to skewer him back. The Yule Scepter defensively, but he doesn't really have a lot of space. They punch him down, and Samel's dead. That might have just been a big misblink.
I have no idea what he was expecting there.
He might have expected the rest of his team to be behind him, but without the win rate, it doesn't make a lot of sense. PPD, Eternal Envy's looking for the kill. The Sleight of Fist, that's not enough damage from that. He spirits away, and Team Secret getting some free damage onto a tier 3 tower.
And they removed some Bloodstone charges. That was just a freebie. Secret weren't going to get any more there, and there was no way Samel would accomplish anything with that play. He would just deal a little bit of damage to the creep wave and maybe hit a couple of heroes, but it wasn't going to stop Secret. That's pretty reminiscent of what Ice did in the last series when he had the Aegis. Did something similar at the mid-tier 2 tower, tries to just harass a bit, doesn't escape, and gives up a free kill.
It's the confidence of a Timbersaw, but you kind of have to wait until your reactive armor charges are up before you can really have that full confidence.
I think regardless, you can't go into the lineup like that. The problem is he blinks in, so when he Temper Chains out, what's his escape strategy? He needs the blink after the chain to get out again. So maybe he should have gone for Refresher Orb so he could make that play.
Interesting choice coming out from Weeha. It looks like a Lotus is actually coming from him. I'm wondering what this is really meant to reflect.
Can take off Night Stalker Silence.
Oh, is that what it's all about? Like, it's not about what you actually reflect, it's what you remove, of course.
It's, yeah, is there anything else? You can reflect Winter's Curse, of course, with the right timing.
He's got the gem, he's watching, he tracks up Samel already. Team Secret, they haven't finished Roshan yet. Samel's gonna jump in. It's a good whirling death, but then again, how much damage have they got? Enough to kill off one, kill off two with the dunks. They're looking for more with the Eternal Envy now hitting the ground. Cast him up, dunk on a 3. Mickey J Universe going for more. They find Poppy. They've got the shackle. They're going to hold him in position and they're going to go for 4. No mana available for it, but they still take Team Secret off the map. Roshan was also killed by the Radiant side. Negus Immortal sitting comfortably in Arteezy's inventory, and that is a huge fight for EG.
Absolutely. I think, did Secret have RP ready for that fight even? Or was it still on?
I believe it was ready.
It was ready. Okay, so they just didn't get it out. And that's just the Night Stalker advantage there. Using the darkness and, of course, limiting the vision of Secret and allowing his team to engage very, very easily. Always so dangerous to take Roshan against lineup like this. And EG, they punish Secret really hard. They're probably going to force a buyback out of the Ember if they even want to try to defend these barracks now.
Yep. When the Magnus comes back alive, they have a chance. Eternal Envy will only buy back if they feel like Magnus is going to get a good RP. But Team Secret may just have to cut their losses. There's no fortification available. EG, the shards will lock them inside the base, but they're perfectly comfortable with this. Misery actually getting very, very twitchy, blinking himself back. Samel, well, he doesn't get himself out of the base. Yule Scepter's defensively up, buys time for the blink. They get the RP! Weeha warps it! Airballing it, and Samel able to chain down to the tree line, but Ember Spirit, Eternal Envy, proving he knows how to chop with the best of them, taking out that Timbersaw.
That's still not a very good trade for Secret. Trading a buyback for a kill on a Timbersaw with Bloodstone isn't good enough. And surprises me a little bit that Ember bought back before they could have maybe tried for an RP into buyback, but then again, the time it takes from him buying back to being there to deal the damage into RP might be too long.
Well, they did try the RP. It just didn't connect.
Yeah, EG immediately. So the moment they hear the buyback sound, they just spread out. They're like, okay, it's very clear that Secret buyback the Ember. They're looking for an RP and a multi-hero kill with the Sleight of Fist. They just don't let them have it. And so Vlad's on Fear. Blink Dagger all of a sudden here on PPD.
This counter initiation of the Team Secret's getting better and better for EG, where they could just sit so far back. That Lotus Orb is now completed for Weeha. The Courier's a little bit busy, flying out Observer Wards to Puppey. Still got so much money on him. Almost completed up a 4-staff, already got the Solar Crest available as well. But if he buys this, then there's just, like, he's already short of buyback. If you look at the buybacks of Team Secret, you've only got the Bounty Hunter with money for buyback.
This is a very short time interval that EG have to do this. They're probably pushing because RP is down, but we're talking 10 seconds. So they need to make it happen right away. They do, of course, have an Aegis.
That's still enough for a Wind Ranger.
They have Aegis on Arteezy, and they can just probably just bait him out and do exactly this.
Oh, here they come. Misery. Walrus punching up. They got that Yule Scepter over on the Tusker, however, and Arteezy just wants to finish the job. Big RP from Weeha with a curse from PPD. There's too much damage from Team Secret. EG, they've lost so much. The Aegis, the Immortal. Well, there it goes. Universe. They're on the chase. Weeha and Misery. Have they got another controlling factor? There's a Sleight of Fist damage from Eternal Envy. That's your factor right there. Team Secret, they still lost their melee racks. EG trying to get away with as much as they can. Arteezy, he needs more time. 1 second till the wind runs back off cooldown. 5 seconds for his Blink Dagger. The Sleight of Fist will chase Misery. Walrus punch the Valor with a shackle from Arteezy. He's killing Misery! He actually takes him as well! But still loses his life. But what's the cost from Secret? When you look at it, you get so many kills back, but you still lost your melee racks. I ask you the question, Synderen, is it worth it?
That is so worth it, considering that there was an Aegis on the enemy team. Losing 1 melee Rexman at 40 with this kind of split push lineup is not the biggest of deals, and the question is what they can force on the other end. They might be able to force out a buyback here from Arteezy's Wind Ranger, possibly.
With that Timbersaw coming back to life again, they can't push. Like with Splinter Blast and Chakram, that's why I'm wondering if this is meant to be an Octarine or if it's meant to be an Aghanim Scepter for the Timbersaw. Having double Chakrams, and I get my answer as he buys up both the Oak Club and the Staff of Wizardry. With the double Chakrams, Secret's ability to enter EG's base is almost impossible.
And they have very few BKBs. They only have the one on the Tusk. So a good combo from Sumail will deal ridiculous damage. He does have it now. Considering if EG wants to try for a smoke play here, they got a little bit overconfident there. And I think, to be fair, Secret also got maybe a couple of lucky crits on the Sleight of Fist. I think he got 2 crits within the RP on only 3 targets. So fortune favors them a little bit there. Now MKB is going to make it a lot easier. Now he can kill Arteezy very, very quickly as well. This is a big moment. They're not getting into this pace. Not like this.
But when those double Chakrams are up, Secret almost have to establish a perimeter around the base of EG, forcing all the lanes. In fact, EG are coming out. They're going to walk right onto the Pylite Die. The Nightmare will trigger Pardai. 4-staff up and away. Springs the trap. Understands the shields are still up and now goes deeper inside. The call, it's going to go on Puppey, but that Snowball picking up the Dazzle Universe. He took the Flame Guard up as they shackled up for your RP. It takes Arteezy out. The Curse going to isolate him. Who's the first one to go down? Fierce still chasing down Puppey a long way to the side, but Puppey will survive. But the damage arrives from Sumail with those Chakrams doing the work. Universe wants to go for more. The Shackle won't latch on Misery, but Misery silenced and dunked down by Universe. Secret retreating out. They baited the trap out from EG, yet still made the choice to fight.
Now Fear arrives, just a moment too late to see the Secret heroes TPing out. That could have gone way worse for them. And the important thing here for EG is that they isolate Eternal Envy. They force him out to the right of the fight so he can't come back in. So the moment the RP lands, Secret just don't have the damage. Eternal Envy is too scared to re-engage in case he does get turned around on and killed and doesn't even have buyback. So they try to cut their losses here. They only lose Magnus and the Tusk, which I think, given the circumstances, Secret could actually be fairly happy with. Probably going to cost them a tier 2 here as well, but it's a loss they'll take.
It is. I'm watching that timer, 40 seconds for the RP, where Secret could potentially repel EG. And does EG even feel confident to go, or should they even go? Like, Roshan's up in just under 2 minutes, maybe? Is it better just to establish control of the map? Because Eternal Envy is going to be doing this split push thing. He's up on the top lane doing it right now. getting a lot more money in his bank account.
Definitely get map control here for EG. They have this. They have vision superiority naturally just because of Night Stalker's Aghanims. They have better wards out. Actually, Secret are playing in the dark apart from this one ward they have at the bottom lane, which is actually kind of useful for Roshan. If the enemy team doesn't have smokes, you might see their movement pattern going in toward the pit through the bottom lane. It's a very standard way to get in there. But that's the only thing they've got, so they're really playing in fear right now. Look at Eternal Envy. Doesn't even dare standing in his own jungle at this point.
Oh, he just doesn't see anything, as you said.
No. So what are you going to do?
And maybe that other upside of the ward being on the bottom lane is it's probably the one route that Fear won't run. And when he's got that nighttime up, like he sees everything. Unobstructed vision with the gem. It's impossible for Secret to hide wards on the map. Like if it was just the Aghanim Scepter, if it was just the gem, then you could put it in specific locations, but a little bit more difficult now. Team Secret smoking to move out, so they are going to blindly move as a full squad. Pylai Dai is the man that's in charge of giving them the vision. So risky for him to do such things, but they have no other choice, Team Secret. They're ready to fight. Like you've already got an Ember Spirit who's maxed up to level 25 now. He wants to get involved in the engagements.
Now it's going to be
That's a quick rush.
That's super quick. That was almost minimum
instant.
respawn time.
That's instant.
And EG, they realize, okay, if we're unlucky, it could be up in a moment. So they're going to start moving into their own jungle and removing vision. Easy with the Quelling Blade for Fear. Find that one. And now the Observer Ward from from Secret isn't really doing much. But the fact that their sentry got removed means that they know that Fear is in the neighborhood if they noticed. And there's the call out.
Whose bottle is that just sitting inside the pit? That's free mana. That's almost worth dropping a Quelling.
Drop the Quelling Blade to take the ball.
Well, there's going to be Aegis and Cheese, so they're already going to be pretty tight on item slots.
Secret will smoke. I think they're too late. I know they're too late.
They definitely are. Roshan's already dead. Aegis the Immortal going to go to the win range. PPT will be carrying the cheese for now. It looks like it was Arteezy's bottle.
And the issue is for Secret in a situation like that, if they can't gather up as a group of 5 and smoke, they are no way going to surprise EG there with Fear with the Aghanim Scepter around that pit area. So EG feeling very confident. They'll now be using their aggression as, of course, their wards will be helping them in case they break the smoke on Secret. And Secret need a really, really good hold right now. Just a mediocre RP is not enough. They're probably going to lose the game then. So Weehaw has to come up big.
They need everything. At least they're going to have buybacks available. In fact, every team has 4 buybacks. Only the Magnus and the Timbersaw can't come back a second time. Well, I say that for now. Timbersaw's only 140 gold off, and Mag's only 600. So they could get the money during the fight. But EG, they're not taking the risk. There's too much on the line right now, and there's still no real heavy advantage. Yes, they've taken the melee racks to the mid, but you've got, it's only 2.5 to 3K worth of an advantage. It's for golden experience. All the items are still good. The combos are still there from Team Secret. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
Aegis and Cheese is worth a lot of net worth, but it doesn't show.
True.
So I do think they have an advantage, but it is all about the positioning. How can they siege the tower without allowing for an RP from Secret? And I think Arteezy is a pretty good way of doing it. The problem is the MKB on Ember will allow them.
They're trying to use, okay, this is the reason why Fear holds on to his Quelling Blade. Able to de-ward out onto the hillside. Misery Snowball actually puts him very deep, closer towards EG's line. So he triggers that Frozen Sigil just in case anyone wants to initiate. What Team Secret might have even been hoping was that Observer Ward D-Ward would be enough of a misposition from Fear. They could get that pick off, have at least the vision advantage back again. They're protecting him as much as they can. Lotus all put him up. Universe gets the call, and the punch, the shackles on Eternal Envy. Locked to the tree, they force him back up to safety, but the curse, it locks 4 heroes from Secret there. With the Meg Charge coming out, Secret repair a lot of the damage, and EG don't get their initiation. Then it's Misery who rolls out. Now you're RP. The skewer back. They burn the Aegis and Universe. He's going to burn as well, or will he? No, the life is still going to be enough. The Cold Embrace keeps him alive for now. Misery having to retreat. This BKB of his will wear out. So the RP goes, but EG still with a lot of heroes up the shockwave forward. Universe, what do you got, Weeha? There's no skewer. Misery's just going solo on Universe. The Cold Embrace cancels the kill. You don't have enough damage with the shockwave to do the work. And in fact, Eternal Envy, he has to back out as well. Arteezy keeping on the chase. Fear chasing after Weeha as well with that chain forward. Sumail, he's got Weeha in position. The Shallow Grave's keeping him up. Axe taking care of Tuskar in the meantime, but Weeha will die in the tree line. The buybacks, they're coming out from Team Secret. The Shuriken toss forward. Finally, Arteezy will dive at Universe. Back for the dunk, looking for a second. Lexi taking a triple kill against Team Secret. The Team Secret, they hold at least their racks, but the cost is so great. 2 buybacks for them on the Tuskar as well as the Bounty Hunter.
But Envy didn't die, and he can buy a new item very soon.
Is it almost Rapier time where you just need to get that instant crack on EG?
I think so. Playing full Glass Cannon here is probably the way to go. I don't think a tank item is going to do much for him. You just need to have faith in your Magnus delivering an RPs like that one. That was a great play from Weeha. It looked like EG were actually in quite a bit of trouble with Aegis and Cheese. They still won the fight, like you said, and forced lives out. But if the Aegis and Cheese doesn't go their way, that kind of fight is an absolute... That's a 5-0 for Secret, probably, if they can pull that off again.
And it wasn't even a big RP, when you think about it.
I think he got 2 or 3, and he got the right ones.
He got 2, and that's when they cracked the Aegis and Immortal. That's how it first popped.
He did catch 3, but he only skewered 2, because Arteezy instantly died to a crit, I think. He couldn't skewer in his corpse. Pretty sure about that, but yeah, regardless, whether he caught 2 or 3, it was the play in the moment from Weeha.
Envy, is this the moment? 6.3k gold on this Ember Spirit. He walks towards the Secret shop, and there it is. It is time for the Rapier, for the Ember Spirit. Empower him, over 700 damage a pop coming out from this Ember Spirit.
Let's see what his crits are on creeps here in the mid lane. 1,007 on creeps, and that's half damage, right?
You would not want to be a Wyvern in this game. You really do not want to be a Wyvern in this game. I'm actually wondering too if this is even like the best thing he can have against the Timbersaw, because he may not have time for his reactive armor to kick up. Yes, of course, he's got the Shiva's Guard. There's already some good armor there, but when that crit hits, you don't have your regeneration. Burst damage is normally the way you kill off the Timbersaw. And with the Rapier, you've got that.
He has 32 armor before reactive armor even starts, if he's in the range of both the Vlads and the Kiras. But it is still the item. Like, what else would you go on Ember in this game? Any defensive item isn't going to cut it. They need something big. And yes, it is good against Timbersaw. Rapier is good against most heroes when you crit for 2,000. You need a lot of armor before that's insignificant.
And EG, well, they thought it was hard getting up before with an Aegis as well as a Gem, as well as Cheese. I'm wondering just how hard they feel it's going to be now. Imagine if Secret also get that opportunity to pop into Roshan. We watched that timer again just over 2 minutes before the potential spawn time. We've cracked 15 minutes in the game. Eternal Envy, he's got an Invis rune. He's walking up, but Universe blinks himself away. He is not sticking around for this for too long.
That's such a gamble, though. He's leading the charge with a Rapier and only an Invis rune. If the right hero is...
Oh, he finds PPD! Misses the timing, blinks out, and then Spirits away.
Seems good.
Sleight of Fist removed 95% of the life of that Wyvern.
That's not bad.
I don't think that was even a crit.
The first one was. So PPD can survive a crit. He has 10 armor.
Okay.
So barely survives a one-shot. But if there's any secondary target next to him with a cleave, he would die in one Sleight of Fist.
Yep.
Scary stuff.
Puppy's got his work cut out for him. I'm almost wondering then if Team Secret, their primary control person has to be the Axe. Like, Axe is already building into this Scythe of Vice, so he's going to have even more control, but that's the one way that Shallow Grave will not keep this Rapier safe on Team Secret. Oh, Arteezy, the burn! He's actually going to die! They got the track! Eternal Envy with the Searing Chains, the crit hits again! And Arteezy will be forced to buy back. Misery's jumping up, we hit the daytime as well, and there's no darkness. There's 25 seconds of daytime left. Team Secret, they've got the advantage. The Lotus Orb's on Envy, and he's moving in deeper, looking for that kill on Universe, getting very aggressive. You got a Rapier, almost getting cold by Universe.
I can't believe he's going for this kind of aggression. That is so...
he's got balls of steel.
So
Team
high risk.
Secret. They're coming in, they're looking for the tier 3. They've still got this creep wave to deal with. We have to remember EG can get rid of a lot. Pylai die, gonna get called. Misery jumping forward. They get the punch, but we're back into darkness. Weeha once more looking for the RP, but cursed up by PPD. It gets revenge down. Bounty under is down. They push Weeha out of here. They have to keep this Rapier safe. Eternal Envy is already bailing. Team Secret lose 2. But they do get the buyback out from Martese.
Those two are down for a minute and have no buyback. Of course, EG doesn't know this, but EG can at least check the Roshan pit now without too much risk, and they will be going into a long nighttime now as well. So, and there's a key item coming out. I was going to talk about this, but too much was happening. Universe now finally gets a Scythe of Vice, and this is the big thing Envy needs to be careful with. Of course, getting Hex doesn't mean he dies. They have a defensive Lotus Orb available.
Roshan's almost 3 minutes on the spawn timer. EG would have just loved to pop in, grab Aegis, grab Cheese.
If that was a short respawn time, the game was almost over.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Secret are having some things work for them, be it the RNG crits for Eternal Envy, or be it Roshan forcing EG to wait. And this wait time's taking way too long. Like, yeah, you got 40 seconds while RP is down, and maybe that's the only thing they really care about, because without RP, we're really not seeing Weeha having much of an impact in the fights. He walks around looking for a skewer target and ends up just getting cursed.
This game is now catch Envy. That's the only thing that matters for EG. If they catch and bring him down, you know, just getting him in a call is most likely enough to kill him off. What defensive abilities do they have? They have Shallow Grave, doesn't matter, you can Culling Blade it. They have a Snowball, actually. That's the wild card for Secret, to keep him alive if he gets out of position.
And Misery should be able to get that off. With his BKB, he can just sit behind Envy. Instead, he actually BKBs forward, chases after PPD, finds him up, and there's just Sleight of Fist. PPD just evaporates. Universe as well, not a healthy man. The skewer comes from Weeha, and do they have enough for follow-up? Well, Wyvern buys back. They brought down the axe. Now the RP is keeping Sumail out of the fight, allowing Envy, who's only on 450 life, to retreat. They have to get out of here, Team Secret. They'll lose the Tusker, so Misery is down. Pilot Eye also visible underneath Fierce Gem, and he may not survive this one. In fact, he will definitely not survive it. 1 minute where Secret are fighting 4v3.
I cannot believe what just happened in that fight. Universe killed himself by calling blading a guy under the effects of the Lotus Orb. He actually killed himself trying to kill Weeha. Weeha got enough health up that he couldn't die from the Calling Blade himself, so it just reflected onto Universe and one-hit KO'd him. But he had to do something there. Universe was dying anyway, and he wasn't in range for a Calling Blade on anyone else, I think. Oh, Skewer?
Weeha trying it. Also, we get to be completely wrong about Weeha, or at least I get to be completely wrong about Weeha having no effect when you can get a Lotus Orb timing like that. Eternal Envy is almost at a point where he could potentially pick up another Divine Rapier. He's got a lot of money. Even if he's got to keep it back in the well. So if he dies, he can just respawn, get it, and come back to the engagement.
And EG are holding a very good strategic position right here that Secret will have trouble dealing with. They do want to go and get that Roshan, of course. Getting a Rapier on Envy would be great. He might be able to drop, for example, Exclusive Travel to just have the Aegis as insurance, knowing that he has mobility with Blink, or vice versa, whatever he feels like is better.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity, Puppey. Throws out the weave, he's just trying to check out Roshan. Force off will come up. Weeha, no RP for 4 seconds. Already with that Lotus Orb, the Shackle will fly. He'll actually return it. Arteezy, Shackle to himself at the moment. Weeha, he'll still end up diving. No, he gets the RP off. Slows him out for the moment. Puppey can't keep him alive. Misery, the curse is there. They slice through too. The buyback now coming out from the Magnus. There's no return damage coming in from Secret until the crit! Eternal Envy will arrive. PPD is protected for the moment, but now he's back out there.
Oh, they got the call.
They got the call. Eternal Envy, however, they have that Lotus Orb back on him again. Universe into the pit, but Eternal Envy, the Blink Dagger, chases. There it is. The double kill arrives for Eternal Envy. 3 heroes down. Now, what is the choice from Secret? A quick Roshan, but where do they go after that?
Man, the amount of information Puppey got out of getting engaged on there was absolutely massive. They had to buy back the Magnus, he got a one-man RP on Sumail. It did almost nothing in that fight, but they still got what they needed to take the fight. Of course, just keeping the heroes off Eternal Envy is absolutely all that matters to Team Secret. Oh, he isn't doing this.
Yeah.
Is he thinking about it?
He's definitely contemplating it. 8.3k gold sitting on this Ember Spirit.
He's not even buying a Moonshard. I mean, why? Can't really use it for much.
Yeah, it's not the greatest item to have on an Ember Spirit.
Time to start buying that Refresher Necronomicon for his Naga build. Gotta use your gold for something, right?
But really, what's he gonna do, man? Like, you're not gonna drop Blink Dagger and BTs to pick up that second Rapier. Well, hang on. Hello, Envy.
I think he's just going to...
Is he? Yeah,
okay.
He drops the Monkey King bar. very risky.
This could be a pretty big mistake, actually.
Because he can't directly attack into the wind range
Now he can't hit Artesian. I disagree with this choice. I mean, it's great for killing everyone else, but it's not like he was lacking damage in the first place.
The other option is Arteezy never knows when he's got a win run. Like he's going to win run the second Envy gets slightly close to him. He may not have that time to do it.
That is absolutely true.
So with that, Eternal Envy just ensures the pop. With a double rapier, now Eternal Envy looks down the mid at EG's base. They would like to get a counter Rax. EG still have that Rax advantage, and we get an E-Blade build-up for Puppey. He's holding on to Eternal Envy's BTs. So when this Aegis goes, EE can get his movement speed back, because currently he's sitting on 310 movement speed. It's a very, very slow Ember.
And it's just another defensive item, right? They're like, okay, how many possible ways can we protect Eternal Envy? And oh, now we can also make him immune to physical damage. That's pretty nice against the Wind Ranger. And EG have 0 counter items right now. They don't have any Diffusal Blade to remove it with. So they can't get through the Ghost Scepter effect of that. What's it actually called? I can't remember what it's called, what you cast.
The
Ether Blast
effects. Universe, nice call, getting on Misery. It's still not nighttime. They might be able to pop the Darkness in a moment, but Misery triggers his BKB and gets a Lotus Orb on him. In the meantime, Eternal Envy took off 2/3 of the life of that bottom tower, but Misery shackled to a tree. Secret just have to bail out, but they're being chased. This super melee creep is just stalking Puppey to the grave, and that's exactly where Puppey will end up, Samel. Jumping forward, but Eternal Envy, he just destroyed PPT. Puppey shallow graving himself up, has got a little bit more life, and then 4 staffs away. Samel chasing the counter, but doesn't get the reward. Universe so low, Weehaw with a shockwave, have they got enough? Yeah, you bet it! Eternal Envy with a sleight of fist, again able to reach into the EG pockets and take their lives. The tracks are on Samel and Fear as they retreat back into their home, but Eternal Envy is looking to take it from them. The blink RP, Samel being brought back. The damage is just too much. Samel is gone. A triple kill for the Divine Envy at this point. He'll take out the tier 3 tower fortifications. The only thing that can stop him, except maybe Arteezy's damage. Now, Eternal Envy does jump back out to his defensive spirit. Still got 2 minutes left on this Aegis of the Immortal. But EG, they bought back on Samel. They need to keep Secret out.
I really feel sorry for PPD having to deal with this kind of damage.
He has the quest to be important. And what can he do? Like, he sits back and with a blink dagger, but Eternal Envy's got his own. He jumps in. There's your attack, Samel. They got that Hex. Eternal Envy, he's still got the Aegis Immortal. It's another 1 minute left on it. We've got to keep our eyes on the timing of this, however. I think Team Secret, they're flagging it too, but when Envy spirits away like that, so obviously you can get the shackles. Actually, no, he can't. Paladai escapes. Puppey is being chased by Samel, and he's actually going to go in deeper. Samel, be careful about this. There's no RP, but pull back. Where's the punch? He'll timber chain himself away to safety. PPD, he's got the Curse available, but they've already lost an Eternal Envy. Okay, he's got nothing available. He has, if he had anything, Eternal Envy has gone and robbed his locker box.
This is so absurd.
Is it third time? Do you almost drop the Battle Fury to get more damage? Like, he's just got so much. It's 10k gold still on Eternal Envy. They'll take the bottom racks, and they look for more. The steering chains control Sphere, but it's allowing Secret to go for objective-based gaming. They're looking for the buildings. They're looking for the racks. They've taken one, and they should be able to get the second. There's no Samel. There's no PPD. They have to wait. Universe, there's your E-Blade already on top of Arteezy. He just can't attack. He started the focus. Fire Snowball, and there's your RP. Skewer him back. Eternal Envy, there's your damage. Double kill for him. It's just so easy. Team Secret doing the work. The double buybacks are arriving, but Universe to the front lines. It's just giving more blood to him. Universe, he's so low, and now in fact dead. Dazzle, Puppey's basic attack is what ends up killing off your big axe. 80 seconds on the sideline. They're gonna lose all 3 lanes of racks. Samel is up in 15 seconds time, and this may be the only thing left for him. The Aegis Immortal is lost for Eternal Envy. Puppey, time to give the BTs over to Eternal Envy. In fact, yeah, he's calling for him to turn around. 4 staffs up to do it. Wind Ranger does manage to get the pick off on the Tuskar. But Team Secret, they got what they came for. 2 lanes of Raktus. Pylai Dai won't get out this one scot-free. Samel, they reclaim, well, actually, they take the gem off Team Secret. And Puppey also very isolated at the moment. He'll go down as well, trying to E-Blade himself away to safety. But Team Secret getting a lot of exit kills, but all of Team Secret have buyback.
Yep, they all have buybacks, and it's going to take EG a long time to get to their base in the first place. They have to go back and defend the mid lane. It's being pushed from, or rather the bottom lane here. PPD is going to be taking care of that. And you got to say, when you're reaching this point as EG, I think you need to just buy. Oh.
It's
Oh, there's nothing on it.
No, there's nothing on it. It wasn't another rapier. Eternal Envy actually buys a BKB at this point. That's his next item to choose. Can he please buy a moonshot? He's got so much money as well. Like, at this point, it's worth it. Like, he's dishing out almost 1,000 damage. Like, just on his basic display of damage, it's almost hitting 1,000.
The only thing he can use a moonshot for is hitting buildings.
Yeah.
And until it's the absolutely last thing he needs, he's not going to buy it.
Maybe at least counter the slow that he's getting out from EG with the attack speed. Look at that graph. The captain of Team Secret would say that's a drastic change in the experience and net worth. Dropping down, it was almost a 20,000 advantage, 12,000 on the gold. And Team Secret are repairing it bit by bit, but EG, they're back inside the base of Team Secret. Misery already forced to use this BKB of his. It's pretty low charge anyway. It's down to 5 seconds on him. So he doesn't really care about popping it, but EG, they need to get something big. They need something glorious right now, or else Team Secret will take this first game.
All right, PPD, every single team fight, he has 75% chance of surviving. As long as he stays in the right position, it's 100%, but right there he could have died. Like, he just didn't get crit by Envy, so.
What are you meant to do?
Fortunate.
Like, there's a Lincoln Sphere and Lotus Orb over on Team Secret. They put both onto Eternal Envy, and they're actually walking outside the base. The Sigil is maybe flying into EG. There's something that's a little awry. Sumail is being used as bait. The bottom tower is being attacked in Secret. They do the old wraparound. Actually, wait. Are they making the run? No, they're not going to make the run down the middle. They got enough damage, they could just take it and force the Megas out. It's just the top racks melee which is left, but the tier 4 towers being attacked, and EG, they don't know what's going on. They don't understand where Team Secret are moving, so Fear is forced to walk over and have a look. Now they see Eternal Envy, Pylai die, as well as Puppey. That's a good pick-off if they can pick off Puppey. But Secret, they're moving over to defend their captain. The Lotus Orb returns to Shackle once again. Eternal Envy, Hex on Sumail. How's he got that time to get away? Not there just yet. Misery locks him in, but the Cold Embrace protection for the moment from the rest of Evil Genius, allowing Sumail to blink himself away to safety. But Team Secret, if they can find the engagement, we are looking for it. 4 stars forward. Can't really find it. Skewering through the tree line. Can't find EG. Universe, he actually got himself trapped in the tree line. He's waiting where Team Secret cannot see him. PPD, successful TP out. So EG will be able to get away to fight another day, but Team Secret, their fight is still so damn strong.
That was a really good play from Secret. The only thing they need to do is draw out time so it's daytime. And Fear, with only this 50-second darkness that he can use, if they can also survive that, they basically secure themselves a Roshan. So that is, of course, the ultimate prize here for Secret. Puppey walks in just a bit too early to see it actually returning here.
Is Team Secret really... I'm wondering if this is the classic EE approach to games. You've got money, be happy to die. The smoke's gonna break. This time Pylai die, the darkness will trigger, and Pylai die forced into the river. Can they chase him? The rest of Team Secret, they're trying to get themselves out of here. Eternal Envy, well, he's all the way back at base. He's not here for the fight, so Secret do not have their big damage source. He's got no movement either. So I think the thought process behind, actually Roshan's up as well. If EG can get this, they may have a chance. But yeah, with Team Secret, they've got 2 boots of travel sitting currently in their fountain. If they die, they buy back, they pick up their BTs, and they TP directly back into the fight, effectively creating a 7v5 situation. And they can fight outside of their base as well because of that.
I mean, I'm looking at Secret's lineup, and I'm still only seeing this Ember. So if EG buy enough time and start getting more and more items, just more armor, more health, they might be able to start surviving these combos.
Yeah, well done, Envy. He BT to the creep in the mid lane. It got power shotted down. He triggered his BKB, ready to fight, actually dropping one of his Divine Rapiers to be there for the fight. So he has to wait another 30 seconds. He could have actually TP'd himself onto a hero because he got 2nd level BTs. Now he actually drops the BKB and picks up the Rapier again. They're coming down for Roshan.
Didn't work.
Like, he doesn't have enough hands for this Ember Spirit. Can someone give him like a lone druid pet so he can hold all of his items?
This is still Roche for EG.
It is.
All right,
the nerves.
Calm down there.
They have enough damage. They're gonna do this. The Sigil's making it so EG can't contest it. So Aegis the Immortal, they do put it into the hands of Eternal Envy. And again, he removes his boots. There's now EG. They have to stare down the barrel of an Aegis as well as the Cheese. The Cheese is over on Weeha, so even killing the Magnus has become a little bit more problematic. That Monkey King Bar has now arrived for the Wind Rangers. So the Solar Crest, which has been kind of being a bit of a nuisance to Arteezy for a while, is now going to be counted.
I'm surprised that Arteezy hasn't bought a plate mill, and I think PPD should just have sold his wand and done the same when they don't have buyback. You need to get some sort of defensive item so EE doesn't just one-shot your heroes. It's of course good to have Glass Cannon and Wind Ranger who can deal a lot of damage, but he's fully dependent on timing the Wind Run every single time.
EG, they need to defend this one. PPD is actually in a wonderful position. The problem is, actually there is no problem. He blinks himself away, fearful of being scouted out. Misery is right behind him, but PPD, he knows he's not being watched. He picked up that gem, which has been sitting on the ground for like the last 20 minutes. And now RP, it's over on Arteezy. Can they kill him off in time? The skewer up, Eternal Envy looking for the cleave damage, but they burn through the Aegis Immortal. Pylai Die getting dunked, Eternal Envy. You'll come back to living, but for how long? The side of Fist, EG perfectly split, so they don't get that spill damage. He blinks over. Now the BKB charge going. The damage on Fear, it's just too much. He is beyond godlike, and Eternal Envy will help to bring down Universe 2. And there it is, good game. EG, they have stalled this up as long as they possibly could, but 68 minutes is how long it will take for Team Secret on the back of more items than they could possibly hold, more rapiers than Eternal Envy could buy. They will take game 1 of this best of 3 winners bracket final of EG Secret. What a way to start the series. You couldn't have asked for a better start for the winners bracket final.
Envy's playing that last fight where he jumps to his Remnant and then blinks back. You could just tell EG knew their only play was catching this Ember, so they just run from side to side. Envy just stays alive through the entirety of that and showing that that Aegis was absolutely crucial for them to be able to make this final play.
This matchup,
insane game.
This matchup had so much hype around it. It felt impossible for the matchup to live up to the hype. But game 1 has done so far. Game 2 is coming up soon. But before that time, to explain what was a beautiful game, we have our analyst desk full of experts.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, wow, what a breathless first game of the upper bracket final. A fantastic way to come in to the upper bracket. EG versus Secret. Secret winning the first game. Let's try and catch our breaths, gentlemen, and see if we can't just dissect some of that, because that was a ludicrous game, Jacob.
That was beautiful. I don't know what else to say. That I did not expect them to start out this strong. What a game. Oh my God, 2 rapiers and he just kept on killing. Oh, poor PPD. I don't know what to say, Paul. I'm baffled.
There were so many sick plays though, like Winter's Curse, like as he's RPing, the smoke pops from Pylai Die. Overall, it was just some of the best Dota that we've ever seen.
The level of plays was so high, I'm like, mind blown.
It was a beautiful masterpiece. There's no other way to describe that game. And this is what I was talking about. Going into this series, we have our new El Clasico. That's what I meant. Alliance versus Na'Vi. This is what EG and Secret facing up against each other is going to be like every single time, because these two teams, they haven't been flawless in this tournament, but when they meet each other, they make each other better, and you just have the most beautiful display of Dota you could possibly have.
I mean, how do you break that down? I mean, what do you talk about first? Do you talk about the rapiers? Do you talk about Eternal Envy just being completely crazy?
So the net worth lead was probably like, plus or minus like 2,000 for a very long span. EG broke out with a big fight, 10,000 gold lead, boom, push on the high ground. They really underestimated the Ember Spirit, Cleave plus Magnus, which has crushed so many teams. So they, I think, got like 2-min RP. They were very confident with the Aegis, except Arteezy lost that instantly. So I would like to see them like maybe control the Roshan pit a little bit more, but they were very confident that they could siege the high ground. They got the melee racks on the first time, but then they lost like 3 heroes in response. Probably not that good of a trade in retrospect, but I don't think they expected all their HPs to just drop to like critical in a matter.
I mean, I would love to just go over every minute of the game and just...
well, let's do that.
What's happening here?
Let's do that. Let's have a look at the highlights. And these are just the highlights, and there's quite a lot of them, so bear with us, but they're well worth it.
Yeah, in the early game, it was a lot of back and forth, ton of kills coming out from both sides. We saw a lot of solo RPs coming out from Wii because he had a rather tough game ahead of him, but that's where the nice soccer comes in. He was able to just capitalize so much on the weak Secret heroes.
I mean, they kept doing trades all throughout the game. here's the score is 4-4. Later on, it's like 13-13. It ends up, it doesn't end up. Then it's 20-20. It just keeps on being so evenly matched throughout the game. It's ridiculous. EG puts a lot of emphasis on getting killed through on the top lane.
Yeah, Winter's Curse play. Stopping the RP was insane, but I think that Evil Geniuses had good reads in the beginning and that they knew that Secret were going to be forced into using more of their heroes for these games because they didn't have as much early game pressure, and they just responded a bit better, I think, via TPs. They let Secret go ahead, rotate your Magnus around, we'll just respond with the TPs, and you saw that especially, I remember one bottom lane fight, they did so beautifully and ended up going like 2-0 in their favor. This RP looks so favorable for them, but the fight afterwards turned out so badly because they didn't have their Ember Spirit ready to go.
But overall, this is, I think, the first time that we've seen a draft like very tailored to deal with the Ember Spirit. We have the Axe in front with a Crimson Guard. We have a Vlad, we have a AC to try and deal with the physical damage output put out from the Battle Fury plus the Empower, but the Cleave just ended up being too strong.
And Secret had a really good control of this game. I think before this moment, Secret were on their path to actually more like a 55-minute victory, but in this one play where Evil Geniuses are able to take over the Roshan pick, get 3 kills, snatch the Aegis, they actually get Puppey at the end here as well. This actually makes the game then back into the control of EG, and they control to a point where they're able to get this mid-rack.
This was a very, very costly push from them, and very nice RP. The Winter's Curse doesn't really connect on anything else aside from the Magnus, and Ember Spirit just cleans everybody up. So how do you actually approach this strategy from Secret though? Like do you just simply ban out the Ember Spear? Are there other tools that teams have looked at? I thought the Axe was a brilliant pick from EG.
I think if you look at the storied picks throughout the tournament for Secret, you need to ban out the Ember Spirit. They first picked it a lot throughout the main event. They are so dominant with it. Eternal Envy's performance on the hero is just through the roof. This game especially, going into the late game. And I mean, they had a Night Stalker. They did as much as they could in the early game, I feel.
There were several mistakes, though, like that, EG, all throughout the game, whether it was Sumail or Arteezy. They were trying to push perhaps a bit harder than they really should have, and they end up getting caught in the process. Sometimes it was good wards by Secret, like the side lane on the cliff on the far left side. That ended up catching Arteezy one time, but a lot of times it was just simple EG trying to get a bit too much control of the map too aggressively with only one hero.
And Arteezy fell behind a lot in farm, especially after that first set where he was sitting in the middle of the creeps and just died to the Cleave. And nice chase from Eternal Envy, ends up finishing the Axe there.
Eternal Envy's plays here. Here's another one. Sumail has track on him, right? And he's right next to the cliff within Blink Dagger range. I would argue that that's simply Sumail not respecting the initiation of the Secret.
And here's kind of the defining play where Ember just completely outplays them with the Remnant and then the Blink back, and after that, they're like, oh, we lost.
I mean, this is the final fight, right? 37-37 before the fight is over. It's just very telling of this game how close it actually was until he got those 2 rapiers and then sat on 13,000 gold.
EE had so much pressure on him, though, not to get picked off. They had really good Lotus Orb usage on him, the Lincoln Sphere too. Everything was all in on EE, and he delivered.
Yeah, he absolutely delivered. And as ever, when we've been talking about the best teams and the best players, they often arrive in an upper bracket final and turn it on. And you really can't fault any of the 10 players that played in that game.
No, I think if you want to talk about any sort of mistakes that happened in this game, it was always a trade-off. It was always a read that, yes, this is a risk, but at the same time, these games are going to happen where you're going to have these small things that a hero gets caught out the wrong time, and that's just the way that Dota works. There's too many unknown factors, right? So I think that all of these players played it to the highest level that they possibly could have.
If you go into this match expecting it to be this close, which I assume Puppey did, second picking a Bounty Hunter suddenly makes a lot of sense because of all of the gold trade that you get, especially going into the later stages of the game. We saw an almost full inventory Shadow Priest. Like the entire lineup of Secret had all the items they needed, whereas EG still had plenty of room to ramp up on everyone but the Timbersaw and the Axe maybe.
You said to me at about the 60-minute mark, this is so ridiculously high level, my head's going to explode.
Yeah. There's just so many small things happening constantly all around the map that you just like...
Even outside the team fights.
Poetry in motion,
yeah.
It's art, it's beautiful. It's Dota 2 on the highest level, yeah.
Yeah, and even outside of the team fights, there were some really smart things happening, positional plays, movement. discovery by both teams, figuring out how they're going to set one fight up and how they're going to move away from it. We also saw, I want to raise this, all of us got quite excited at one point because they smoked up and it looked like they were just going to go for the throne.
All the
what
top
stopped them?
racks.
Yeah,
and they
or maybe
realized
top
they
racks,
was
but- and then I
crashing
think-
in on
yeah.
their base.
But I think it's hard to imagine what else we could have asked for in game one. If we've been really greedy and it was Christmas time, what else would we have asked for? I'm not sure there is anything.
A base race.
Maybe, yeah. That probably would have been the
That's
ultimate.
really the
wouldn't it?
ultimate thing that-
68-minute game finished by a base race either side.
But I think it says a lot about the game as general, as you guys were saying, that there was a lot of things outside of the team fights, like the fact that us as analysts were standing up and getting so excited when there was no kills happening, right? Because these teams have these like movements that were just perfect around the map that were actually just like following each other and actually matching each other's step every single way. It was just amazing to watch.
I mean, rapier drops would have been fun. If Eternal Envy had actually died
Just
and
drop them
we
in front of
bought
them.
2 rapiers and we'd have 4 in the game and everyone had a rapier.
All of a sudden, Eternal Envy's rapier counter on that screen just keeps on going up and up.
Yeah, we should point out as well, we've only had one rapier purchase so far at Frankfurt, and that was Miracle against Vega. So Envy now clearly out in front.
He must be pretty happy with his performance, though. I don't really think he made any small mistakes or even glaring mistakes that game.
I would confirm as well that I think he got the most kills of anyone so far in any single game.
How many did he end up with?
I think he ended up on 20 or 21. Unfortunately, my stat screen actually stopped working just after he got the last kill, and
22
basically
and 11.
it broke. Okay.
22 and 11.
Yeah, so that's the highest. The highest was 19, which was equaled by City Wild, Chicken, and Shiki. We're all tied on 19.
damage.
When I was watching that game and the way Eternal Envy, who was playing so flawlessly, was just out-leveling almost everyone, I just imagined, like, all of a sudden Eternal Envy is starring in his own anime movie. You know that scene where they close up and it's just the eyes with the glasses, and the glasses kind of, like, glare over, and he's like, Arteezy, we meet again. And he's just playing to this highest level, like, he's just absolutely outplaying everyone on the side of Evil Geniuses, especially with that game-ending play. With
I love the analogy, but I think you've spent far too long sitting with Toby. Okay, we're going to head into the second draft very shortly. Where do we head, Jacob? If you can control your...
I wish the camera were on Cap's face during that entire thing. So into it.
It's the new anime, Capitalist.
I don't even watch that much anime.
Only when you're with
Not even my
Toby.
thing.
One would never be able to.
But EE and anime just go together somehow.
So, draft 2. We're almost upon us. That man is getting ready for another draft.
I mean, what can we wish for? A chin?
A puppy chin would be nice, wouldn't it?
I want to go back to the
I don't
idea of
think they're gonna let
banning
him get
away the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Because Eternal Envy,
Team secrets.
like, incredibly good on Ember Spirit, proved himself to be probably the best Ember Spirit out there.
They give Secret first pick again.
And I think it works so well to Team Secret's playstyle as well. You oftentimes, like the first Roshan, I think, was a great example of Team Secret's playstyle. When Eternal Envy's playing the hard one, that's an important distinction to make. They oftentimes rotate their 4 other around the map in order to claim objectives. And when EE is on a very mobile hero, he's able to push waves and bounce back, clearing 4.
They have another strat up their sleeve maybe versus the Ember. I wonder what's strat number 2.
Maybe Puppy anticipates it and picks something entirely different. He's like, I'm on to you, BBD.
But then EG stag Ember, right? Mind games.
Nope.
I mean, what other counters would you want in that last game that you didn't have for EG against an Ember Spirit?
Maybe more pressure from the safe lane. They had so many defensive spells too coming out from Secret side. It was like Snowball, Grave, Lotus Orb, Lincoln's, RP. Like maybe they'll craft, I don't know, maybe like a silencer or something so they can actually focus down Ember Spirit. I'm sure they have something else prepared if they let the draft go like this. What other counters are there? We've seen Disruptor kind of used, but even Brood, perhaps? Trying to think of something that we haven't really seen before. We saw Vici use an Undying plus Jakiro in Ember safe lane to pressure him.
Yeah, I think you're on point with just lane pressure is going to be the only thing that EG didn't do in game 1 that they could do with a different draft.
Maybe it looks like they're trying to end the game earlier, though. When they try to end the game Last game, it was after the ages, and I think it was maybe like 35, 40. They were able to push the high ground first. Maybe they can actually push early enough that Ember's Cleave won't be that big of a deal. Because that's when the Mag and the Crimson Guard can actually be useful versus Ember Spirit's Cleave. Or
Yeah,
maybe they ban out the Magnus in second phase.
I think Juggernaut's a great response oftentimes to Ember's Spirit. If you can pick it up a little bit later on in the fourth position, I think he's so good at going high ground and actually kind of offsets Ember Spirit's defensive abilities, where he's able to spam out Sleight of Fist over and over. Healing Ward counteracts all of that.
Isn't it
right?
problematic?
Unless he's just so far ahead, he's one shot.
You know what? When AA is still in the pool, I feel like this opening from Evil Geniuses has some glaring weaknesses.
Possibly, but Juggernaut's also good at killing Ember Spirit. You can go the older build, the Blink Abyssal, with damage items, of course, and actually kill an Ember Spirit. So I like
so the clear
option.
plan here is that they're building for the late game. I mean, it is EG after all.
They did get out late game. But do you ban out Magnus in the second phase? Okay, well, there goes that.
Do not.
Turn to ban.
I mean, this is what makes Poppy such a great captain too. Just anticipating every step of the way, knowing that there's no way PPD has been blind to the fact that this whole Empower combo is just too strong.
10 seconds
It's been Team Secret's bread and butter whenever they really want to win. I'm not saying they don't always want to win, but when they really want to win, they pick up the Mag.
Reserve time.
So Magnus wasn't able to get a lot of good jumps, and a lot of times we see, oh, Magnus, he wasn't able to get good RPs off, but a lot of times it's because of Night Stalker being left in the pool. So Secret actually banned out the Night Stalker to perhaps lend more success to the Ember Spirit and Magnus combo. So it already looks it's shaping up to be perhaps more difficult game for the EG.
Team Secret.
I wonder why they gave Secret first pick twice, though. Any clues from you guys?
I mean, it's got to be they knew they were just going to give up the Ember Spirit with the way they drafted it. They feel like they have a better strategy against the...
Yeah, I think that might have been the case in game 1, and now in game 2, Secret actually had the choice. What puzzles me is that they favor Radiant over Dire. I would have expected otherwise.
Or maybe they pick second pick. We're not sure.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
I'm sure one of the SAS guys will tell us. The weave was also a pretty big deal too. Like, I mean, they were already up against it in terms of having armor.
10 seconds remaining.
What other strats have we seen from EG? I remember around TI4 they actually picked DK a lot, but that's not really a Sumail hero. Although
It's
I
an
guess
Arteezy hero.
It's an Arteezy hero, though, for sure.
But with the Juggernaut already picked, you gotta sort of anticipate that that's gonna be Arteezy.
Yeah.
Evil
Well, with
Once
Geniuses
again,
turn
yeah, the
to
Knicks.
pick. Team Secrets turn to pick.
Felt like that was the most obvious pickup for EG, and I think Team Secret knew it too. With the Darkseer banned away, it doesn't fit into their lineup. They want to be able to take away the Dazzle instead of the Winter Wyvern, so they can't give up WWA and Darkseer at the same time.
But overall, in the grander scheme of things, it looks like EG is approaching Team Secret strats with somewhat similar tools, although they don't have the Night Stalker, and they, I guess, have played against it before. So this makes me think that EG
5 seconds.
probably want to like out-execute them with a similar draft, or they have something very special prepared for picks 4 and 5. But
Reserve time.
after looking at last game, it didn't really seem like EG played poorly or could have stepped it up in really that many aspects of the game. So that makes me more think that they're going to pick something funny for 4 and 5.
Something funny? What's funny to you?
Something, just, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'd be drafting.
Evil Geniuses turn
Tusk again. I gotta say though, Misery in large carried Team Secret through the early and mid game. Yeah. Played an amazing Tusk, got off so many important kills and setups that really kept Team Secret in a tie up throughout mid game.
When you're running an Ember Spirit and a Magnus as your 2 of your 3 cores, it's very necessary for you to pick up an offlaner that's able to make plays early on and create space, because you're entirely reliant on the Ember Spirit to start. Like, he has a decent laning phase, but he needs to actually get to the point where he's clearing through ancient stacks and such, and that's going to be entirely on your offlaners and your supports to create that space. You can't go a greedy offlaner. You need like Tusk or Clockwork to be picked up by Team Secret. Tusk is
clearly the best offlaner left in the pool.
Do you think they're still going to go with a push strat because they didn't even ban out the AA in
I think
phase number 2?
it gets more and more likely.
Turn to pick.
Some people seem to forget that, but Beastmaster is actually really good at pushing. Locks down a target that steps out too far, obviously, with Primal Roar. Has the aura with the extra attack speed, and then builds into a Necromicon that is just one of the best items to push with. I think this could be a very well-disguised push strat from EG.
So
they still haven't banned out the 8A, though, which worries me.
But maybe they think it's so disguised that they don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can pull it off.
I don't know about disguised. I mean, we were talking about the push strat coming from the Juggernaut. I think that players...
It's not an obvious one.
I've talked to pros, though, and it seems like they really agree that the Juggernaut Healing Word is a direct way to be able to push high ground against Ember Spirit. I can't see Team Secret...
Well, there's a difference between being able to push high ground with the lineup and then going for an actual push strategy that is centered around winning by...
What for you would wrap up a push strategy?
Jakiro for me.
Jakiro, Shadow Shaman, Shen, heroes such as these. But still, most importantly, the same way we saw with eHome up against VG Gaming, you gotta remove the AA. It's a very comfortable lineup for Team Secret right now. Probably gonna be a Tusk support with Misery playing the offlane Magnus, Weehaw on the Wind Ranger. So the last hero is a Poppy hero. Beastmaster is really good for control, though, so it may not be a push strategy, but just a means to deal with the Ember Spirit. Get the Primal Roar off, use the Necromicons to burn him down. There's two really good heroes at keeping him in his place.
Reserve time.
I think it's more likely too that it's a push strat because like you don't want to pick like these heavy single target disables versus a Tusk. And they still went for the Beastmaster anyways, so it makes me think they want him more for the aura than for the Roar.
Yeah, I do want to see the Chen, but I can't. They already have a Bane and a Winter Wyvern. There's no way unless they play a...
Yeah, I was like, who's going to play it then? I mean, I guess you could maybe run Bane in offlane, but... So we think Sumail's going to be Beastmaster if they run push? What other heroes do we see?
I think there are much more push heroes left in the mid position, right, than the offlane.
This right?
Storm Spirit.
Oh.
What?
Okay then.
Nice.
Somewhere Blitz.
Hey,
is
Blitz!
happy.
Blitz is relevant again.
You've got Wind Ranger, Shackle Shot, RP. Those are your two biggest lockdowns against Storm Spirit, but they're not even instant.
He's playable.
Yeah, he's definitely playable here.
And the Orchid can be used as a counter to Ember Spirit, too. I like it.
What's our last pick? It's a puppy hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you need a saving hero, right? Because it's Storm Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
You need a hero that picks up Glimmer Cape. The Bane and Dazzle are already gone.
Bane, Dazzle, Winter Wyvern already gone.
There's like Shadow Demon that's left. That's Rubik.
Puppy doesn't play Rubik. UD maybe?
Disruptor.
There's your answer.
Right. Counter to Storm Spirit.
Game 2. Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses for the winners bracket final. Team Secret need just one more. Let's head back to the commentary team. Toby, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, here we are for game number 2. Evil Geniuses going up against Team Secret, and this winners bracket final couldn't get any better. We get to see the signature Sumail here, or the big one. It's the Storm Spirit.
Do you know what you do if you can't catch Ember? You pick an even more mobile hero so you can catch Ember.
It's his brother. You gotta have the war of the brothers, man. It's the Spirit War. Luckily, the third brother is not allowed in Captain's mode. But it's Ember versus the Storm. The big matchup. The concern, however, is there's a reason why Storm Spirit is not being played. And I think this might be one of these PPD kind of things where he's like, you know what? And he said this when he was doing his vlog about the drafting at the TI finals. He's like, you know what? We just draft something which is comfortable. We draft something which our players are going to be wanting to play. And Sumail, I don't think you want to play anything else other than the Storm.
Yeah, and Storm did get nerfed very heavily, of course, but still, even after that, when sometimes it is just the right pick. And I think EG, they figured out, okay, in game number 1, we actually thought we had a strategy that could beat the Ember Spirit. Part of their idea was running around with a Night Stalker with all the vision in that game. but it wasn't enough because they couldn't catch him. So now they need to find that catch. And they kind of throw a curveball because Secret, as well as the panel, I would assume, expected this to be some sort of a push strat. Okay, well, they pick Juggernaut in the first phase together with Bane. They then follow up with a Beastmaster for the Aura. It's pretty, that screams push strat to me. And then they switch it up with a Storm Spirit in the end. And then the Beastmaster's purpose in this game is actually to find out the Ember so that Storm can jump and solo kill him. And a Storm with Orchid can solo kill Ember from full health the moment he gets it.
He just needs to get that Orchid timing, because even if we don't look at the Storm Spirit, there are other heroes in this entire tournament where you go for the Orchid and then you lose that critical fight just before you pick up the Orchid, and he can't afford to have it being delayed. There's a lot of Team Secret control to go up against the Storm Spirit, having that Disruptor, having that Tusker who's got his own jump, RPs, they've got enough that can lock down Samael that he needs to be the strongest hero on this field.
Stupendous.
Either that or Arteezy's shoulders are going to get very, very, very loaded.
Well, this is kind of interesting. With the top rune going to EG, we actually runs all the way across the river to get the bottom rune, and we'll be, of course, be coming back in time with Puppey blocking the wave, but it looked like Secret were not expecting this kind of positioning from EG for the first rune.
It's actually wondering, too, if EG was wanting to run the Storm Spirit on the safe lane up against the Magnus. Instead, they left Universe down there, hoping Universe will have a far superior lane, get that early level 6 that already, like, forcing him out of the lane. Puppey, okay, that's a lot of damage from PPD. That's a hell of a lot of damage from PPD. There's no follow-up to it. But the initial harassment, because how is Misery meant to work this bottom lane? Universe is running double boars.
It's a very difficult lane for Magnus. Of course, when Shockwave gets high enough level, you can just farm with that. But until that point, Beastmaster beats most melee heroes pretty clearly in lane.
Looks like PPD's made his way up to the top lane too. Understanding that pull is happening. He's still got his Arctic Burn on cooldown for the moment. And Fear's getting as close as he can to Eternal Envy, and he hasn't actually skilled an ability yet. Now he actually goes for the Sleight of Fist, followed up by the Flame Guard. Wondering if this is the concern. Like, I guess, what is he really going to be dodging here? Splinter Blast? A little bit. Misery. Wow, he's low. Universe. Okay, with the Shockwave. Oh, Universe dodges it. The attack from the tower won't be enough. At range creep, helping to knock him down to 18 life. The Universe needs to get rid of this damn melee creep. He can't salve until it's gone. Now it's gone, he will salve up. Very close to Secret getting a big advantage on their offlaner.
At the same time, the CS levels in this game are actually fairly low for the time being, but it's of course a result of the way they're challenging the lanes. A lot of emphasis is being put on harassment in the bottom lane from Universe, and the top lane Arteezy. Challenging Eternal Envy. Until Envy hits 6, Juggernaut is actually a really strong hero in lane against the Ember Spirit. Of course, you can break out of chains with your spin. You can destroy the Flame Guard pretty easily with that too. And they have Fear up there, who's a great laning hero. So again, EG are trying this early game to put as much pressure on Ember as possible. In the last game, they got lane dodged. This time around, Secret are not doing that. And as a result, Envy is just not getting the same amount of farm as he would like.
It's going to really slow down that progression of his items. And Samael, got to keep the eyes on the Radiant cams too to see when they get stacked up and he's just able to flash farm up. Because that's what's going to allow him to just leap over that small little gap to get to that Orchid. Weeha already going to trigger his win run, feeling Samael's aggression is about to arrive. Universe also having a great time on bottom lane. Misery had to do a little bit of a loop. He did pick up a bounty rune. But Universe is actually winning on the experience gain as far as this lane goes. He's managed to push Misery out just far enough, and now Misery's got the bottle, so that control won't survive much longer. But being 15-4 CS up against the 7 CS of Misery, and that's just a melee versus melee. One-on-one.
Misery gets level 5, this will...
Yeah, that's when he's farm
even out.
starts.
Well, it won't even out. Universe will stay ahead the whole time, most likely, but he won't be gaining more. It will just plateau here.
I'm wondering if it's worthwhile for EG to just get a TP up on PPD. Maybe that's going to be a better option for them, because actually he's already got one. So he just TPs himself down the bottom lane to open up onto Misery. Skew is the only way he's going to get away. But if Universe can get to that Raw, so look for that time around the level 6, chip Misery down, get to Raw, have your axes ready, and just burn and Splinter Blast him out.
Yep, they could very easily get a kill that way. They could also TP Samael for it, just with the Ball Lightning. Very easy kill with the Roar. They could, technically almost any hero, actually any hero on EG should be able to get that kill if they do it. But PPD, as you said, has his TP ready, and I think it's more for defensive purposes than aggressive ones. Of course, he has the best here as a TP and can TP in and skill Cold Embrace and save the target. So far, a pretty quiet game. The EG are very clearly winning on CS. They're actually 1,000 gold ahead from last hits only at minute 4. Now 1,500 already, even.
It just keeps increasing, especially when Arteezy's able to do this. Like you drag the Dire Creep Wave down, but you're using it to farm up what was a double stack. So it's easy money coming your way. Sumail taking a little bit of harassment as Pylai die. He was waiting there for almost like a minute, maybe 2, to initiate in with the help of Weeha. But there's so much time being wasted for the Taskar. Bane's remaining in lane in the meantime, and because they also farmed up these stacks, the Wyvern and Bane, they're actually getting some decent levels at the moment.
Yep. Level 3 on Fear, PPD as well, closing in on that.
It's roughly that time, man.
And I'm just looking at Secret right now, and I'm thinking, what can they actually do to stop this lane dominance from EG? They're very limited. Disruptor support level 2 doesn't really do much. Tusk is level 2. They can't really find kills against this much stronger early game support duo that EG have. They can't gank mid because Sumail is just going to ball lightning away. Even if there's Glimpse, it's so low level that he'll be fine. And Universe is perhaps the one lane they can gank, but it's not really that good value for what they get.
And in fact, Universe is still going to be looking to a gank himself. Like, he's got that Roar available. But this is also a great time for Team Secret. Actually, no, it's not. That ward's going to expire in 17 seconds. Fear looking to start the initiation. It could be Poppy, but the Searing Chains from Eternal Envy stops Fear from getting the Nightmare. That was the goal. Nightmare into a level 2 spin. Poppy was still... Actually, he wouldn't have anything to stop the damage.
I think Fear has misskilled, hasn't he? Is that... I'm trying to find a good reason to put 2 points in Nightmare instead of Brain Sap, and Brain Sap just scales incredibly well. It's such a good spell. And Nightmare actually scales really bad. It gives a little bit of cast range.
Yeah, that's the only advantage I can think of for there. Like, actually, because Secrets, they're probably not going to be... Like, it's only 50 range, though. Like, if it was maybe like 100, 150,
yeah,
it could catch Secret by surprise, but 50 range is not really enough. Pilot Eye is now waiting on bottom lane. Sitting down here with the Magnus. Universe actually giving a little bit of space. TP back to pick up his new items.
And there's one thing I actually do want to talk a bit about in this. As far as Storm Spirit's nerfs, one of the nerfs that hit him the hardest was that Static Remnant went from costing 70, 80, 90, 100 to 100 on all levels. So it removed a lot of his laning prowess, where he would just push out the lane and actually dominate a lot of matchups. Still, Sumail is even with Weeha in this mid lane, and that's even without farming stacks. So he's getting through that part of the game where the hero got nerfed pretty well here. Of course, the other part is his ultimate being more expensive than it used to. And that's the one that lasts the entire game as a major problem.
This mid lane's so fun to watch. Even with Fear just passing through, he gets scouted out by the Observer wards that are sitting in the lane. So Weeha sees Fear. Sumail understands he can't go for the kill, so that's why the power shot didn't launch before. But Pylai die. The Nightmare prepares. Surprising the Team Secret didn't flag this one, but Universe follows up for the Roar, and Sumail. The first rotation comes in, but it's the Brain Sap from Fear that ensures the kill, and EG claim first blood. Arteezy, no, he's not going to get more.
And Secret aren't able to take any advantage of this just because of the nature of their support duo, as I mentioned before. They have to go and find levels before they can really accomplish anything. And that should mean with this rotation from EG, they're probably able to stack.
Eternal Envy.
He was not ready for that one.
No, he was not. He wasn't expecting the attack. Probably thought, well, Arteezy had the mango anyway. That's what allowed him to go directly in for the Omni Slash, because he committed spin too much before. But with the phase boots, Arteezy can just close the distance so quickly, and there was no defensive spirit available for the Ember because he only just hit level 6. This is a fantastic start for EG. Their off lane's working perfectly. The first rotation of your mid ensures a kill. Your Beastmaster's first Roar also results in a kill. And you're getting everything you're really searching for out of all your lanes. Now a 2.5k net worth advantage.
And it's not scary for EG to go late game this game. They have better solutions to the Ember than they did last time. And in addition to that, they're shutting down the Ember better. The Magnus being played by Misery in the offlane has, of course, got a lot of levels, so that will mean the Empower will come up fairly early.
Fear might be dead right now. It's a smoke move from Misery. The double damage is going to wear off, and Fear, okay, well, he definitely sees Misery. It's not 100% certain what he does with Misery. Also in middle lane universe. Okay, this should be a good kill. Weeha, simple roll. The win run's already gone, but Sumail just preps the Remnant. They'll back up as Misery does TP himself in. Sumail still with one more ball lightning away. Gets back in range of the tier 1 tower, but Eternal Envy, he's attacking in. Fear, he's got a Nightmare over on the Mag. He's got the Glimpse pulling Sumail backwards, but actually brings him in range to attack onto Eternal Envy. But Splinter Blast also doing a little bit of chip damage. Just Misery, he's got Skewer to get himself away from the Shackle will latch on PPD. And there's no follow-up more from EG, but you got a kill on an Ember Spirit. Team Secret rotated almost their entire team to that mid lane to get a kill, and they get nothing. In fact, they lose the Ember.
Paladai stayed bottom. He needs to stay here to get levels instead of rotating in. So I think this is the right call from them. Just get the level 6 up on this Tusk. He also protected the tower from potentially taking a lot of damage here from Arteezy. But yeah, you're right. This is a very good early game for EG. They've got a 3,000 gold advantage right now. Envy dying twice this time around. That was his total amount of deaths in the last game that he already has now. And EG will be looking to take really good map control. That's the Beastmaster's big advantage together with Storm. This is not a new combination. The surprising thing about this is not that EG picked these heroes together, it's that they picked the Storm at all.
Yep.
Storm's Beastmaster has been one of their absolute best strategies that they've used in the past, and if they get off to a good early game, it's very scary playing against, is the best way to put it. Going out on lanes when those heroes are missing, you always feel under pressure, even if you aren't.
But this also shows just how dynamic a game of Dota can be. You play heroes you're really comfortable with. You don't have to stick to the meta. Yeah, Storm Spirit might have been shut down, but if you feel like he's still going to work, if you can make him work, you just pick it, you go it, and you get the success. But EG are having this in multiple lanes. It's not just the Storm. Like Storm's rotation bottom lane, that kill was going to happen if he was there or not. This is just EG with really solid lanes. And Secret, well, it was the same kind of story at the beginning of game number 1 where they were behind and you're asking yourself the question, how do you get back? And the answer then was to create space. But how does Secret do that?
The fundamental difference for me this time is even, let's say we get into the same situation again and we have a Rapier Ember Spirit. The carry and the mid lane in the last game from EG were way worse in terms of mobility and catching. Sumail can, in this game with a BKB build, ignore the Disruptor. He just needs to not get caught by an RP. When he's in BKB, also doesn't care about Shackle Shot. So he can always just search for that backline kill on Envy as long as there's a Hawk there. And Envy, as a result, will not be able to go for this full Glass Cannon build with that threat on him. You will be soloed up by Storm 40 minutes in if Storm has good farm.
Team Secret just dodged the smoke gank of EG. The idea was Nightmare directly into Omni Slash, which would ensure a kill on whoever they found. The Team Secret now, they want to attack. They smoke up and they're looking towards Sumail. There's nothing to shackle to. Now there is, because he moved in range. The tree limit, really, that won't latch? Sumail, he can jump himself back out of these shards the Paladai is throwing down. In fact, Fear will be glimpsed away. The Nightmare already going on Weeha. Puppey will steal it for himself. And Sumail doesn't want to engage. Doesn't have the mana to do so. And that's easy. Mango, Trigger. He's waiting for Weeha's. Oh, actually, that may not even be needed. He just goes directly for the Blade Fury. There's not enough mana to go for the Omni Slash, but in comes Sumail. Very deep Misery. He tried to go for the RP. They'll still get the Shackle off. And Sumail with the one charge, he's got one more jump in him, but they'll go for the Curse on Misery as well as Puppey. Sumail, you're too low. With Eternal Envy coming in, he gets a big kill his way. Good money arriving for Team Secret, and maybe they can get more. The Spirit jump forward, back, Eternal Envy, Searing changes up. He'll lock Fear in position. The Nightmare timing a little off. The power shot from Weeha, ensuring the kill, and Team Secret will take 2 lives off EG as they come a little bit too deep under the tier 1 tower.
And this is something that Sumail has been known for quite a while. He is this explosive, high-risk, high-reward kind of player. He missed the ball lightning. He took a chance, thought he could maybe hit, didn't. Used his entire mana pool on a kill he didn't get, and then ultimately Secret do turn around him. And I would say in this situation, even if he does get the kill, is it really worth it? Trading your life for a wind range, because he has no escape plan there. There's not enough mana. He doesn't have a soul ring in his build to reset and get out. And maybe, who knows, maybe not too comfortable with the changes, the extra mana cost.
That's an aggressive move. And Storm Spirit, they get the Vortex. Puppey will end up going down. He just tried to bail out of there, walking behind the towers. All he had was a sentry ward, and in fact, now you actually see PP, like he's throwing down the sentry, looking for the obs that he believes was planted by Team Secret. And all he's going to end up finding is one sentry ward of Team Secret next to the Ancients. That's all. He might have a big question mark. Why was Puppey there? Hello, Shackle.
Shackle shot.
That one will latch PPD. Weeha, he's still got power shot available. And if he just times this even slightly right, PPD, yep. Very simple kill for Weeha. And much needed. This will bring him back on track to get that Aghanim Scepter.
What's the status on the other heroes? Envy is still behind, but he's starting to catch up now as a result of course, that last fight. He got a kill and an assist. Now they have Empower starting to be leveled up, so we're going to see a similar situation to the last game in that. And now the challenge for EG is finding him. Find him with Sumail, find him with the Beastmaster. They're going to wait until Sumail has his Orchid, which is still a little bit away here. Probably going to see it around minute, I'm guessing, 18, 19.
That'll be a good rough guess.
And then I'm curious what Arteezy does. It looks like he's going for a Battle Fury first, but his item build in this game is crucial as well. This is a hero who can afford to go Blink Abyssal and actually just jump onto and kill the Ember or do something similar to the Wind Ranger or the Magnus. Some really key kills are available for him in this game.
Interesting choice of items too with the way he starts, because he leveled up the healing ward, so he goes directly into the damage dealing items, picking up that broadsword of his. Lets him deal a lot more when Secret look to fight. Actually prep and observe ward too, so Arteezy. Misery is really uncertain about this. Until he has the Blink Dagger, Team Secret really aren't ready to fight. Pilot, I also can't save him, because catching up to wherever the Magnus is going to be a difficult task for him. So it's not just like blink into Snowball and then you end up cancelling Fiend Scream. But that's the one thing which Secret will really love to do, actually take out the control that is fear. But you need to get farm on your supports, and who do you even prioritize? Like, I assume the answer is going to be it's Pile Die. And Puppey sacrifices himself in this game, because you still need to have the Tuskar Blink Dagger. But don't you also want big items over on the Disruptor? Because if this BKB comes up for the Storm Spirit, you're going to need that Aghanim's upgrade.
It's way too unreliable. The chance that you land a Static Storm with Aghanims against the Storm BKB means you have to get the jump in the first place. So if Puppey just starts walking in like, hey Sumail, just stand where you are for 2 seconds so I can actually catch up to you and then drop Static Storm, it's not going to happen.
It's the RP follow-up. That's the only way he will be able to do that.
Yeah, and then in the first place you need to either land an RP or a Shackle Shot, and then maybe you could kill him anyway. I think you do get the item on the Tusk. I'm thinking Guardian Greaves might be an option here. He is just so far away that maybe that's too unrealistic for him to aim for something like that, and maybe you just go Naked Blink. I don't know, it's...
Well, who else will go for it? It's definitely not going to be Weeha. He needs damage, and it definitely won't be Envy. So if it's not him, maybe Misery could actually be building into that after he gets his Blink Dagger. But you also want to have the Force Staff on him. EG coming for the aggression. Now they get the roar over on Misery. Arteezy, well, he can't spin. They should get the Static Storm off, so he can't go for the oldie, but Misery already down Sumail on the front lines. The RP, he attempted it, but the curse, it locks Eternal and Puppey together, and maybe they have enough. Sumail, no more jump mana to go. Universe also can't keep up with Arteezy. Opti-Slash off cooldown. That was a quick kill, taking out Puppey. The Shackle will not be able to latch from Weeha, so no revenge here from Team Secret. Even if it did, there was no follow-up for Team Secret.
EG at the same time are not able to convert this into a tower, I think. TP already coming in to start defending the mid lane here from Envy. And if there's one thing EG want to do in this game, it's take the top tier one and take the mid tier one so they can enable their Beastmaster and their Storm Spirits to start taking over the map. I'm imagining we'll see a gem come out sometime soon as well, maybe after the Necro 3 on the Beast, just remove all map control from Secret, so they're similar to game number 1, just playing in the dark.
I'm not even sure how Secret approached that then. Like, you're playing in the dark, the Juggernaut's going to outfarm the Ember Spirit, because Ember Spirit, like Eternal Envy, is actually taking a stack inside the Radiant jungle at the moment, so he's found himself some good cash, but he went for the same build as game 1. It's into the BTs, it's to dodge and evade EG, it's around that same 18 to 20 minute mark, back off that top tower, understand that EG will be coming for it soon, and then just pressure the bottom tier 1 tower, so you get the trade-off. He could even creep skip at this point, he's just a little cautious about what EG's got to offer.
I agree 100% with Envy not going for a combat build in this game. He could have gone for the classic build that we most of the time see a player like Aggressive get with treads and drums. But they won't be winning the fights against EG anyway. They have to dodge them for a very long time and just try their best to split push and farm. And then whenever they can, they might try to sneak a Roshan when Wind Ranger gets her Aghanim Scepter.
They do have the one upside. That Blink Dagger is up for the Magnus. So maybe it's time for Misery to combine with someone else. Just get a quick pick and then move on to an, like, not even looking for a team fight, just one hero to grab before you start losing map control to the Beastmaster.
Now would be the time. Sumail with the Orchid. Got it, I think, 1840, so pretty good timing with, of course, his build-up with treads and 1 death. Looking good on the farm as well. It's a 5,000 lead for EG right now. And that's without taking towers, right? This is raw farm. Most of the time when teams have a lead like this at this point, maybe they're hit by a tower, maybe 2, maybe they've taken Roshan once as well, 20 minutes in. Just getting 5,000 extra gold out of creeps is a really major advantage. And that means should EG take any good fight and get 1 or 2 towers, it's suddenly a 10k lead from that one play. So a lot of pressure on Secret to perform right now. I agree, Misery is the player to look out for.
Yeah, they come.
Maybe also
This would be big. If they can get Arteezy, that'll be the biggest thing they could grab. But where EG are pushing, they've always got the Hawk. The Hawks are rotating over. Obviously, the smoke will make it impossible for the Beastmaster to know they're coming. But they ran into bottom lane and PPD just disappeared off the map. They start around the nighttime cycle too. So an aggressive Observer Ward will scout out the fact the Fear is right there. But if Misery blinks to RP onto Fear, Universe will instantly counter-roar him. And in fact, now Misery, the smoke is broken, the Hawk scouts him out, and Secret are unsuccessful. In fact, Sumail with the Orchid is already jumping on par. The RP! Misery!
Whoa, what?
Holy Golden Creep Wave! I don't know, but Team Secret, that's not the play.
All right, so I think I know what the idea there was from Puppey. So Misery whiffing the RP is like, okay, I messed up, I was a little bit off. And then Puppey tries to glimpse him back into the Static Storm, but it's not been that many seconds yet, and he had to go for the play right away because Storm was getting out of the Static Storm. This is so costly for Secret, though.
This is so smart from EG. They understand with no RP, with no Static Storm, the Roche Pit doesn't look as risky anymore. Eternal Envy will get the Searing Chains on the Beastmaster, who blinked out to try and get the Roar. And EG are using this similarly as bait because they want Team Secret to come into the river to fight. Because they weren't losing any life to Roshan. If Team Secret didn't contest them, they grab Roshan. If they do, then, yeah. Then EG win the fight.
Of course, it's Wind Ranger with double damage and...
Storm, long jump up top lane, Eternal Envy, Sumail. Okay, there's no mana for this. He went for the early Orchid. Now Eternal Envy wants to have a crack back. Sumail, he might stand his ground. He has no friends coming just yet. The TPs have started. And Sumail, while Pylite Eye's in there with a Shockwave, very over-aggressive.
And I said it earlier, I'm wondering if it's the case again, if Sumail just isn't fully accustomed to the changes to Storm. Like, a really confident team and a world-class team like EG, they might have just decided, okay, Storm is not a pick right now, it's kind of out of the meta, you don't practice it so much, you focus on other heroes, and then they're like, okay, Storm is the best hero right now, Sumail, are you still up to the challenge? And he says, yes, I've played this hero 1,000 times, so of course I know. If you haven't played it enough, you need to play this hero so many times to get the real feel of how far you can jump. And it's been 2 moments now where Sumail overcommits and runs out of mana. He seems to almost, like, it seems to surprise him almost how little he has in the tank when he arrives at his location.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, the old days. Hello, Raw. And with Fiend's Grip as well, the Necro units, they're going to burn through Weeha so quickly. He has no answer to that, so EG get a very quick rebuttal kill. At the same time, because of that kill, Weeha not being on the map, the tier 1 tower is going to be attacked pretty heavily. They've used their fortification once. They can have it back off cooldown because Arteezy is finishing the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. It's a full trade-off though. You're looking at a 2 tier 1 tower trade-off for a 1 tier 1 tower with the death of the Wind Ranger on top.
Very good play here from EG. Continuing to maintain map control. This should be about 1,000. I'm guessing the 6,000-7,000 gold lead once this updates after these 2 towers. And it's going to get harder and harder now for Secret. The good news is Eternal Envy has managed to somewhat catch up. He's not falling too far behind on farm.
The downside is he's losing his map control.
Yep, that is a very big downside.
Here they come. Misery RP is available, but he used his blink to get away. Arteezy taking a little bit of damage from the shards, and now Eternal Envy jumps in, goes for the Slider Fist. Already Arteezy spinning himself out to safety. Omnislash is available on Puppey. He's going to be looking for the glimpse. Misery will give him the vision, but Arteezy actually goes into the tree line pouch as well. They're trying to get it, and there it is. The glimpse back, Puppey, ulti, the Shackle will latch instead. Team Secret very efficient with their abilities. They bring down the Juggernaut. No buyback available, and maybe now with Team Secret, with that Aghanims up and with the buffs coming from the Magnus, they can try and go for Roshan.
we'll of course be able to send in a Hawk to try to get some sort of information, but with RTZ out in the sidelines, it is pretty tricky here. Jackal shot? Nope, not yet.
This is now Team Secret playing the game EG were playing previously. It's the bait to fight the curse, catching out Weeha. Storm Spirit keeping Puppy out this fight by going for the Orchid and the RP. Misery at least gets a little bit of control, but it's not going to be enough. The Storm is down, but Puppy will die. Fear, he'll eventually also fall, but Sumail, he can't get out of the Storm. It's a double kill for Eternal Envy. Does he have anything more to give? Weeha, the Splinter Blast doesn't kill him off. In fact, PPD, the shards will lock him in. The snowball forward, Eternal Envy refreshed after having a beverage back at the well. He'll come in for the kill on Universe 2. Ticking low, and there it is. A triple kill arriving for the Ember. That's enough money to finish up the Battle Fury and toast his teammates.
Man, it's so important that Envy gets those kills. If it wasn't for the fact that Envy got 3 kills there, let's just say the kill exchange is what it is and a couple of them go to the supports of Secret, it might have been worth it for EG just to prevent the Roshan. But with Envy getting this much, probably not the best trade in the world. And they got to be so careful with getting caught out like that again, especially so close to the Roche pit that EG, or Secret rather, can immediately put on the pressure.
Fear, middle lane, looking for the grip, no! Envy jumped out to the Spirit. He came under the cover of Glimmer, so Fear played that beautifully. He TP's in to the tower, in the tree line, away from the vision of Team Secret. Glimmer keeps himself up and then tries to make a run for Envy. I don't know if Envy caught a glimpse of the Glimmer, because he was right on top of that dire observer ward as well.
Could have. Or just sometimes you just read the game perfectly. And get out in the last second. Now this Magnus with the Yule Scepter, interesting pickup on that hero that we don't see so often. He can remove the... Oh, he can actually remove the Orchid, mainly.
Okay, the Hawks didn't get killed off. They blink, they roar forward, going up the Wind Ranger. Puppy splitting a space, creating ulti as well as wall up. Those Necro units were still triggered, and Team Secret, not 100% certain they want to fight. The Observer Ward, freshly planted by EG. Away from the Orbs and Sentries of Team Secret, so it should be able to remain up in that lane for a while.
Sumail sitting on a region, they would love to use this right now to take a fight. So they effectively trade off Roar and Necronomicon for the Static Storm. I don't think that's a good enough trade for EG to try to get away with this.
They're trying it anyway. That regen has been triggered, and Sumail looking for the jump. They jump up. Weeha, he's the man that's going to be orchided up by Sumail. Can they finish the job? Roshan still at 4.5k. RTZ has not joined the fight now as PPD. He can at least cold embrace himself up, slows down Secret's attack, but they still kill him nonetheless. And Roshan sitting at 1/3 of his life. Sumail doesn't have the mana to jump back in again. Envy missing on the Syrian chains because of the board timing. And Fear turns under the Glimmer Cape, but Secret back into the pit. The Observer and Sentries are down for EG. They fully understand what's going on, but they're not really in a position they could do anything about this. Storm, like Sumail's jump may be the only thing that can steal this Roshan, but he's down, it's too risky. They do find at least one. Sumail jumps in. And Omni Slash, Puppy will die pretty quickly. RTZ for the spin. Pylai die, Orchid, Sumail came from behind. And now they can move over to Weeha, but Windrun's making it difficult, not to mention the damage. Sumail's already down for the count. RTZ wants to finish the job on the Magnus, but the spin and the follow RP, the Fiend's grip. Misery is controlled by Fear, so they get the chain off. The Nightmare's keeping Envy out this fight for now, but PPD back to the fight. He's got Curse available with the axe from Universe. They're ticking Weeha down low, but not low enough. Universe jumps forward with the Necro units, but Weeha gets the shackle. The Aegis will still pop. The Necro units do their work, and Envy feeling like he needs to protect his teammate, but with that Nightmare from Fear, Envy is locked. The Curse keeps the Wind Ranger in position to try and burn out his mana. PPD needs more space. Goes to Splinter Blast damage. Cold Embrace. The Power Shot will still have the damage impact there, and PPD glimmered by Fear to save him in the pit. Fear trying to sacrifice himself, but they'll end up losing both of them. So Team Secret.
What an incredible team fight that was from everyone. The fact that EG even tried to go for that and get such a good initial exchange is exceptionally good, and then Weeha just delivering 3 consecutive massive shackle shots that end up costing him his Aegis, so I don't think EG are too unhappy about this exchange. It will allow them to start trying for the map control once again. They need to get this top tier 1 tower.
They really do.
And Sumail, again, in the fight around the fight that happened before at the Roche pit, where he jumped top right of the Roche pit onto the Wind Ranger, that is not your target. Like, you're not killing a Wind Ranger with 1500 health jumping way ahead of your entire team.
I was about to ask you about that, because it's not just once. He's done it multiple times looking for, just to keep Weeha out. Like, you're not going to find the kill on that, and it's almost like allowing Puppy to do everything he wants to do. Puppy's position is making it very difficult for Sumail to see him. So Sumail goes to whatever target he really gets a glimpse of, but the Orchid not finding kills. It's kind of like the big tail out of that. EG will now finally take out the tier 1 tower. At least it's not the old classic, oh well, we lost Roshan to take out the tier 1 tower. Instead, Secret preparing themselves for a fight. Observer wards down the fortification. Slowing this as Eternal Envy moves to front line. Universe actually all the way through the back. He's found Puppey. They go initially for the Roar, and Sumail looks for the kill with a snowball. Save is there, the RP! Wafted again from Misery with a jump back out. Puppey will end up dying to the boar, and the Omni Slash. How much work can it do? A lot. Tuskar's down, but there's your curse. Misery, Envy can't finish Sumail. A triple kill for Arteezy. Cleaving through them all. Team Secret lose everything but Weeha. The tier 1 tower is down. And EG, they can just push and take the tier 2 on top of this.
Such a huge positional play from Universe, realizing that he can try to go for this play. Finding the Disruptor, he had the chance to, he could have blinked in and roared Envy, but he decides, okay, if I can take out the Disruptor on my own, it's a better choice. He forces a defensive snowball. They have to commit so many abilities to just try to save Puppey, and then clutch dodge from Sumail on that RP, and it's really important for him to start getting some momentum in the game and feeling like he's not completely out of it.
And this is just, with abilities like that missing from Team Secret, it's going to be even harder with this BKB being completed for Arteezy. So now they've got even less control. Damage from Weeha can't be inflicted. He's just lucky to get away with his life, and we get ourselves a pause, a moment to think. As you're just seeing a sharp change in that graph. It was coming back the way of Secret. It just swings back up again, but EG, what a timing. Now there's only 2 remaining outer towers for Team Secret on the field. And once they start losing this, they're gonna start losing control over Roshan. And they're gonna start losing control of the farming areas of Eternal Envy. Normally he's really good at slipping between the lines and finding that farm.
Misery does not look too content right now. He knows he's
missed 3 RPs.
He knows he's making some key mistakes here, but it's not all on him. It's also just EG making some really good plays and some good dodges and tricking them a bit. But yeah, you're never satisfied as a player playing a teamfight hero like this and missing. You know there's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. He feels like he's not delivering. I think it's half him misplaying and half EG playing well. So it's very important. And this is one of those moments where you need your teammates to pull you back up and be like, okay, you messed up, it's all right, we're still in the game, we're still looking fine. Because if he lets it get to himself too much, he's going to keep missing them. And he needs to have this feeling that he can definitely get back into shape in the game.
Yeah. Just put it out of your mind. He's got enough experience, he can do that. We'll unpause and get back into our game. So luckily, no long delay. It's been a very smooth tournament so far, and these players want to keep it that way, keep their mind and their focus in this game.
Dire's bottom tower is
Arteezy, they're chasing him down. Weeha would love to get a good shackle, but Arteezy keeping himself away from the trees, ignoring HY. And Weeha just can't find the opening. He doesn't have that Force Staff as well. No Blink Dagger Force Staff. So closing the distance is a lot more difficult for him. But he's got no choice because he needs the damage output.
And this is the perfect itemization from EG, I think. The one thing you could potentially criticize is Sumail not going for the Soul Ring before the Orchid. He got it after, and then he goes BKB, and Arteezy getting BKB. That item ruins Secret's strategy until Envy deals so much damage that he can just kill them through it. It's very difficult for Wind Rangers to focus fire down these key targets when they have so much escape potential. The Storm Spirit can just jump away. The Juggernaut can turn it into an Omni Slash and just turn the fight around very easily. And on top of all of that, they still have the Cold Embrace that we shouldn't forget. So the tools are definitely there.
Team Secret is coming. PPD has positioned himself like this so they can break the smoke. They know where he is, and PPD, the Yule Scepter up, and Misery already down. Sumail goes straight over the top with Arteezy's BKB Omni Slash. They wipe out almost 3 heroes. Tusker was the one that survives a little bit longer thanks to Snowballer with a Fiend's Grip. They take out Weeha as well, giving Sumail a triple kill. EG actually saw this previously. They didn't see the smoke itself, but because of their observer warding positions on the bottom lane and just around Roshan, Leonard's Secret went in and they never came back out again. Initially, Fear positioned himself to break the smoke. Didn't happen, and now, well, Eternal Envy, he tries to make space, but now, barely surviving. He's down to the river, and he'll get himself out.
I was about to say, now we've reached that point when Storm can solo the Ember, but
barely getting out Envy. But still, it's going to be a loss of a lane of barracks here. Secret without key buybacks on any of their heroes.
And
DG getting it.
That glimpse. It's bringing Universe back, but he's still got Blink Dagger, and Pylai Die won't be able to catch him. The shards will fly, but Universe, a glimmer, BT away, Misery, blind skew as the Sentry Ward now comes down, but they'll end up catching Universe. He's going to make it work for it. In fact, Raw probably may even die. The RP pulls him back. That's a huge force, but you don't have a Beastmaster for 66 seconds unless he wants to buy back. But you've already taken what you came for. You took that mid tower and the melee racks.
Yeah, that's some sick value there out of EG. Being able to force the RP should actually even allow them to maybe keep the pressure up if they want. You know, there is the potential play here of buying back the Beastmaster and Boots of Traveling to a lane and just trying to take a secondary lane of racks, but it's still, they still respect their opponents too much to do that. Although they would have all of their ultimate abilities available apart from the Primal Roar, that is not their decision. Rather, play it safe, wait it out. No Roshan is available yet anyway. They have the timer under control, and instead they do sacrifice a tier 1 for a lane of barracks, essentially, and a couple of good
Melee's a
kills.
tier 2 as well, if they're not careful. Because that win range can push pretty quickly, and EG are in no position to fight. Like Arteezy might TP, and now he sees the double stack in the tired jungle. He's very happy to farm this. But yeah, when you show the graph like that, 12,000 net worth advantage, they repaired a 3.5 to 4K deficit of experience to bring it up to about 8.5, 9K. EG doesn't want to lose anything. Arteezy, well, you can't TP onto a tower.
That kind of sucks when you've already used your Blade Fury.
Yep, but he's just going to go for the mid-range racks. It's
He doesn't even need to.
It's going down to the creep wave. So yeah, maybe he could have inflicted damage to the tier 3 tower, forced Team Secret to fall back faster. But he already used his Blade Fury. That's why he couldn't trigger it.
He could have used a BKB, but
yeah,
he had nothing to stay for. He just...
Oh, they're coming. They're coming in force. Team Secret. Pylai Die, he's got no maneuverability items. Like, he's got a Glimmer Cape. The BT's coming onto the creep wave. That's Eternal Envy. And he's going to blink himself forward, get Searing Chains, the Dire Observer Ward. Team Secret know there's no other help to help out the Juggernaut. So the Eul Scepter to start with from Misery. There's your RP. But catches Arteezy in the middle of a spin. They've still got the damage from Weeha. And with a Walrus Punch, they ensure the kill. And Arteezy will end up in the grave.
He thought he could get away with a little bit. I also thought he was going to get away with that. Didn't look too risky, but Secret with the good chasing potential here. Of course, the Eternal Envy Ember catching up with that Slight Chains. Setting him up for success.
That's a really good kill for him too. That's 612 gold coming the way of the Ember Spirit. So with already a Blink Dagger, the BTs, and the Battle Fury, these damage-dealing items are starting to arrive for Envy.
I think we'll see something else this game, though.
You think we'll actually go more for like the Skadi, the safer build?
To get a defensive item. I think Linken's might be the best choice just because it disallows Storm from using both Electric Vortex and the Orchid on him. So he has to waste one of those abilities, and that then in turn he can split push way more. Also keeps him safe from the Beastmaster Roar, so Beastmaster can't solo him out on the map. There's a lot of value to that item in this game, but perhaps he feels forced into a damage item anyway. Going for a defensive item will keep EG in map control and maybe just allow them to finish off the game before he starts getting those damage items.
Speaking of defensive items, how the hell does Fear afford a BKB?
That is a very good... Wait, why does he have a BKB?
Because now no one can stop him from being awesome.
He has 56 CS. This is actually... He is very rich.
Yeah, he is.
It is one of the boons of playing on team with PPD is that you don't have to buy wards ever. So, of course, Fear is getting a lot, but just looking at his kills, it's the lane of barracks, right? They've taken barracks, they've taken a tier 3. There's a lot of global gold, but still, even with all that, I wasn't expecting a BKB at this timing for Fear.
That actually pushes Team Secret into a rough decision. Because how do you stop this now? You're not going to commit an RP to cancel off a Fiend script. You've kind of always got to do it with Pylai Die snowballing the Fiend script target. That's the only other way around it. But if you're having that much trouble killing off a Bane, then you add the Cold Embrace factor from PPD with the Curse Control. EG can just lock down Team Secret and let Universe go to work. I'm wondering why if like Eternal Envy getting a BKB is the better choice to get away from something like the Necro Book Burn too, so he's not just caught with no mana on the front lines. Can even kill it off because no one else in his team can kill this without taking a quite considerable amount of damage. Now Blink, Raw, Pylai Die, Omnislash straight after. Puppy can't even lock Arteezy in his ultimate. Misery getting Fiend script up, so he'll be taken out of the fight as well. It is for the loss of the Beastmaster. A 2-for-1 trade-off.
And Sumail is looking good on items now. He needed to warm up, it seemed, on this hero, but now he's in a good position, and that 2-for-1 trade should give them Roshan, unless Secret decides to try and buy back the Magnus to protect this Roche. But even doing that isn't enough to keep them safe. They know that Sumail is in a good position. The healing ward will be keeping everyone just safe. Probably just have to concede this one over to the side of EG.
Yep.
I really want to see Envy buy an item. You can't run around with 6,000 gold right now. That's just...
Well, you can. You can if you're Envy. He's moving over. This might just be the Demon Edge. If he's thinking about a dead... Oh, really? Well, if Team Secret... Maybe this is also a glimpse into their mindset right now, where Team Secret feels so far behind in this game that they need something like a Rapier. The blink forward. Fear. Oh, there's a Spirit away.
I was actually considering if he was going to do that. I was like, no, you're not doing that yet. But...
Nope.
All right, Hail Mary.
This is Envy just leveling up into divine form.
It's not as scary as you think, though.
Because there's no Daedalus, is there?
There's no Daedalus. He can't crit with it yet. It's a 500 damage, basically, Sleight of Fist that he's throwing around, and that's before armor. And the EG heroes have decent levels of armor. They're not extremely high yet. No Vlads, no AC on their team, so it still packs a punch, but you're not going to see those one-shots you saw in the previous game just yet.
Could at least make EG be a little bit more cautious about things, but then you see Universe. It's the path to freedom going up through the tree line. The Hawk is out in front of it, so Universe is able to blink himself in, get a roar, let the Necro books go, and if Envy gets caught by that, this game is over.
Yep.
It's really just that simple. If Envy dies now, then GG will come out from Team Secret. They know they cannot defend.
Especially if that Rapier goes to Arteezy, who has a built-in crit ability. Juggernaut will be dunking fools, I think, when he gets that. What's the crit damage? It's 200%, so basically Arteezy will start critting for 1,000 or more, actually more, when should he be able to grab it.
Envy's
He's
going for
already
the kill.
650.
Envy's coming for the kill. He really wants us to kill off PPD. The Sleight of Fist will take out the creep wave, and okay, he'll leave it at that. Like, if he can again, he's got Sleight of Fist off cooldown in 1 second time, and doesn't actually hit the Searing Chains. Didn't actually even use the Searing Chains to try and grab PPD. And now PPD gets a Blink Dagger of his own, combining it with a Glimmer Cape. That'll keep him fairly safe.
But all the towers are, of course, gone for Secret. They're really starting to starve on vision. You just see on this map that EG have way more control of it. Even disregarding the Hawk, they still have better wards. They have the Aegis to play around with. Second earliest. I wonder what the earliest was. Probably a team that was stomping and then it just bought it at the end. That's indeed a very early pickup here from Berlin.
It's just the desperation move.
I understand where it's coming from. I'm just not sure it's better than a Daedalus right now, still. Because you have high, reliable damage output, but you don't get that surprise factor of the big crit coming in.
At the same time, it might just be, like, he gets the damage now. If things go slightly good for him, then he gets the Crystallis. Then you start seeing the Daedalus arrive.
He could actually buy it now if he sold his Aquila, but I think he's holding on to that and wants to sell his bottle. Keeping buyback is not really... I mean, it can be good, actually, if he comes back very, very fast before the fight has already fallen apart.
Sumail tanking quite a lot here, but then the RP misery with the Sleight of Fist. Arteezy going to go down as well. The Aegis Immortal will burn as now Sumail comes back to one living. BKB triggered. He's chasing after Puppy, but now he actually changes his target. Eternal Envy. They glimpse him out, but the focus fire. Fear goes down. Team Secret, not only are they defending this, they're looking for the kills. Sumail doing the normal ball lightning TP out. Misery, careful about battling up against Necro units, especially when you're so low. Weeha, okay, yeah, not catching PPD. His Blink's back off cooldown. He's away to his own secret shop. But that shows you the defense and Team Secret protecting this big Ember Spirit of theirs.
So that RP caught both the Jugger and the Storm, right?
Yes.
I'm very surprised that EG choose to let both heroes hit the tower at the same time. This is a way bigger risk they're taking. If it's Juggernaut alone, the moment the RP comes out...
Envy, this could be problems! As Weeha, the Shackle will go, Envy's got space! Sumail, Envy is out! On 25 life, he'll survive! Sumail's jumping out here too! Weeha wants to keep the attack going, Universe! Get back over here! Glimpse him up, Sentry it up to, there's nowhere to hide! Down for the count! Envy, you lucky duck!
That was actually the chain of events that needed to happen there for him to survive were Shackle shot latching on Storm, the Snowball saving him from 2 attacks, and just, I think I don't even know, that was completely ridiculous that he managed to survive that. He, of course, went in knowing that he had backup, but even then, I think he was surprised by the damage output that EG provided there.
And
man,
this is
high risk, high reward.
This is trust falls right now for Team Secret, and all 4 players of Team Secret are catching Eternal Envy as he falls backwards. But that's the reason why it's trust. He goes with these kind of things because he has that confidence in the rest of his team. And now with the Chrysalis up, Weeha easily takes out that mid tower. And PPD, well, they're not going to glimpse him. They're thinking about it. Puppy's just watching him. Now they glimpse. The wall comes up. The shackle will latch. And PPD, the captain of EG, is picked off. 55 seconds on the sideline. Samel won't find anything here, and Secret have the decision to make. Do they feel with no Wyvern for 50 seconds, with no curse available, can they push? It looks like they believe they can.
It's still very risky knowing what Universe can pull off from this kind of position on the Beastmaster. If Secret choose to go for this, they need to do exactly this. Weeha alone hitting the tower.
There's the jump, raw, Weeha, Omni Slash. Is he going to go down in time? He actually bounced off. Eternal Envy. Samel kills him and he grabs the Rapier. The Rapier still. The LP down Eternal Envy. He's back to the fight for now, Samel. How much more have they got? Misery. He's going down quick. And a triple kill for Samel. And Envy, he will take not only your Rapier, but he will take your life. And he'll probably even take your freedom. There's everyone gone for Secret. 5 heroes down, and with the Rapier lost, it's the danger zone. EG, Universe has already BT to the mid lane. The buyback says nothing for Envy, nothing for the Tusker. The rest of Team Secret have them, and they're going to be forced to use them.
I completely understand everything Secret was doing there. The way they push the base, they're 5-on-4, the way they siege it has to be Windranger alone in front, but they just jumped in and then they had to share the Omni Slash and it jumps over on Envy.
Oh, the spin from Arteezy, still taking so much damage from Weeha. The Misery wasn't able to skewer him away, and now Fear comes in. Nightmares on Misery. The Shackle will keep Fear controlled for now, so no Fiend's Grip available. Puppy, so no ulti either, but Samel will arrive. Rapier in hand. They already get that first pick over on the Magnus. Puppy goes to protect him for now, but with the Raw, they'll get the kills. There's just tit for tat at the moment, but there's a lot more tit on the side of EG. They're looking for more, and there's your curse. That should actually even be the game right now. With Team Secret, they lose way too much. Pylai will die. The damage from Samel is just incredible, and the fountain will go down. We're going to a third. We're going to the decider.
Oh my god, these games are absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe it. EG with that one big play. Okay, look, there are 4 versus 5. Secret send in the Windranger alone, focus firing that tower, knowing that, okay, the only way we get engaged on will be Beastmaster Blink Roar. They set it up nicely. The Omni Slash from Arteezy, however, deals so much damage that they have to move in heroes to try to split that damage they're taking. And the moment they do that, Arteezy starts jumping over, dealing damage to Envy and the backline, and then the Storm just follows through, catches him off guard. I was gonna say it was just a matter of time before it happened, because EG were actually so close to killing Envy, I think, was it once or twice with that Rapier?
Yep.
And the moment it happens, the game just flat out ends.
Yep. But Team Secret, they knew they had to try something. They put a lot of eggs in one basket. Ends up cracking on them, but it means we get one cracker of a series. Full 3 games, EG versus Secret. The dream is real, and so is the panel's thoughts. Let's go back to them to get their ideas on the game.
Thank you very much, Toby One. Yes, and we will get some thoughts. What a treat we're being given today as well. This winner's bracket final is absolutely amazing. Both games, capitalists. What more could you ask for right now?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we're going to a game number 3. I think this game number 2, definitely not the same kind of perfected play that we saw in game number 1, but there were some really interesting back and forth, but I think the main win was really through the draft. Our analyst desk was really going into the idea of where EG was going with their first 4 picks, and they surprised us with that Storm Spirit, which is an unusual pick in 6.85.
Yeah, and I don't know about Blitz being relevant. Samael's definitely relevant.
I mean, you can definitely see the weakness in Storm Spirit compared to what it was just 6 months ago, but it's still a great hero up against the Ember Spirit for the control. And, you know, Samael he used to perfect the hero. I think he needs a bit of adapting to the new mana pool and his spell usage, but yeah. Outside of that, I think the lineup from EG was really good. Universe played an outstanding. Beastmaster was really the bread and butter of why their strategy worked the way it did. And I think, honestly, I think all the Secret fans are okay with the fact that they lost, because this means that we get to see a game 3.
Maybe that's the truth. Samel, I mean, we highlighted him beforehand as the Wunderkind, and didn't really show up in the first game, didn't really get a chance to. Second game, Storm Spirit, and you're sort of thinking, ooh, this could be a bit dodgy. And for the first 5 or 6 minutes, didn't look like he was entirely comfortable on it as he was before.
That's where he got the most nerfed. I think even bigger deal than the Storm Spirit pick was the first phase Juggernaut pick. He got a solo kill on Eternal Envy very early on in the game, and he got his BOTs at a reasonable time, but he was still pressured a lot from the get-go. Also, the Juggernaut was able to push all their lanes very, very early and have the healing ward for the high ground and secure a Roshan for Team EG. So I think it was like the Juggernaut through the early game and then the Storm Spirit through the mid game with the Orchid to catch out Envy.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights because there are some. There are many. They should probably compile these into some sort of highlight clip, actually, from the first game and the second game. Just put them together and put them up somewhere because these are points to endure. 3-0 at this point, and as Malini said, the great work by the Juggernaut early on was the fact that they killed off Eternal Envy twice in the early part and just stopped him from laning.
But in this play, you could see the downsides of the Storm Spirit, and you'll probably see it again in another highlight where the committal from the Storm Spirit now in pre-30 minutes is so high, especially if you're going Orchid first to try and counter out that Ember Spirit. You don't have a really big mana pool to work with. It's tough. Every single jump in is basically full commitment by you.
But at the same time, he did bait out so many RPs coming out from Misery, whether you say that's Misery missing his RPs or Sumail outplaying him. Regardless, the RPs were still used and whiffed a lot of the time. So not only did it put pressure on the Ember Spirit, the Orc is also really good at catching out a Wind Ranger, although he was really quick on his wind runs before, and Misery had a pretty difficult game, again, because of Storm Spirit.
In general, Jacob, throughout the game, EG seemed to be ahead for most of the time. The Secret, they've just had some crazy good fights.
I mean, this Rose fight by Secret is what keeps them in the game at first, and then later on we see the push from EG pushing high ground. I think that's one of the... I was talking to Austin about this, how this seems to be one of EG's real...
It's a sticking point.
Yeah, they don't seem to really execute as well as a lot of other teams do. We saw Arteezy and Sumail both running into an RP, and they must have expected that combo. I think everyone in this crowd expected that to happen. And when
they didn't know the Rapier, though. I don't think they saw the Rapier at that point, so they thought they could tank through it.
But that wasn't even the issue. The RP follow-up by the Static Storm alone was a lot of damage, and with the Wind Ranger, with the Aghanim Scepter, there's so much damage output while they're in the RP.
Well, one guy has Aegis, one guy has BKB. I think it was fine. They just underestimated it yet again. I think they went in with the aggressive intentions.
Great hits.
Right, so they had the Rapier. I think he was pushing out some side lanes, and they have BKB on Jug and Aegis on Storm Spirit, and they feel very comfortable pushing in, but he kills them in the duration of an RP stun.
What do you think about the Rapier purchase instead of the Daedalus?
I mean, it would have looked brilliant if they had one.
Yeah, I guess so, but I don't think it's worthwhile. Like, the crits are still such a big part of it, right? Would he even have soloed a Winter Wyvern with a hit? I don't think
Well, it certainly wouldn't have been GG right here had he not gone for the Daedalus, but at the same time, would he have actually killed, would they have survived that top push before had he not had the Rapier? It's difficult to call.
I think Eternal Envy was looking at this game going that they had fallen behind significantly at a certain point where he did pick up the Divine Rapier, and the Evil Geniuses lineup was meant to be able to stop the Ember Spirit really well. Again, the playstyle of Team Secret, we saw it in Game 1, we saw it again in Game 2. They're going to try and push out with that Eternal Envy Ember Spirit and allow the other four to push around on the other side of the map, where they usually win 2 different objectives at the same time. But if they can routinely catch that Ember Spirit, EE is never feeling comfortable enough to solo push out a top lane like that, just because he's so easily countered by one hero.
And it does switch the pressure back, of course, onto Puppey and as to the next draft, because he now needs to figure something out, because although the Ember was great in the first game and good in the second one, maybe it's not the answer for the third one.
I think it's just a wash. They try one strat, win one, lose one, and now we're just back to square one, although there's only one game left. And they have plenty of other strategies. I think it was more on EG, can they actually figure out a way to deal with the Ember Spirit? And now that they have Puppey's like, okay, I can just run.
It's like he's testing them.
Yeah, he was more testing them. I don't really think the pressure falls on Secret.
Okay, so you don't think either of them are particularly under pressure to show something different in the third game?
Well, it's like the first pick is really strong for Secret as opposed to Evil Geniuses, because can Evil Geniuses run Ember Spirit as effectively? We've seen a little bit of Magnus from them, but not really in tandem with the Ember Spirit. So you're more scared. If you're EG, I think you're more scared of Secret's Ember than vice versa. So they can kind of leave Ember Spirit in the pool, see where it goes from there.
Okay. Any other standout moments from the second game?
I have to say I'm impressed that Evil Geniuses, the way they set up that draft, running the Juggernaut in the first one too. We have a Beastmaster and then the follow-up Storm Spirit. I think that shows an array of heroes that we haven't seen a lot at this Majors. And especially the Beastmaster, I mean, it's something that Universe used to play a while back, and he's even had, I think, one recent game with it. But I think that the way they played that Vision game was just so hard for Team Secret to actually be able to maintain control. They had to go in for an all-in play like that Divine Rapier. And I look forward to more of Beastmaster in the future.
Yeah, teams are just returning back out to the arena. Jacob, from a Secret point of view, how do you feel they stacked up across the 2 games?
I mean, what impresses me the most about these 2 teams when they go up against each other is that one team fight might favor 5-0 in the favor of EG, and then the next team fight goes 5-0 to Secret. They just keep trading back and forth like that. It's whoever just releases their spells perfectly or has the best positioning. But both of them are so good at fighting that every team fight we see is amazing top level. Like at the Dire top tier 1 tower, that was a great fight where Universe initiates. Just perfect execution by Evil Geniuses. Where I actually thought they had just lost a team fight, I believe. And they sort of seemed down and out, losing their momentum, slowly letting Secret back into the game. And then they pull something like that off, and it's just, oh, okay. Just forgot you were a world-class team for a minute there.
Well, it's very backwards and forwards. It's what we like to see as neutrals anyway, and well, partial neutrals, of course. You know, I know you.
I mean, I have Misery on Secret to weigh up for my blue blood, so.
Talking of Misery, how's he done? He's got, you know.
I think he played a really, really good game 1.
Yeah.
And I think he was fairly lackluster in game 2.
Is it fair to say that he hasn't impressed greatly whenever he's played?
I mean, I said it before about the Magnuses. Like
on the Magnus?
Every
Yeah.
time there's a Magnuson, there's something in the draft that always is able to scout them out. Night Stalker in game number 1, Beastmaster Hawk in this game, Storm Spirit with the Zip and the Orchid. Magnus is not set up to look good. So but he did whiff a lot of RPs, so I would actually say yes, it was lackluster, but you can't expect, 5-man RPs every fight. The 2-man RP that really saved him on a T3 fight was the best play from him, and he has consistently made good plays, just not enough in game number 2.
It's ridiculously difficult performing against a team of this caliber with a Magnus, where you still need to have the enemy positioned so perfectly well for you to actually seem like a good player, especially when they then have these map control heroes such as the Night Stalker with the Aghanim Scepter or the Beastmaster. So while some of the ultis were obviously whiffed, I don't fault him that much for not landing these great game-breaking RPs either.
To build on that, I think it does show a lot about Misery, though. At the highest level of play, I do expect an offlaner like that to be able to pull out, no matter how difficult it is, at least some good, really shining moments. He had a couple, but most of them were whiffs, right? And I think that shows Misery does have a certain amount of inconsistency in the offlane, and he's still relatively inexperienced. He's had some amazing top-level plays where he carries Team Secret at some points in time, but at others, he just seems almost like the weakest link of the team.
Okay, is that something you think maybe EG will focus on in terms of the draft, or either?
No, I think it's actually too hard to tell. It's not like Misery is necessary. As they said, he had a magnificent game 1. I don't think that's necessarily a spot that you can exploit, because Misery's fine at playing from behind as well as playing from ahead. It's just game to game he has, some questionable performances. So I don't think that's something that EG will be able to exploit.
And they do keep on committing the 4th ban to his next assassin. There is a decent amount of respect committed to him, his Slaughter as well. So,
yeah, I should point out as well, we're also talking about small percentage points here. We're not by any means saying that he's a bad player or that he's played terribly. There are players that play well or play poorly in a high-level game, and it still means they're high level.
When we say poor, we mean that simply wasn't a world-class performance. It was still tier 1, but.
And anything else from the other way round? Would Secret look at EG and find any weaknesses from the first 2 games that maybe they can exploit?
I think they want to keep PBD poor. He actually had a Glimmer Cape fairly early on. In game number 1, I saw his net worth at 10 minutes. It was 215 or something like that. He had a reserve reward, and his whole inventory was blank. I think they need to make him super, super poor. Also, Fear was able to get a BKB that game too. I don't think they were able to kill the supports enough because of the pressure early out from the lanes. Beastmaster almost got a solo kill on Misery on the bottom lane. Misery also almost killed him in return, but the top lane, I think, was where everything really went wrong for them. RTZ cannot be allowed to pressure Envy like that.
And it may not seem like a big deal or incredibly hard to use a Glimmer Cape, but PPD really has great uses of it throughout the game constantly. It's like his trademark item because it's the only one he can afford. But he's so good at utilizing it. It's even just something as simple as putting up wards and getting them in the right spots. When he's on the Winter Wyvern, flying over and Glimmer Caping, so they'll never know whether he's warding or not. It's these little things that put them ahead of the others.
Okay, draft 3 is underway, as you can see, 3 bans in. And again, no surprises so far.
Well, we wait for the first pick. I want to go back to that because I think another link that EG weakness that they showed was the fact that both Arteezy and Sumail showed certain levels of over-aggression. In Game 1, Game 2, Sumail showed some points as Storm Spirit. He was being the disruptive factor, but he did overextend a couple of times. They don't have a Pile I Die person on EG who really tanks smokes as well as Secret do.
So now that they just won against the Ember Spirit, they're inviting them to pick it again and perfectly comfortable with a Night Stalker first. Again, Evil Genius's Ember Spirit is not as scary as Team Secret, and I don't actually think they should have picked it in the first phase.
No, I agree with this. Whether they should have first picked the Night Stalker, I don't know, but I think they'd have to just at the off chance that Secret picks up both the Ember Spirit and the Night Stalker.
10 seconds remaining.
What was banned in Game 1 in lieu of the Bane? Or Game 2, rather?
Winter Wyvern, I think?
Night Stalker. Okay, yeah.
Oh, in Game 2?
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Probably feeling comfortable with the Dazzle pick. 2 teams in the tournament that's been successful with it. Secret and obviously Oriental Gamers.
So are we going to see an Ember?
I mean, with the defensive hero of the Dazzle, it's really tempting, isn't it?
But for the first pick Night Stalker, it's really not tempting. And after just losing with it,
what if they just go for like an Undying?
Reserve time.
Because Evil Geniuses responded that sort of the Dazzle Undying with the Anti-Mage.
But yeah, what would you pair the Undying with as well? Because you're going to go into the next phase of bans. You're going to have for sure Tusk going to be banned away.
They could.
Not necessarily. They haven't banned the Tusk away. They don't seem to mind the Tusk that much.
Well, specifically if
the
you
problem is
have
if they go for the Undying now, there's still an A in the pool, so they do follow up with the Tusk.
There's also WW still in the pool.
Turn to pick.
WW.
I would actually be fine with Winter Wyvern for EG here. I think it's usually a pretty decent response to Tusk. And it still leaves your drafts very wide open.
I'd prefer the AA.
Maybe Ember themselves?
That'd be cheeky.
Oh, be cheeky.
PPD's like that,
10
though.
seconds remaining.
Yes, isn't it?
And they don't have very good lockdown versus Ember Spirit. Tusk is the only stun so far, and he's very poor.
Or Darkseer, perhaps?
I don't think they want to commit to a Darkseid pick right now, just because the versatility in the draft, if they want to have Universe on the Night Stalker. Go for the Juggernaut again.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
Juggernaut also leaves their laning options a lot, very open. He's very strong in the off lane as a carry. Most of them just simply don't have the option of being run the off lane, like Luna, Spectre, so on and so forth. And
10 seconds.
I think he was really good at controlling EE's farm.
This has been kind of the transition of the meta, it feels like, for 6.85, that teams started going dual lanes, but they were running dual, Undying Tusk sort of dual off lanes, but then we're seeing Juggernauts and Gyrocopters actually then being carries rotated into the off lane to give even more preference to the off lane who has a greedier pickup usually.
Secret have revealed pretty much nothing as of yet. Dazzle Tusk can fit into pretty much any lineup at all. So you guys keep talking about AA, Undying. Is there a reason why we haven't seen any of those?
Supposedly neither team thinks they're very good right now.
Wow.
It's again this ever-changing, ever-developing meta game, especially amongst the top teams. They figure out what the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy is, and they adjust their draft accordingly, and apparently EG and Secret feel like neither of those heroes are worthwhile picking up against the enemy.
This time around, it means the Nyx Assassin is left open, but Team Secret, they mean a 4-position Tusk. I don't see a huge amount of value in the Nyx Assassin against NS or Juggernaut yet. I think it's much better than leaving the Meepo out in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
I also think if you pick a squishy hero like AA early, it invites the bounty hunter pick. Like the Juggernaut and the Night Stalker are like not really vulnerable at all to the early bounty hunter room.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That the potential Pylai Die Bounty Hunter is actually incredibly disruptive for heroes like Ancient Apparition, Rubik. I wouldn't mind a Darkseer ban here from Team Secret in the second round, just because EG could pick up like their support and then go for the Darkseer 4th pick. Go for the Sumail Timber Saw instead.
Turn to pick.
I guess with the Dazzle, there always raises the question of whether or not they will run a Huskar or E. But with AA still in the pool and Juggernaut as on the opposite team, I don't think it's that likely that we'll see Huskar. I'm really curious as to who got first pick, and like who chose first pick and or second pick inside. EG got first pick and Dire.
5 seconds remaining.
What about Templar Assassin here for Team Secret? They already have some minus armor and physical damage. I would say it's not bad against the heroes of EG necessarily.
I don't think they usually pick it in the third pick. Maybe we might see it in the fourth pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, fourth maybe more so. Because then I think you just go with the Darkseer for EG. TA will just have a miserable time.
Feeling we won't get to see the Templar Assassin with the Wind Ranger being picked up.
So now what matches up well mid versus the Wind Ranger though? There's still the Queen of Pain, I guess, for Sumail, but as we saw before, you can play most of the matchups versus the Wind Ranger.
Just want to point out 27 picks so far for Frankfurt for Win Ranger. Win rate of 33%.
For now, I think the Queen of Pain is actually fine. I mean, she's not. It's not like Tuscan Wind Ranger has a whole lot of problems with her, but I think she's gonna have, at the same time, she's gonna have a good game against those guys, and I think Dazzle is struggling a bit playing up against the Queen of Pain.
She's also better in the matchup than like Alina would be, which would be perhaps your other hero to look to win the matchup against Wind Ranger. And Lina suffers against Huss most notably.
But maybe the Nyx Assassin is too big of a threat still for them to want to commit to it yet.
A lot of single target coming out from Team Secret. What's PPD's hero?
Yeah, they're probably contemplating a support hero right now because they want to, like PPD's hero, because they want to sit on the Queen of Pain pick until they can ban out the Nyx on their last one, or even they might go for an Enter-Mage ban as well.
Are they scared of anti-mage though? Can't they aggro versus that?
Right now they're not. I think that they're trying to hone in on are they going for what kind of support they're going for and what kind of offlane they're going for and whether or not anti-mage is going to be an issue. The good part about this is that the mag is banned. They do go for the Ember.
Wow.
Team Secret's turn.
Right back at you, Team Secret.
Cheeky indeed. Have we seen EE play Wind Ranger at all?
No, it's a Weehaw hero through and through. He's so good on it.
He is.
It'd be like making Weehaw play the Ember Spirit. I'm sure they can, but
I was just wondering if they want to put something else mid, perhaps, versus the Ember. They can dominate him a little bit harder than the Wind Ranger.
5 seconds remaining.
Embers may very well see the Dazzle just go in and help out a lot.
Reserve time.
We have seen Sumail run into the offlane though, too, with the Ember Spirit. So you don't even know where it's gonna be.
yeah, I was about to say it's still opening. Evil Geniuses, you talked about the dual lane potential. Like they could just as easily leave Ember Spirit safe lane and support Juggernaut in the off lane.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
So who plays Tiny?
It's a good question because we will oftentimes play the mid Tiny.
I don't see. I mean,
think
push
still
comes
running Eternal Envy.
Push comes to shove, they can put Misery on the Wind Ranger.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think they need to, though. What's the reason why they picked the Tiny, though? I guess 3 melee heroes, Craggy, if the game goes delayed, maybe instant disables versus Ember Spirit, but...
I mean, Anti-Mates didn't make much sense right now, and normally they always go for the empowered Anti-Mates. Whenever they pick it, they seem to have the mag to back it up. There's the Undying Finger.
Turn to ban.
I think EG's lanes are looking much, much stronger than Secret's at this point. 4 melee heroes, though.
It's really the melee factor right now that is concerning, but...
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
There's that Ancient Apparition that Jacob was looking for, and I agree. I think that...
Would you not ban out the Wisp now, just to make sure? High does play a really good Wisp, and they can just put Misery on the Tusk again.
They could also Brood.
10 seconds
It's not
remaining.
a bad idea.
Husker.
Huskar I don't like versus their heroes. The Dazzle's under a lot of pressure from the Night Stalker, won't be able to get timely graves. A lot of physical from Juggernaut and Ember Spirit, and the Decay is very good versus him in the early game.
Good call.
Never mind.
Brood cancelled.
What else can Team Secret go for then?
Well, if it's an Eternal Envy hero, the other 4 that he's played here in Frankfurt are Spectre, Husker, Queen of Pain, and Wraith.
I think the Tiny needs to be his hero.
Think?
It's hard to pick a Wisp up in this scenario because if you're running like Wisp Tiny mid, you'll just have an Undying support.
10 seconds.
It's good in the sense that it can really negate a lot of Night Stalker's gank potential later on in the game, and you can quickly outnumber them the same way. There's not a lot of mobility in an Undying.
I think Wisp is their best option, but I believe Evil Geniuses have it decently well countered. Vision game is really important.
Is there anything that they're going to combo with the Tiny? I've seen like weird things like Tiny Centaur or something before, but...
Husker it is.
So we go back to the Tiny 4 position.
Oracle.
And a Vengeful Spirit finishes off the draft. EG versus Team Secret, game 3 for all the marbles. Let's go back to the commentary team with Toby 1.
Thanks a lot. Yes, it's time to get back underway to decide, find out who will be going through into the grand final for the first ever Dota 2 Major live here in Frankfurt. Cinderin, who will it be? Judging off the draft, show us the wisdom.
I think it's really hard to say. I agree with the Huskar pick from Team Secret, actually. I'm not 100% in agreement with Merlini that the counters EG have are strong enough, and that's why they last pick Vengeful Spirit. It seemed like they were already prepared. The Huskar is coming, when they get it, we just snap pick Venge. They didn't even really take any time to think about it. So that's gonna help them out a lot with getting that extra physical damage in and dealing with it. So with that in mind, probably, I could say a slight advantage to Evil Geniuses under the condition that they don't lose too much in the lanes. Huskar is pretty difficult to deal with in lane for most of their heroes.
Yeah, that he is. And you start to wonder too, how EG approach this laning phase. So you talk about the Burning Spears. Can they, in fact, keep Eternal Envy this Huskar shut down enough? That's the big question as we get underway for EG versus Secret. Game number 3 to decide who will be able to not have to play through 2 series tomorrow, because that is the downside. There's even another series coming up later tonight. The OG going up against eHome. The loser of this series will have to play through the winner of that one and then get the rematch, potentially, in the grand final of Secret EG.
And just before we get too far into this game, I want to mention, Knoxville wrote to me, Secret won the coin toss, and they actually picked Radiant in this game. So EG took first pick. That to me shows that Secret might have already at that point considered the Pylai Die Tiny to secure the mid lane, which they can only do this way, at least to my knowledge, you might not be able to do that on Dire, or it doesn't have the same impact.
You got a closer tree line on the Radiant side, so you can just walk up through that.
It's definitely easier on the Radiant. And in addition to that, I think Secret might also just prioritize the better laning over the Roshan advantage that Dire do have. So in this series so far, I do believe where EG or Secret were on Dire in both games until this one, right? Yes,
Correct.
they were.
Yes.
And both times they struggled with the laning phase. They actually lost the lanes pretty significantly both times. So this might be their way to try to repair that.
Well, EG have one of the greatest laners in the game. It's going to be the Undying. Already having a bit of a battle with Puppey. as they just try and zone them out. The runes have already been taken. One go into the Emperor, one go into the Wind Ranger. It's no surprise there, but Fear is really... He's pushing this issue against Puppey. Puppey doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but it's the melee versus the range battle. And PPD is the only range hero on all of EG, and he's a Vengeful Spirit. He's also coming for Curious Die. Pile Die is watching, and he's using the toss to throw the Hellbear to do the pull. PPD will watch this happen right in front of his eyes and then drag the creep wave back up again. He's trying to make sure that Sumail doesn't lose out in this mid lane, which is so easy to do when you do creep pulling like this.
And this is one thing that's incredible about having the Undying for EG is that they can't contest this guy with their 2 supports. Level 1, Fear can zone Puppey until the end of time here, and he actually doesn't really care too much as long as the other lanes are going fine. Arteezy bottom, one-on-one matchup with Tusk on Juggernaut should be perfectly fine. The top lane, Universe against Envy. That's the harder one, but Universe is going very aggressive. Just look at him actually run Envy down, and that's because support is arriving from Peter.
With the stun, they might have enough. Universe, Void in 1 second time. They're not going to come under the tower. The TP support started, but it was not completed. Eternal Envy will survive. They're doing the stack again. In fact, Pile Die, not a healthy mana. Sumail comes to contest it. Puppey as well as Pile I think about another run, but they don't have a toss available. So Sumail will come back to the lane. After PBD stopped it the first time, you just saw it happen again. Like Pile walked down, tossed one of the Hellbears, and he pulled the creep wave back down again. This was meant to be stopped by changing the way the creep camps work, but...
You know, Dota is a mysterious game. There's always something new you can do.
We're now 9 years in, and you're still finding new and different ways to manipulate the map to your advantage. We're not even changing the map.
And the difference
top
about
lane,
this is...
Envy, going rather deep there on Universe. The TP support's not coming in. PPD also not in a position to wrap around. But he'll find Puppey.
Top tower is under attack.
Puppey will have to retreat back into the river. PPD, however, may be in a little bit of trouble as Eternal Envy moves up instantly on the stun, but you do have that Poison Touch combining it with the Burning Spears. It might be difficult for PPD to survive. A lot of damage and with no consumables on him. In fact, Universe is also down to 1 Tango. They don't have a lot of regeneration for EG on this safe lane.
I'm still very impressed with how Universe has been managing to play this lane so far. Being tied on farm with Huskar in what was essentially a one-on-one lane for the first 2 minutes is already impressive. Huskar is known to just absolutely dominate melee heroes. But Universe knows the limits of this hero and how he can pressure him very early on. And now you're seeing what will happen eventually. But Envy needs to be careful not to get a little bit too overconfident here.
Sumail keeps hunting for his creeps. He keeps trying to find it, but Pile continues to throw out creep after creep and just drag it back, getting easy levels onto the Tiny and denying the levels for Sumail. So you're looking at almost a full level advantage coming the way of Weeha. You're looking at 16-2 up against 10 for 3, so Sumail's doing a pretty damn good job for CS. But some of those creeps he picked up were also inside the jungle.
Well, good harassment being put out here by Sumail. His Flame Guard will end now, so can't keep up the pressure. We'll force out the healing salve, most likely from Weeha, unless he very much wants to hold on to that, in which case he can just power shot and bottle a couple of times. Oh, there we go. But Misery just really getting pounded in this bottom lane.
Yeah,
Fear is not letting him have anything.
That's kind of the big thing for EG. Like, you could talk about Sumail missing out in a little bit. You're getting an even trade coming out for Universe, who's now going to rotate as we hit the 4-minute mark. But Arteezy is leading the CS board. He's a little bit behind on the last hits as far as money goes because Wind Ranger is just having a better time in mid. But Arteezy got 13 denies this bottom lane, so he's choking the lane out. And Misery keeps getting decayed, so he's not finding the levels. You're not finding that early farm on the Tuskar, and you're definitely not finding that early Walrus punch on him.
And he's a key hero, you know. This draft from Secret, of course, the idea going into the mid game is, since they are playing the Tiny as a support, the heroes that need to deal the damage will be the Huskar and the Wind Ranger. And they have a lot of defensive tools. One of them is, of course, that Snowball Misery hasn't skilled just yet, but if he's very low level, he will be sacrificing his own life every single time he tries to save someone just because he's such an easy kill. So you gotta be a bit careful. So far, the laning stage is very even, though. It favors Secret slightly on the economy.
Sumail? He's really low in front of Weeha. Weeha's still got Wind Run too, so if he wants to force the issue, well, he can't. Sumail's walking around with an Invis Rune, but Piladai is waiting. He just wants to toss Weeha forward. Weeha, Wind Run forward with the focus fire. Sumail has to stick charge, but here comes your toss. Not enough damage. Sumail dropping down to 36. Meanwhile, up on top lane, that Shallow Grave keeping Puppey alive. PPD, he's got 3 burning spears on him, plus Poison Touch. He's regenerating back in the fountain, and he will end up surviving. But a very good time for him to TP out and back to safety.
Once again, a very, very close exchange here. Nobody dying, so still 6 minutes soon. And no first blood being claimed. I think, realistically, it will be coming out from this bottom lane. Misery is playing very safe, knowing that Arteezy and Fear combined can probably kill him. But at some point, he's got to try to go for some CS or experience and could, of course, get caught out by the Night Stalker. But Universe showing in the top lane will probably make him feel a little bit safer. And toward that mid lane, as said, Weeha is getting the better exchange. Now, what does Sumail do? There are no stacks for him actually being set up here by EG. Are they moving forward?
All he can do is just get a little bit of farm. Might also, by disappearing from the map here, he might make Secret think they have to commit to come into the Dire jungle. It's just going to waste time looking for stacks. In fact, Pylai Die, he'll rotate up to the top. Universe has no vision of this. There's the Radiant Observer Ward on the side, and Universe can actually be in a lot of hurt. With that Avalanche and the toss, it's not burning spears. Universe will die, and first blood will be spilt by Eternal Envy. They might go for a trade-off on bottom lane, however, with that Tombstone committed, Omnislash is available. And Misery stunned up into the spin, and Misery, he'll snowball to protect himself for now. Actually going all the way up to PPD, but he's still underneath that tower. Gets a decent hit. Arteezy doesn't switch the aggro. That actually allows Misery to get the money for the death of the Juggernaut.
And he really thought he could switch that aggro. There were 2 ways for Arteezy to play that situation. Either he drops the healing ward immediately and tries to stay alive with that and tanks the tower, which was maybe not going to be enough, or he flat out just Omnislashes Misery earlier when the stun from PPD comes in and they kill him instantly. But being a little bit greedy there, wanting to hold the cooldown is understandable. Of course, it does backfire in that situation.
Well, EG, even if it does backfire, they're going to try and look for more. Sumail just used his Searing Chain, so Weeha might feel a little bit more confident in this mid lane. The Radiant Observer, what they've got in mid, doesn't actually see PPD in the tree line. And PPD plants his own fresh Observer Ward, so he understands that Weeha's got no real support behind him. Universe inching forward, and Weeha, he's still got that haste rune, so them getting caught out is almost impossible for him. They have to wait till that haste rune expends. And meanwhile, Team Secret now pushing a lot of damage into that tier 1 tower on top.
Yep, Eternal Envy. Almost got the armlet, so it'll be sub 10. Generally see these armlets from Huskars. If you have free farm, you get it extremely early, and it is just the item for the hero.
PPD's now visible, so Weeha is just playing very defensive. The bottom lane Tombstone's been dropped, but Misery, okay, Arteezy, what have you got? Not enough mana. He's got the Mango, so he could turn for an Omnislash if Secret decide to chase. But they don't. Instead, they just try and get rid of that Tombstone Fear. Going to make it difficult with Soul Rip and the Decays. Now Omnislash Puppey. Shallow Grave will protect him, but Misery still ends up dying. Puppey, he's 1 attack away from death. Instead, he Shadow Waves up, gets rid of the healing ward. Arteezy looking for an opening. Eternal Envy going on Fear, but Fear TPs himself out. But Arteezy's in no man's land. PPD is in the neighborhood, and now they toss the Huskar forward. Eternal Envy, how much support is there? A lot. Sumail arrives, double damage in hand. Eternal Envy will die. Arteezy, he's still got 4 burning spears on him. He's actually got the survivability because of the spin, so there's no damage coming. And in fact, Sumail just burning through Pylai Die, moving to Weeha. Wind runs out. Magic Missile will connect, buying the time for Sumail to attack, and the perfect shards from Misery with the snowball out. He can keep Sumail controlled for now. Weeha, more mana is available. He's got Power Shot, Shackle in 1 second time. Sumail has a lot of trees, and in fact, he gets latched to one of them with the Power Shot. They could find this damage, and in fact, they just do it through the basic attack. Shards included. And Team Secret get a big answer to EG's aggression.
Nice attempt there from the Ember to try and catch the Windrunner, realizing, okay, I've got double damage. She used her Windrun, but the Shackles again. Weeha just seems to never miss these Shackle shots. And of course, the rotation from Misery absolutely necessary to keep him alive there. Perfect shards, snowball. This is some really high-level play from both teams. EG, in this instance, getting the better exchange, of course, claiming the tower. Now the question is how much they can get out of this armlet on Eternal Envy.
That Spirit was still down there. Sumail jumped down to it. He's got the Searing Chains available, and it buys time for Arteezy to come in close. The snowball's going on Arteezy, so he just spins, ensures the damage on Misery. And Misery buys his Trace before death. Also look towards the mid lane. PPD starts with a wave of terror. Still decent armor on Huskar, but they drop the Tombstone. Fury's going to have to self-Soul Rip to stay alive. The Tombstone's down, but Eternal Envy, Shallow Grave's allowing him to fight. He'll actually armor toggle back up again and keep attacking him. PPD has to back out of here. He's already used his 1 charges. He's got 3 burning spear charges on him, barely surviving on 38 life. And Team Secret showing their superior team fight. That Undying Tombstone did not last long.
It's very difficult for them to fight the Huskar without Juggernaut being there. It's just... The Ember Spirit doesn't have single target physical. He doesn't even have Sleight of Fist yet. So how is he even going to get in on Eternal Envy without just taking massive Burning Spear damage and losing his Flame Guard? And they have Dazzle backing him up. Night Stalker, it was daytime there, so couldn't really do so much Universe. Difficult situation, and Fear going into playing that Tombstone. Understandable that he thought they could get away with that, but Secret stood strong. This is a very, very close game, but Secret pull back their 1,000 gold lead.
Secret have an opening. Misery's got the vision advantage. EG, they don't see anything up that hill, so Fear comes in. The shards don't perfectly block it, but with the Huskar being tossed in, they just beat in. And the Shackle, it latches from Weeha, holding Universe in position with Samael. There's a big burn coming out from him. The Sleight of Fist is nothing else. He doesn't actually have it. He has to pull back, but 6 burning spear charges. Samael is dead. There's no way to survive. EG lose 3. The only thing lost from Team Secret was the Tiny. As Eternal Envy was soaking up all of the deeps of EG. No mana again for the Juggernaut, so there was no Omnislash for RTZ to bring. And PBD still without swap, he can't save the initiated targets.
Those Eye Shards for Misery, crucial for landing them 1 or 2 bonus kills there. And EG have to get better timing to engage like this. The Samael comes in, deals a lot of damage. Then when he has to go out, Arteezy comes in with his Blade Fury, deals a lot of damage, but it's not layered correctly, so Secret can easily keep their heroes alive with 1 charges, with the Dazzle, Heal, and of course the Grave. And it all started by Fear being initiated on, and the Tombstone being focused by Secret. Huskar is incredible at bringing down the Tombstone. It's not about health, it's about number of attacks since the change. And right now the Tombstone takes 5 hits to destroy. Huskar can do that within 2 seconds on his own.
Yep, Overlord's down. Eternal Envy, he's going to lose that double damage rune, and well, Samael, well, Envy doesn't care. He just attacks. The Spirit will bring Samael back out to safety. Then again, he's got 4 burning spear charges on him. He's dying. He is actually bottle charges up. He's got 1 charge left to survive.
Trying to greed that out as much as possible. Started doing some math when he saw how much health he was losing. He was like, okay.
Doing math. He just opened up the bottle and tried to pour it on top of himself. Water beats fire somehow.
Now Arteezy with the split push top, getting some decent damage in here. Does of course know that he can always just spin TP apart from, there are 2 counters. There's the ultimate from Tusk, the Walrus Punch, or the toss.
Universe, not the dream. Snowball in, punch up, and Universe is down. Wind Ranger, a very easy kill for Weeha. I also want to flag the choice of Eternal Envy. Could dominate any creep on the map. What do you take? You take a Ghost. That is what they're split pushing with on the bottom lane right now.
That's nice. It's got 1,400 health and is slow.
It's the power choice. But when you're running up against 4 melee heroes, why not? Toss. Arteezy instantly goes for the spin. Eternal Envy still taking considerable damage from this, but he doesn't really care. The more damage he takes, the stronger he gets. Arteezy, Misery punches him down, and now Samael, he can't stand the fight. 5 spear charges on him once again. The Flame Guard won't protect enough.
Secret needs to get the hell out of there. This Tombstone is causing a lot of problems.
Well, that Sigil is still down for now. Samael, the toss forward. That 1 creep ended up getting the kill. The melee doing work. So it's 2 for 1. Secret. Now loose Misery in the middle lane. So 2 for 2 trade-off. Wave of Terror reveals the fact Eternal Envy is retreating out. And EG, an even trade for them right now is a good trade.
Secret should be very happy right there that Arteezy didn't have buyback. They would have lost so many heroes. I think they were slowed down by the Tombstone. They don't have any easy way of disengaging it apart from destroying it, but it was very well placed by Fear on the backline while still spawning 2 or 3 zombies on every hero. So they got out of that more or less intact on those 3 other heroes, and maybe they can put a bit of pressure on bottom.
Well, Samael comes in. They've already used their toss. And Samael flags the fact they are attacking bottom, and EG are coming out to fight them. There are 3-man smoke up, Omnislash is up. This time PPD will have swap available as well. They have a level 4 Tombstone, and Puppey, he's the man of the front lines. Ember Spirit jumping forward. There goes your Magic Missile on Puppey. Eternal Envy jumping in pretty deep. The swap pulling him back in range of the tier 1 tower with a Void. They can hold him in position. There is no armor toggle. EG move forward. Puppey, the TPs are coming. Is there a stun on Pilot Eye? No, there is not. So EG, the smoke gang successful. They bring down both Eternal Envy as well as Puppey.
And Puppey was just not in range to Grave Envy. So he's like, okay, in this situation, I can't do anything else than Grave myself. to just try and get an extra heal out. Oh, nice damage.
Oh, he pushes Fear up. Fear has to TP out.
Yep.
He's stuck on the hillside, so he'll TP down to the tier 1 tower. And this just stops the push from the Roshan attempt from EG. Arteezy's being chased by Misery as well as Weeha, and he knows it with the shards just appearing in mid lane. But they just retreat to no risk EG.
That was a really good hold here from Secret. They realize the damage output they have should be enough to prevent EG from going for the Roshan. Did work on that occasion, but should another team fight go EG's way similar to before, I think they'll have the Roshan the next time around.
PPD, Shackle, skewer Shackles onto PPD. And with the power shot again, Weeha able to pick up a very simple kill.
Has he missed a Shackle yet this game? I don't think so.
No, not to my memory. But I only remember the good things of life. 11 to 10 Secret. Smoke up now in the mid.
Tower is under attack.
They use a Wind Ranger illusion as bait, but no one from EG is taking it. Instead,
they're hoping that Sumail jumps his Spirit, I think, after taking this camp, that he gets scared of getting ganked in the Radiant jungle.
They only just see the Spirit now, but you're right, they camp around it. Pylite die, Universe actually breaks the smoke there. And Arteezy's in the neighborhood, so Ember Spirit could come in. And EG, they're trapped between the tier 1, tier 2 tower. In fact, Misery's already taking damage.
EG actually had a really good positional advantage there until that sentry got that observer got dewarded by Puppey. Very important they take that down because
EG smoke.
Right, here we go.
They're right in front of Team Secret. They want to fight this. The power shot from Weeha won't reveal anything. In fact, all it does is make a path down the right side. And EG, they'll let the tier 1 tower go. There is fortification. They'll trigger it because it's going to come back off cooldown anyway once the tier 1 tower drops. Not easy. Now moves forward. Attacks, gets a little bit of vision. EG, they are coming down. The Sigil will time out. And Team Secret are backing up. Ghosty.
Triggered the healing ward there. That's a really big tool expended here by Arteezy if the fight breaks out in about 20 seconds now. Darkness. Oh, never mind. That was just a void. Sounded a little more dramatic. Of course, Universe is going to hold on to that until they win a game.
That'll be a big bait. Sumail having catapults tossed at him. At least they're not getting doomed today. So that tier 1 tower will belong to Eternal Envy now.
Took them a while to get it, but they didn't really pay for it. EG weren't split pushing very much.
I think EG really wanted to fight, but they understand if they take the fight, it's so unfavorable. Now, Huskar being tossed in, the stun is on Eternal Envy, and Fear is just watching him. That snowball is in very deep. Misery chasing out. The Tombstone will drop. It's very deep, but it's the attack from Arteezy with that Blade Fury. Pylite die is down Eternal Envy. Where is your damage now when the Shackle is holding them together? EG, Envy can do the damage. The Shallow Grave will let him fight even more. Gossip taking damage from the tower. The armor toggle, and he's still got 10 stick charges, will definitely help. Universe with a void. He only throws it on Misery, and Envy jumps back into the fight, but they're ready to go. Soul Ripper's available.
Oh, the
and
snowball!
Envy, the snowball protects him. Envy gets the armor toggle back up. Universe, he's dropping low. They do bring down Eternal Envy, but what it costs. Arteezy is dying and will not be able to survive the shards and power shot. Team Secret wipe Evil Geniuses from the face of the tier 2.
This game, this is every Huskar game for you right there. It's all about baiting and assessing how much damage you can output. The Omnislash was expended early and didn't get to do very much damage onto Envy, and then Secret, no, okay, we can keep kiting them. We just need a good Grave from Puppey, and we need a good Snowball from Misery. They got both of them out, dealt a lot of, or well, just delayed it so long.
PPD.
That they got to deal enough damage.
Thought for a moment he's been looking for that swap, but then I realized it was Fear TPing him. They don't have any more real controls there, apart from the Magic Missile, but that wouldn't be enough.
Get the deny here on the tower. And Fear needs a better tombstone than that one, I think.
It was a long way back. It was actually on the, I think he meant to put it on top of the hill.
Oh, I get what he was thinking, because the snowball came in so deep, as you saw. Misery just ended up outside the tier 3 and probably thought he was in a horrible spot. But the only thing that Tombstone did was spawn a couple of zombies on Misery, and he still got to disengage. So then they didn't have it for the following fight. And it needs to be placed in such a way that it spawns zombies on 3 or 4 heroes and outside the reach of Huskar. Ideally, they wait until after Huskar jumps in with his life break, and then they place it away from him, because then he has no way of closing the gap and getting in and doing the damage. That was what kept EG in the previous team fight, was the Tombstone. This time they just didn't have it.
So Team Secret are looking for another fight already. 4-man group up onto the tier 1 tower. They'll blow their smoke. The power shot does reveal their position. That's their last smoke, but they got another one up in 1 minute and 20 seconds anyway. So they'll be ready to fight again. Universe is probably the most exposed man of them all. And with that movement speed, though, he can run himself out of here. PPD's in the neighborhood, so he can swap Universe. Shackle will not be able to connect, and Universe so low. PPD doesn't actually keep the swap. He got nudged by the shards and decided not to try and save the Night Stalker.
I think he wanted to create enough space between himself and Universe so the Shackle wouldn't land. And then when he got tossed by the Tiny, he couldn't click the swap in time onto that Night Stalker.
Well, Secret...
So even though the Shackle misses, it was actually necessary to get the kill.
Not so sure about this. They're right underneath the Dire Observer Ward. So EG, they will definitely be aware of this. They smoke underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, so Secret won't be aware they're here. Buyback comes from the Night Stalker. Now the Tombstone's on the hillside, but they got the Observer Ward also on that high point, but they jump in. Side of Fist goes through. Radiant, they brought down Roshan, and they got the Aegis Maul in the hands of Eternal Envy, so they're going to kill a Tusker twice over. And that's going to be a hard task, especially when Arteezy is almost dead. In fact, he is dead. A 1-for-1 trade-off. Envy's running away from the undead horde. Pilot Eye's not to help the man as Envy getting stunned up. The Shackle won't latch on Sumail. Pilot die. Slowly being brought down by Universe. Need a little bit more damage. Side effects from Sumail will do that work, but Eternal Envy, the sole survivor for Team Secret. Armlet toggling, Universe burning, and in fact burnt down to the searing chain. Sumail's in the tree line. Now he's finally got a spirit to work with. Jumps up and away from Envy, who's too far away to get that life break off.
It's always scary going Roshan against the and Undying this early in the game. And this Tombstone placement from Fear, this time around, it was great. He placed it in there because he probably wasn't sure if Secret had a ward at the exact spot. They have one themselves, which is probably the best spot around the Rosh Pit in most cases to place it right on top of that Observer they have right there.
He threw it
and they started attacking it, but they couldn't bring it down. He was ready with the Soul Rip as well to save it.
Well, they had too many problems. EG just entered the pit. They couldn't just stand there trying to attack a Tombstone when you've got a Juggernaut as well as an Ember Spirit ripping you apart. Mid-tier 1 tower, Catapult will not be able to get it, so the Denial will come the way of the Tiny.
That's a lot of TPs from Secret into that mid lane.
They must be planning on something else. They don't see the Tombstone, however, so they can't even kill it and get the extra cash. It finishes its full duration.
All of these TPs going into what the mid lane allows EG to split push a bit and feeling safe, but Secret obviously just want to take the fight to them. They have the Aegis. I think the right call from EG right now is sacrifice this tower. It's a bad position for you to put your Tombstone in. It's much more accessible for Secret here than it would be on their own high ground, and they're not going to try. They would probably also have been there too late. Get some split push, get some farm. Arteezy.
Where is that? He's creep skipping.
Cut the wave here.
So he's just making sure this push from Team Secret can't go any further unless Secret properly commit to it. It's not just to sit back and slowly chip out the tower. Eternal Envy now completes up a new item too. He's now got that Heaven's Halberd coming into the fight.
Oh, this is taking EG a while to get in position for. They're losing their tier 3 before it even starts.
They don't even have Juggernaut back. He can TP, but Arteezy again will cut the creep wave. So without that secondary creep wave, they don't have anything. In fact, they should be careful with a courier. Sumail is going to spirit himself away.
Oh, they do have a dominated range creep.
But they're fighting backdoor regen.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, they have to stop just because of the creep cut.
I'm actually surprised Arteezy went back. He should have kept doing that until any sort of response was shown from Secret.
Either that or he just understands that cutting 2 creep waves is going to be a Secret fallback. That the backdoor regen would kick in. EG also, because they're observed what they planted in the lane, they scouted out the fact that the Blink Dagger is now over on Weeha. They'll be prepared for the Wind Ranger jumping. And they also don't want to fight. Like, you've still got an Aegis Immortal on the Huskar.
Oh, Sumail.
He's got to remnant it up.
He's got to get out of there immediately. Closing in on the Battle Fury, this is the thing EG will need. Looking at this draft and the way the game is going to develop, Secret are kind of on a timer here. The Huskar will not keep being this ridiculous 20 minutes from now. They need to start taking barracks. EG can sacrifice 1 lane, but not 2.
And Eternal Envy stands on the front lines. The Weave, his armor is over 30 at the moment. Standing on the front lines, and Weeha blinks forward, doesn't actually go for the shackle, just baits out Arteezy's spin. Oh, Eternal Envy still taking a lot. Now you Shackle. Peabody swapping Samel out, but the damage is too much for the focus fire. No! He spears up. He jumps away. He'll survive this. Peabody even his stick charges are letting him stand this fight. And Fear with the decay and Soul Rip. There's so much damage. Omnislash will finally get a kill. It's going to be Misery. The Shackle goes again. Arteezy controlled for now. Focus fire going to work, but the damage is just not being impactful here from Team Secret. MB, the Jaeger Immortal will shatter on him. Pylite die. The Avalanche will buy him space. With the Spirit jump down, Py's going to die as well. Gets the Searing Chains off, and Eternal Envy, he's done for the moment. He can armlet toggle with his stick charges as well. How much can they do? Not enough. Envy's down for the count, and EG, not only do they defend high ground, they do it without having to expend any buybacks. They work through an Aegis to the Immortal, and their melee rack survives.
Great Tombstone and great Tombstone and Soul Rip from Fear in that situation. The swap coming out from PPD as early as it did allowed them to keep the Sumail alive, and then the Soul Rip healed him about 400, I think, in that instance. So he was able to re-engage, and Secret committed quite a bit to that. Even though their Shackle shots were very good, they were still in a pretty bad position overall, and the Tombstone just started stacking up. EG do a lot of damage over time, and the Huskar just couldn't find the kills. Notice as well how EG approached that fight. They went in on the Tuskar. They didn't try to kill off the Huskar as fast as they could, because they know he has Aegis, and the investment there, the risk-reward ratio is awful. Kill the other heroes. The less you damage Huskar, the less he does to you. So they need to avoid him and kill the others first, and then they dealt with him later. Surprising how fast he died the first time, actually, and they took the Aegis away. But they were just focusing on the heroes.
And also that long duration as well. You don't attack the Huskar, but you keep taking his strength away. Fear was sitting at the back of that fight, throwing out multiple decays throughout the entire engagement.
I think we might see Fear go for an Aghanims over Greaves here. There's nothing very valuable. Never mind, he's going Greaves. But there's nothing really valuable to remove with the Greaves. Of course, the lower cooldown is really good, but there's no like silence he can purge. There's no snares or anything.
Does he get rid of the spears?
No.
No. Okay. Then
So-
yeah, that's not real. That's not great.
It's still great. Of course, the armor when your allies drop low, the aura from these Greaves is incredible. But I was just thinking, the way Secret approach base sieging takes quite a bit of time, and you get a couple of decays up on that Undying, and it's more so about the strength the enemy loses than what you gain. So he could have gone for it, but maybe the build-up would take too long. He's focusing on what's good right now because they still know that in this game they will be stronger if they just survive long enough.
I'm not certain if this was a misclick from PPD, but he blew a one-man smoke while being inside the fountain. And they don't have another smoke for another 2 minutes. So it's kind of a costly time for him. Maybe he's just trying to keep himself secret behind the core. But it could have also blown the chance for EG to have a big 5-man smoke up. Team Secret, on the other hand, they're grouping up once again. They're not walking around with smoke, but they start a prep weave, expecting EG to try and fight them. Smells hovering around at an invis room. They're not doing it. Arteezy's just stealing the Ancients at the moment, and they'll just get themselves straight back.
And looks like Arteezy's going for a BKB again here. I don't think this is going to be something like a Sanjin Yasha. It's way too late for it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna, of course, the problem that EG faced in that last fight was it would have been a very one-sided fight if not for those like 3 again Shackle shots that Weehaw was landing. So if they can BKB to prevent themselves from taking damage from that, Avalanche Toss combo is going to be useless. The Tusk doesn't have the same impact.
It also lets him attack. That like it won't let him attack it directly into the Heaven's Halberd, but if he gets like disarmed,
that's a good point.
There's ways to get out of that. They'll still need to work into the Monkey King buzz. So we've looked at the Daedalus builds coming out from Envy earlier on. Arteezy, is he going to go? No, he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He can't go for Courier Snipe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I agree. I think MKBs as the next item for both him and the Ember will almost secure EG the victory actually in this game. With Secret having 2 cores that are so dependent on their evasion, and of course, I feel like not scaling as well as Juggernaut plus the Ember into the late game, even with an Ice Stalker with Midas, he can also become a core later on. Secret just won't have the response for that.
Oh, middle lane.
Good
This
Shackle.
is troublesome. Sumail, the damage is enough. Pilot Eye throwing in an extra Avalanche just for insurance. Sumail does have buyback. So EG are capable of defending with him, but if Secret force that, that's still a good thing. You talk about the ability to get those Monkey King bars, you need the money for it. You need the space to farm it too. So they back up. Arteezy. It's not decision time yet. He doesn't have enough money to buy the full BKB.
And I think you save buyback at this point anyway. this is the kind of game that can end in one push if you mess up.
That's easy. Shards always locked in. The spin's already expanded. He'll have to go into the Omni Slash if he's going to survive. They punch him, and now Arteezy is down. Fear tried to help out by triggering the Greaves. The only upside for EG is the pressure which is being applied currently on bottom lane, but that's a tier 2 tower. Secret taking out a Rax will be definitely worth the trade.
He has to buy back.
He does. The Ember's alive again, the fortification. Protects the range racks. And Envy sitting on the front lines. They swap him in. The Ember Spirit gets steering chains off. Fear instantly into the ulti, and there's your buyback coming in from the Juggernaut. There's no... Okay, now the creep wave will arrive. The Glimmer Cape allowing Huskar just to back up a little bit further. Side of Fear, steering chains catches out Pylai Die, as well as Weeha. The Soul Rip actually doing a lot of damage to Weeha.
I think EG are really frustrated with this. They used a buyback, but EG, or Secret, just completely disengaged. They know Tombstone was expended as well, so these are some key cooldowns that EG don't have right now.
Have to wait 30 seconds until you get Fierce Tombstone back.
That's the range Rex, I think.
Well, Envy still standing in the front line. Shackle won't latch. Weeha's just fishing right now. PPD swaps off cooldown in 5 seconds time. And with Envy standing this close to the front lines, they can drag him back underneath that underneath the tier 4 towers. And they kind of need something. Sumail, he could fist a chain over on the Huskar. But if they swap PPD in, he dies almost instantly. So EG come out. They do have that unobstructed vision because of the Aghanim Scepter. We're still within nighttime for another 4 hours of Dota time. And the Shackle, oh, they found Fear. That's a big one. The swap from PPD, bringing Fear to safety. The Omni Slash going on Eternal Envy, but the Glimmer Cape, they don't find another target. In fact, Arteezy bounces up the hill, and now with the spin, he's going to have no more immunity available. The Snowball comes forward. They're going to burn him out. Arteezy locked in the Icy Shards. Misery is still dying at the same time, and Fear doing serious work with his decay, allowing Sumail to burn him out, but Eternal Envy still surviving. Can they kill him? The armlet toggle. He's glimmering up, but they bring him down. Weeha's on the run, but Sumail gets a triple kill. The buyback had to come out from the Ember Spirit, but they get the triple kill and they'll move for Roshan.
I really don't think that buyback had to come out. Unless they get the Roshan, that was not worth it for Sumail, but it looks like it is the call here.
Yep.
They should have been able to kill the Wind Ranger without that. He basically bought back into one Sleight of Fist, and Night Stalk was already running after the Wind Ranger, but the play call here is buyback, secure the Rosh, get yourself the Aegis. And EG again. These fights are so much just about kiting and baiting out important cooldowns for both teams. Arteezy's Omni Slash wasn't really that great. He only hit into the Huskar, but it's more about the response that it triggers and how it allows Sumail to just get multiple Sleights of Fist off. And that's, of course, something we haven't talked about so much. In these clustered fights, Huskar actually takes quite a bit of damage from the pure damage from the cleave.
I'm still waiting to see how long it takes for Fear to finish this Aghanim Scepter. It's the item which he normally rushes on this Undying, but when Secret keep clustering like this, there's 4 heroes standing on top of each other, taking these fights. Tuskar snowballs in. The Shans lock everyone into this big clustered area every time.
Aghanims will be...
It's going to be brutal.
Godlike this game.
Yep.
That's why I was thinking he was going to get it over Greaves, but I think the Greaves have paid off. Simply when you look at these fights, the heroes start getting so low. Focus Fire deals pretty insignificant damage when your heroes start getting 15 armor when they drop low. So someone has to deal the finishing move, and who is it really? No one on Secret just yet has these big crits up that can just finish the job. He is getting there with Weeha, but it's still taking a while, and by that time the axe might be up.
Yeah. And by that time, you're also going to have that bigger damage coming into EG's line. At this point, Team Secret do have the top 2 net worth heroes on the field, and that's the Huskar as well as the Wind Ranger. But the next 4 right behind it is Juggernaut, it's Night Stalker, it's Ember Spirit, it's the Undying. In fact, the Undying above that, the Tuskar, by a good 2K. They're starting to get big items up, but we look for the immortal Huskar.
This is a big item.
I'm wondering if it's still going to be enough. Like, can EG find more control?
They need to kill the other heroes first. At this point. This Satanic makes a very big difference.
Okay, here's a question for you. Is it worthwhile for Arteezy to go in for something like a Heaven's Halberd? 1, for the evasion, and 2, because you don't have a BKB Huskar to get that disarm while he's triggering Satanic.
He might be considering it. I'm very surprised he went for this over the BKB we were expecting, so it could very well be a Halberd. I don't think SNY is going to make that big of a difference right now. Halberd could be way, way better.
Of double damage.
Well, he'll have the choice and a little bit of gold. For now, he's just trying to push out the bottom lane and then TP back when Team Secret fight. But the top lane's got really good momentum here for EG. Like, there's a couple of Wind Ranger illusions trying to push it back. But it's good deeps at the back, and the Secret just smoked on top of a dire observer ward. So EG are fully aware of what Team Secret are up to, and they don't really care. Like, you just spin out, TP out the Juggernaut, get back to base, everyone's safe. The top lane's got momentum for you, so you're okay with this as well.
Oh, and he broke the smoke with his sleight of fist. The heroes obviously do get revealed because your hero is technically traveling there. So Sumail finds out, and he's now got a Crystallis, and more important, this fight, EG have Aegis, and it gives them way more ways of approaching the fight. They just send Sumail in first, try to, again, bait key cooldowns to try and get the Aegis off of him, and they still have Swap on backup.
Surprised Team Secret are even looking to fight while this Aegis is up. All they got to do is wait 2 minutes. Push out the lanes, but EG with this Observer Ward on the hillside, they see a hell of a lot. Eternal Envy might come in, he already gets Searing chained in. And Arteezy, he was considering the Omni Slash, already the healing ward triggered by EG.
Yeah, they have to back, there's a good aggressive weave as well. 3 of their heroes are woven right now.
Bail out.
Considering how long these fights extend for, that is going to just get them butchered by the Wind Ranger.
It's so big as well with the combination on the Huskar. Like, your damage is starting to arrive for EG, your physical damage. But when that weave kicks in, if they get an Assault Cuirass or some big armor item over on top of the Huskar, like, your physical damage is going to have a hard time cutting through him. Arteezy, by the way, has enough money to pick up this halberd if that's his choice. But as you said, you got to keep your buyback. And right now, like, you still have 3 buybacks on EG's side. That's actually on cooldown for Arteezy, but only for 50 seconds. It looks like Secret will successfully wait out this Aegis time. It's only got 1 minute 50 seconds left on it. Like, that's all.
Bounty rune for the Vengeful Spirit. PPD unusually rich this game.
Well, he's looking for an opening. Avalanche toss. The Observer Ward just got planted down by a Secret. I love this mirror timing of EG and Secret. So EG try and get vision over on the Ancients as well as the mid lane, and Secret drop an Observer Ward down too. But Universe with the Gem and Aghanim Scepter, these Observer Wards, they just don't last.
And this is when it starts getting scary for Secret, because they are the ones who want to start putting pressure on the map. And if they lose all their vision and start hesitating to push out waves, EG will catch up on farm and just outscale them later on. So Secret will probably wait for the Aegis to expire, which should be happening any second now, I think. Yeah, it's just like 10 seconds away for Sumail.
Yep.
And then they might try for a play. Do they have any smokes, though? Because that's the way they can really approach this aggressively. 8-minute cooldown on their smoke, and there's none on their heroes.
They don't even have it on the courier. It was a Ghost Scepter coming out in the courier.
This is a tricky 10 minutes that Secret are approaching right now, where they have to find some sort of way of forcing out the lanes enough that they can take a fight. 8 minutes of farm for EG. You can't let that happen.
EG will just dodge him. Like, the Observer Ward's watching almost all of Secret's movements at the moment. That one they planted on the Dire, on the Radiant Ancients. Because it's obviously the place where Secret are going to be looking to find a lot of farm. So if this does turn into a farm game, they know about it. Now you've got a Solar Crest over on PPD. You're getting a BKB workup for Universe. Sumail is close to picking up that full Daedalus. So the damage increase will rapidly come up. And Arteezy's still walking around with a lot of money. He's got 3k gold on this Juggernaut at the moment. So a surplus of 1,1600 gold.
And I don't think this is going to work very well for Secret, by the way. They're rotating to top to push this wave out. It's a way harder assault angle than the one in mid. There's no tower. There's still the melee barracks that they really want to claim. But in the top lane, they will naturally be pretty clustered against Sumail, who can probably very easily get in. There's also more assault angles for the Night Stalker. Or that's incorrect. There's not more assault angles, but I just think from looking at EG's perspective, it's easier to get a good tombstone that covers the entire entrance. The entrance in the middle is wider.
Yep.
Most of the time, you will see Radiant lineups prefer to siege top over bottom. And that's, again, because of the way the lane is placed and what you can do defensively. It's easier to execute for EG. And Secret, yeah, well, they pushed out the wave the best they could. They're not in a position to get all the way to the base, and EG will just keep farming. And you're looking at this gold graph, and whenever Secret bunch up as 5 and just shove one lane and they get split pushed in 2 others, they're losing GPM effectively to EG.
It's not just the gold per minute. If you look at the experience, EG are continuously gaining almost every single fight. They're now down, they're up to 10,000 advantage over Team Secret.
Sanj and Yasha minute 39. That is surprising.
Like, I know in China we saw these 32-minute SMYs coming up a lot more, but yeah, that's the choice from Arteezy.
it's a good hybrid item, of course. Like, I'm not going to say this item isn't good on Juggernaut. I think it's exceptionally good on Juggernaut. But
it's just late.
It's just late, exactly. I'm not sure it was the best choice, but it still might just work. Just getting, if you're looking at how these fights are going, extra mobility, more stats, always good.
Oh, at the moment, Team Secret adding a little bit of momentum to that bottom lane. I say a little bit. They're basically a double wave pushing in the bottom, while EG forcing out the top lane.
Radiant's top
And Secret, they get this one lane push and they have to go back again. Same story. It's the Night Stalker's control. Now we are going to reach daytime very soon. Should kick in about 6 seconds. Universe does have another Darkness cast, but I think he's going to hold on to it just in case a fight breaks out.
Yep. There's no reason to take the risk.
He's just getting out of there.
Is it Universe now going for the SMY? It should be Halberd for him. But he's got the Sanj as well. 40 minutes in. That Demon Edge is picked up for Sumail. He's got enough money he can buy up the full Daedalus if he so desires. But we also talked about the need for the Monkey King bars to come the way of EG. So do you just keep it with the Chrysalis, get to your 3K, and then finish up the Monkey King bar?
This is one of the games where, at this point, it might be a little bit tricky with the choice, since with how clustered the fights are and how many targets Sumail finds, just the raw cleave damage from getting crits on one of the heroes without evasion could pose a really big threat to Secret heroes. But I still think overall, the MKB is most likely going to do more damage right now. So Crystallis MKB would be my suggestion here.
Well, we thought it was late. It's the third latest SNY pickup on Juggernaut of all time. Very, very late.
That is late.
It is late. Arteezy venturing into the river. Normally, this is the line which is drawn between the two teams around this point of the game where you only cross when you have reinforcements. Instead, he walks the line up to the top. So much more money he's picked up. With this Battle Fury, he farms so quickly, and he keeps expanding his Blade Fury to push the lane safely and then just TP out.
Right, it is the Daedalus for Sumail. No buyback, by the way. This is a high-risk play.
But it's the smoke time.
Yeah. This is what Secret have been waiting for a long time, the ability to try to go for Roche. This Courier is dead.
Well, the Courier might die. EG, they actually blow their smoke. The Slider Fist Searing Chain catching Weehara Misery, forcing the BKB out from the Wind Ranger. Eternal Envy standing on the front lines, up against the spinning EE. Will it be enough? Arteezy keeps battling. Now the Omni Slash will go. The Tombstone has been brought down. Eternal Envy taking every Omni Slash. PPD swaps Arteezy back out of safety. And another Searing Chain from Sumail, but they can't get close. The shards are keeping them out. PPD, he will not survive, but that being the only casualty when Secret are fighting from up on the hill, EG should still be very happy with that.
It looked like Fear couldn't get in position to soul rip his Tombstone. And Secret bringing down that tomb at the time they did, so important for them to get ahead in the fight. And again, Arteezy's Omni Slash, he can't Omni Slash into solo Huskar right now with a Satanic. It's just a wasted cooldown, more or less.
He took no damage too.
Yeah.
Like the Weave, I think, was actually maxing out at that point. Like there was no damage with the plate mail. There was actually, he had the plate mail before.
And it's also a big loss for EG to not get that Talisman of Evasion. That was actually the halberd that Universe would have had there. And now they have to wait 2 minutes. They have to give over an Aegis.
Yeah.
I like the fact that Secret, so in most cases right now, you will give the Aegis to the Huskar and you will just use him as a siege engine. But first of all, there's a cheese, and Huskar has way more health to utilize with it. And secondly, he's not dying in the first place. So just put it on Weeha. Huskar, even without Aegis, when you have a Dazzle on backup like this, it's so difficult to deal with. I think EG have to concede these barracks and look to hold a second lane.
You really don't want to be forced into this. If you can at least clean up the creep wave.
Sumail has buyback now. That's important.
He's got buyback. Tombstone is up. You're currently in darkness too, so Secret, they're a little bit blind going up that hill. I love how Puppey is carrying for Envy. They'll end up finishing the full assault Cura, so he hands the plate mail back, so I wasn't insane. He did actually have the plate mail during the fight. And Sumail doing so much work. He's actually got, because he's got that buyback, he's cleaned up these creep waves, a little extra money for him. But there's still no direct attack into the Wind Ranger or the Huskar because of their evasion. So it's going to be such a hard defense for EG. But if they don't defend it, Team Secret will just keep coming. So all they can really do is just try and Slider Fist the wave down. That's why Envy moves aggressively forward, making it so Sumail has to play further back. He doesn't have this Blink Dagger, so the Slider Fist goes to work. Eternal Envy losing a little bit of life. Fear taking it with the decay. And now they go for more. Sleight of fist again. Weeha unable to find that opening with a shackle shot, but Envy just stands his ground. Still with the cheese, still with the Satanic. They swap him up. Can they get the chains with the control underneath the tier 4 towers? Envy, he just turns on the armor. So much life. The Omni Slash actually chasing down Pylai Dai outside the base, but Eternal Envy, now he triggers the cheese. They keep the Tombstone alive. Weeha can't get rid of it, but he's killing off Fear a little bit further up as they snowball in. Universe out of this fight, but you've still got so much to fight with. The Sleight of Fist Searing Chains does take away a little bit of the life of Team Secret, and they have burned the Aegis Immortal of Weeha, and the cheese as well. They'll lose the melee racks, but because Team Secret have expended so much, they may not be able to keep this fight going. In fact, they probably should not, as Arteezy spins forward. Eternal Envy wants to fight him with the punch. They actually bring him down. Buyback has to come out from the Juggernaut because they've already lost another. The Night Stalker's down with no buyback. Team Secret, a big opportunity for them to take 2 lanes of racks. Zamail needs to keep this defense going. PPD has swap available. They look for the opening. No Omni Slash up. And Eternal Envy, Satanic's back off cooldown. Zamail, they start to tick through him. But the tier 3 tower is dropped. Weeha with the focus fire can just keep pumping it out. They'll get through the range racks as well. No Searing Chains, no mana for Zamail. He's not ready to fight. Arteezy's still not ready to go either. This melee racks will belong to Envy, they're just not ready. PPD could potentially swap into stun. Zamail comes back. Here it is. Eternal Envy. Isaiah, the shackle flies up. Only catching PPD. Eternal Envy finishes the racks and moves on to the captain of EG. PPD. The Soul Rip keeps him alive a little bit longer. Then buys time for Zamail to do his work. Misery as well as Pylai Dai. Pylai barely surviving as a spirit jump back. Zamail. He's so low. Weeha brings him down. The buyback has to come out. EG under siege. Arteezy surviving underneath his own tier 4 tower. But Team Secret, are you in too deep now? That's the big question. You've already taken 2 lanes of fractures. They need to get back out. Zamail, try and take more. There's your jump with the spirit back out. Eternal Envy will not follow him. But Arteezy, Omni Slash back off cooldown. No Radiant Creep Wave. This could be big for him. That's level 3. This could easily be a double kill if he can just get close enough. Misery's the only one isolated. He wants Envy and Pylai Dai. The Radiant Creep Wave is rapidly approaching. And Arteezy, is he going to let it rip? Avoids the avalanche. Envy's still here. Does he want to do it? Pylai Dai is now, but the Creep Wave has arrived. They isolate Pylai Dai on the sideline. He 4-stars up, but he'll die the Searing Chains, losing his gem at True Sight. Is there a stun? No, there's not. Eternal Envy gets back out again. Team Secret, they've done the damage, and they get away with few casualties.
That costs EG so much. The moment they had forced out the cheese and the Aegis and only lost their middle racks, I think that's when you just calm down, you wait for bottom lane, and you try to fight there. But they kept running into Secret, trying to put as much pressure as possible, but they're so durable. And again, it was the thing that triggered the whole thing is a mistake Arteezy has made earlier in this game as well. He Blade Furious to try to damage the Creep Wave. Ice Shards don't care. Block him off, get the easy kill. That's what snowballed the whole thing in there for Secret. And now a 10, wait, what? 14,000 gold.
It's actually almost 16,000 when you take that into account. You look at the experience, it was a 12,000 advantage, and it's almost back in the way of Secret. They haven't led in the experience for just over 20 minutes. But that 5 from EG, as you said, they just kept running in. That's easy experience on wheels.
Arteezy has to stop trying to Blade Fury waves down like that now. Of course, it is tempting to just do the damage and try to push them out so you have them out of the picture for if you want to Omni Slash later on. But this Ice Shard thing, I think that's the 3rd time this game it happens for Arteezy, and this one was really, really costly and almost lost them the game right there.
Well, they may have lost it on momentum. EG battening down the hatch as Secret. They just need one more lane of racks to force out the Megas. Roshan will probably be our next big point of contest. In 2.5 minutes, he could potentially be up.
Arteezy's close to the MKB. That's a big upgrade. But his main problem in these fights is still that he's not strong enough that he can just stand and hit. After the Omni Slash, most of the time he'll just have to spin, disengage. If he gets caught by a shackle shot or an avalanche toss, he's almost gone immediately. And now he's 100 gold away from it, and he can't get it yet. He's sending out the courier, but there's actually a Radiant Observer Ward. There's actually 2 Radiant Observer Wards on the spot. Getting ready to
Misery, there should jump in, goes after Arteezy. The weave hitting aggressively on Arteezy. It's about Weeha! Huge shackle! The swap will pull up Arteezy, but Weeha will finish the job. Arteezy, no! He's protected for the moment. Surviving with a spin, he'll back out. As Team Secret, they came for kills. They have only taken the Tombstone, but they've got a lot of cooldowns now out of EG. And they want to rotate top. The Radiant Creep Wave's pushed in through mid, so they can attack into the tier 3 tower if they so desire. PPD, no swap available. The Monkey King bar now done on Arteezy. He's finally got some direct damage.
This is more than good enough for Secret to probably end the game right here. Omni Slash, Swap, and Tombstone all being on cooldown. This is a very easy siege.
Well, we'll see if they can achieve it. Arteezy moving forward, that defensive weave. Secret's getting so much armor, and Envy, he just goes after Universe. Gets stunned up for the moment, but Misery, a quick follow-up. They still haven't brought down the 9-stock, but Arteezy, defensive spin, once again the shackle. It latches on Fear, there's no decay, so look at the damage. PPD swats him down, but still Weeha finishes the job. PPD trying to run back out. Sumail side of Fist, it can't do enough damage. He's cleaned up the green wave, but he can't clean up the heroes of Secret, who go out, picked up a double kill in the hands of Weeha. PPD actually has to wait inside the shards, but GG! EG will be knocked out of the winners bracket final by Team Secret. And Team Secret advance themselves forward into the grand final of the Frankfurt Major.
And these games have been so exceptionally good. I think a lot of people are expecting this to be the grand final matchup as well.
It would not surprise me at all. We've seen some high-class Dota coming out from both Secret as well as EG. We still have a couple of teams, though, that have to battle it out through the lower bracket to get a chance to get in there. But EG, well, it is kind of their style to come through the lower bracket when it comes to playoffs.
Yeah, at some point, they need to take a little dip, but I mean, judging from this entire game, I think EG's play was extremely good as well. Secret in this game do pull it out. I think mainly because of the Huskar last pick caused a lot of problems for Evil Geniuses, but going forward, if EG play like this, probably still a favorite to reach the grand finals again, which would then be a full best of 5. They now have a little bit more experience, but yeah, who will EG face? They will face either
OG,
eHome,
or... No, that's it. That's the next series coming up. That's it. There is no or inside of that. There's only 2 teams that have to play it out. That's the next best of 3 coming up after what was a marathon winners bracket final. Let's go to the guys who have the stamina. Back to you on the panel.
Oh, I don't know about stamina after that. Wow, what a match. Fantastic winners bracket final. And it is Team Secret that advance on to the grand final. They guarantee themselves at least a top 2 finish now. EG, of course, will drop down and will face the winners of our next game, OG versus eHome. Before we get there, though, there's plenty to talk and plenty to discuss with the panel members. Capitalist first off, what a fabulous final.
Yeah, absolutely. Upper bracket final, you couldn't ask for much better, and I really do anticipate that these 2 teams are going to be meeting in the grand finals as well. Best of 5 could change everything.
They've just shown us a completely different level of play to anything we've seen this week, Jacob. And taking it to a whole new level, seemingly. It's hard to imagine any other teams can kind of match that level of performance from either of the 2 teams.
Yeah, just like Austin just said, it's hard not to anticipate EG going into the grand final meeting the Secret again with the level of Dota we just saw. There was a few mishaps in the play of EG that sort of put them on the back foot and then put them on the receiving end of a Huskar where they actually stood a good chance at turning it around, because I felt like Secret was running out of time. And then there was just these small personal mistakes from some players. Souls talked about Arteezy's late Fury on the creep wave, which is really where I think they lost a lot of the momentum. But I do expect them to come back up in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, just over three and a bit hours worth of play, and to keep concentration for that level of time through 3 very tough games, that's hard going.
Yeah, and Secret, I think what's especially scary is that they didn't reveal anything new. It was just the Ember Spirit of the Magnus that they showed already, as well as a Huskar, which we've already seen them play.
The tiny support.
And the tiny support, right. So I'm sure they have more stuff prepared for the grand finals, but I thought that EG had the tools to actually deal with the Huskar, and it seemed that way, but as you said, they were able to close out the game in a timely fashion, and here we're kind of see like a 4 protect 1. We haven't really seen too many teams run like a Superman strat, but they've been doing it with the Ember and the Huskar.
And they had the opportunity to ban it out if they wanted to, and they seemed quite comfortable about leaving it there.
Well, I sort of appreciate that kind of confidence from PPD and Evil Geniuses, the fact that they're not scared of playing up against what Poppy regards as Secret's strongest heroes, and I do feel like they had the tools at their disposal to win the games as well. It came down to the individual's plays. So as much as yesterday was about strategy and the draft, I think today was more about who just played better at the end of it.
Okay. We're going to get some more thoughts from all 3 of you in just a moment, however. As ever, our man on the floor, Dakota, has found his winner, his Misery.
Here on the stage with offlaner Misery of Team Secret. A really hard-fought, super entertaining series, especially game number 1 has to be one of the top, if not the top matches of the year. I gotta know it though from your perspective. It looked like a lot of it's on Envy. He's got 2 rapiers. What's going through the rest of the team's mind? Are you just kind of letting Envy do his thing? Are you encouraging him along the way? How's that going for you?
I mean, Envy kind of does his thing most of the time, but we kind of follow him around. And this when he has 2 rapiers, there's nothing else to do. So, but I mean, I felt the game was kind of easy at one point, but then we kind of went into Roshan and got wiped, and then we had to go for rapier. So, yeah, it was a crazy game.
Very, very crazy. I'm sure you're going to check that one out again. Game number 2, another Envy Rapier game, another game where you're going to put a lot of value in getting the Ember and then the Magnus, but this time you're playing the Magnus. Obviously, that game didn't work out so well for you. Talk a bit about what went wrong and the pressure I'm sure you have to go through playing that Magnus, trying to get everything in line in those huge team fights.
Second game. Well, I feel like we took some bad fights generally. I felt like we could have also won the game, but it was hard to play because they had this Beast Monster Hawks guarding us out and Juggernaut and stuff. They had a really good lineup against ours, I'd say. I probably didn't play that good that game. I think I could have done a lot more with better item choices and stuff, but yeah, it was a hard game. I'm not sure if I'd played better, maybe we would have won. I'm not sure. Right?
Game 3, you get the Huskar, you pull out a big victory there, another big stop. Now, do you think you're going to be running into EG again in the grand final?
I think so, but I mean, OG is on a hot streak, so you can't count them out at all.
Congratulations, you've just secured your spot into the grand final. A huge victory for you, and congratulations again. Let's hear it again, of course, for Team Secret and Misery.
Yes, indeed, and guarantees themselves a $400,000 payday. At the very least, of course, the winners receiving more than $1 million here at the first ever Dota 2 Major. Still plenty to go through, and highlights to go through as well, and what highlights they were from Game 3. After the first 2 matches, well, what could we expect from Game 3? More of the same? I think we were probably pushing our luck a little bit, weren't we?
I think so. It's actually the man who just got interviewed that you're going to be seeing a lot of highlights and good plays from him. He really made up for his poor performance in game number 2 with a stellar performance in game 3. His Tusk had multiple saves on heroes like the Wind Ranger and Huskar, and he also had multiple catches on the Samael and Arteezy. Sometimes who overextended themselves, especially Arteezy, really far out. How many times did he get blocked out by ice shards and get caught by the Huskar as a result?
He also had a really clutch snowball save, I think, on...
this is, I think, the one.
On Huskar, this fight. It's like, okay, we got through the grave, we got through the heal, we got through the armlet toggle, and then you have to deal with the snowball. Maybe not this fight.
No, I mean, he still saved the Huskar and actually allowed EG to be able to get most of the kills. Like, the fact that only the Huskar died in that fight would be dramatically different if he didn't make that small snowball save and allowed the re-armlet toggle.
Here we go into the Roche fight, forces out the buyback on the Night Stalker. Arteezy had to use his spin so often to get in, and he really wasn't able to connect with the damage or even keep up his farm. They had a really nice healing ward placement and the tombstone placement on the high ground, but they were a little far behind.
It really showed the strength of the Undying in a lot of these fights. The Soul Rips were actually incredibly important in order to deal with the burn damage of the spears. It goes to show how strong this hero is in team fights. It's not just about the decays and the tombstone.
But at the same time, Huskar was really good at dealing with the tombstone in some of the fights. So
yeah, most of the time, fierce positioning on the Huskar with all things. All of his spells were on point. He played a really good game.
But there were so many things they had to go through. They had to go through the armlet toggle, the lifesteal, the satanic, the inner vitality, the grave, the snowball, sometimes the Aegis and the cheese. Like, how do you actually deal with all this from the Huskar?
I sort of hope that OG ends up playing against Secret just to see who cheese is better.
We really are seeing the strength of Huskar going into late game, though. Early when he was picked up, it was like, okay, you have to win by like 25, 30 minutes before, you know, it used to be that Silver Edge was the item to pick up to counter the Huskar. But nowadays we're seeing that with the right type of backup items, you're seeing a lot of Solar Crest, even Glimmer Cape sometimes helping out the Huskar. He can be a hard one position going as late as 40, 45 minutes.
And with the right bans, of course. The banned out the Timbersaw, which actually isn't surprising, versus EG and the AA last phase ban. So they actually set up into the Huskar pick pretty well, and knowing the strengths.
This is one of those fights where I think Evil Geniuses really overestimated their capabilities of taking on that Huskar, going uphill. I believe this is the time where they were both smoked and EG knew this.
That wasn't this one.
It wasn't this one.
It was a bit later. This one, Sumail actually bought back for no apparent reason, other than getting that last.
Thing is, EG had the Aegis at one point, but they weren't actually able to force a fight like Secret did. I think that's actually one of the biggest strengths of Huskar. You can just siege the high ground so effectively. If you have an Aegis with Ember Spirit, it's still not a good front laner. They can't take out even a T2, let alone a T3 or a Rax.
All they could do with that Aegis was try and complete the MKB on the Juggernaut, but it just came too late.
I'm probably going to give you the most difficult question you three have had since the start of the Frankfurt Major, but how do you name an MVP from the 3 games from the 2 teams, and who would it be?
For me, it's Eternal Envy, I think.
Yeah?
His Ember Spirit play was so top-notch in game number 1 that he actually, just that one performance alone, I think, makes up for everything else that followed in the series.
It's so hard to say anyone but him. I mean, he had the team to back him up, especially in game 1, but also game 3, obviously.
Yeah.
But, you know, carry players are star players for a reason, and I think Eternal Envy throughout the tournament has been the most bright light on the roster of Secret.
Okay. What about Wii? Game 3, finished 15-4-13 on win range. It's got a 33% win rate through the tournament, which is very low, obviously, and yet somehow he's able to just play with the win ranger and win in a game.
I mean, what's
with
his
win
win
ranger.
rate with it, though?
Well, I mean,
Everyone
that's
probably
another-
sees the shackles like, oh,
Yeah.
I can hit that shackle too. And
Yeah.
you're like, what? That didn't hit? That happens to like most of the win rangers that we see that aren't we.
Yeah.
He's able to connect with those, especially at the most crucial moments. And
Yeah, even in the game they lost, his Wind Ranger had some amazing shackle
did,
shots. He has a really great ability to read the game and understand the strength of the Wind Ranger and the shackle shot especially.
Really showing why this is his hero. This is first and foremost, I think, Weehaw's strongest hero.
Yeah, that's why he's known as the Wii Ranger, I guess. Thank you, all 3 of you. We're headed off for a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our next match, of course. It will be the lower bracket final this time round, OG going up against eHome. Before we get there, however, again, yesterday we had a great piece from Pyrian, and we thought we'd show you it again, because one of the biggest questions we get, one of the most popular questions I personally get asked is, how do you put together such a big production? How does it all come together, and how does it work? And the answer, as we said to you yesterday, is trucks.
Signing sessions. I always look forward to them. They're a lot of fun for us. They're a lot of fun for all the fans, I'm sure, especially when it comes to getting the players' autographs. Like everyone in Dota, I'm a massive fanboy, so I look to get stuff signed as much as I can as well. Now, there's currently a game going on, but as soon as it's over, people are going to pour out and start queuing up to get things autographed. I'm going to be one of them, and I'm going to head down there in a bit and join the line. Looking to get some autographs from these famous guys here. Shiva, could you sign my piece of paper, please?
It's always nice to meet a fan.
How's it going at the event for you?
It's going very great, thank you very much. Having a lot of fun.
Great. Sign I love Ted, love Shiva. Sign that. There we go. Nice and big. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Means a lot. Thank you. And OD Pixel, how's it going at the event for you?
It's absolutely fantastic, Ted. Any requests? Or?
Could you sign I love Ted, love Shiva? Love Shiva. Yeah, you signed Shiva as well. What are you doing there? Unbelievable. All right, thank you. Zayori, big fan. Could you just sign this?
Sure, absolutely. Who should I make it out to?
Well, just say I love Ted, love Zayori. How's the event going for you? You enjoying it?
It's been fabulous. It's better now that I've been promoted to personality.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, he's deserved a promotion, right? So Thank you so much. MSS, wow, I'm a big fan. Could you sign this for me, please?
Sure, dude.
I'm not going to ask how the event's gone for you because I know, but is it still good to be able to watch the games and everything?
Yeah, it is.
All right, cool. Yeah. Just say I love Ted, love MSS. Thank you so much. It means a lot, guys. All right, so those are the people I actually wanted to get an autograph from, and it's great to see them. If you want to get some autographs, come on down to the lobby. There's signing sessions every day. I know I'm going to get to sit here and sign some stuff as well, so stay tuned. So I got all the signatures I wanted. I got Shivas, I got OD Pixels, MSS. I'm missing mine, but I can do that back at the hotel. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Dota2 Frankfurt, and welcome to the Frankfurt Major for the lower bracket final. That's right, we are just 3 games away from finding out who our champion will be in the first ever Dota2 Major. The lower bracket game will take place fairly shortly. Teams are obviously just getting themselves set up, which gives us an opportunity to talk. That nearly caught me out then. To talk about the match itself. Of course, we're going to kick off with OG, and they've had a fabulous run through the lower bracket. They were pretty rough when it came to the group stages, but Jacob, they've got better and better and better as the tournament's gone on.
Yeah, that goes for both teams, but OG showing, especially yesterday, that how strong they actually are. I think before we went into yesterday, when we were sitting having breakfast, none of us really knew how strong they'd actually be, and that was the first day of a real trial. So they went up against Virtus.pro, played some decently close games where G from Virtus.pro really gave them a hard time. They ended up winning pretty convincingly in game 3, and then they went up against CDC and they tore them apart, completely demolished them.
The only teams that have taken them to 3 games are the teams that know them very well from the European region, Virtus.pro, and during the group stage, it was Vegas Squadron, right? All the teams that haven't met them before just got crushed, or just tiny wisp, they don't know what's coming at them.
Yeah, Meepos as well in the middle of all of it as well. Do you think that's part of their success in that lower bracket, is that they've had that element of surprise against some of these teams?
Against CDC, definitely. Also, they have a playstyle that just fits really well against what CDC likes to do. So we were talking about earlier how they might have had a lot harder time going up against either VG Gaming or eHome. I think that's why we're so excited to see this game, because now they are, and eHome is the most formidable Chinese team right now. They've walked their way through the lower bracket, and to see them go up against OG is, it's a treat. Yeah. It really is.
It's a real treat. We've got Purge back on the panel again. Welcome back. It's nice to have you here with us. Talk to me about their lineup. It's a great lineup on paper. In theory, they should just be steamrolling and winning tournaments, or at least reaching grand finals.
They should, but Dota's a lot more complex, and then it comes down to picks, strategy, counter picks. A lot of people thought, you guys, for example, that different teams were going to win today, and they didn't. So,
I think he's jibing at you guys. I think he's giving you.
Well, that's right, because you got one of the 2 right.
I got Team Secret right. How many have you got right today?
I think I'm at around 0.
Around 0?
I've only gotten 1 wrong.
And you've only picked 1. So 100% wrong so far on the expert desk, except for the host. That's not boding well for you guys. Are you going to help us out today?
I don't think I'm really going to increase the odds. I don't feel comfortable voting on either of these teams. I wouldn't put money on either of these. I mean, they're both 2 teams that maybe deservedly should have been in the winner bracket, but they both went into loser bracket, and they just crushed all the way through. And I've bet against, at least on the desk, against OG like 3 times now, and I lose. And I bet against eHome every time, and I lose every time. Who do I bet for now? I don't know.
Yeah, Synderen had the same problem. I don't think he's getting back into Denmark, no matter who he votes for. Let's take a look at the highlights from OG. Their last game in the lower bracket was absolutely tremendous form from them. In fact, 2 games in a row, really, because they had Virtus.pro yesterday and CDEC as well. And to take down the TI5 finalists was a huge achievement and a big step for them in this tournament.
Oh, we just saw Tiny 3-shot a Queen of Pain. This was the Superman Tiny with the Ags pulled very early on him, just incredible amounts of attack speed, and CDC didn't really know what hit him. At times, they just seemed very uncomfortable at handling the Wisp 2. I remember aggressive, blinked one time that he just got relocated upon and died, and that kind of was the tail for game number 1. Game number 2 was more about the Meepo. Doom is so-so versus Meepo, but they didn't really have that great of Meepo counters. Not No Tail's best performance, but still a very good performance on the Meepo.
He seemed to warm up on it throughout the game, and by the end of it, he really had the micro down. Meepo is a very micro-intensive hero, and sometimes you gotta refresh your ability to play certain heroes. Meepo was probably one of them. He got stronger throughout. The lineup from CDC really didn't have much potential up against this particular lineup from OG, and as we talked about yesterday, the only chance they really had of winning was doing something amazing with the silencer.
Yeah, a lot of it came down to the draft. How much is that going to play a role today?
I think it's going to be really big, because the way that OG is playing is a lot of burst-heavy initiation heroes, like Tiny, Meepo. They kind of play similar playstyles, and since they're going to be up against eHome, I feel like has started drafting the counters to that. It's putting aphotic shields on people. It is grabbing Treant with really tanky heroes. And that's why eHome just all of a sudden steamrolled 2 teams in a row, is because they picked the draft counter. They didn't say, well, we're going to try to stay in the meta and pick heroes that are comparable to yours within the meta, we're going to just do the full counter to your strat, and that's why they 2-0'd twice.
And we talked a lot about the meta game throughout the tournament and how what picks to expect and so forth. I think these are two of the teams that cares the least about it. They just threw it all out the window and pick what they like to play instead.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that from a neutral's point of view. Again, just watching them going hammer and tongs from minute 0 really, and seeing what happens over time. I guess they'll just react to however the cards fall as the game goes along.
Yeah, pretty much. Or they have a predetermined strategy. It seems like OG rarely ever picks to counter the enemy lineup, but rather just pick their own. And I sort of feel like eHome does the same thing. They're like, yeah, we got a set strat. We want to push down their towers. We're going to push with healing and tank ability, as we just saw up against.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think they have more tailored picks, though. I think the Abaddon versus the Slardar in this series before, as well as today, the Pugna worked wonders against the Timbersaw, for example, and some of the spellcasting coming out. The Treant Protector was also pretty good, too. So I
can't help but wonder how much of it is on-the-fly thinking and what is actually prepared picks. Because it all makes sense in hindsight, but do you prepare it? Do you practice it?
Is it just theory craft?
I mean, with a captain like Lonham, though, I think you have to put more faith into that he knows what's best and he's premeditated. I think the speed of which we saw some of the picks, too, made me think that he really knew what he was doing as opposed to, let me think about it on the fly. Or maybe he had a bank in his head, who knows.
Okay. One of the key players for OG over the last few days has been Miracle. Talk to me about Miracle. Purge, you've been impressed by him?
Yeah, his anti-mage performance, that one fight where they almost all died, him included, but he still edges out those escapes. Like, just little things like that really add up over the course of the game. That's what separates somebody that has 8,000 MMR from somebody that has 7,000 MMR, which is where a lot of the players are, somewhere around there. So Miracle's ability to push that next level as a carry, it's just something to fall back on. So even if their team fights go a little bit bad, maybe their smoke inks don't go as planned, then it has a better chance of coming out in OG's favor.
And everything has worked for him as well, hasn't it? Whether it's farm, whether it's team fights, whether it's decision, whether it's position, he seems to have it all.
Yeah, to add to that, I think he can play like any of the, like in terms of farm priority, he can be like 1 or 3, which is very unusual. You see like Sumail and some of the other mids that are like always like super farm intensive, but one game in particular was the Alchemist, where he was like more of a utility and support role, which you really don't see that often.
He was utility, but at the same time it's an Alchemist, and he managed to farm up a full inventory anyways, despite his items being different from that of a carry. But I fully agree with you, especially because Moonman had a Midas that game, so he sort of slid into that second position.
Yeah, I think the other one is, and the only phrase I've got in my head right now is that R. Kelly track, I Believe I Can Fly, but I don't know why I've got that in my head right now. But anyway, it's more like I Believe I Can't Die for Fly, because he has actually spent less time dead in game than any other player at the Major.
Old man puns. Yeah, Fly has been doing a great job both as a captain but also on the support role. I think he's proven why the Dazzle is still a top pick. We were a bit skeptical about it. I was particularly on the fence about Dazzle because of its win rate throughout the tournament. And then Fly goes in, picks it twice, completely demolishes VP with it, a team that really didn't know how to play up against a Dazzle.
And those weren't even easy Dazzle games. He played it against an Ancient Apparition, and he made the difference. He saved Shadowfiend in a crucial Roche fight. He timed it out perfectly. If you can play Dazzle and play him against the counters and still do well, that's amazing. He definitely has one of the best Dazzles in the tournament.
Yeah, and luckily so, because it hasn't had the most successful success rate in this tournament either. So he's had to really play up against that as well. Okay, we're going to move on and talk about their opponents, eHome. Again, another team that have struggled a little bit early on and then come back into the tournament as it's got further on through the lower bracket. Another team that dropped into the early part of the bracket, and you worry about them when they drop in there. Those best of ones really are killer games. But they've survived, they've come through, and now here they are in effectively the third, fourth playoff at the very least.
They seem incredibly relaxed as well when you watch them. Lanem constantly with a smile on his face, and if you're to believe the Chinese community, they didn't even mind going into the loser bracket. They were completely comfortable and confident going through the loser bracket. They were like, yeah, we're going to beat everyone anyways. So they have all the confidence in the world to go all the way to the grand final, and so far I can see why. They pick Treant, they pick Luna, they pick Abaddon, they pick whatever they want, and they make it work every time.
And then it's even more impressive when you think that whether they were or they weren't in disarray over the group stages, but they have changed their drafters. So they've obviously had some issues in the group stage that they didn't enjoy, and they've changed it, and it's changed for the better. You made a great point earlier last week. It's really hard to do that in the middle of a tournament.
It was more just those two series were an anomaly. We were worried that that might be the norm for them, though. It was just those two best of threes that you can kind of discount at this point because we've seen so many games after that where they actually perform well. And I think it speaks to the robustness of the tournament format, too. Are there really any teams in the top 4 that don't deserve to be there? I don't think so.
Yeah, they are the team that finished third, of course, in their group. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of their previous game in the lower bracket because they had a tough series of matches all the way through the lower bracket from the best of ones onwards, actually. Just to recap on that, Newbie Young obviously in the first one, Vega Squadron in the next, and then LGD came after that, and then what do you know? They come up against Vici Gaming. I mean, you can't get much harder in the lower bracket, can you?
Arguably the hardest possible role
Yes.
throughout the loser bracket, which probably puts them slightly ahead of OG in terms of who the favorite for the matchup is. If it wasn't because OG was so dominant yesterday against CDC. They played some great games. They played the same kind of play style in both games today up against VG Gaming.
They played a much different style than LGD, though, so they're definitely not a one-trick pony.
I really like their draft here, though. It just made Tiny look so bad. You would initiate on somebody, tossed up in the air, they'd only lose 40% of their HP, whereas in a lot of other sets we're seeing, Tiny puts somebody at a very low HP and ends up resulting in a kill. This draft was absolutely crazy.
Do you think that might be a little bit of a worry for OG, who do like the Tiny?
Yeah, I think it is definitely a big worry. And in this game as well, it shows that eHome has some crazy stuff up their sleeve that really is effective, that they can play the heroes correctly, that their focus is basically tanky cores with supportive supports that can cover them from the burst.
If I was Fly, the biggest worry I'd have is the fact that I have to take into account all 110 heroes in the game. It's like they've picked new heroes every game.
Yeah, before it was like, oh man, you're not going to ban CT Quap? What is he going to do after that? He hasn't played Quap since. And then they've used the Luna late game too. It's not all even about the high ground push. They ran anti-mage a couple of times in the group stage. They really do play everything.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult when it comes to bans. They are one of the stronger teams right from the off. You know, they really do come out firing. Their first blood rate is, I think, second best of all the teams in Frankfurt. And that's got to be key today against another very aggressive team like OG.
First Bloods help a lot. It's not like the biggest swing ever, but sometimes that can take a matchup lane that looks even or maybe not in your favor, and that first boots can result in you zoning a carry or maybe getting an extra kill that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So that extra first blood is definitely going to make a difference.
Yeah, and they'll look to snowball off that as well. Same as OG have in many of their games. They've really come out strong and quite aggressive.
Yeah, that's exactly why they were so good pitted up against both Virtus Pro and CDC. The fact that they play head-to-head with them. They match that aggression that you've come to expect from those two teams, and they never back down either. One of the games with OG, we especially saw how good they were at defending their middle tower. They would literally stand there for 5-10 minutes just having the two supports fire out their spells just to keep the creep wave away.
But eHome has the flexibility to sometimes slow the game down. I think one of CDC's weakness was they weren't able to just play patiently and wait until the late game and outgreed their opponent, whereas I think that eHome can actually do that.
Both of these teams have shown incredible strength in how they itemize. We saw it yesterday in both the games against CDC especially, that OG just completely was fully aware of what would help them the most in what they tried to achieve objective-wise. And they built the perfect items for the Tiny, perfect items for the Alchemist in their push game, and continue to do so throughout the series. And I think eHome did the same today.
Okay, we'll get more thoughts and predictions from all three of you in just a moment, but it's time now to introduce you to our two teams and the sets of players from eHome and OG. So, just moments away from the start of the lower bracket final, the winner moves on, and they now know they will play Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket consolation game, which will then decide who goes back up into the upper bracket, or into the grand final, I should say now, because Secret are already there. Time now to get our predictions from our panelists, and we'll start with Purge. Your thoughts?
All right, considering my previous history of getting none of my predictions right with either of these teams, I'm going to go with my expert opinion, and I'm going to flip a coin here.
Right.
And eHome, yeah.
Brilliant. You have a coin with eHome on it?
No, that was Tails, and
Tails was eHome.
eHome is my go.
Okay. That sounds like a bit of a cop-out. Can I get something a bit more concrete from Jacob?
I mean, we got 2 Danish people on OG. What else do you need? It's a definite winner. The only real concern I have is the fact that Lanham is still wearing his victory shirt.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
That's problematic.
Could be a problem for his teammates as well at this point in the week, because it's been on there for 4 days.
That's true.
I'm not liking this though. We've got basically a coin flip, a pull of the heartstrings, and a noob. And I'm going with OG as well. Perhaps Melini has some concrete analytical reason as to why he's going to go for the
I mean,
team
these
he's
two
chosen.
teams have never faced each other before, right? So it really is a coin flip. I'll go with OG, though.
No reasoning whatsoever.
No reasoning whatsoever. Brilliant analysis.
I think OG's...
3 OG, 1 eHome. Purge, you're the odd one out this time.
I'm okay with that. I really think that the chances are very close for both teams, and they both have histories of impressing everybody. It's just going to come down to this OG's fantastic teamwork. Does it beat the drafting of, eHome's fantastic teamwork beat eHome's drafting? That's what I meant.
OG's drafting.
I like eHome's drafting better.
Wow.
I think both of
Are you
these teams can
confused?
surprise
Because
each
I'm
other.
definitely confused now.
What?
No, it's okay. Carry on.
I was done.
Oh. This got awkward fast, right?
Sort of.
I think both teams have
moment
really
of the day.
excellent
That's that
drafting,
part of the day.
You got away with this, Paul. You just make it awkward right as we're about to say something clever. You're like,
Okay. I would say OG's ability to pick weird drafts that have strong cores and like the occasional Huskar pick, I think that's fantastic, but I feel like eHome is very good at counter-picking the strats of their opponents. So for that reason, I feel like eHome has the stronger drafting, assuming that they do find the solution. If they don't find the solution, yeah, they could get picked into a corner by OG.
They could get meepoed.
They could get meepoed, they could get Huskard, something that they don't have at their disposal, but they've been picking weird heroes the last couple sets, so I think they can do it.
So who comes out weirder, I guess, is what we're asking in the first draft?
I think OG's drafts are more predetermined than those of eHome. So eHome has the slight upper hand in terms of strategy, just because they sort of know what to expect, whereas I think eHome is a bit more unpredictable.
Okay, draft 1 is underway. Let's find out who has more weird.
I think eHome's one of the few Eastern teams that don't fear a Slardar from a Western team.
Why do you think that is?
Because they have that Abaddon, they have sometimes the Dream Protector.
They don't fear the Slardar, they just fear theirs.
I mean, they let it through the last time. I was like, okay, we haven't really seen a solution to it, though.
They beat Vici Gaming with it.
I think it's been one of Moonmeander's best heroes.
I agree.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. Similarly, eHome has been getting Tusk an awful lot.
You guys want to hear some secret espionage information that I heard in the shuttle this morning? So I was driving to the event. Moonmeander's in the vehicle with me. And he said, anytime eHome gets Tusk, eHome just automatically wins. Okay? So, but there's 2 issues. I can't remember things very well, and my hearing's not very good, so it might have been a different team. But just keep that in mind. If they get Tusk, there's a...
Well, they won't get Tusk.
So
Maybe you misheard and said...
What I don't like about those Wisp pick up first is the fact that they're going to pick Tiny now. I'm pretty sure eHome is going to go
Oh,
with Tiny.
they play Bristleback a lot, too. I don't really think they're scared of the Tiny Wisp.
No,
No,
but
but
do they pick it? No, they
Oh,
don't
they
pick
don't.
it. Okay, so
Oh,
Tiny
right.
and Cop instead.
With all the Tiny we've seen
So this will be Tiny.
eHome play, I'm surprised they don't pick it up now.
I don't think it works that well for them, and I think they want to know what they're playing against, which is IO Tiny.
I mean, they're in the loser bracket final. I'm pretty sure it works pretty well for them.
Of course it does. It's true. But I don't know.
It's
Maybe
worked in previous matches.
Maybe eHome wants them to pick it.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a...
Did they not pick it against CDC yesterday?
What, OG? Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Turn to ban.
That was the pooled acronym set.
Yeah.
I like the Dragonite ban a lot. It prevents the setup that Ancient Apparition and Queen of Pain would follow up on, and it's also the straightforward tanky core draft that eHome goes for.
I'd be more scared of the Bristle. I would want to ban Bristle if I'm OG though, because I think eHome run that hero way more than the Dragon Knight.
But I feel like it's not quite synergizing with the draft that eHome started with. When you go AA, you're looking for a stun setup that's also tanky. And yeah, Bristle's super tanky and good at staying alive, but he doesn't set up that combo.
But he's also much better versus Wiz Tiny though. I think I've seen Dragon Knights just like feed versus that combo, whereas Bristle's much more tanky. I mean, usually they draft the setup as their offlaner though. I've seen his Nyx before. His Tusk was much better. I don't know what other setups there are though.
What do you think of the first ban from eHome in the second phase?
Respect.
With IO Tiny still on the board?
It's true. It wasn't necessary, I think.
Don't want to take chances.
Yeah, you may as well not.
Especially against Queen of Pain and Ancient Apparition. Neither of those heroes can deal with it very well.
I like the AA pickup early on just because it pretty much prevents the Shadow Priest. I think
And the Huskar.
And the Huskar, exactly. But I think OG's gonna go for the Shadow Priest regardless. Oh, a hero we forgot about. Doombringer.
Yep. So
2 weeks ago that would have been unheard of, but nowadays it's just not that good anymore. I mean, the hero is still good.
Yeah.
It just hasn't worked really well.
Yeah, it's been let through an awful lot. Brood also banned. So less crazy.
Yeah, I don't think there's any cheese left from OG.
Oh, I would.
Well, I mean, there's Tiny, Brood's been banned, Meepo's been banned, Huskar is countered by AA. Do they have anything else?
10 seconds remaining.
They go for.
I think Wisp is already decent versus Doom, though. I'm just worried about the Wisp just blowing up to the Queen of Pain.
Undyne gives them pretty good pressure possibility for any eHome safe lane. They could also do early aggression with IO plus Undyne. Doesn't necessarily have to stay in the same lane as the Tiny. Tiny could passively farm. Not against the Queen, for example, but maybe some other lanes. And this also covers them too. If Doom previously you could have maybe doomed IO, prevented healing in that way. Now they've got a second source with Undyne. We saw Soul Rips in the last game, they were amazing. 6-second cooldown, you can heal for like 4.
Yay, more heals versus AA.
Okay. If AA lands his Ice Blast, yes.
You're gonna hit him.
Doesn't. Doom does nothing.
Yes. But they still don't have the setup that you're talking about, so it is a very realistic possibility that he will not get good Ice Blast off.
Centaur creep.
Pearl Boulder.
The 0.6 stun.
What other things have we seen to counter IO? We've seen Bounty Hunter a decent amount to deal with the IO. eHome runs it a decent amount, but still no real setup for them.
I don't like it versus Tiny either. It's just too low HP, it'll die to the one shot consistently. Go with the Wind Ranger.
Radiant team pick.
A very normal draft coming up from eHome.
So I guess that's their setup, Shackle Shot.
Seems reasonable enough.
Still feel like eHome's pretty countered by a Force Staff right now. A little bit of healing.
They have a well-rounded lineup if they finish it off with like an Earthshaker or something. It doesn't really necessarily hard counter anything, but it's just great throughout all stages of the game. We don't see much Earthshaker in the tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
As opposed to, as compared to how much we usually saw it.
Reserve time.
23 games so far, Frankfurt Major.
Oh, okay. That's a decent amount of games.
Yep. 60.9% win rate too.
That's a really good win rate.
So what are we looking at for Moon? Do they need a setup of their own for the Tiny Wisp, or are they looking to play more defensive / team fight with perhaps like a Darkseer, or is it more scout with Beastmaster?
You said Nyx was, you didn't like Moon's Nyx, but it's a pretty good...
No, not Moon. 11's Nyx.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think a Nyx would be pretty good. You could scout out IO Tiny ganks. It's a Queen of Pain and a Wind Ranger core. Wind Ranger doesn't have the most int because she doesn't build tons of int items, but Mana Drain would be good there. It's a good hero to solo kill Ancient Apparition. I feel like there's pretty good solutions. Doom has Scorched Earth, so you can pop Spike Carapace to get a setup. I feel like it's a decent hero here. It doesn't synergize well with Undyne in the dual offlane, though, is the only...
I was thinking of the Earthshaker for eHome's lineup, but considering it's OG, I actually think it's more likely that they might pick it up. And as I say that, pick up a Night Stalker.
Moon's been playing offlane Night Stalker, very good.
Well, so far, This has been a relatively quiet draft in comparison to the way these two have drafted in previous games.
Gotta feel them out the first game.
Until we get to
10 seconds
the last pick.
It's very well within OG's comfort zone right now, and that's what we sort of expected as well. That they have these go-to strategies that they seem to lean towards, whereas eHome, you never really know what to expect. Giving CCY Queen of Pain, though, is a bit ominous.
Agreed. I just think they have a lot of burst to kill the IO. I'm still really scared for his life. If they can actually protect him with these 3 melee lines.
They don't have very good counters to Quap in the early game either. So,
Nightstalker?
I mean, that's their one solution, right? It's either that or you Tiny combo him.
Blink Dagger Tiny, I think they have these.
Turn to pick.
They have
But
two
what
heroes
about
that
before the Blink? And what about like pre-level 4 Night Stalker, you know?
That's very early on.
So, Bounty Hunter is locked in. For eHome, final pick for OG.
You're a miracle hero.
The Bounty Hunter can disrupt the stacks early if OG decide to play too greedily or draft too greedy lanes.
It's one of the best win rates here at Frankfurt, 77.8%.
You think they could go for the Alchemist again? It is up against an AA this time around.
10 seconds remaining.
He's not playing as the core if he's doing the same like mass armor strat like he did before with like AC and Solar Crest. I think it's not the worst thing to have that counter be in the game.
Reserve time.
Gives him a stun, gives him a ton of minus armor, and eHome's pretty weak across the board at receiving physical damage. They don't have much armor there.
And with the Earthshaker band, they might pull off the same strategy we saw in game 1 against CDC yesterday.
Does Miracle play Invoker?
Yes, he plays an amazing Invoker, actually. I had the utmost displeasure of playing up against it on ranked matchmaking, and he completely demolished me. It's a bit of an unfair matchup.
Were you 1v1?
I had 4 Russians in my team.
And the 4 Russians were like, yeah, we had Melk on our team.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's an Ember Spirit to finish things off. So we head into game 1 of the lower bracket final. eHome versus OG. It's all yours. Capitalist and Blitz.
Thank you, Paul. Chinese Dota is doomed, or at least that's what Old Chicken spouted earlier today in his post-victory interview. But it seems like it's actually going to be OG that is doomed repeatedly in this game, as they have the Tiny Wisdom and Ember Spirit picked up against the Doom. Blitz, is that going to be enough to stop this track gold from spiraling out of control?
I don't know, because we saw yesterday that Kaka plays one of the better bounty hunters in the pro Dota scene. I know we kind of throw that term around a lot where we say X player is one of the best, but he truly is. Just the amount of impact that he's able to have, it really matches the up-tempo style that eHome bring consistently. But as far as the Ember Spirit, the Tiny Wisp goes, it's pretty good. You have to kind of doom the Wisp sometimes, just because if you doom the Tiny, then the Wisp will just keep you alive forever.
All right, starting this first game off between OG and eHome, determining who's going to be able to have the chance to go up against Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket finals. OG starting things off with their 3 heroes, Night Stalker, Wisp, and Tiny, all heading up to that top rune. OG actually splitting themselves a bit with the Ember Spirit and Undying at the bottom lane. Looks like we may have a level 1 fight on our hands. Old 11 is going to be making his way into that enemy jungle, see if he can't spout out anything. Kaka's actually going to be able to get a decent ward here. Looks like Undetected, as that will be blocking out the pull, I believe.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, something we talked about before the draft was how does a team like OG manage to get their Wisps and Tiny, but it's just because they have such a wide variety of heroes that they're known for. For example, the Slardar, I feel like, is a hero that you simply can't give them. Miracle on Radiant side with the Shadow Fiend is also a hero that you can't really give up.
Oh, no tail. This is not going to be working again in this tournament, I don't think. CTY.
Oh, he's got Blink.
Yeah, even if he does get tossed up, he'll have the Blink, so he should be totally fine. But look where Kaka's at. He's going to be waiting for that early pickoff on the Courier.
Yeah, if he times this right, if he actually waits on the right side of things, which I think he might, because a lot of teams expect the snipe, so they send the Courier around.
Oh, Courier dancing around. And Kaka, he knows It's been spoiled. OG saw that one coming a mile away, and Crit is going to head back to base in order to pick up that cell for himself.
Still, I think it's worth the effort at least to at least try and do that, but really well played by OG. But this mid matchup, it's going to be okay for the Wind Ranger early on, but as they start to get levels, she should struggle.
Crit's also going to be stacking up. Of course, Radiant side advantage. The Wisp can easily stack up camps for the Tiny, so we should see ourselves pretty fast. Is this going to be a Blink Dagger game for our Tiny? Just try and get nice and aggressive on some of these squishier cores like Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain?
I think so. The interesting part, though, is that when you have a lineup like OG's, you do want a team fight, just because you have the Undying, the Night Stalker, you've got a lot of vision, and most importantly, you've got a ton of burst nuke, but it's going to be quite scary fighting into the Bounty Hunter. One fight goes awry, you give up 2 or 3 track kills, everything goes the other way.
Right now, Kaka's trying to create space for Old 11, and he seems to be getting almost total free farm here. 4CS already on the board for him, and Miracle dropping a bit of regen. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Moon is actually not faring that good. He's still not level 2, as Lanham's Ancient Apparition and CTY's Queen of Pain is more than enough to force him out of lane repeatedly. Bottom lane, they're going to continue to go on to Miracle here. They're going to try and chase him down as best as possible. Kaka waits out his invisibility for a little while. They're going to strike again soon, but the Soul Rip is going to keep Miracle pretty healthy. And Kaka won't be able to go for this dive. Janata, maybe he will. He needs 2 more hits. He's going to dive into that. Our healing salve keeps him alive. And Kaka's going to drop dangerously low here right outside the tower. But fortunately, no counter vision from OG to give away that first blood.
I still think it's worth it, though, for him to go for that 1 extra right click, just because of the fact that he was able to pop the salve. The Bounty Hunter isn't as necessary in this lane, and that was the last tango that the Ember Spirit has. This is the kind of pressure that you want to put in the off lane. Going for an outright kill might be a little bit unrealistic because they don't have a disable.
They
but
don't.
Simply
So they have the combination now. Old Chicken is going to be caught as Moon Meander reveals the Invis rune that he picked up. Huge amount of body blocking here, but underneath this tier 1 tower, Old Chicken turns around to go for the power shot, but it's first blood that goes to Moon Meander.
Such a nice rotation by him. And this is something that they have to expect, is that Moon, if he's going to be zoned out of the top lane by the Queen of Pain, this is the best possible thing for him to do. Control the runes, try to put some pressure on mid. The Wind Ranger does have Wind Run, but it's deceptive because it doesn't last for very long at the first level, only 3 seconds. And with a combo like Tiny Wisp, you can chase for quite some time.
Moon Meander still going to be pushed away by Lanham. He's not getting up to that top lane just yet, but he will be looking to probably rotate again around that 4-minute mark. Not only rune spawning then, but also that precious nighttime.
And they're actually going to give a lot of this XP in the jungle to the Wisp, but the one downside is he went for the stack again, unable to get it because there is a Sentry Ward down, and this is the strength of the Bounty Hunter. You can control up your jungle so well by just being alive.
At least Crit's going to be able to deny a decent amount of experience away from the Wind Ranger with this pull. Tried it once before, failed, but the second time is the charm for Crit.
They need to give him some of the solo XP and the...
Oh, they're going to go into Moon Meander, who has a TP scroll and will immediately jump out. Thanks to that early first blood, he's already got boots of speed and blades of attack, so this could be very early phase boots for a Night Stalker that's been completely shut out of lane.
I think he might decide to go for a gank, but this is a little bit risky. I think the Wind Ranger is a little bit more aware now that it's nighttime, and Moon's going to try to create a little bit of space for his team. He's only level 2, though, and the power shot might have just spotted that.
This bottom lane, the choice to go for counter wards here, do you think that was the correct decision by Fly rather than Dust?
Yeah, I think so. You never really know where Kaka's going to be. It's better to have that sentry vision. Like, they might even set up for a kill right here because of it.
Yep, they're going to get him. They lock him down with the shackles. Looks like Kaka will be a second death on eHome. OG rotating their full force of the middle lane into that bottom in order to catch out the Bounty Hunter, making the score now 2-0.
We saw it pay off almost immediately right there. If Fly goes to the Dust, they might not even have kill potential onto the Bounty Hunter because there's the Doom right there. So it's much better for them to just go for the vision play. And with the help of Moon Meander, it leads to a kill, but mid.
Wind Ranger's going to be taking a lot of magic damage here. The Wind Run has run out. And Moon Meander picks up yet another kill. His rotating Night Stalker is out of control. He didn't get anything in that top lane, but is creating all the space in the world at middle and bottom.
Yeah, this is something that eHome should at least be wary about, because it is nighttime. The Night Stalker doesn't have anything to gain from that top lane, and CTY can call back when he rotates. During this time period, you want to see the Wind Ranger be a little bit more defensive. I feel like the Bounty Hunter death right there is a little bit more acceptable, but the one in mid, again, the Wind Run, level 1, it just won't keep you alive. This is a really deceptive lane, because you look at it and you say, okay, if you can survive the combo, you Wind Run away, but the slow from the tether is usually enough to chase out, and with the help of Moon Meander, they're getting that kill every single time.
eHome being punished for giving OG their signature picks, but they still have the CTY Queen of Pain, which is now level 6, has a TP scroll ready to go. And I'm sure the next clash that happens near Tier 1 tower, CTY will report in for eHome.
Whether it remains to be seen if this laning decision will work out for eHome, because they could have just put the Queen of Pain mid, and that is quite a good matchup for the Queen of Pain, because anytime they decide to go on you, you can simply blink out.
Gonna try and catch Moon Meander, but once again, he's just gonna TP out the Sonic Wave, though. CTY will commit that one to get the first kill on the board for eHome.
There's no way that they're gonna let him get away in a situation like that, especially with the ultimate.
Radiant's top tower is under
Night Stalker's already been out of control. CTY is now going to try and push down that Tier 1 tower as best as possible, but it's mid lane.
He's already expended it.
Chicken once again. They're going to catch him out with the next combo. The toss is up. They just need the vision to be able to catch him. He's joking around the trees, but won't make it far. No Tail gets his hands on the Wind Ranger and takes her apart. Next up, Old Chicken's going to go for crit now. It's a level 4 Wisp. Nice juke around. Kaka can't actually hit the Shinada hit. Now No Tail stands and fights on the front line, making sure that Old 11 can't do anything. Misses the avalanche. And Kaka's still trying to catch up to crit, but he's just a bit too fast.
And you saw the problem right there is that Old 11, he thought about dooming the Tiny for half a second, but he knows for a fact he has to go for crit in that situation. If he's unable to catch up to crit, there's no way that they're going to get the kill. And once again, like I've said, Old Chicken, he's got to learn from this. You've got to play reactively a little bit more. Because every single time you step out on the slow ground and the Wisp is there, they're going to go for the chase, even if you have the Wind Run available, because the cooldown from the toss is so low.
The Night Stalker setting up for one more gank before nighttime ends. But it looks like Old Chicken, is he going to be playing passively enough this time? Looks like he's just throwing out power shots and that's about it. They ping him out, but he's going to head towards that bottom lane to try and get the 8-minute rune. He'll be met with both Miracle and Fly, though. The counter ward already being laid out. They spotted Kaka. They might be able to get the avalanche on the invis target, but it's not going to be worth it. Instead, they're going to turn their sights towards Old Chicken. Once again, locking him down. Will be able to pop him with all that magic damage. Old 11's going to be up next. Pops the ice armor, but he's surrounded by 5 heroes. There's no way out of this one, as he's just going to slowly but surely be taken down by the nukes. Old 11 down to just 50 HP. The nuke comes in. Void is what finishes.
Oh, he doesn't have mana.
Kaka. He's going to be next up. He doesn't have mana for the invis. 3 more mana is all he needs, but Mango Pop, toss in the air, Kaka goes down, and now
they're gonna go for more
as well. Miracle wants to be able to get the chains on him, but they back out. CTY is here, and once again, Moon Meander will make the defensive TP play. CTY is moving forward though, and with the power shot hitting on 3, he wants to come forward, hits the Sonic Wave, Shackle Shot locking down 2. OG will end up losing 2 of their heroes for overextending, and they might just lose Miracle as well. He has a Remnant, gets uphill, very low HP. Old 11 though won't be able to catch up, but maybe CTY can. He has a regen rune as well. 8 seconds until his next blink is up. The power shot giving him some information. CTY wants to make the dive so desperately, but crit is here. And if he makes the dive now, it's going to be all for naught. Old Chicken does reveal, hits the 2 of them, but Queen of Pain, he's already given up on that.
Yeah, especially when he sees the Wisp. There's no way that he's going to go for that. He's just going to pop the regen. And they want to make a move for this bottom tower, but they don't have Doom available, nor do they have the Queen of Pain ultimate. Luckily for them, No Tail decides to TP mid. Moon's going to go for
prospect. Miracle's going to make himself the target immediately because he has Flame Guard already up, bounces back with a Remnant now. Now they have a Tombstone out, but eHome address it immediately. They pick up the kill on the Ember Spear. Now they're going to look for more as Fly's going to be chased away.
Fly's going to live.
Grit, he has a tether. He's going to get away to the side, but no! The Queen of Pain nuke follows him, and 3 go down for OG. eHome taking rapid control of this game that was kind of one-sided in the first few minutes.
It definitely was, but their decision to go for this 5-man bottom and OG's decision to not contest it whatsoever is going to make this really easy for them. There must have been some miscommunication by OG because they knew that, or they would have at least had some idea that a lot of eHome members were still at bottom lane. But they had time as well. Like, No Tail made the decision to TP. I agree with that, but if you're going to go for that move, the rest of your team has to get out.
Oh, the Ice Blast is coming in. Moonmeander's going to try and TP out. The Ice Blast does land, but it looks like he will still be fine. As the tick damage, well, he's actually got Shadow Strike. He's dead. He's going to be dying in the fountain. Here is the Ice Blast. No, he barely lives through it. One more tick, and that would have been the end of him to that 10% marker, but Moonmeander lucky to be alive. 7-7 OG. They're going to try and stop the momentum of eHome now with the 3-man smoke.
Yeah, Moonmeander at that last second decides to buy that cloak. Immediately sells it once the tick down doesn't hit him.
Oh, great call.
Yeah, they might actually just run into CTY. Does he have time?
Oh, he gets hit by the avalanche. The toss is there. They still need a couple more nukes. Crit, he didn't get the ball control in, and CTY.
They might still go for this.
Sneak away with 60 HP, but there's more TPs coming out for eHome. An Ice Blast on its way. Queen of Pain turns around, goes for the Sonic Wave, but he doesn't get it off. The Ice Blast misses on Crit. He's hiding to the side. He's got to relocate. He's going to try and get out of here by himself. No, can't make it. He ends up going down as Old 11 traps him in, but well worth it as they got CTY's Queen of Pain.
Being able to get that kill spree means so much for them. He decides to just blink out to the left as soon as he's got the range for it, but might have had more success if he was able to just blink in the trees. He didn't have a TP either, though. That was such a rough decision for him.
Oh, Kaka, he got spotted by the counter. We're just on the edges of it, though. And he will be able to escape.
I think they're just trying to create some space for Miracle right now. He's had some tough times at that bottom lane. But the Wisp Tiny is still really strong.
It's 8-8 right now, but net worth-wise, it's actually a bit in favor of eHome at 3,500 gold. Helps that they have that tier 1 tower advantage. Old Chicken's going to be picked up here, taken out. The combination too strong, but CTY.
Oh, this might be it.
It's going to be a double. No Tails first to go. Crit falls up with the Ice Blast. Miracle comes in. It's recompense, though. He's going to be able to get at least CTY to silence. Make sure he goes down. Bottom's up next. Miracle gets the double kill in return. A bounce back and forth starts with the Wind Ranger's death, goes to OG, but in the end, it's going to be Miracle who cleans up the rest.
And this is going to really help his net worth. At some point, he was behind the Night Stalker with that double kill.
Oh, and it's not even the last lap. Moonmeander is actually going to be able to get Kaka here thanks to the dust. He wants that kill for himself. And it looks like he's actually, is this a Midas?
I think it is. He's quite close to it. 13 minutes in for a hero that was quite far behind. This is perfectly fine. We've seen him do this on the Slardar earlier into the tournament when he gets behind in the offlane. His gold is okay, but the number one thing that you want to worry about with a hero like Night Stalker, especially when you were behind in the early game, is the levels. A lot of people think that it's simply just for the gold, but when you've got an offlane hero, the ability to keep up with levels while ganking, this item kind of fits both those needs.
Yeah, if you just compare him levels and even in a way net worth to some of the cores of eHome, he is a bit dramatically behind, especially Old 11 and CTY, who's now topping out the board at 5,700. The rotation's coming out here at the top lane. Old 11, he's a tanky bird though. They're gonna try and go for him, but
the
a
shackle
just comes in. Old 11, he's lined up for another stun for the Centaur stun, but it's the silence that keeps him away from being able to lock down No Tail further. Now the Tombstone is gonna force eHome back, and OG are gonna be the ones surging for it, trying to get another combination. Remnant jump in, Miracle wants to be able to catch on him. They'll get him at least, but No Tail's the response as Old 11 locked him down. Crit's actually keeping No Tail alive, and Old 11 can't pursue. He's now looking towards Fly.
Miracle
Can't
doesn't
get
have a
in the area,
spirit.
but Miracle doesn't have a way out. Old 11 finds that one, turns around, and claims at least one. The power shot brought No Tail a bit low, but in the end, it's a 2-for-0 as Miracle couldn't even get the kill on Lana.
That could have been even worse for OG, but that's the issue when you decide to doom up the Tiny. You do take him out of the fight, but the chances of you killing No Tail there are almost nil.
Oh, the Ice Blast is coming in. It will clip Crit, but they want to catch No Tail here. CTY jumps forward. Crit, are you going to be able to save him with the relocate? The Sonic Wave comes out. No Tail still alive. Relocate out, and No Tail back to the fountain. They keep him alive, and eHome committed pretty heavily for that one. Are they going to be sticking around? It looks like OG, they kind of want him to. eHome 2 back out, though.
No, with all four alive there, Fly can TP in as well. No chance that eHome decides to continue to take that fight. And even though the score is even, the net worth advantage is pretty firmly in favor of eHome right now. CTY's done such a good job of farming. He almost has that Orchid completed. And that's just another control factor for them. Especially when you're playing against a hero like Wisp.
The only one who's a bit behind is Old Chicken. Obviously, that mid lane wasn't real good for him. They're going to go on to Old 11 here. Silence up. Ice Blast is going to land on 3, though. And that's an opportunity for eHome to respond. No-Tail's blowing up. The power shot finished him up. Miracle's going to be the next target. CTY finished off the Night Stalker. Looks for Miracle as well. He's got the Shadow Strike and they got the vision. They'll get that kill. Triple. Fly goes down as well. Double the CTY. And he wants the triple. He has a blink up in 3 more seconds and crit. He doesn't really have a way out of here. Just the TP
they
out,
guessed
though.
wrong.
They lost vision. And eHome won't be able to claim that extra kill, but that was a buyback there on No-Tail, and he didn't really get anything for it.
I think he thought his team was in a much better situation. He immediately goes for the buyback because they have the tier 1 available. He knows that eHome no longer does, but eHome was there in full force. That could have been a triple kill for CTY as well. Almost 5 kills and a buyback expended.
And now the Wind Ranger
was able to get out.
That Wind Ranger's looking great. Talking about her kind of being in the middling net worth, but now she's ahead of every single one of the cores of OG.
With that buyback expended and that one fight, this is definitely in eHome's control now. Like, the score looks quite close, but the net worth is starting to steadily climb their way, and this Queen of Pain bounty hunter is going to get out of control.
The Orchid up. Queen of Pain, CTY is going to go hunting now at the bottom lane. Tier 1 tower in the top lane will be left at deny range. Old 11, well, he's going to have a little ball of light tossed onto him. They turn around and immediately blow up the ball of light. His crit, he's going to be healed up, but it doesn't look like that's going to be enough. No-Tail, Mercy. He takes out his ally in a deny against that Doom and also deny that tower. But eHome walk away from the reload gate pretty happy.
There's still a good chunk of change that was denied by OG. I really like that they decided to stick around and enforce. There's no real way for them to turn around that fight when it's not nighttime.
Miracle, he's going to have an itchy trigger figure on that Fire Remnant now that Old Chicken has the Blink Dagger. Got to be aware of those opportunities for Shackle Shot, because that'll oftentimes lead Old 11, or maybe just the raw nuking power of the Queen of Pain to claim the kill.
I do like that Old Chicken decided to go for the Blink Dagger. I think he realizes the rest of his cores are far enough ahead that he doesn't necessarily have to be the damage-dealing core that you'll normally see out of a mid-Wind Ranger. I think he understands that he's a little bit too far behind. So to go for the utility, it's a little bit stronger, especially since Old 11 is mainly building into a tank rather than an initiator himself. So they need something that can start the fight. That's the one downside of having a lineup with both the Bounty Hunter and the Ancient Apparition. You're going to lack disables by a little bit, so the positioning for the Windrunners' Shackle Shot is so huge.
The Vlad's picked up by the Doom. Pretty standard at this point, but it is going to be extra useful for eHome as their 2 other cores are actually heavy right-clickers. Queen of Pain even with that Orchid build.
I think this early armor helps quite a bit for the rest of your team too. Yeah. It neutralizes most of the damage from Sleight of Fist early on when you don't have items like the crit or the Battle Fury.
No-Tail still trying to finish up that Blink Dagger. Is that still the choice, though? It's 20 minutes in. OG have fallen a bit behind. Does he still have the power to just combo down heroes?
It's getting harder and harder as the game goes on. There's enough HP on most of the heroes, sans the Ancient Apparition, who's only got 739. But that's being played by Lanham. He's just going to play the positioning game every single time.
Right.
And as long as he's not in the middle of the fight grouped up, he should be perfectly okay. And they're going to give up this mid tower. They've already lost the bottom tier, Ian, because once you can get control of the jungle, going for the Roshan becomes that much easier.
Yeah, and you could see eHome are already going to go for that one. They don't even need
one as well. And what this usually means is you've got complete jungle control now as the Dire. This is the perfect situation.
Not necessary. They'll just group up with a Chilling Touch, and OG have no response.
OG saw the smoke, I think. It was in the middle of the creep wave, but they thought that eHome was going to go for the gank at bottom. So they all TP back, they all run away, and eHome just says, well, that's not actually the objective here. We're going to go for the Roshan. And this is such a crucial pickup for them because CTY relies, he actually thrives on being able to have this Aegis without the BKB.
Oh, Kaka actually runs into the 2-man smoke here, and neither one of them have vision to get. They couldn't stop that Aegis from being taken by eHome, and they also wasted a smoke in the process. Hunter. So that's another loss for OG.
CTY, he's up to 3,200 gold already in 19 minutes. This guy's been a monster.
Do you start going the BKB AC route, or do you think the Aghanim still has plenty of value against like a Tiny and Wisp combo?
I think the Ags has a lot of merit this game. Usually in this kind of position, you'll go for the BKB just because you're playing against heroes like the Night Stalker and the Ember Spirit. But because you have the Aegis, it allows you a little bit more wiggle room than you're normally used to.
Oh, Miracle! Ooh,
Jackal's still going to follow him, but he's perfectly fine.
So we will have the Blink Dagger build on No-Tail. This perhaps gives a bit more credence to the Aghanims build on CTY, but he's going to go BKB, so again, he's just going to have to be ready to hit that one as soon as the Tiny shows himself, as Queen of Pain could actually just be blinked on and combo down.
I really like this CTY because a lot of players in this position, when they have the Aegis, they would continue to try to go for the snowball. But CTY realizes this is kind of their moment. They're so far ahead right now, why not continue to snowball away? You're going to be the first one in the fight anyways. If you manage to lose the Aegis early on and you die once again, without the BKB, you're feeding away quite a bit of gold. And with this BKB, there's almost nothing on OG that can really stop him.
They have no control whatsoever against a magic immune target.
I think they trust the amount of damage that they have. Otherwise, he might have gone for the Ags.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's pretty hard locked into this build every game.
Kaka gets spotted out here by Miracle. Just going to put himself even farther in the trees, and the Ice Blast is going to make things difficult for No-Tail. Looks like eHome are just going to keep going, getting some damage on the tier 3. Now they're going to TP back. Miracle wants to be able to finish off the tower, but he's caught by Yorkin now, and he may be going down. CTY starts ramming up the Sonic Wave, gets it out now for the relocate. It doesn't save him. They get him back to base, but Ember Spirit ends up dying to the Orchid. No-Tail will be able to get out, but Miracle's kill was critical, and of course the Wisp, who made that relocate play all for nothing, as he's going to go down as well.
Great rotation in by eHome. They don't even lose their tier 2 tower after taking that top one. And they managed to pick up 2 kills to go along with it. And this is huge. To be able to slow down the Ember further, this is going to make their high ground attempt that much easier. We saw how difficult it was for Team Secret to broach the high ground once the Ember Spirit had the Battle Fury. Eventually they were able to do so, but it took something like 4 Aegises.
Oh, Moon, he's hit by that Ice Blast, but CTY is not going to make his jump yet. He's sitting here on the side in Viz, trusting that he'll have a better opportunity in future time. Old Chicken, in the meanwhile, using the focus fire on that tier 2 tower, bringing it down pretty quickly, and that's why No-Tail has to put a stop to that one, but unfortunately his combination isn't enough to finish up Old Chicken by itself.
You definitely don't want to continue to go for that chase either. OG, they've got to play defensively right now. And Lanham, he almost has that Aghanim Scepter completed. He's got that Hand of Midas. He's got the important piece of it with the point booster. And interestingly enough, what ends up happening with Ancient Apparitions is usually you'll just kind of leave them behind in the base to fire off the ultimates, but Lanham's saying, no, I don't want that. I want to be able to level up. I think the Ice Vortex is going to help us. I'm going to participate in these fights.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more Ancient Apparitions being a bit more combat-minded and not just relying on their ultimates, but being in the middle of the fights, throwing down multiple Ice Vortexes, and sometimes Chilling Feet. We're going to have the Aghanims almost complete for Moon Meander, and this will be the next significant upgrade for OG. They can get that constant nighttime vision and kind of stem the flow of ganks that have been coming from eHome. It'll help slow down the game enough that perhaps No-Tail can get his full carry build out.
Yeah, and you're going to see why this Hand of Midas has paid off so well for the Night Stalker. He's almost caught up in levels to heroes like the Wind Ranger and the Doom. At one point he was 3 full levels behind. Now he's actually not that far behind. He's almost got the Aghanims completed himself. And they need the vision game to work out for them. This is such a dangerous position to be in when you're playing against a bounty hunter and you're already behind in the game. Vision is where it counts.
No-Tail and Crit hiding in the jungle right now, waiting for... looks like they're just going to TP out. eHome did just lose their Aegis, though, and that's probably what they're coming in for. If they could actually get the lockdown on CTY, that would have been a big pickup, but CTY just a bit too quick for that.
He's also got the BKB.
True.
Still a 10-second charge. He might have anticipated a fight, but No-Tail blinks in.
He managed to get the combination off. CTY still has his blink away, though. They just have no follow-up after that. If Miracle comes in and throws out chains, it'll just be a BKB blink out.
I think that's what they were hoping to force. But CTY, completely calm under pressure, realizes it's only those 2 heroes. They don't have enough burst damage to kill him at 1200 HP. Meanwhile, his team is going to go for this bottom lane push because they've revealed themselves in this top lane. Kaka's even here just in case Moon tries to TP out or anything like that.
He's going to keep the track eye on him. Shiva's now complete for the Doom. CTY is actually going to make it in. Moon Meander needs some help, but he's not going to get it in time. It looks like the Ice Blast clips him, and that'll be the end. No Tail comes forward, but CTY still has his BKB, daring OG to try and fight him at this point. He's actually going to blink forward. Fly sitting on the side here, does have his Tombstone. Great BKB charge out from CTY, but no! The Sonic Wave completely whiffs that one. The Shackle Shot comes in, they'll finish off Crit, but it's a return kill on the Bounty Hunter. No Tail's now trying to get away, but CTY
here comes
one
the
step
Doom
ahead
now.
of him, and now
Gotta get out.
Gotta get out of here before the Doom. Will be able to slip away. CTY can't catch up. Maybe Old Chicken can. He's looking for the Shackle Shot right now. CTY just shy of Miracle. He had one too many remnants.
Yeah, with three dead from the side of OG, eHome definitely wanted to continue to push the tempo. CTY, great BKB timing, and this is the strength of the BKB against the OG lineup. It was meant to be a trap for them, but as soon as that stun toss gets expended, the Queen of Pain says, there's absolutely nothing for me to fear. Even whiffing on the ultimate, I think. Yep. But it doesn't even matter because they have enough damage to kill the Wisp, and that's what you need to do in this combination. I think eHome understands that because oftentimes you see they completely ignore No-Tail. They try to clip him with any surrounding spells, but for the most part, their priority is kill this Wisp, and then we'll deal with everything later.
And until the Tiny really has his completed Aghanim Scepter and even AC, or in No-Tail's case, might be Butterfly, he really won't be a dangerous right-clicker. It's just his magic damage that would be a threat to eHome, and that's why they're always able to leave him for last. Miracle's gonna be caught by the Shackle Shot, the Ice Blast over the top. Miracle, he goes down again. Old Chicken, he is just finding all the control in this game that is allowing eHome to slowly but surely close down the gate.
He had such a rough early start cap that we talked about when he started the game like 0-4 or something like that, but he's found his pace back into this game in a big way. The rest of his cores too are steadily just kind of pushing the net worth lead further. The Queen of Pain's already at a monstrous 14,000, almost has the AC now, and what eHome are waiting for is going to be the Aegis, and then from there they'll try to broach the high ground. They only have tier 3 towers left to get through as they've taken out all the outer tier 2s. The good news for OG Cap is that there's going to be a lot of items that flood in shortly for them. The Ember Spirit's going to have the Battle Fury, the Night Stalker has the Aghanims completed, the Tiny has the Aghanims completed, and these aren't insignificant pickups. These are the items that can kind of get you back into this game.
Not only big team fighting power, but also turtling power with that Battle Fury and the Ember Spirit soon. But are they going to be able to draw this game out long enough? It seems like eHome, they still have pretty decent late game of their own. Obviously, the Doom, a direct counter to the Ember Spirit in many ways. Wind Ranger is a perfectly fine glass cannon carry, and we've seen plenty of Queen of Pains actually be heavy damage right clickers, especially with this exact build. Orchid, BKB, and now the Assault Cuirass.
Yeah, there are no slouches in that department, and eHome, even though a lot of their lineup is focused around and centered around fighting, they're doing a really good job of distributing farm and making sure that somebody's always farming one part of their own jungle. They have somebody in OG's jungle too. And OG, I think they realize this. They're going to try to scout things out. They've got a huge flood of items in, as we talked about. And with this Night Stalker Aghanim's gem, you want to try to push the issue if you can. You've got a perfect angle right now. You could go for the silence on Old 11. The rest of the team a little bit further away, and the smoke's going to get popped.
Smoke on this side. Old 11 pings stuff out, and OG will actually retreat. This is their opportunity to force a fight, but they deem it's not good enough. They gotta wait for the next pickoff opportunity.
I do like that they went for that. You don't even have to smoke because you have the Night Stalker leading in. He should be able to spot all the wards in the surrounding area. And Old Chicken, he's still smoked up. Roshan's available for them now, and there's no vision of this. And this is what OG was hoping to stop. Maybe get into a fight with all those newly completed items before this Roshan attempt. This is going to be the high ground for them.
OG, they won't be able to get to the Roshan pit in time at this rate, so eHome will have another Aegis, and as you said, opportunity to go high ground now for eHome. They've completed most of their big ticket items, the AC just now here. All that's really left is maybe the Aghanim Scepter on the Ancient Apparition. And Old Chicken, he can buy a Chrysalis if he wants to right now.
This is a pretty rough situation to be in right now if you're OG, because of the fact that none of the lanes are pushed in, Cap. If you notice at the bottom, the lane's almost at the tier 2. At top, there's no pressure on the tier 2. And this is going to force eHome. They're going to look for a kill if they can. They know they're all at top.
They're going to find Moon Meander, but he's the first to TP out. Crit putting himself in the side shop. Doesn't look like CTY is going to find anybody, but they still have better control. The middle and bottom lanes are still pushed in. By the time the Tiny Wisp gets there, eHome are going to be breathing down their necks at top lane.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of forcing out all the lanes. They even go for the gank attempt because they know the bottom tower isn't pushed out hard enough. But CTY is going to meet at them. It's almost there in mid right now. With this creep wave dead.
Moon Meander is making his way in with an invisibility ring. Maybe this can set up a good defense for OG. It's beginning to look like do or die for them. OG already taken a lot of damage on their tier 3 tower. Old 11 thinking about going for the Doom, but cancels it at the last second. Opting not to go for Miracle just yet.
This tower goes down so quickly. They can't really afford this. Miracle still doesn't have a Battle Fury. He's got the buyback available, but how much does that actually mean when you don't have any damage to couple with it?
Now it's going to be a melee Rax. OG, are they just giving this up? It looks like it. They're just going to try and trade it perhaps for a tier 2 tower at the bottom lane, but eHome could very easily get back in time to defend that, or maybe they just keep on going. Perhaps the top lane, it looks like it. They're going to push out that top lane. If No-Tail and this Crit Wisp want to keep on going, they'll take 2 lanes of Rax in exchange for 1. Now first TP back. Wind Ranger's going to try and set things up here with a Shackle Shot, but Crit is sitting very far back with a relocate ready to go.
Yeah, I don't think you continue to force the issue if you're eHome. You don't have any TPs back. CTY actually just grabbed one of his own. The Doom still doesn't have one either, but at top.
Caught Fly, that'll be a quick kill there, and they didn't even have to expend anything serious. That was just Shiva's, no Doom, no BKB, nothing really big used by eHome for a pick off on a hero for 35 seconds.
This top tower's taking a lot of damage too. CTY still has the Aegis, and even without the rest of his team available, he's just going to right-click this down, but
it's why OG has to force the fight. They're going to relocate in, but Crit is immediately the target. CTY is going to be able to get that kill, and No-Tail is left without his extra mobility, and Ice Blast is coming in hot. Miracle's going to be able to slip away from that one, but the Shivas will make sure that No-Tail's not going anywhere. Now, CTY jumps forward, going to catch Moon Meander as well, pops the Darkness, and going to try and stick away. Old 11 perhaps overextending himself, caught underneath these tier 4 towers, and will be going down to all that physical damage, but eHome have claimed that tier 3 tower. They're looking for a little bit more. Shackle Shot onto No-Tail. That's a setup. CTY throws
he doesn't have buyback after this.
Goes down. There's no buyback for 80 seconds. Fly's going to be the next target. Comes back in. Tombstone laid out, heals himself away, but eHome focused down that building and will turn towards the melee racks once again. CTY, he is on the front lines with this Aegis, and he doesn't care what OG throw it his way. It's going to be 2 lanes of racks, and OG on the edge of losing this game 1. CTY jumped in. That's going to be the Aegis. Ice Blast coming in now. Does hit 2. OG are going to be forced back. Gets a chains out. Kaka just gets a bit more damage. They're hiding underneath that fountain, though, waiting out that Ice Blast while eHome comfortably take that range Rax and start backing themselves away.
And at this point, eHome no longer care about the split push, even if OG decide to attempt it, just because, well, they've only got one side of their Rex left to go. And just at 33 minutes into the game, with no real items on that Ember Spirit, he does finally complete the Battle Fury, but that's not enough to hold Mega Creeps. I think OG is going to realize that, say to themselves, let's just look for a fight outside our base. Don't let them just slowly siege and go for the next Roshan.
Yeah, you may not have that second life on CTY anymore, but look at his HP. He's got 2,100 health right now, with another 28 armor to back it up.
He just casually completes an Eye of Scotty after that engagement. Doesn't have to save for the buyback whatsoever. They're in almost no danger. OG, they had to expend a lot just to be able to defend that, and I don't know if you even call that a defense. It kind of just felt like eHome said, all right, we've got enough.
Bounty Hunter now with Guardian Greaves. We've got a Doom, 3,700 gold there. Is the Aghanim still worth it?
I don't think so.
Just continue to go. I mean, he can't go AC, so what's his next item?
BKB is quite good for him. I think getting a BKB on all the cores of eHome is the right step. They've got one completed on the Wind Ranger. because again, he realizes it's not damage that they
Second
lack.
shot coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Moon Meander turns around and will be able to get away.
And Old Chicken is actually potentially caught out here. Miracle's going to try and go for the dive, but the rest of eHome are backing him up. Crit gets a heal and will just not be able to get out. He tried to go for the TP, but a shackle shot launched him down. Old Chicken is stuck, but managed to get a force stab away. Toss and Old Chicken gets out. A critical pickoff, and OG missed their mark. eHome are now on quick retreat here. No smoke up, they're gonna turn things around. And Moon Meander, he's already dead. Sonic Wave hits on 4, wiping out OG. They're just gonna lose 1 by 1, and they call it game 1. eHome just destroy OG. No hopes whatsoever. Chinese Dota staying strong here at the majors.
We talked about how OG was able to get all their critical heroes in the draft, but it's a CTY Queen of Pain. You can't really ever let that go through, and we see why.
Old Chicken had a rough start in the beginning, but he still managed to showcase so much strength on that Wind Ranger. As soon as he picked up the Blink Dagger, just controlling OG's tempo all the way. They didn't look in control of that game ever. And that means our analysts, they've got a rough road to talk about where OG go from here after that astonishing game 1.
Indeed we have. Thank you very much to our commentary team there. And yes, we do have a lot to discuss on the panel. One of which is how dominant eHome's victory was in the first game. Purge, I think, start with yourself. You're the eHome fanboy. You're the guy that went with them. You had faith in them.
Yeah, I had a lot of confidence in eHome, predicting them to win. CTY's QoP is still really good. We know there's no need to circle jerk about that or anything like that, but I think the thing that really makes it strong is his ability to counter-initiate. Every time that a fight happens around a lane, he teleports, he gets a great scream off, he gets a great ult. The only time that didn't go very well was that one fight mid where he got countered by the other carry also counter. It was like a double counter basically. But every time he sits in lane, he gets a lot of farm, and then he shows up and he makes a huge play. And he just continues to scale throughout the entire game. And he shuts down cores, he shuts down supports that go aggressive. And it's just too hard to play against.
Mulaney, it wasn't all CTY. 11 had another great game. Old Chickens had another great game. And eHome looked very dominant that first game.
I think the AA pick was a little bit more key to me. They were actually losing out in the early game while CTY was farming, and then boom, AA hit 6, Scream, Sonic Wave, AA Blast, 3 heroes dead. And then it just continued rolling on and on and on again. And the Bounty Hunter track was also very useful because both teams are all kind of in on their early game. But we're actually surprised more teams don't pick AA up in the first phase, especially versus a team like OG when it counters the, not hard counters, but soft counters the Tiny Wisp, definitely hard counters the Huskar, and is just overall good versus type of strategy.
Yeah,
we've got heroes as well.
Yeah, we've been talking about it seemingly for the last 10 days as to why AA hasn't become this sort of automatic first phase pick, and it's a great example as to why. And Lanham again has had another great game. He's quietly having a very, very good tournament.
I mean, all of eHome had a great game this time around.
Yeah.
I think they had a really, really well-rounded lineup. And as Ben was saying, you gotta show some respect to both the Bounty Hunter, especially when you're a team like OG that wants to fight a lot. When you do these trades, the enemy is just gonna pull ahead when they have the Bounty Hunter. AA completely broke the early game open for eHome, and then they had these heroes that were really good at adapting and were just generally considered really, really strong in the current meta. You give them Doom, Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger, and you have the AA and Bounty Hunter to back it up with. It's probably too much to play against, too much strength.
The Doom was a really smart pick too, because he didn't die to the Wisp Tiny. So he can actually stay in front. They don't have the AA to counter his heal, and he was just able to be up in front so that CTY could do all the damage. And this was where it started looking a little bit iffy for eHome, but now CTY finally joins the fight, and he hits a huge ultimate heater. Wind Ranger actually respawns and is able to connect with a Shackle and a power shot to start the ball rolling. I think it was 7-2 right before this, 7-4, and then eventually I think it evens up at 7-7.
Those power shots were so important too, because when they were retreating with 3, they looked fine, but it just got them low enough that QoP was allowed to snowball with that. And just kills like these. This is the one that got turned around, I believe, by Miracle showing me this.
The counter.
The counter. And it worked really well. They got a couple kills, but this was really the only major huge counter to CTY that they had throughout the game.
Up to that point, it was relatively even between the two teams. Could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Well, I thought OG was clearly had the favorite, but because of that, the previous clip there, it did even up, and then it got really hard.
CTY was, I think, always up ahead in terms of farm, though. Like, once he got like 4,500 gold, he was just always on top, and they're really good about just isolating the Wisp. He just had such a hard time of finding a place where he could sit there and be useful without dying.
Yeah, very early on, he already had a 2k gold lead down to the next one in terms of net worth, and it's just one of those, you play E-Home, you don't ban Queen of Pain, E-Home picks Queen of Pain, next game you play E-Home, you should probably ban Queen.
And I mean, it's a great point about Crit, because it's the first time really in the lower bracket that he's looked relatively ordinary rather than, you know, world class every game.
Well, they had, what, 4 heroes, maybe even 5 that are good for Swiss.
And is that part of the problem, picking it first 2 picks?
It should be against most teams, but OG were probably a little confident because CDC couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
I don't think Crit played bad at all. I actually, at some point in the game, I was like, wow, they actually let him play this hero. He's amazing on it, and he's got a lot of value, but the punish game was just too strong on E-Home.
Yeah. Okay. What do OG go in game 2?
Pressure CTY's Quap, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah.
They had the Night Stalker come in and kill the Wind Ranger, and I don't think the Tiny Wisp actually solo killed the Wind Ranger. It was almost always with the Night Stalker, and that just let CTY free farm. And he is damn good at farming. His CS and denies, especially left alone, even when contested, is still very, very high. So maybe pressure him a little bit more so he can't get an Orchid early.
Yeah. Maybe take the Queen of Pain away completely?
Yeah, I think taking away the Queen of Pain, but also playing a bit more around Miracle. I feel like they're the most successful when they play around him rather than play around No-Tail. Granted, they played around No-Tail yesterday and they did really, really well against CDC. But when we've seen the Shadow Fiend games that they've pulled off as well, where there's a lot of emphasis on Miracle, I think those are some of the games where he shines the most. And as we see with a lot of other teams, when the mid laner shines, even E-Home in this game, Old Chicken, great win rate.
Wasn't that because of the draft, though? They didn't really allow Miracle to play a hero that he...
Yeah, that's what I mean. They need to put more focus on getting him something that he's comfortable on in a lineup that they're comfortable with.
And he has, I mean, he's got a number of them. We spoke about it yesterday. Just he has a fairly deep pool, so there's plenty out there for him. Shadowfiend being one of them. Anything
Never
else?
get Shadowfiend.
I mean, he's not going to get Shadowfiend out of E-Home, surely.
No.
So he's got to come up with something else. What would that be?
I mean, even the Queen of Pain, but I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember the ban phase too much, but this Ember Spirit, probably also because of the laning phase and so forth, it just didn't allow him to shine as much. They had like 2 engagements where he really displayed his skill, and the rest from there was just, you know, sort of a, yeah, you're in the game as well.
Purge, where do you want E-Home to go in game 2? I mean, much easier for them in many ways because of the way that game 1 has ended.
I think their roaming playstyle, at least from the Bounty Hunter, was really good. They got advantage there. Just pick fairly good lanes. Make sure that you can counterplay any aggression that OG goes for, and make sure that you have your late game tanky core like Doom, Dragon Knight, things like that. That can survive the burst if they do go for a similar draft. So same stuff.
Melanie, for E-Home?
I want to see OG maybe go for something that's not so obvious. It seemed like Lonham was very prepared in how to deal with the whole entire situation of the Tiny Wisp, and I don't want to say it's overconfidence from OG, surely, because they've had so much success with it, but at the same time, I think they need to disguise it a little bit more, if possible, because clearly they weren't scared of it. They didn't ban it out in the first phase.
But 4 of those picks that E-Home ended up with also just goes to show that Lanham knew what he was dealing with. He knew that OG tends to pick a bit out of the meta game, and they commit hardcore to Wisp Tiny if they can get it. So the trade that he gets for that, getting AA, Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger, and the Doombringer, is one that most teams would probably happily take. And then, you know, the Bounty Hunter to follow up. I think Bounty Hunter is really a hero that can break the back of OG.
Yeah, and of course we've seen the Brood before, we've seen the Meepo before. Both of those were banned out phase 2, I think. Yeah, phase 2 last time round. Again, E-Home are not going to take any chances with those 2, are they?
I doubt it. It's something that's completely changes your draft. It changes the strengths of your cores by so much, because you have to deal with AoE, or you have to have pure damage or physical damage, and you can't have any magic damage, or at least limited amounts of it. It just changes things too much. The Chinese teams traditionally just don't react very well against the weird cheesy kind of heroes, like TI1, Pudge, and then you have Pudge and other TIs and Meepos and all these other weird picks that don't get played on the Chinese servers very much.
Techies at TI5.
And techies as well, just weird stuff they can't deal with.
And I think E-Home are just firm believers in the fact that they're the better team and with the better players. So the only way they think they're going to lose is by being cheesed, basically.
Yeah, of course they have the victory jumper as well, so they can't be beaten. Just as a sidetrack, one of the difficult things about dropping down into the lower bracket so early is that you tend to have to expose some of the things that you've maybe been keeping secret a lot earlier than you'd like. Do you feel like OG may have run out of those, or is there another trick in the bag somewhere?
Well, if there is, now's the time to do it.
It is,
right?
isn't it?
They got the
Yeah.
back against the wall. It can't be worse than it is now. Granted that they made it really, really far, and it's already quite the accomplishment, but if they have something, now's the time to pull it out.
Do you think they should ban AA in the first place so they can actually use G-strats?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ace is the strongest support in the game.
Best anti-cheeser.
I prefer AA over Bane and Winter Wyvern because I just think it adds a lot more, and it's really good against most heroes that we see being picked a lot.
I agree.
Okay, draft number 2 is underway, and as predicted, Miracle will not have his favourite hero.
So contentions for bans, we talked about Tusk.
They're probably going to ban the Tusk.
We
I think
talked
they should go
about
with that.
AA. What else did they ban last game?
So there's a Doombringer in the pool still. eHome has the first pick, but the trade is probably worthwhile this time around for OG. So committing to a Queen of Pain Tusk, yeah, doesn't seem too bad.
Ehome's turn to ban.
Do they want to go with a Slardar again, even though they have won against it multiple times? I was a little surprised they banned it last game.
Okay, so eHome do the Slardar this time, and OG go for the AA, so that's the perfect call on the bans.
Well, we were contemplating the Tusk as well.
Yeah. But eHome have actually not always let up with a Tusk, though. Although I think it'd be really scary to give OG Tusk in Undying. I think
There's a Doom now. There's Doom and Tusk. Honestly, I sort of feel like picking the Tusk is probably the smarter choice, just because, you know, OG can play it as well. Maybe Doom puts OG in a slightly less aggressive playstyle.
There's still Bane, too.
Than they used to. There is still a Bane. I don't think they're forced to pick up the Bane that early, especially not when they know that Crit loves to play the Rubik.
Okay, so they go Doom. OG go the same direction and give away Tusk as well.
Okay, so let's see if they have another solution for West Tiny that isn't.
So, Ben, would you call this stubborn or confident?
Bit of both.
I think it's just learning from last game and realizing where the problem is, but I actually think it was more than just the Queen and the AA. I also think the Bounty Hunter was a problem, so are they going to ban all of eHome's lineup?
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? The entire lineup.
Okay, so
of
Bounty Hunter has gone.
Turn to ban.
That's one. They are going to try and ban the entire lineup.
They found the issue.
I mean, it's consistently been OG's 2 most common picks. In all of their drafts, they pick often Tiny, even if there's not always an IO there. And I feel like all of their other heroes, they do rotate through 3 or 4 picks pretty easily. So they must really feel that Tiny is the way to go for their team.
I mean, they can also still do Dazzle Huskar.
Reserve time.
That's true.
On top of that, so it's.
Yep. I mean, eHome are going to run out of bans at some point of OG favoured heroes, I guess.
No Huskar. So now there's Brood.
So no Huskar, no Meepo, there is a Brood.
Brood's the only one that's left, I suppose. Although I think Doom does relatively okay.
There's still a Darkseer in the pool, though, so there's plenty of time to react to it. Granted that when eHome plays the Tusk, it's often played by 11.
Yeah, and eHome do have final pick as well, so the Brood is potentially less likely.
They could ban Darkseer and then immediately pick the Brood.
Yep. Oh. Oh.
I don't
close.
think I don't think eHome will draft it either, though, so they could also just wait till their 4th pick. Maybe even their last.
Yeah. Do you think 11 will play the Tusk and then have CTY play the Doom?
I'm not a huge fan of CTY playing team fighty heroes. I feel like something at least that has more carry potential than Doom would be better for him.
Oh, so this is what a lot of the teams here consider the counter to Tiny. We saw OG banned out last time around as well. They're going for the strategy we saw them play against TDC with yesterday.
Is there anything else that counters OG's lineup aside from a Ancient Apparition, though? I think Ancient Apparition is so good versus all 4 of those heroes.
Necrophos.
In answer to your earlier question, 11 has played Doom and Tusk in Frankfurt.
10 seconds remaining.
So he'll just play both?
At the same time.
Yeah.
And give one of his other guys
5
time off.
seconds remaining.
It's not going to be the easiest lane for an Alchemist, but
Probably
he's
just
probably a safe lane, right?
Reserve time.
They did.
Alchemist is mid. Oh, actually, No, they
Probably
played the
mid, right?
Alchemist mid
the bounty runes.
when they had the tiny IO yesterday.
Okay.
Went Ranger again.
Dire team back.
So that means CTY win Ranger?
Probably. Possibly a Viper, but
I feel like it's a decent Winter Wyvern game for OG, but obviously they have their two typical supports.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, maybe not.
might be an Earthshaker.
It's gonna be a Moon Hero. Night Stalker is still in the pool. Played it very good. His roaming last game was excellent. It really put him in a good spot.
Do you think Night Stalker is that good up against Doom, Tusk, and Viper?
Well, it's been banned anyway.
Dire team pick.
So now what? Nyx maybe? Nyx Beastmaster Shaker?
Beastmaster. I really went for the Earthshaker.
You took yourself out of it, Jacob.
I really did. Like I felt like the Beastmaster actually made a ton of sense here.
Yeah, it would.
That would have made me a bit happier.
I like Earthshaker because it's a little bit better early. It doesn't need as much farm.
Okay, the Treant is back again. Successful earlier. Let's see whether it's successful again. OG versus eHome, game 2.
That's right, game 2 is here, OG versus eHome. Game number 1, very one-sided to eHome's favor, and they've got a lot of specialty in the Treant Protector, but Blitz, can OG actually pull out a game 2 with the same sort of lineup?
One key element has changed this time around, which is that they picked up the Alchemist. And we saw how they ran it yesterday, where the Alchemist actually just gave the Tiny a very early Aghanim Scepter, and they sort of made Miracle less of the focus of their team, and they put a lot of the pressure on the No-Tail, and I like that they did that. It kind of speaks to them that they trust No-Tail as a core. A lot of people have been talking, okay, well, Miracle's the star on this team, but I think that's a lot of discredit to No-Tail, who, for me personally, kind of feels almost like the leader, or at least the face of this group for me.
Do you think there's going to be enough time, though, as eHome have a very aggressive lineup? They picked up, Tusk Doom, which is a big 1-2 opening for eHome. It feels like a draft win just from that, but now they have aggressive heroes such as the Viper, all that early game presence, the Treant Protector, as we said earlier, a Lanham specialty. It feels like OG are going to have a lot of pressure on them early. That's right, the horn is blown. Game number 2 of eHome and OG is here. eHome 1 game up. OG starting things off with an early excursion into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they might actually just catch out CTY here, playing a completely different hero in the Wind Ranger. He's going to spot the Earthshaker.
He gets a little bit too close. Moon Meander looking for that Fisher block. Doesn't quite see the opportunity. He's now got No-Tail here as well, but he's not going to be able to go for it. Rest of eHome, well, some of them start rotating over, Kaka and Treant Protector, but I doubt they're going to try and contest this rune. Much better for them just to go to secure that top bounty rune.
Yeah, the awkward part here is that oftentimes you want the Wisp to be able to get this, but Miracle playing the Alchemist, there's almost no reason not to give it to him. And that's why they don't go for the kill. If Miracle had leveled up his stun, you fissure, you toss the Wisp onto the Wind Ranger, maybe you get that kill. But if it doesn't work, it's so disastrous.
So he'll start out with a clean 625 extra gold after the poor man's shield start. Miracle will pick up an almost immediate bottle, start ferrying it over to himself. Meanwhile, on the side of eHome, we've got Kaka on the Doom. Heading up to that top lane, he's going to be spending a lot of time on the enemy jungle, it looks like, as Tusk is going to be the actual laner for eHome in this off lane.
Yeah, this is a lot more different than what we expect because Kaka is their 4-position player. So a little bit of change of pace for them this game.
Miracle already feeling a lot of pressure from this Viper while Kaka runs into the combo of fly and crit. Managed to get a early mud golem though, and that's pretty important. Being able to spam out those hurl boulders, free mana cost. How much help? Well, they're still trying to go on a Kaka here, but he will be able to easily survive. Now the turnaround comes as No-Tail going to be blocked out, but they get the first blood onto the Doom. Doomlings come out though, and that'll ensure a turnaround kill, and maybe even more. They snowball up, trying to go for crit. Another shard comes in. Crit very low, but they can't quite get the range. And Old 11, he's got to back away from Fly. Decay up in 5 more seconds, but then rip. No, healing salve.
The real Doom has joined the Doomlings.
No, Kaka's going to be able to join the rest of them, but Fly, he's more than tanky enough to live through this, and he will challenge the Doom as best as possible and create more space for No-Tail.
I don't know if I've seen this. When the Doom respawns with his Doomling still available, if you die again, do you just keep spawning him over and over?
He could have an army of Doomlings at this rate. But he doesn't want to suicide again. He's right now trying to use these little Doomlings in order to get some CS. Fly is just sitting on the front lines here, challenging these two different heroes. Another shard comes out. He's going to be blocked down. He does have the rip as well as crit coming in. It looks like they will be able to fight this one as Fly. He knows so well that he can drop incredibly low, but thanks to the decay stacks as well as the mango and then soul rip on himself, he will be able to survive. Double avalanche, the snowball goes out, but Kaka is tossed back. They bring him into the snowball, now trying to get away, but they get the kill again. More Doomlings cut out. That this time around, Old 11 doesn't really have the opportunity to set up a turnaround kill.
Yeah, still a lot of pressure being put on this top lane. They're not really getting a lot of CS out of this, and this is going to make it so that CTY and this mid Viper, they're going to lead the charts when it comes to net worth. Although they are behind the Alchemist, but that's expected at this point.
He just picked up his second bounty rune, so things going quite well for him. Moon Meander doesn't really care about the Train Protector's right clicks if he can actually get in range for experience on some of these creeps dying. He does have his soul ring as soon as he actually gets back and buys the recipe.
And this Doom is going to switch jungles now. Switch gears a little bit. I think if they had been able to get another rebuttal kill at top, he would have it would have been okay, but after that second death without really anything, you put some pressure on that top lane, you were able to grab a kill. That's an okay amount of
Miracle,
benefit.
he just challenged Old Chicken there. Right-clicked him once, but the combination of slows made him not very quick to retreat. He will bottle up some more, but it seems like he needs some help. What do you think the reasoning is for that unstable concoction choice? Just some added protection to make sure the Viper can't dive him?
I think it's more because you need at least one level so that the Viper doesn't chase, and if somebody comes to gank you, or gank for you, it'll help quite a bit. Because Viper is a hero that you want to pressure early on. Like the corrosive skin, later on as the game goes on and you've got more HP, it's going to be a lot more annoying. But at the early stages of the game, you can deal with it quite easily with just a little bit of burst damage.
Fly is going to look towards that 4-minute rune, already starting off with some decays onto Old 11. He will have the backup of the rest of his teammates, and that's why Fly will.
Oh, the Doom from behind, though.
But Crit, oh, he's going to be locked in by the Ice Shard. That gets the tether away. Crit barely keeps himself alive and will bottle up to almost full HP now.
Oh no, Old Chicken, your teammate had a bottle. He just kind of took it as a reflex, I think.
Yeah. At least they kept Miracle from getting another bounty rune. He was forced to take a haste.
He was forced to take a haste? What a ridiculous
The life
statement.
of an alchemist.
I only got a haste rune out of this, guys.
Top lane, Old 11's going to be caught. He does have Snowball. Crit's pretty low. He dodges the avalanche, but it's going to be the tether slow that keeps him at bay, unable to really chase down Crit effectively unless, oh, barely gets that kill. Just before he has to die to Tiny, but at least he gets the exchange. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they caught Moon Meander. CTY comes over and lands the power shot.
Yeah, they're still doing a good job of getting trades, and most importantly for OG, they are punishing the offlaner.
Miracle, turn around here before he gets his level 6, just that one stun. It looks like it's gonna be enough. Miracle dove all the way in, and even the Ice Shards comes out from Old 11 to make sure there's no escape for this Alchemist.
Yeah, I think they still would have gotten that kill, but it was starting to get a little bit more dangerous with Old Chicken taking quite a bit of damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now briefly passes up the Alchemist for the highest net worth. But it is an Alchemist. He still has a lot of different ways back into this game.
Well,
unfortunately for him, he's got no stacks though.
Yeah, I was just about to say those have actually been blocked away, so we won't see that that early 12 to 14-minute radiance at this point. You're going to try and dual lane it up against Viper now, especially with Miracle still not level 6 and Old Chicken having that Viper strike. He could very easily solo kill Miracle once again.
I think they're definitely worried about that. Miracle is about to hit 6 though, and he should be okay. This top lane, the Doom continues to try to pressure.
Bonham going for that top bounty rune. What's it gonna be? Picking it up. They already get the heal out in Lonham. Looks like OG is gonna be forced out. Meanwhile, the bottom rune is gonna be a double damage. Miracle's gonna run into CTY, just picks that one up. But with the Chemical Rage, no reason for CTY to try and challenge.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision to not even bother using it. Old Chicken is quite low as well. Might decide to just ferry himself a salve.
Oh, Moon Meander, shackle shot in the bottom lane. Moon Meander's gonna be dying low, and Lamore hits CTY. Long range shot, and we'll be able to get it.
Really good pickup there. Moon Meander maybe should have played a little bit more far back. He knows that CTY had the DD rune there. There was no surprise. But gives up a solo kill anyways. And that's a lot of XP going the way of CTY. He's almost got as much as pretty much a standard mid-core.
Yeah, he really wasn't farming bad with that early soul ring. He was level 5.5, but giving yet another kill to CTY. And we saw how that went for eHome in game number 1. CTY just able to snowball the game to an early victory.
Wind Ranger's a much more different hero though than the Queen of Pain. It's not as mobile. You can't really play that style where you just sit back, hit and run, hit and run. With the Wind Ranger, I almost feel like you have to commit a little bit more because of the focus fire. And so it's really imperative that he gets as much early game farm as he possibly can, just to beef himself up.
Blocked out CTY, but no rotations. It's a big problem for OG. They really don't have good rotational power. They're okay at some of these 5-man team fights, but ganking is not going to be their biggest strength. At least not until No-Tail perhaps picks up his Blink Dagger, or maybe even just the relocate for crit. We'll see.
I feel like the relocate is the bigger one in that. They can set up fights with the Tombstone like they did in the last game. They just can't afford to really let this CTY Wind Ranger get out of control like it did in the first game. A player like CTY heavily relies on feeling comfortable, so that even if he dies, he knows that he's far enough ahead that he's not really risking anything. That the game is still in his control, in his favor. We haven't seen him pressured almost all throughout this tournament, and we've seen what he can do off of that. He continues to just farm. He's such a lane dominator, and his ability to get solo kills on offlaners makes him such a dangerous threat in the mid game.
Old Chicken forces out another Chemical Rage from Miracle. He's still got plenty of battle charges, though, on him.
Starts coming forward, does manage to get the extra slow. They also have Old 11 here for the extra burst damage, but the turnaround is OG. Pop the Tombstone.
Oh, he dodges it.
Nice snowball save with the unstable concoction, unable to finish off Lanham. It's going to be Fly who may be dying. Slow rips himself, keeps himself alive. Old 11 has a lot of zombies out. Looks like they will be able to get that one kill. Shackle shot onto Moon Meander right in front of the tier 1 tower, but Old Chicken is low. The Fisher brings him low, and now Miracle's going to be in the going to the next target. Old 11, he does still have mana, though, has a snowball ready to go, but no opportunity for a turnaround. Moon Meander going for the TP out. Old 11 sees him. Snowball will stop that TP. It looks like Moon Meander will die as CTY catches up. The body blocks are easily going to ensure kill. But a nice fight for OG. It seems like Kaka coming in. Block out. Oh, No-Tail. This is going to be an opportunity for CTY.
Oh, that shackle!
Get the shackle shot right onto the range creep. Soul
oh, that toss!
Toss forward. Old 11. He gets set up and tossed in. Miracle claims that one.
I thought the shackle was going to be enough, but not enough mana for that power shot. What a play by No-Tail, though.
7-6, eHome marching even more heroes into this middle lane, but OG are going to back off. They're very happy with the way these exchanges are going. If they're even, it's just pushing the game in a static way later and later where No-Tail can be a bigger factor.
Yeah, I thought he was definitely going to be dead, but they queued that up so well. You notice that the Alchemist already had the charge running because he anticipated it for the Tiny.
So he's going to be going for that medallion build with the maxed out unstable concoction secondary. This will actually be very good versus Viper, who, as you were pointing out, his magic resistance is one of his key strengths. But if you can bring some heavy damage, physical damage troops, maybe you can bring him down fast. They're going to try and go onto him now. He's trying to threaten Fly and will be taken out by the Toss Ice Shards. No response from OG.
Yeah, I think Fly is quite surprised that he was able to die there, but eHome have so many different ranged nukes to be able to catch him out. This time, it does land. They should be able to get this mid tower. I don't know if OG want to give this up. They don't have the relocate available.
Oh, the block. Oh, didn't quite get it, but still, No-Tail's going to be able to get the combination on the two of them. Unstable concoction. Old 11 does go down. Moon makes sure with the Echo Slam that it's a quick kill. And the rest of OG thinking about, yeah, they're going to just back out. The tier 1 tower deny is enough for them, I think, at this point in time. They're not letting eHome take the easy ground. Not giving away too many objectives early on, still creating enough space for both their Alchemist and their Tiny to get some farm.
Yeah, and we've seen what Miracle was able to do in the previous game that he played Alchemist. Most likely going to give up the Aghanim Scepter to the Tiny as one of his first major pickups. And that's so strong. If No-Tail can just kind of transition into that one position core, go for a later game item coupled with the fact that he doesn't have to buy his own Ags, makes him quite scary. And surprisingly enough, he's jumped to second in net worth charts. He's only 200 behind an Alchemist that has Greevil's Greed.
We'll see how long that lasts, though. As eHome going to go for a 3-man smoke, and they will invade jungle, but if they don't find anybody there, I'm sure they're going to look towards that top lane.
The Doom is quite far behind too, Cap. This is a hero that we don't normally anticipate being this low in net worth, but he's constantly been trying to look for opportunities for his team, and that's okay because normally Doom can catch up, but there's only so much that you can catch up. You want to eventually spare some time to be able to farm and catch up in gold. You don't want to revert yourself to a pure 4 position with this hero.
Oh, they're going to go for the relocating bottom lane. Lonham didn't stand a chance.
Good lord. He had his ultimate, but look at top lane. eHome may still go for the dive on the relocate back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wiz comes back by himself. Kaka's on the other side. Will run into him now and doesn't pop the Doom in time. Crit actually gets away with the tether.
Dire's top tower is
And a
under
clean
attack.
escape for OG after a pick off on the bottom lane. Now taking that tier 1 tower. eHome will respond. No. I thought they were going to push out that top lane by themselves, but they're actually going to TP in. Not wanting to give up any ground to OG. Old Chicken putting himself in the front lines. He knows that he's more than taking enough to deal with the combination from No Tail, especially with the living armor. Shackle shot onto the 2 of them, but there's the interrupt from Moon Meander with a 2-man Fisher. They're still going to be able to get some damage onto No Tail. There is no relocate to be able to save him. If No Tail gets blocked out healthily enough, Snowball comes in. They go straight into No Tail, trying to lock him down. They throw out the Doom onto the Earthshaker, preventing that turnaround, but the Undying Tombstone, it's going to be doing so much work against eHome as they now are forced to retreat. OG are going to look for those pickoffs. There's still some healthy members here. Old Chicken, he's going to be the first target. Moon Meander, his Doom is almost run out here. He's going to be able to get off of Fisher, looking for more. Shackle shot gets laid out in No Tail. Crit's keeping him alive, though, and eHome won't be able to go for that kill, at least not right away. CTY, he needs to help out his side heroes. Echo Slam, Old 11 does get hit by that stun. Can manage to get off the Snowball, dodging the toss. He'll get a little damage onto the Earthshaker, but will stunned up by the unstable concoction. He's still alive somehow, but at least he ensured a turnaround kill. Kaka's next up. No Tail keeps on going for him. Combination, more than enough, is the Doom. Low on net worth, had no HP. And OG win yet another fight.
And Crit did such a good job of keeping everybody alive, doesn't stick himself on just No Tail, constantly rotating around. And this is what makes IO such an annoying hero. They're gonna go for more though.
CTY! He did not expect No Tail was stalking him the whole way through. 9-12 now as the items come rolling in for OG.
No Tail might have stayed a little bit too long, but Crit's right here.
He doesn't have the mana for a relocate, but the movement speed is enough to stay ahead of Old Chicken. And now with the refill on the bottle, I'll actually heal No Tail up a decent amount. They've got an earn on Crit. They've got a Solar Crest now complete for Miracle with the maxed out unstable concoction that is a gigantic physical damage nuke, especially for some of these heroes that are only sitting at 2 or 3 armor.
And this Viper Cap was never meant to be this far behind. 14 minutes in, still doesn't have the mech, despite having a relatively easy hero to lane against. And Old Chicken, they need that mech. If they were able to have that in that bottom engagement, maybe they don't even lose anybody and they can push the issue. Because a lot of eHome strength in their lineup is the ability to just constantly run at the enemy team. This is not a team that's meant to go for the ultra late game, especially when your Doom has pretty much sacked himself. I think they need a little bit more farm to be able to group up again, though. You don't want to fight without that mech, but eHome.
They're going to try it anyway. eHome starts centering up. Perhaps for the quick surprise pickoff. Fly, he may be the target. Spotted out. Old 11, though. Unable to get the stun in time. Now sets out a ward. But OG have full information. We'll bring all 5 heroes up to this top lane. Are they giving up this tier 1 tower, though? Seems like it. Time is fine, as long as they don't throw any team fights right now. They are holding a pretty healthy lead and will throw even healthier with the Alchemist.
They don't have a smoke or anything like that, and they might just decide to push in the mid a little bit just because of how healthy their top tower is. Maybe they think they can go for a trade themselves.
Structures are fortified.
Kaka is going to see Fly coming up the hill to lay down his ward. Fly not opting to throw down the ward right away, actually throws a little bit more to the right-hand side,
Middle tower is under
hoping
attack.
to prevent an immediate counter ward, but we'll see. Fly still challenging some of these heroes. Moon Meander will be able to, almost got the block off there.
For now, you just disengage. Again, Old Chicken, he's really close to that mechanism. Absolutely no reason for eHome to fight before it. He's going to jungle it out. Then maybe they decide to finally get this bottom tier 1 tower with the strength of the mech, because they need the ability to combat the Tiny's burst damage, and most importantly, they need to be able to outlast Crit's heals, because this Wisp is doing way too much in this game. In the first game, they were able to lock him down because they had the Queen of Pain, where she was able to blink in, Sonic Wave, hitting both of them, and she was able to just right-click it down. But this time around, Wind Ranger, with the items that she has, just doesn't do quite enough yet.
I feel like we haven't seen a true team fight initiation for eHome just yet. They do have a pretty powerful combination that doesn't need items with the Dream Protector and Tusk. They can lead in with Snowball, follow up with the Overgrowth and the Dream Protector. That actually create a lot of space for the rest of eHome to pick and choose their targets. Old Chicken was pushing out the bottom lane, does complete his mech now. The tier 1 tower is going to go into deny range, and OG have it surrounded.
It's an okay way of initiating, but the problem is that if the Earthshaker decides to use the Fissure, split the rest of your team across, now you don't really have a mechanism to get them across that area. And it just creates a really dangerous fight, because you don't want to snowball 5 heroes in. That gives you the potential for the Echo Slam.
Right.
eHome just don't have the best ways to start a fight. So oftentimes what you're going to see is they're just going to outlast their opponents, because they have such tanky cores with the Treant. But when it comes out to flat-out initiation, it's not the easiest for them. So they're going to go for the smoke. This one has to work out. But is the Tiny Wisp really the target that you want to go for?
Start pinging Old 11. Unfortunately, his smoke got popped. Doesn't look like the smoke's going to result in anything, or maybe it'll result in a trap. OG, they have a big secret weapon now with this Blink Dagger on Moon Meander.
We're going to wait for the opportunities for Moon. He is level 9 right now. That's, at this phase, enough to deal damage. eHome look like they want to put on pressure, but they don't really have the best ways, as we talked about, to start this fight.
No Tail going for the build once again, so this should mean now that Miracle has both Solar Crest and Blink Dagger, that's all the kind of items you need in the early game, at least for this kind of Alchemist. He can start building towards the Aghanim Scepter so they can have a completed Butterfly and Ags around the same time for a Tiny.
OG's going to go for a smoke. You don't need the Tiny Wisp to go for this. They're much better off just continuing to farm. No Tail's going to go for the same build as he did in the last one.
Old 11, he's going to run back into this one. Snowball laid out, actually going through to Moon Meander. He's going to try and get the punch, but the Unstable Concoction is there first.
The Wisp relocate. Chain stunned up in. Fly's going to be the next target, but already the Tusk is down. And now with the Wisp relocate in, they're going to be able to go onto Lanham. Good overgrowth factor, and Fly will be taken out with a Doom onto No Tail. They're actually controlling him pretty decently, but Crit, no! He gets the relocate back out in time. eHome just shy of finishing him off.
That could have done so much. They were just a little bit too split in their focus. No Tail was doomed up, I believe, and they decide to right-click him a few times and then switch targets, but Crit, they have to know that the relocate is about to bring him out. The Tiny is not the target to go for there.
Yeah, eHome really not on the same page. If they'd managed to kill that Wisp, that would have been a stranded Tiny. Probably a big turnaround team fight for eHome. Still though, their item progression is looking all right. All their cores are decent in effort. It's just that Tiny and Alchemist were so far ahead.
Yeah, if they win that fight, they're right by the Roche pit. They've got the Aghanims completed on the Wind Ranger. It's not unreasonable to say that they could have just made their way into the pit. But without those two dead, almost no reason to risk it. The good news for eHome, though, is that the Alchemist still isn't overwhelmingly farmed like we normally see at this phase.
Midas now for the Doom. So Kaka's going to make up for that lack of farm and even lack of levels that he's had on this 4th-position Doom by picking up the Midas. I can't say I'm terribly surprised.
No, not yet. And No Tail now has the Butterfly. I really like this pickup. A lot of the damage that eHome has, Cap, is just single physical damage that's centered on one hero. The Viper and the Wind Ranger, your two cores that are really going to deal damage. And with this Butterfly, and on top of that, they've got the Medallion on the Alchemist. You're not really going to
kill.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get the BKB or the MKB completed quite fast on eHome, and their burst magic damage isn't even quite there.
Yeah, really, all they have to do is complete the Aghanim Scepter on Miracle, pass it over to the Tiny, and then they're pretty much ready to take an Aegis and push uphill.
They're about to do that right now. He just needs one more component of this. And this is such a smart strategy by OG. They recognize that a lot of eHome's damage is either physical or pure in the Doom. So just grab as much evasion as you possibly can to kind of counter out the Wind Ranger's Ags first.
Movement around the map, OG farming pretty efficiently. eHome are actually a bit more grouped up, perhaps scared of lack of vision on their side. OG have plenty of both aggressive and defensive vision, really centering around both the Roshan pit and the top rune area.
All right, here's that Aghanim Scepter. This was the big item pickup that we were going to wait for. And with the butterfly, I think this is about OG's time. They don't have to wait for any more items if you look at their inventories. This is so crucial for them. They're going to go for the smoke.
And now we have a Tiny whose net worth is almost double the Wind Rangers and is over double the Vipers. Thanks to that Aghanim Scepter being passed over to him, they immediately smoke up and look for the fight, knowing that they should be able to easily win it.
They don't have a CTY for this one.
They're gonna come downhill. This is gonna be real bad. Old Chicken, he's gonna be the first target up in the air,
away.
back down. No-Tail's just beating him to a pulp. He's already got a monster kill streak, and he is a monster on the front lines. Moon Meander stuns up both 11. They'll look for more now. Toss forward. Kaka, he's gonna be the next target. Almost has the Fisher ready to go, but they turn around as they found Laughton. They caught him out with the counter ward and ward combination. Take 3 and make it a Roshan as well.
With the way that OG have itemized, and the Tiny being this strong, I don't actually think there's a way for eHome to fight into them. Like, this game is starting to kind of get out of hand at just 22 minutes in. Completely made the right decision. Backs against the wall with 1 game left to go. They decide to make No-Tail the core.
The real hard part for eHome at this point in time, if you can fight OG, are you going to be able to split push them? And it looks like their heroes just really aren't meant for that. The Wind Ranger is the best. Power shot, now with the Blink Dagger, can push aggressively, but the rest of eHome, heroes like Viper and Doom, aren't going to be able to provide the same kind of pressure on the side lanes.
Look how much damage the Tiny does right now. So much evasion on him, and he's got the Wisp.
You think that Living Armor and Glyph are going to mean anything? No-Tail. He'll just keep on going. He's got Old Chicken now. The Fisher actually separates the two of them, but he's still reaching over that Fisher to be able to get the kill. The Snowball doesn't quite save the Viper, and Old 11, he's got to limp himself away. The zombies are all on top of him. Same goes for Kaka, but OG are just focusing on objectives at this point in time. Kaka, whoa, the toss! Hello, Fly jumps a long way past the tier 2 tower, but Laughton, he's still gonna be the target of No-Tail. Coming forward is Crit, and managed to get up enough damage. CTY now flying zombie into the air. Fly backs back down, and Soul Rip will be able to keep him alive until the Tomb comes out. Moon Meander makes sure to get the deny on that one. Doom is punished for his positioning though, as OG can continue deep into the eHome base. Nice Snowball dodging the unstable concoction, but it doesn't really mean much. Moon Meander trapped against that tier 3 tower, managed to get off the Fisher, gets Jagger off of him, and CTY, he can't stop the TP out. OG, they dive fearlessly into eHome's base and walk away with plenty of kills.
Oh, and
Chicken.
the Viper's gonna go in here.
He could actually challenge No-Tail with Crit backing him up. They did get an amazing action shot. Miracle barely gets off the unstable concoction, turns around onto CTY. No-Tail, he dropped low enough, but they can't keep up with him. Miracle's gonna be the target instead, as Old Chicken keeps him in place as shackle shot to ensure that Miracle will in fact go down, but it's No-Tail's Tiny, who's worth 17,000 net worth, and had that Aegis. That was the critical kill that eHome desperately needed.
The weird part about that engagement is that most of it's centered around their tier 4 towers, when tier 2s weren't even taken out quite yet. And I felt so bad for Fly. Every single time he was trying to run away, he's like, I don't want to do this anymore, No-Tail.
No-Tail playing games with his long-term teammates. That Moon Shard is now complete. No-Tail has insane attack speed for a 25-minute Tiny.
No, you can't survive against him anymore. The Viper might be the tankiest hero on eHome, but we've seen it only takes about 4 or 5 swings for him to go down, even with the mech popped.
Yeah.
I think the net worth disadvantage, it's starting to boil over a little bit too hot for eHome, as they don't really have the best ways to get back. This Tusk doesn't really add a lot of value. The Snowball as a counter initiation tool just seems to extend it by a little bit before they die anyways. The Alchemist is able to chase in as far as the Tiny goes, just because he's so tanky with that Chemical Rage and the Solar Crest of his own. And the Vladimir's is about to be completed now
Jesus,
too.
he's being chased down. The Wind Run wasn't even enough. No-Tail, he was able to get that Butterfly Flutter effect popped. Unfortunately, couldn't stay on CTY. Wind Run helped protect him, threw it into trees, and TP'd away.
Any other game, CTY would have been hailed as a star. He could have been the one to carry them. He's 5-1-2, or 5-1-3, excuse me, but the Tiny just has so much with that forged Aghanims.
Is he going Maelstrom, or is this Desolator just for cheap damage? Seems MKB is out of the question. BKB, perhaps?
I think Maelstrom is okay because there's no BKBs on the side of OG quite yet. No-Tail still has the axe. He's going to try to trap.
The separation, the Fisher onto Old Chicken. Immediately the target. Old Chicken's going to be able to get a lot of slow. No-Tail is shackled up to a range creep, but he's already down to half HP, but he still has that Aegis to work with, and he's clean through Old 11, and he'll get Old Chicken as well. The old people are going down, and now an Echo Slam. Moonbanner comes in for the side, catches another 2, and even gets the Fisher onto CTY, but OG will turn to take that tier 2 tower, and Alchemist, who's doomed away, doesn't even care. He out-regens the damage from eHome, and OG have plenty of sustain to keep marching forward into the eHome base.
There's just too many core heroes for the Doom to focus down. And what a setup by Moon Meander, being able to isolate 2 heroes out by himself. The other 2 desperately trying to climb that wall, and as soon as they do, they get Echo Slammed back into place.
Shot, but again, they have this Aegis. There's just no way they can catch him. Miracle does stun himself with the unstable concoction, and maybe eHome. Maybe they can catch somebody on the way out. The Doom still needs another 7 seconds, and even then, he doesn't have his ultimate. So eHome are forced to watch as OG bounce back to their base and will collect their very many items awaiting them.
The Tiny now has more net worth than both the Viper and the Wind Ranger combined. Just buys a fully completed, actually not quite yet. He just buys the Reaver. Thought he was gonna go for the AC for a second.
The Aegis is now popped, but OG, they could just wait out the next one, which is in 4.5 minutes. This is probably the chance for eHome to start playing aggressive and then these next 3 to 4 minutes. Perhaps try and smoke up, go for a pick-off. They can't afford to let just OG control this game, as obviously that Alchemist will always be able to provide so much more net worth than eHome could ever hope to farm.
And once you start to see the point where he can start to give his Undying, for example, the Aghanim Scepter, nobody from eHome is very tanky, and not anymore anyways, and once you start to take away an Ogre Club and HP away from them every single time, it's gonna get real rough.
Looks like our Alchemist is gonna be going, what, Halberd next? Some more tankiness?
Yeah, you can just decide to continue to build utility. I see no issues with that right now.
And then go the Aghanims afterwards, perhaps for the Undying. Kind of that mixed build. Get some items of your own, go in Ags, more items, back to another Ags.
I think that's perfectly fine right now. I doubt OG's even thinking about the next set of items right now. I'm pretty sure they're already considering game 3. They're so far ahead in this game number 2.
Almost 20,000 gold lead by 30 minutes.
This is like the most casually dominant performance I've seen out of No-Tail.
We'll have his Satanic here quite soon.
They just can't really stop him. All they're waiting for right now, the passiveness that you see out of OG is just because they know that they can get rid of these tier 2 towers uncontested. But there's not a whole lot of reasons for them to go for the high ground push again without the Aegis. If they were to do that, that would be eHome's opportunity to finally get back into this game.
They win a team fight, they get some control, push out, maybe take a Roshan for themselves. There's plenty of openings for eHome to make a comeback if OG get a little careless, and that's why they're playing it very safe. Got a Glimmer Cape now for the Wisp. Fly has a 4-step, and we saw that one earlier. Kaka gonna be the target here is No-Tail. They're just trying to run down this Doom. He does have to back up the rest of his team, and No-Tail has to be careful now. Crit, he pops a Glimmer Cape, ready to go with the relocate, but still, No-Tail, even if he's doomed up, he's right-clicking for so much damage. They do get the Shackle Shot on the side.
This might be your best opportunity.
The snowball comes forward, Fly. He's gonna be the target of the focus fire and does end up going down. CTY.
They have to kill No-Tail before this Doom ends.
Catch No-Tail. The Wisp flies back. He needs to desperately try and save No-Tail. He comes with the relocate in and will help No-Tail with the tether, but he's locked in by the Fissure, and another great Shackle Shot as well. eHome, they're gonna try and get out of the situation. Echo Slam farther up, looks like they've caught CTY. They'll get that 1 kill, no Chicken. He goes down as well as Miracle's able to catch him with an unstable concoction. And third is the Tusk. eHome thought they could escape, but no chance. OG commit the buyback on the Wisp, and it seems well worth it as they're on their way to force out a GG from eHome.
And that was a relatively quick one. Fantastic positioning by Fly. We haven't talked about him all game, but that Tombstone was the nail in the coffin for eHome. He gets it on the high ground. So many zombies spawn out. zero way for them to recover that fight at that point.
So a fairly dominant game number 1 for eHome. But OG strike back in game 2, and we will have the full series, just to be expected from 2 top-tier caliber teams like eHome and OG. We'll see you guys in game number 3, but first, our analysts have to predict who's going to win the whole thing.
We do, yes. Thank you very much, Capitalist. At the commentary desk, back at the panel right now, our 3 gents will break it down for game 2 and look forward to game 3 as well. We'll start with Purge once again, much more straightforward this time round, and this time it's better for OG.
Yeah, they made it pretty clear that Wisp and Tiny are the 2 heroes that they need to get a lot done around the map. I mean, No-Tail was sitting at 7, 1, and 2 before he even got a Butterfly or an Aghanim Scepter, and then all of a sudden when those 2 items hit, it was the most one-sided fight ever. They just completely cleaved through everything eHome had.
Jacob?
Yeah, I think the key difference here being that the way you deal with OG is that you have to put on the aggression. You don't pick a Treant and a Viper against it. You try to match their aggression. That's why the AA and the Bounty Hunter worked so well last time around for eHome, because they could keep on fighting them early on and take the advantage, rather than just sit back and wait for them to be clobbed to death by this huge-ass tree. I can say huge-ass tree.
Yeah, it's fine.
Or tiny, rather. And then, you know, we saw it work yesterday where they got the Aghanim Scepter from the Alchemist. It's just a good strategy.
Yeah, and Tiny, this time in the hands of No-Tail, was absolutely on point. Only Black has been further ahead after 25 minutes in a game, so brilliant play from him.
A brilliant draft, I think, from Fly2, realizing the key heroes, banning them out, and they really didn't have enough AoE damage, too, to kind of chew through the amount of healing that they had with the Undying and the Wisp, so clearly the AA ban was really important for them in phase 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Where do we go? Game 3 now. Lots of opportunities for OG now, I suppose. It's opened up the series for them.
I think OG sticks to what they've done in both sets so far, or both series so far. Go for the Wisp and the Tiny, but
You think game 3 again?
Why not? As long as they have the AA band, I think it's worth it.
Okay.
I mean, eHome basically ran the anti-Tiny strat that worked really well previously in their other sets with the Treant, but it did almost nothing. Yeah, it made Tiny single target damage a little bit less, but it didn't come online. The overgrowth didn't do very much. It didn't feel useful. So I feel like the strat that they went for there just wasn't enough. So it really comes down to, do they ban a Wisp or a Tiny in the first round, or do they let another hero through, like Slardar maybe? Or do they maybe ban the Alchemist halfway through? That was maybe another really crucial part, because yeah, if No-Tail would have built his own Ags, he would have been strong, but he went to 4-shot Viper as soon as he got it, you know? So ban the pieces, ban the initial combo. They've dealt with the initial combo. I would say ban the pieces that supplement him, and hopefully for them get AA.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the highlights now. And in the early part of the game, you could say that eHome were still in the game. But in the the mid to late part of the game, it was all OG at this point.
There's virtually nothing they can do to stop them from running over them. I mean, the evasion helps a lot there, but with this many heals and this many people supporting No-Tail, he just runs at him.
And the support team is a bit greedy playing off versus OG because they have Alchemist and with Tiny who can just outfarm them crazily. Doom was like number 6 in terms of net worth, which is, I guess, respectable for position 4, but he still wasn't really able to have that much of an impact. But overall, I also think that Wind Ranger is one of CTY's weakest intelligence heroes. He's like such a versatile hero, and we've seen him play Leshrac, Lina, and Quap as his main other 3 intelligence heroes, and I think he's much better with those simply because they can fight much earlier. Wind Ranger, it just takes her such a long time to get the Scepter that he can't do the damage that he needs to before OG started trampling them.
The more I look at the lineup of eHome, the less I understand it. It just seems to be too much of a mixed bag of various playstyles. It doesn't seem to really have any synergy or coherency, so it's not too surprising they ended up losing against a strategy that OG has perfected.
I mean, I did like the Viper pick. I thought that Old Chicken did amazing in the mid lane. He got a ton of last hits. He really limited Miracle's farm, but at some point, you can't just rely on laning prowess. You need to rely on ganking prowess, and their heroes didn't have that opportunity easily against OG. The one fight especially, or the one gank they tried to set up on the top lane, it was the same time that OG did a relocate gank bottom. So their ganks just didn't quite work. They didn't get a ton of pressure off, and OG steamrolled all the fights, and with that gold advantage, plus Alchemist then catching up, there was no possible way they could win in the late game.
This particular fight, though, you could kind of see what they were trying to do against the Tiny. They shackled him, they doomed him, they rooted him. Sometimes they like snowballed past him, and they shackled him again.
They basically threw everything they could and the kitchen sink at him, and it still didn't stop him coming. So
it doesn't actually kill him, though.
No, unfortunately not for them. I also want to talk about Fly. Blitz mentioned it in the commentary. Great positioning throughout.
He consistently plays Undying without dying and gets few deaths, gets his soul rip levels. It's also really important just to have the Flesh Golem ultimate. It's something that most people just really undervalue, but if you're amplifying Tiny's damage by 10%, 15%, that's offsetting the extra base survivability that Viper is getting from magic resistance. So just him being alive in long duration fights and having zombies slowing people, it just makes all of their fights so dynamic and they cover so many bases.
When Alchemist and Undying first broke into competitive Dota, it was virtually impossible to play up against both of them because of Flesh Golem and then the Cloud.
What do you think Lonham's telling his team right now?
Well, he looked quite cross there, didn't he?
Fighting in dedication.
He did look quite cross.
He just, that seems like stern words to me. He doesn't look maybe upset. It's more like, this is what we need to do to win. We have to kill the Wisp.
You can read lips in Mandarin.
Yeah, I got this.
Okay.
I've lived in a foreign country.
Look at this guy.
OG on the way back to their booth as well, led by No Tail. And with plenty of support in the arena as well.
So how do you think the draft will go? Is it like a Wisp ban and an AA ban from either team?
I don't think eHome will necessarily ban out Wisp or Tiny. I think...
really?
I think the card they have on their hand right now is the fact that they know exactly what to anticipate.
Yeah, but
I think Lanham
couldn't handle it game 2.
Well,
they handled it game 1.
They also
So
had a
this is-
terrible draft, and they didn't know what kind of draft they could expect out of OG in terms of the ban phase. I think Lanham now, especially from someone who's played that much, he's probably the Chinese player who's played the most Tiny Wisp combo. I think he knows exactly what to do.
Why doesn't he just steal Wisp?
I'd rather he just stole the Tiny, honestly.
But it stops the combo with one pick,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah, if you have to. But I think he might also have a plan to just let it through again and then be like, yo, this lineup works incredibly well against it. Let's just go for this.
We've seen Tiny used on its own quite a lot throughout the tournament. Would that be something that eHome could consider?
I think it's weak towards push strategies. I don't see why they wouldn't push. Maybe ban out the Undying instead.
It's really hard to push against Alk, though. I think the way that the other teams handle it by limiting his farm with the Tiny toss and stuff is a slightly better way to handle it. You have to fight under Acid Spray if you want to push.
But the Alk is always going to be the 4th, 5th pick. You got time to ban it out if you need to.
What about
It's like a game of poker, isn't it? Because they're trying to feel each other out with the whole, will they go for the same thing again? Well, they did it twice in a row, perhaps they do it a third time in a row. And then eHome are thinking, well, what if we ban it then? And then OG are thinking, well, if they ban it, then we do that. It's such a game of poker in the third game draft.
You know what happens if they ban Tiny second round or Alchemist second round? Then you got Huskar or Meepo in the pool.
Yeah, and that's the entire problem, right? At least he knows what to expect from this. They just won with it. They're not going to stray away from it. This way, he can just assemble a lineup against it, and I'll bet my house.
Wow.
The fact that that's what
You actually have a house.
He has a shed.
I'll take a shed.
There's a window.
Okay. Well, that seems like a bold, brave prediction, but we like those on here. Where's it going? Game 3.
I'm still torn as to whether or not they'll give him Tiny Wisp again. I'm kind of feeling the same way with Milk that, like, yeah, you'd rather probably play against that as to some other unknown that might, like, creep through.
And we've discussed it before, but have OG got anything else left in the tank? We haven't seen it in the first 2 necessarily.
Oh, they definitely do. But
Well, you say definitely do, but do they?
That's
Do
the
they have
strat. That's the strat. Tiny Wisp plus 3 other heroes that they're good at, that are good at what they want to do. Roaming on Moon, late game potential on Miracle, and Fly playing something 5.
Seemingly, it's only Moon that is really the replaceable role, though, the Earthshaker. I think the Undying is still very important for the strategy. They might possibly be able to replace it with a Shadow Priest, but then they start lagging the 5-on-5.
Yes.
So I think there's better ways of dealing with it while still letting them have the Tiny Wisp, because it's such a committal picking the Tiny Wisp in the first phase.
Okay. What would eHome like to do, you think, in this third draft? If they could play the 5 that they wanted, what would they play?
Definitely AA.
Yeah.
Definitely A, but they'll be banned out first phase, almost certain.
There's no reason for why OG wouldn't go for the same 2 bans again.
I think maybe lead off with the Bounty Hunter in the first phase will be better, because you mentioned that they had the Treant Protector and the Viper. This way they can't pressure the lanes with the Bounty Hunter, then they can start drafting way more aggressive heroes, and the Tiny and the Wisp have to think twice about diving and actually returning kills. Normally, like, okay, I don't really care trading my Wisp for another hero, but when track is involved in the equation, these trades become suddenly, like, you have to think a lot about it.
They could also go for the Dragonite, the Juggernaut, Shadow Shaman, all these kinds of heroes that just pushes in, aren't being instant killed by a Tiny combo and so forth, can actually hold the Wisp in place.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's what I would do 5 years ago when I was relevant.
What would Blitz do right now?
He'd give up.
You talk about how bad Storm is. I was sitting next to him in that EG game.
Yeah, imagine, like, think about how bad Blitz is when he's not on the Storm Spirit. Now imagine how bad he is on it as well when it's been nerfed. I feel for him. I really do. He can play Doom now, which we all know is not that successful either.
He's been playing some Terrorblade.
Gotta find new cheese.
New strats. Maybe he's been talking to No-Tail as well. If they have got something else left in the locker, something odd, a little offbeat, away from the meta, is this the game to bring it out now? Is that too risky?
You asked that last time.
I know,
as well.
but is it ballsy now in the 3rd game, on the verge of going through to 1 game away from the grand final?
Who, eHome or OG?
Well, OG. I mean, I don't know.
OG,
Does it go eHome would do that?
eHome,
eHome, I think so.
You think?
I don't think OG's got more cheese up their sleeves. I can't think of more cheese. I think they've...
Trying to think
The ball's in eHome's court.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're into the draft then for game 3. Let's see where it goes. Highly anticipated draft, which could help decide who becomes inside or who finishes at least top 3.
I wonder if eHome will first pick Wisp or Bounty Hunter, though.
10 seconds
It's
remaining.
kind of what I'm feeling out.
Bounty got banned 2nd round last time, right?
Yeah.
Turn to ban.
So far, exactly the same. Oh, okay.
Dire team
So,
I was wrong.
they do ban the Wisp. They've had enough.
Will OG bother with the A ban now?
I think eHome should still first pick AA if it's available and there's no Wisp.
For what reason? Because at this...
Shadow Priest?
10 seconds
Huskar,
remaining.
I'm dying.
All right.
Does keep him away.
It's all their favorite heroes.
Kevin is sold.
It's not just about the Wisp Tiny. I think they'll still go Tiny, to be honest.
And they have done that before.
Hard decision.
So eHome let through Wisp instead of the Slardar. Do they give that to Moon immediately? Or are they somewhat fearful of the Batten?
It picks 2 and 3. So I feel like they can pick them up.
Yeah, I definitely would. Considering how Moon has been performing on the Slardar, it's a no-brainer. We all are firm believers of the fact that Slardar is still a very strong hero, almost on par with the Tusk.
Okay, so it's the first big Tusk. Exactly what they would have expected to get, I guess.
It got a lot of kills. It was really abusive in the early game, in the previous game, but as is per usual, in the later stages of the game, it really peaks off a little bit.
I think it's just 11's best hero, though.
Yep.
It's even if when it's just decent, he still plays that hero at such a high level compared to his other ones, and such a high level in general.
So Slardar, Tiny, Slardar.
Undying?
Dire team pick.
Do you think they'll pick Undying?
I'm not sure. Still thinking about that one.
It's okay. Jacob was still on bans when we were in the 9th draft the other day. 9th part of the draft.
So OG is one of the teams that kind of ignore Doom, don't they?
They do pick it. And they picked Doom alongside Tusk a number of times.
Yeah, it's not that high priority for them at all.
5 seconds remaining.
So where do OG go for pick
Reserve
2?
time.
I mean, if they feel comfortable going for something like Night Stalker, for example, they could even not pick their offlane now and let eHome decide. Like, do they ban Night Stalker, do they ban Slardar? And that leaves an extra cheese pick open.
That's a good point.
all about the cheese, man.
The problem for them right now is that if they pick up the Shadow Priest, it's such a no-brainer to just take the AA. Right now, they might be lucky and have Ehome go a different direction.
Do they have to go Dazzle now? Can't they just do it later?
I guess with the Undying already being picked up, it's actually more likely that they're saving Crit's pick. They may not want to Dazzle at all. Darks, yeah.
Okay. So they're going a completely different way here.
Darks here.
Are they banking on the fact that Ehome have got 3 bans left and Meepo and Brood, maybe 2 of them, and therefore can leave the slider till later? Or are they worried that if they...
It won't be a Slar now.
Taking a Darks here.
Do you think Ehome will take it now?
Starter? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so too.
They picked Starter? They picked it 3 times, lost all 3 of them.
Reserve
Which makes me think so. No, but Darkseer, you talked about how they might want a lot of team fight. Oh,
okay. We're going to mix things up a little bit.
They have to secure their safe lane since it is Darkseer. Would pressure a lot of carries, so decent in that 1v1. It's pretty good against Undying as well. Zombie Slayer.
They don't pick Gyrocopter that often though, just because they like that flexibility for CTY, so I still wonder if it's going to be a CTY hero, but Gyrocopter very often banned out versus the Undying because of the zombie slayage.
Reserve time.
Zombie apocalypse.
Zombie cannon. Might as well call it zombie cannon. It's pretty clear what it's good at.
Zombie copter.
Alright, there's one cheese pick out of the way. The Huskar's still in the pool. So what may result here is that Ehome bans all of the things that OG likes doing the best, but then they still get a really good draft.
So will Ehome though, probably.
10 seconds.
I mean, it could end up banning Brood and Huskar and still end up
5 seconds
with a
remaining.
good lineup.
Ehome's
Doom
turn
is still in
to
the pool
bat.
as well.
Yep.
I think unless OG bans him, I think it's pretty likely that he gets through.
Yeah, I don't think either team really cares that much about him.
Not at this point. The Darkseer's already picked up from Moonmeander. They got the Tusk for 11.
10 seconds
So there's no
remaining.
off-lane role for him to play. He wasn't very successful
5
on the
seconds
4 role.
remaining.
Hasn't been ultimately that successful here in Frankfurt either. Sub 50% win rate.
Do we know whether or not OG won the coin flip?
They didn't win Kevin's coin.
Yeah, they did.
That was a double-sided Ehome coin.
I may have prepared my, my
5
selection.
seconds remaining.
Don't give away the magic TV secrets.
Ehome actually used to like the Winter Wyvern a lot. I'm surprised to see them not prioritize it in this series.
Could be a good call for this draft. 1 ban left as well.
You like Beastmaster for OG? No Tail plays it. Fair amount.
Even Crit plays it.
Even Crit plays it.
It's not amazing versus Tusk, I feel.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
damage is a little bit less bursty. It's more of a setup. So he should have time to get a snowball off, which would disengage the combo. I feel like burst is a little bit better versus Tusk.
The Wyvern goes to OG. That might be a little bit annoying to Ehome, but they immediately pick Bounty.
Team pick.
So that's probably going to be Flies. Flies and Dying, crits, Winter Wyvern. Got the team fight combo.
Is Bounty Hunter going to be able to be that disruptive in this game?
Is it gonna be what?
That disruptive to
It's good versus
OG's early
Wyvern.
game.
Yeah, I think it's good. They have the Tusk again. They want to apply the early game pressure. There's very little gank on OG right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Ehome can really dictate the flow of the game and the early game movement.
Okay.
I was actually thinking about Phantom Lancer, but I
Yeah, I
figured
don't
since they had the Gyrocopter, I was like, nah.
I still don't like it that much versus Gyro. It's okay if your cooldown hits, but other than that, it's just alright. Against Bounty, kind of the same thing. Heal's still good. You'll go through a lot of Diffusal Blade charges to remove track, but it'll combo really well with Iron Shell, not really early little team
10
fights.
seconds remaining.
I mean, AA is still in the pool. I don't see what else would fit even lineup better than that.
That's shaking.
Dire team back.
Zombies and illusions. But it's kind of counteracted by Gyro Counter, because he slays the zombies, right? Makes your Echo Slam worse. I do like PL a lot versus Tusk, though. Like, Ice Shards essentially becomes irrelevant if you do have Doppelgang up. So, considering that's the hero that eHome consistently first picks, you could argue that it counters their best position.
eHome's turn to bat.
I actually like the ES more than the AA here. I think they need like a combo breaker, especially with the Darkseer and Winter Wyvern. We didn't really see overwhelming amounts of team fight from OG because they were mostly reliant on the IO Tiny, but with Earthshaker, you want to prevent them from like zerging down the Tusk.
10 seconds
Like
remaining.
the Vacuum Wall, Winter's Curse is one of the most powerful team fight combos in the game. Having combo breaker like Earthshaker, I guess we've seen a little bit from like Silencer, but he just has not won much.
It's a good tiny ban coming out from OG here, knowing that Old Chicken has played it a whole lot. It's pretty good at instant killing some of the heroes on OG in the early game. Tanky as well. Deals moderately well with the Phantom Lancer in the late game.
So we're looking at a CTY hero, right? Most likely?
No, I think...
No, it's an Old Chicken. Probably. I think his Wind Ranger was impressive.
What about... Are you sure it's not going to be like a Leshrac or something?
Very unlikely. I would say far more likely it'll be what Jacob was talking about. Maybe a Bristle, or maybe what else does he play? TA. I've seen him play a decent amount too, although not that great for his PL.
Yeah, they banned the Bristle.
Team pick.
Why are they banning Bristle though?
Rude.
Their damage is...
They have a Darkseer, there's no way.
eHome's damage is a little weak, so if they
Is
get
it?
yeah, they'd be good.
There is a Brood, and there is a Husker still.
No, Huskar's
No, he's
Huskar's
not. Actually, we'll get right. Yeah, it's gone. They're not going to go Brood with that lineup, though, are they?
Nah. I don't see other side going for Brood. That'd be silly.
10 seconds remaining.
Especially considering both the offlaners already have a designated hero.
Which was the team that ran mid Tusk?
That was...
I don't remember.
That was Vici, I think, wasn't it? No. LGD? I think maybe had one game of mid Tusk.
I don't know if that's an option for them, but the Bristleback is very strange to me.
Well, they have a Darkseer already.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Miracle Vibe.
Hasn't been the most effective in the tournament so far.
They don't know what their opponent's mid is going to be, so that's probably one of the things that made it really difficult for OG to grab that hero. Viper's pretty good against most heroes.
I see.
Okay. A little bit more standard for draft number 3. Let's find out who goes to the final game in the lower bracket to face Evil Geniuses. It's OG versus eHome, game 3.
Everything on the line for these two teams. OG and eHome have one last chance to continue their run through this tournament. I'm Capitalist, joined by Blitz. Blitz, this game number 3, as Red Eye was kind of saying, a little bit standard, but what are your thoughts on the draft? Who really came out on top here?
I feel like I really like eHome's draft. I thought that OG would take the Slardar top 2, but maybe they just hadn't played with it in a little bit, and they said, we're a little bit cold. The Darkseer is a little bit better for a setup with the Winter Wyvern. I think that especially is the reason why they decided to take it. And I like that they made that in-game adjustment in their draft to be able to go for that, because they said, okay, we want to be able to play a little bit more of a combo style, free things up. And once again, Miracle is not playing the Shadow Fiend or the Anti-Mage, more of the game-changing role. He's playing more of the lane-dominating hero in the Viper. And this is quite good against the Lina.
But we'll see how it fares. This game number 3 is here. eHome, they have plenty of team fight of their own, and I'm sure it's going to be a very action-packed game with OG once again leading things the same way they did in game number 2. A 5-man push into the enemy jungle. Not going to find anybody, though. Just going to be setting up some early wards, blocking out the camps. That is the advantage of Dire's side. Radiant pull camp is notoriously hard to counter ward.
Yeah, there's so many different areas that they can place it. And OG, I really like that they're going to go for the 5-man here, even if they're against a gyrocopter. They've got the strength of the Undying. Nobody really wants to fight into that.
Second ward being placed out, so they've got their bases covered when it comes to this pull camp. And OG looks like they're going to be maintaining an aggressive tri-lane of sorts. Moon Meander's going to be left alone in the top lane. He's going to be going up against Old 11's Tusk, which should be a decent matchup for him. It's more curious as where this tri-lane's really going to go, because they do have a Bounty Hunter on the side of eHome. Not known for his level 1 prowess, that's for sure, but it's still a Gyrocopter Earthshaker, and they can make things happen together in the early stage.
I think with a combination like Phantom Lancer and Winter Wyvern, and with the addition of Fly coming over as the Undying, you can really mess up this tri-lane from eHome because of the Bounty Hunter. And the Earthshaker doesn't really have any harass potential whatsoever. So No-Tail should be able to get free farm out of this. And most importantly, they've given their top lane quite an advantage too. It's a Darkseer against another melee hero. And now they've got a Viper against Alina. Like, all of these lanes can definitely win out for OG. And eHome, they've got a lot of team fight, but we've seen what happens when teams just end up losing 3 lanes in a row. It becomes too hard to recover the mid game. Then you push it to the late game, but at that point, you're so far behind.
Seems CTY really doesn't want to challenge this lane too much. He goes for the level 1 flat cannon, because immediately, if he starts coming forward, he's going to be the target here of OG. They chase him down with the Lead of the Lance. They do have another one up in a second, but they're going to halt their progression as the 3-man Fisher shuts them down. Cannon ward being laid out. No-Tail actually does find it. Meanwhile, the snowball comes in at the top lane. Old 11 still being chased down by Moon Meander, but Moon's just going to focus on taking more of this neutral stack.
Yeah, look how good the lanes are going right now for OG.
Which is why they're going to change things up.
You have to.
CTY. He's going to head up to the top lane now. He doesn't have his level 2 Rocket Barrage yet, so even if they do get a decent hold on Moon Meander, they never would have been able to get the kill.
And they go for the kill anyways, but doesn't lead to anything. And Moon Meander's gotten enough out of this lane so far. He's almost level 3. You have to send somebody to this bottom lane. This Tusk is quite low in HP and mana, and you might just make a rotation for the mid lane first to try to gank off Miracle, but see how successful that is.
Yeah, Kaka's going to be helping out. They do have, perhaps with the 3 of them, enough power to kill Miracle, who's challenging Old Chicken now. Old Chicken doesn't have much mana, but the turnaround is here. Lonham leads with the Fisher. Now the snowball follow-up, and that should be your first blood. Old 11 claims it. Miracle just overextending himself in that mid matchup. Thought he had a better 1v1, but eHome returned with just so many heroes to this middle lane.
They needed that kill so badly, especially the first blood, because Old Chicken, it's just going to be a rough lane for him regardless, and this top lane didn't work out for them. And now that the Tusk has to rotate all the way back to bottom, and he hasn't been able to get any of the experience, whereas this Darkseer's just been sitting in lane, if they don't get that kill right there, they essentially waste 2 heroes' times.
Crit pretty far forward here. Ooh, Fisher, a clean whiff there, and Crit still has, of course, that Arctic burn, so the Ice Shards isn't going to mean much. No-Tail earlier was actually using Doppelganger to be able to stall up the incoming creep wave just to be able to get more damage on the tier 1 tower. I think he's hoping to be able to utilize their aggressive position to claim an early net worth lead.
Yeah, things are going to go quite well for them in the laning phase just because the Bounty Hunter, the really smart idea by OG to put this Viper in the mid lane, because it's quite a hard hero to gank. So a lot of the threat of this Bounty Hunter is going to get neutralized, because he can't go top either, Cap. If you try to gank out a Darkseer with just the Bounty Hunter, he's just going to surge away. He should be 100% okay. This bottom lane is way too strong for them to fight into as well. And so it might just, by process of elimination, have to be Miracle that he goes for. But even then, it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, right now he's looking for the courier rotation, but that's actually up at the top lane for now. And Miracle is more than willing to wait out the push and hide underneath his tier 1 until Kaka goes away. At 4-minute rune is taken by Fly's Undying. Bounty rune picked up by him. Haste will go over to the Lina. So with the soon-to-be level 6, Lina may actually be able to get a quick kill on Miracle. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, they're going to go on Old 11 once again. He does have Snowball, but he doesn't want to be forced to turn around. Gets the stun on a No-Tail now, but they've got another Lance and will be able to finish him off.
1-1 as OG tie up the score.
Great kill by OG. Being able to free out this bottom lane now, and this is just going to kind of force eHome to make some more rotations in because that was their off laner. He was level 4. He didn't have too much gold, so the net worth swing isn't going to be that great, but we're already seeing a 500 gold lead for OG just off of the first 5 minutes of the game in the laning phase.
Miracle, he's stuck around in the middle lane a bit too long before in this exact matchup. We'll see if Lonum's actually able to successfully catch out Miracle. Well, Chicken, I think he's just waiting on the cue from the Earthshaker for now, but if he does go too deep, he's going to be caught by Fly, who's sitting on the side. Earthshaker warms up the Fissure, but misses it. Miracle actually steps forward, not what Lonum was expecting.
Yeah, that's a rare whiff by Lonum, but already his second of the game. I think even if that connects, they probably don't have the killing potential on a hero like Viper, especially with the only one, with only the level 1 stun by Old Chicken. He doesn't have that ultimate quite yet. Probably should have waited before they revealed themselves. And Miracle's starting to play up a little bit because he's got that Undying behind him. And now Old Chicken's got to be careful.
Yeah, Undying being able to hit his level 3 gets the Soul Rip and now actually has a response if they do try and go for the Chain Stun on the Viper. Moon Meander's getting so much farm in the top lane though. 33-1, 33-15 though on No Tail's Phantom Lancer. He's getting utter free farm in the bottom lane as well. OGs seem to have things well in hand in the first 6 minutes of this game.
Yeah, their decision to go for the aggro tri-lane is 100% paid off. And usually you'll see Miracle on that game-changing role, but by giving him this Viper, it's a hero that can always trade no matter what mid-hero he's against, and oftentimes dominate.
Ball comes in. Moon, you're not going to get away from this one. They have him trapped with the Ice Shards, and they'll give CTY the kill. Finally, shutting down one of these two side lanes that OG were getting so far ahead in farm it.
Huge pickup for eHome because they need to be able to get kills. They're definitely not going to be able to do it through straight CSing. As we see, they're actually quite far behind when it comes to that category. So kills are going to be how they do it. And they've got a lot of kill potential. Gyrocopter is still one of the best heroes in the game from that level 5 to level 7 range at being able to pick heroes off.
They don't have any vision, so Kaka can sit underneath this tier 1 tower and claim experience as it comes. No Tail, though, still trying to put pressure on that tower, picks up the early ring of the kill, and is now going to be joined by Moon Meander, making this tower push even easier. Moon's going to cut the creep wave, and does have dust to reveal Kaka, so it's going to be pick off as well.
Stayed there for just a little bit too long.
Radiant's bottom tower
Good game sense by OG. And that's a pretty big pickup because he was just leeching XP down there. You can't just let him get 4 wave of experience in a row without anything. They're gonna go for the mid kill.
Oh, Miracle, he stays one step ahead of Old Chicken, who had the Laguna Blade ready to go, but now No Tail's gonna make the turnaround. He gets the Lance.
And Kaka, as well as the Gyrocopter, come in, but they're not gonna be able to form a real good response unless Miracle dips a bit too far forward. We'll see. Old 11's ready to go with the Snowball and Ice Shards.
Now they lead with the Fissure. Oh, Miracle gets pushed out, and the Shuriken.
It's not enough. He gets left with 120 HP, but if he'd been blocked out by the shards, CTY would have been there to clean up the kill.
Really good rotations in by OG. A little bit sloppy for eHome. They decided to go for the Viper because once again, that's how they're gonna catch up by trying to go for those kills, but the Lina ultimate range isn't that huge. You have to be a little bit more careful than that because positioning just wasn't quite there. They're going to use the call down for this. It's not going to net them anything, though.
Meanwhile, Kaka's watching Moon Meander farm his jungle, but can't do anything to stop it. If Moon, if he has the sense, Old Chicken and Old 11, the two old boys are coming in from the side. It looks like they really want to get a pick off here. They're going to start pinging out Moon Meander. Old 11.
We'll have to lead with a snowball. Kaka starts baiting himself a little bit. Moon Meander is going to be the target. They get hit by the Fissure. Gold for the Ice Shard, blocking out Moon Meander completely, and they will be able to get that one kill. Old 11, though, is left in an awkward position. No Tail, he's thinking about going for it. He has a Lance up in a second. Old 11, hit by the Lance, needs a bit more damage, puts himself in the trees. No Tail, he's thinking about going for that right click, but there's too many heroes from eHome sitting on the side. Another Lance, and it'll finish him off. No one from eHome wanted to walk through that wall again, and that allows No Tail to pick up the turnaround kill.
That was a little bit odd, though. Their trepidation of walking through the wall, that's only a level 1 wall. Nobody was near there. they actually had to walk through the tower just to kind of get to No-Tail's positioning, and it kind of felt like they abandoned their Tusk a little bit.
Maybe they were afraid of spawning illusions that would kill the Tusk in return, but
I mean, that was a
like
guaranteed death.
Ultimate goes out, Gyrocopter. He's gonna threaten Moon Meander a little bit. Miracle, fortunately, the slow does hit him. It's the second one, so it's very slow Viper now. C2Y actually making a turnaround, wants to go for Moon, but now he's gonna be slowed up by the Viper Strike. Luckily, he's got Old 11 sitting on the side. The Usher misses, but maybe the Snowball, if it connects and has the follow-up, no! Crick responds, Cold Embrace will save Moon Meander and provide Old 11 with nothing to munch his teeth on.
Great rotations by OG. And I really like how they chased out CTY. If he had gone for the TP, Moon was gonna be there for the vacuum. They set that up perfectly. The Tusk is going to be the one that dies for eHome. And unfortunately for them, their Lina is quite underfarmed right now. Doesn't even have the Yule Scepter. It's 11 minutes in. Isn't all the way there. And No-Tail is 3-0-1 with 60 CS as this position 1 Phantom Lancer.
An insane amount of farm, and you have to wonder, when is eHome actually going to be able to come online with their lineup? They've got this very 15 to 25 minute where they have so much firepower during that period of time, but OG, if they have enough of a net worth advantage, they don't even need to fight eHome. Even when it comes to objectives, they can just rely on the late game of the Phantom Lancer.
And that is a hero that they have a lot of options, though. They've got the Earthshaker Echo Slam, the Gyrocopter Call Down and Flak, the Lina's AoE abilities too.
True.
But it's more the fact that once all 3 cores get online like they have so far, when it comes to CS, OG are going to be quite strong in the mid game.
Miracle, is that his mech flying in? Yep. Sure is. The 2-man smoke from eHome is going to be a bit too late. Even if they do catch the Viper while he's farming, that mech actually may provide enough of a turnaround that no one from OG dies. We'll see what happens. Crit does have his Winter's Curse as well. They're going to go for a 2-man smoke of their own. And eHome, they did spot it out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really critical fight for them. They can't afford to lose this mid tower or either of these heroes. Their cores are already slowed down enough. Kaka does have the track. This could be a really nice turnaround.
It a little bit. They have the Fisher laid out. Winter's Curse on Old Chicken, but the Snowball comes in through from behind. They're going to take out Flag first. Now the Gyrocopter ultimate hits on 3. Old Chicken, though, gets taken out by No-Tail, but CTY here to make clean up an L2, but he's got a TP away. No-Tail's just too damn powerful, but he can't take anything out. He makes the TP away, but it doesn't complete, and now they're going to be able to get Kaka as well. Chased down by zombies. Miracle hoping to be able to catch up as well, but OG, they're not going to continue their pursuit. Not worth it. They got 2 very critical kills, the mid of eHome as well as the carry CTY. And they're still in a good position to put pressure on this tower.
If OG hadn't gone in right at that moment, the Lina could have been a much bigger factor in that fight, and maybe eHome turns that fight around even more. But they were so quick with their assault. OG realized, okay, we've just got to go for it, kill the Lina. She does a disproportionate amount of damage to her HP right now. Only 815 for her. Miracle easily mopped her up.
No-Tail's got 1,800 gold in the bank right now, so if he wants that early defusal, he'll have it soon. Moon, meanwhile, will have the mech. What? We've got potentially 2 mechs. All right, so what does Moon Meander go from here? Vlad's in a regular old buckler? Bit of miscommunication from OG, it seems.
This is most likely going to be a pipe.
Yeah.
But they definitely didn't sync up on this. The Darkseer is probably just so used to getting the mech.
Yeah.
Because the Viper mid is still kind of rare. And it's hard to blame anybody here, because maybe it was the Viper's decision, and he should have been the one going for the stat items in this kind of game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen plenty of Vipers in this exact situation where you have a hero that goes the mech as well. He'll pick up S and Y and go more of a right-click stat build.
Call down's going to get whiffed, but it's just meant to zone.
But OG know with that call down on CD, they can actually push into the jungle if they really want to, or maybe go for a mid lane fight. Call down has proven to be pretty critical for eHome, and they'll just be run over if they don't have that big AoE control.
Yeah, without it available, I think this is quite a dangerous fight. And when you've only got one core that you have to worry about, which is most likely the Lina, you can just Winter's Curse her up, and the Gyrocopter doesn't do quite enough yet. So OG can kind of just ignore him once the call down misses. And when it comes to net worth, No-Tail's still firmly in the lead. The Viper is just behind him. The Gyrocopter's trying to catch up, but the Lena's so far behind right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, speaking of mechs, Old 11, he's got to be going a mech of his own to try and counteract the two different potential mechs on OG. He's already got the Arcane Boots headdress coming in. He'll look for the Guardian Greaves eventually, but Mood Meander, I'm sure, is just going to try and finish up that Glimmer Cape. He's only 200 gold away from it, and that'll be a big boost to survivability as eHome has so much magnet damage.
He's just farming up the jungle, well aware that that small blunder has happened.
Got it.
Doesn't seem too concerned about it though. He's not really the focus of their lineup anyways, so I doubt it matters too much to him.
At what point do eHome start pushing for objectives? I mean, it's only 15 minutes in, so there's not too much of a rush.
I think it's kind of impossible to go for objectives at top.
Moon, he managed to dodge the ice shards. He's still going to be hit by the Walrus Punch, but it's not enough damage. And Old 11, he's underneath the tier 2 tower. They know he's going to be dead. That's why Crit is going to look for more. He managed to get the Winter's Curse on Akaka with the counter ward, and the land's coming out. They'll finish it off with a double kill for No Tail.
And time again, eHome's just getting frustrated at this point. OG willing to back up all of their heroes. eHome, if you just look at their vision, every single time a hero pops up like that, they must just be saying to themselves, are they just sitting behind their cores? What's going on?
Bottom tower is under attack.
And this has got to be so frustrating for them because that should have just been a quick pick off. That was a track kill. Maybe they even get out of that, but even if it's just 1-1, it's okay.
OG are making sure to protect this No Tail. Will be able to get away. No Tail's pretty much the only hero that can push out a lane solo just because he's got that doppelganger. Everyone else, it seems, is being protected. They don't want to give away any free track kills to eHome.
Oh, No Tail, he doesn't have that doppelganger.
No Tail, he's got the Echo Slam. Is it going to be enough damage? Shuriken, he still has doppelganger up. One more second. He's stuck inside the trees.
Oh, he's
going to look for the jump over, but Lanham, he's one step ahead of No Tail. He just needs to know which one is real.
Oh, he misses wrong.
One. No Tail, he's making some distance away. Miracle's going to come in. He doesn't have that. 30 seconds until that one's up. No Tail, he's getting to the neutral. Lanham's control. They turn on Miracle, but he managed to get the kill. CTY, he claims both of them though. Bounty Hunter, he ends that dominating streak of the Viper, and eHome do finally pick up some critical kills.
Maybe they just should have let No Tail die. Bottom lane, Crit, he's up next. Old 11, he's searching for that one, but Moon Meander is going to be able to come in. That's why Crit isn't afraid to fight.
They're just going to disengage. If there was a mech available from the Viper, they easily could have turned that around. Unfortunately, it was on cooldown for another 10 seconds. And what a big pickoff, because now the Gyrocopter is in the lead when it comes to net worth. That was a 2,000 gold swing the other way. That's just how much a track can do for you.
OG, we're playing so carefully around that track, but one misstep may have just cost them their early lead. If they'd just been able to finish up the pipe, I can't see how eHome would actually be able to take 5-on-5 team fights without strong initiation, and that's something that they're kind of lacking, as Lanham isn't real close to the Blink Dagger yet.
Old Chicken does have that Yule Scepter. He's gone the Arcane Boots, which could mean that he just decides to go for the Bloodstone. It's a really safe build that is based more around farming and trying to progress your items. When you go for the Aghanim Scepter, a lot of people think that that's the natural buildup, but you don't necessarily have to go for it immediately, especially if there's no BKB heroes on the other team. It would be pretty good for the Viper, but aside from that, the pure damage isn't as necessary.
Yeah.
Whereas continuing to farm and scale up really helps out Alina.
So maybe a little bit of recognition that OG will be able to push this game late, and eHome are going to have to contend with that.
Yeah, this bottom tier 1 tower, I think this is a tower that OG doesn't want to just give up for free. Moon Meander's rotating down. Old Chicken is going to be the frontliner. Without a glyph available, though, no real choice.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They have the high pipe now for the Darkseer.
Yeah, I think that was the right call.
Yeah.
There's a lot of magic damage on eHome.
And that'll be Crit's opportunity to get the Climber Cape instead. Diffusal is almost complete though for No Tail. And everyone should know what a big upgrade that is for a Phantom Lancer. Huge increase in damage.
They do have a lot of ways to deal with them though, Cap. There's a lot of AoE on the side of eHome.
They just need to finish up that Blink Dagger on Lonum, and I think they'll have the Phantom Lancer well addressed for at least 10 to 15 minutes. It's only until he starts bulking up on HP that he'll be a bit more of a factor again.
Yeah, they're really prioritizing Lonum's farm right now. They really want to make sure that he can get the Blink Dagger before the next major engagement, and he's quite close.
Ice Shard setting up more CS for Lonum. While at the top lane, CTY is going to be caught. Crit does have the Winter's Curse. The rest of OG start filing in. CTY, he's not going to be able to turn this one, not especially with No Tail on the hunt. And that'll be another kill going to OG. 7-11 now, 20 minutes in. And eHome, they just picked up that SNY on Gyrocopter, and they were looking pretty decent for some team fights. But if they continue to allow pickoffs like that, OG will never open a spot for eHome to force fights.
I think it's okay right now, though, for eHome. They still have the track. They're not so far behind, and Valino's actually done a fantastic job of catching up. And Old Chicken was quite far behind the Viper, but after that tower at bottom, a few engagements, she's done a good job, and it is going to be the Bloodstone build for her, as expected. And you really don't want to give up this mid tower, especially after losing the bottom one for free. This is going to be a lot of the map control if they lose this.
Dragon Slave, they really don't want to give up the tier 1 tower. Old Chicken starts with the spam, but the tower's going to go down anyway. The pipe gets laid out. Now this is definitely not a fight that eHome can afford to take. The snowball to help prevent some of that Viper Strike damage, and he will move forward. The Fissure gets laid out, but nice shot there from the Splinter Blast. Echo Slam, but it's all death for Lonum as he's unable to provide any turnaround kill. OG, they don't even have a dent in them. All their cores are looking healthy, and they're going to be able to catch CTY now with the Lance slowing him down. Viper following it up. He's low on mana, but it doesn't seem to matter as No Tail just swarms into CTY. Lonum provides a little bit of escape. He gets over to the cliff, and No Tail can't complete the kill.
That was a buyback expended by Lonum, but obviously it pays off immediately. The fact that they were able to keep their Gyrocopter alive, this is going to slow down the momentum a little bit, and most importantly, it keeps them well within the CS race. The unfortunate news for them, though, is that the pipe in conjunction with the mech just seems a little bit too strong for eHome to fight into. Even if it was an accident at first, it's definitely paid off already. So they just don't want to fight into that magic resistance.
OG item-wise, let's see now, Arcane Boots for Fly. They're going to have the completed SNY and the Viper. And Darkseer, he probably picks up the normal Blink Dagger from here. He still can set up the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, I think so. You just need more initiation if you're on the side of OG. You're completely comfortable taking fights right now. Whereas eHome want to split up the map a little bit, continue to farm. Lonum, even if he uses buyback, he's still kind of close to that Blink Dagger. And this is what you want to do. You notice that old 11 at top, he's just started to push it out. Even if he dies right here, he doesn't really care. Because as soon as they show themselves, Old Chicken, look at him at bottom. He's just going to wait for him to die. Yeah. This is one of those weird space-creating deaths that look kind of bad on paper, but you're giving up a lot of vision right now. This is 5 heroes that were committed for this kill.
They immediately start rotating into the middle lane because they don't want to give up an objective, knowing that eHome have found some space for themselves. But if they go middle, CTY is free to push out the bottom lane, as you said. So still it's a pickoff that will allow them to take a tier 1 tower. And another kill for No Tail to be a part of. He is almost level 16 now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's such a weird concept, space creation deaths. Because you know that the Darkseer, or not the Darkseer, but the Tusk is completely comfortable dying in that situation. Because look how much space that built up. They didn't even lose the tier 1 tower at top. They were able to farm up 2 different waves plus the neutrals for a little bit. And all it cost them was a Tusk. And they weren't going to fight that anyways. There's no way for them to fight that. They need the Blink Dagger on Lonum for them to be able to do that.
Lonum almost getting caught here. Crit trying to get in range. Not quite there. Fortunately, Lonum, he had that ward in the jungle. Actually gave him enough vision to see it coming.
Yeah, now the Darkseer, he's going to split the other half of his item instead of wasting it, and he's going to go for the Crimson Guard. So this is a full utility Darkseer that we're going to see. And I think it's pretty good against the Gyrocopter and the Lina. Yeah. They don't do too much damage quite yet.
Full tank mode. It's very odd to see a Darkseer that doesn't have the Blink Dagger when you have that decent amount of AoE with the Winter Wyvern's Curse and even the Undying to follow it up. But if they could just tank through eHome and every single bit of burst they have to throw at OG, it's not going to mean much, especially the Crimson Guard with this Phantom Lancer. Every bit of HP they have on him is going to mean so much, but Lonum has the most critical item perhaps of the whole entire game. They have the Blink Dagger ready to go. They just need to utilize it right now and find an opening before OG get a bit too big. In fact, they're trying to take Roshan right now. Aegis perhaps at their dispense.
This is definitely the right maneuver for OG. The type of lineup that they have isn't 100% geared towards being able to get pickoffs. If you look at OG's lineup, there's nothing that can immediately blink in, catch somebody off guard. Oftentimes what they're waiting for is for crit to be able to get the Winter's Curse off to start fights. And so they want to just force the issue as fast as they can. He's going to catch Old Chicken.
Yeah, crit goes ahead, Winter's Curse, Old Chicken. All he can really do is commit Bloodstone Suicide, it seems.
Putting that on cooldown for another 300 seconds.
Yeah, there was absolutely no way out for him. Crit has the Tranquil Boots fast enough to catch up at that point. With 1 point of the Arctic Burn hit, it was enough to catch Lina. But OG, they want to start getting aggressive. Once they push out this top, there's no reason for them to give up any free damage on their tower or allow for a split push opportunity from ehome.
Kaka has only been a part of 5 kills, this Bounty Hunter. Not working out so far for ehome, but if ehome managed to make a decent hold the next time OG try and go for a push, it could be the comeback mechanism that ehome desperately needs at this point, because it's 26 minutes in, 8-14, and a decent gold and experience lead for OG, but it's their lineup that is more concerning. At 26 minutes, looking plenty healthy. Old 11
runs into Miracle. Walrus punches him up. Is going to try and make his TP out, but he does have the help of Old Chicken and Lonum. TP's away
as they get the quick kill on the Undying.
Unfortunately for them, there was no track to be had, but still a 1-for-0 pickoff is going to set things back a little bit for OG. And if you're ehome, just continue to farm as much as you can, split up the map, farm it out, and look for these individual pickoffs just to slow down OG's overall assault. I think this is completely the right game plan going into a team that relies so heavily on being able to get into team fights. You notice that even Kaka playing the Bounty Hunter has gotten into the mix with just right-clicking creeps, pushing things out and farming.
Yeah, he sees the space, and no one else is going to farm it because CTY is going through an Ancient stack right now. In fact, he's really close to a big-ticket item. It feels like he needs some damage, but instead he's going to go BKB. And the big concern that this Phantom Lancer is going to get too big for him to wipe out those illusions in one flat cannon.
First tier 2, or the last tier 1 to stand at top is going to fall, and
CTY,
he's quite low.
He's trying to get the BKB, gets it, but he'll die in the process.
Oh, he's just going to die anyways.
But that's a 10-second charge down, and now the little Huntling flies away. As OG starts swarming in, they see blood. They're going to be able to find the rest of
They've got vision
Lonum
for this.
blinks himself away, does lay out the Fisher, but it's not going to be enough. They catch both Lonum as well as Old Chicken. That's just not 1 kill, but it looks like it's going to be 3. No Tail going into the base, TP out, not successful for the Lina.
And this was all set up by that pickoff at the Ancients of CTY. Kaka's going to go for the split push, but this is only a Bounty Hunter. I doubt that OG are worried about this at all. They're going to go for this tier 2. Should be able to take this without any sort of contention. And with the Earthshaker down, they've seen the Blink Dagger. They know that he's still dead for 30 seconds. Just go for the high ground. There's not enough pressure on the side lanes, and not a whole lot of EOE from ehome to stop this high ground assault either.
This is earlier than OG probably expected, but happy pickoff leads into 3, and now they're going to be able to take down this tier 3 tower, it looks like, before ehome revive, and they still have the Aegis to be able to fight around. So if they want to continue, they're more than welcome to. They've got a mech, Pipe, and Crimson Guard on cooldown for a little while. BKB now for Miracle. Doesn't have it as an inventory just yet. The melee Rax is going to go down before ehome can force the fight. And OG seemingly going to back away, happy and content with the pickoffs that they've gotten so far. It seems like a pretty easy-going game for them.
I think
we'll see whether or not ehome are able to strike back yet.
Yeah, OG are definitely going to be sated after that. They were able to pick up a Rax and multiple kills on top of that for pretty much free. They didn't even have to expend the Aegis for that one, although it is going to fall on just a short minute, so it doesn't matter too much. But still, this is the kind of opening that they were looking for, because ehome, you've got some wave clear on your team, but you don't want to just leave one of your 2 core heroes in that mid lane constantly pushing out super creeps. You want them to be able to go for the split push, and they were just caught grouping up, so that was an easy decision for ehome to make.
eHome, they do have a smoke on Kaka if they want to try and push things out soon, but they probably need to wait out the Aegis. Perhaps a bit too dangerous to go for a pickoff like Miracle. He doesn't really care. He's still got the BKB.
Everybody from OG is rotating in. You've got to disengage if you're eHome right now. I doubt this fight gets any easier, and the Aegis is just about to fade. Might as well wait that one out, but Manta Style's now completed on the Phantom Monster, and this is going to make the high ground attempts even easier, coupled with the BKB on the Viper.
CTY is so scared. He just throws out the ultimate in that bottom lane push because he doesn't know if too many members of OG are going to smoke up and gank him. Sure enough, they do go for a 4-man smoke, start rotating bottom lane. So CTY, a bit ahead of his time, is able to get away before OG even attempt the gank, and now it's perhaps eHome's turn to respond. OG running into eHome here, the 5-man stack.
Crit is going to be leading the way, gets the Winter's Curse onto Lonham, who also catches CTY. That's big. They're going to almost kill Lonham based off of that severely. CTY is now going to get out the BKB.
He's completely trapped by himself.
He's got nothing able to do. CTY is being surrounded. Old 11, Old Chicken. The Oldies can't do anything about this one. CTY, he gets a bit of distance.
They're not taking any damage.
Now runs out. He just gets controlled up. Now the vacuum on it too. Brings Old Chicken back down. That's going to be a wipe. The snowball delays it all, but eHome, they lose a fight right in front of their base. And how do they possibly recover from that?
And they don't have any tier 2s taken out, but they might just decide to assault the tier 4s. 3 buybacks are immediately going to be forced out, but still, everybody from OG is still in fighting shape. Nobody's taking damage due to the Crimson Guard, the pipe, and the mech. There's not a whole lot of ways for eHome to enter that fight. And something I do want to highlight is just the positioning of the 2 supports on OG every single time crit. He was able to catch out Lonham with that Winter's Curse, made the turnaround Echo Slam impossible. And Fly's positioning with the Tombstone is in such a way that either eHome have to kill it on their way out, in which case OG kind of just swarm on top of them, or they leave it alone and they're being hit by 4 zombies. Those are the kind of decisions you want to force out as an Undying. They don't get any additional buildings, but a full team wipe and 3 forced buybacks means that the next fight, OG can potentially just end the game.
A stage 3 Phantom Lancer now. He had the Diffuser Blade, the big upgrade in damage, of course the Manta, more illusions, more split pushing, but it's going to be the Scotty, the big upgrade in HP. It's going to make eHome feel a little sick to their stomach as soon as they see it. He's just going to be damn near impossible to kill with all this backup. Not only just 2200 HP, but the pipe, that Crimson Guard, the mech, everything else. They can't even get a tier 1 tower. OG. Well, they're actually going to try and fight this one a little bit more. They have the Surge on a Miracle. Not able to catch up to anyone, though. He just chases them all back. And eHome just being corralled inside their base. OG at their leisure can go for these tier 2 towers in the side lanes and open up a second lane of racks.
eHome, last hope for China. They're desperately trying to stick together. They don't want to get isolated out. They're going to go for the smoke. But this is a bit of a YOLO maneuver. As if this doesn't pay off, the game could very well just end. All their buybacks are still on cooldown. They're making their way around the Roche pit, but everybody from OG are ready. They've even got the high ground.
OG so disciplined to jump in. Nice doppelganger away from No Tail. Dodges the attempted gank. eHome, they're now going to try and scramble out of here, but Crit, he's going to meet right up with Old 11. Gets the Winter's Curse onto 2, wall over the top. They are gone. And eHome, they may even lose more. No Tail's going to find Old Chicken, the TP out. Easy. But OG, with 2 kills and a wave pushing in through the bottom lane, they'll take it tier 2. They'll push uphill. And if they're not met with any buybacks, they can easily just take another lane of racks.
All you have to do is play discipline from here on out for OG. They can smell blood. They know that their core that was meant to come online so much later is already so strong at this point. As long as you don't overextend, OG's going to secure themselves a top 3 place.
Miracle leading with the Fissure here. Old Chicken's damage, though.
He's way too tanky for this.
And he doesn't even have an Aghanim, so it's not even like the Laguna Blade would come close to threatening Miracle at this point. And he's just healed right back up to full as the tier 3 tower now falls.
And with everybody coming back alive, you just run around, go for the Roshan. There's no fake back for this one.
As you said, just play it as disciplined as possible, and OG are going to do exactly that. They are moments away from a guaranteed top 3. time for them to challenge EG in that lower bracket finals. But first, they're going to go for that Roshan. Make sure they have every advantage they possibly can before they go for that second lane of Rax.
Yeah, there's no reason to risk it in a game like this. Not when you're about to take out eHome. eHome, they've got to expose Rax. They're going to go for the smoke. They understand that going for the high ground defense against a team with a pipe, a Crimson Guard, and a mech just isn't possible, especially with the Phantom Lancer this farm. But this is going to be a last-ditch effort.
And they're not even going to be able to get to Roshan in time. Moonmeander sitting on the front lines, too, ready to pop that incoming smoke.
And eHome are left just ineffective as another Aegis goes the way of OG. Miracle once again going to get the surge, seeing if he can catch anybody, but eHome, they're running out of opportunities now.
This is such a rough position for them to be in. They wanted to fight before the Aegis popped. Just because of how farmed the Phantom Lancer already is, taking him out twice is quite the feat. They don't have the Aghanim Scepter completed on the Lina either, so the damage just isn't quite there for them yet. The Phantom Lancer even picking up a Blink Dagger, so they have a better way to initiate as well. Get on top of them. The final assault coming in from OG.
It's the impossible hold for eHome as they are down over 20,000, almost 25,000 gold, and OG.
They have the extra life. They're going to go for Miracle, trying to blow him up first. They bring him pretty low, but it's not quite enough.
He's got the Mecha still.
Turn around. He's got it on CTY. Miracle turns. He fights. He's got the mech. He doesn't care if he goes down. He's creating space for No Tail. He's already taken out the Earthshaker. He'll turn around on Old Chicken as well. 2 down. Go for a third. And eHome, they call it. That's all over. OG guaranteed top 3 and their chance to take on Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket finals.
They couldn't go big, so they're going home as eHome get eliminated. They're going to end 4th. A great showing by them, but OG, they keep their run alive. Fantastic play by them in every single lane.
And the crowd hyped as all hell as OG make it a top 3 Western teams here at the first major.
What a show by OG for an amateur team, going from bringing up Miracle, showing this new guy a competitive team all the way to the top. OG still have tomorrow though, and it's going to be one hell of a feat if they could take on Evil Geniuses. That brings our last series to a close. Over to the analysts now to decipher OG's victory.
Thank you very much, Capitalist and Blitz, and thanks to all of our commentators today for their insight and their commentary and their hype, of course, because it has been a cracking day of Dota 2. We're going to break down the final game of the day as OG celebrate a place in the top 3. Who'd have thought that at the start of the week when they were dumped down to the lower bracket best of ones? Incredible. Purge, it's been a phenomenal run for OG, and we know that although you were, unfortunately, not on the right side of the predictions today, I don't think you'll take anything away from OG.
Yeah, not at all. They played amazing. I think they really solidified their style. They also can show that they can play completely standard. They all had really good performances on all their players and all their positions, and they've shown a variety of heroes that's going to be difficult to play against and difficult to pick against as well.
One of those standout players was No Tail. 13-1 in game 1 and 10-1 in the third game as well. Combined 23 for 2 in 2 games.
A great performance by him on the Phantom Lancer. I think we talked about this a few days ago, how him and Aggressive is similar in their play style, but that Aggressive was potentially the better player. I think No Tail just solidified that that's not the case. We saw it against CDC yesterday, and he just performed against eHome as well now.
Yeah.
No one talks about Crit, though. His Winter Wyvern, I think, set up a lot of kills for him in the early game.
I mean, we did nothing but talk about Crit yesterday.
That was his IO.
When you weren't here.
He played so good today, though. His Winter Wyvern game, how many times did he Arctic Burn into ulti? It was 5 times at least this game. He only had 1 death. He got a ton of assists. His Splinter Blasts and his ultis were on point.
I think the other interesting thing as well is that yesterday I saw a little bit of criticism about OG, and people were saying, nah, they just played cheese, they got lucky, blah, blah, blah. But actually today, in effect, they've shown they can play without that stuff and just play straight up really well against a really good team.
They don't need to have, they don't have to cheese. They definitely don't have to. It's just a really good trick up their sleeve. It's the same with Secret. Secret is obviously a world-class team, and they pick Huskar, and yeah, it looked a little abusive, but they adjusted the strat based on what they were playing against. Huskar's strengths, they exploited that, and it's not like they fall back on it every time, and OG showed they don't have to do that either.
Okay, we're going to catch up with Fly right now, who I presume is very, very happy. Dakota, it's all yours.
Here on the stage with Captain Fly of Team OG, overrated guacamole, my man. You have done it. You are now in the top 3. You just eliminated the last Chinese squad. It's going to be a Western trio here. I'm going to ask the obvious generic question, man. How does it feel?
Feels great. I don't know. This is like amazing for me and for my team. There's no words that can describe this.
Now, were you at all surprised after your series going against CDC and now coming to this one against eHome that they allowed you guys not once but twice to go back for that Wisp Tiny duo?
We weren't surprised. We know the Chinese have this thing about Wisp maybe not being a good hero. They're comfortable against it. And obviously they took game 1 and we thought, all right, they're going to give it to us again. But, you know, we're not going to make the same mistake twice. So we just went for it again and it worked.
I had a friend who was really curious about this one. Your last game, I don't know if it was a mistake or not. It seemed like you guys had a couple of mechanisms going on there, but it seemed to work out. By the end, you had a pipe, you had a Crimson Guard, and you were just too durable. Was it actually an accident? What was going on there?
It was all planned. We knew we were going to go Crimson Guard, pipe, and mech. No problem.
Sure enough. All right, fair. Now, this means that you might have your toughest challenge ahead of you. You're going to be going against the boys in blue. EG, I'm sure you guys are friends with some of them there. What are your impressions about having to take them on now?
EG is a top team. They're very good, and I'm really happy to play them tomorrow. I think it's going to be great games no matter what. So,
they've been great games already from you so far, Tal. Again, congratulations! My 5th interview with you guys now. Let's hear it one more time for Team OG and Captain Fly.
Congratulations! Brilliant. Very, very happy captain indeed, and OG rightfully so are very happy. They have finished at least in the top 3, and I say that with all due respect because tomorrow they'll have to go up against Evil Geniuses. Jacob, just summarise if you can OG's run through this lower bracket because it has been extraordinary.
Started off against teams that we didn't really know whether or not would be telling of how good of a team they were, and they came in swinging yesterday and swinging hard against Virtus Pro, and then CDC very convincingly, and now topping it off with a victory over the last man standing from China, eHome. I think the boys in blue better watch out tomorrow.
Could be a feisty little game tomorrow.
Yeah,
Not straightforward at all.
We're not giving enough credit to, I think, eHome and their spectacular run, also through the lower bracket. So, I mean,
both of them came out of the best of ones in the first round. So
I really like Lanam though. Lanam, I think, has continuously impressed me this tournament even more so than the other ones, and his style is just so much different than all the other Chinese teams, and probably why they went so deep.
Good news for his roommate tonight, though, because he can actually take that sweater off for the first time in a week.
It depends how deep the sweat goes. You know, if you just change your undershirt every time, Malk has some experience with this, then the sweat only penetrates so deep into the rest of your clothes.
Maybe he has like 5 of those sweaters.
Maybe, but then it wouldn't be a lucky sweater, would it? Because you've got to keep it on.
Well, maybe it's just the design, man.
Wow, Ben doesn't do this sweater stuff properly. I know Malk does. He's done beards before. Maybe his teammates done a beard before, I seem to remember.
Done what?
A beard? Didn't one of your teammates not shave for...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So just finally, let's take a look at the bracket and show you exactly how the Frankfurt Major has panned out. We do have just 2 matches remaining. It has been an incredible couple of weeks, as you can see. That incredible run from OG all the way through. Fnatic, Mineski, Virtus Pro, CDEC, and eHome added to the list of victims. Are Evil Geniuses their next victim? We'll find out tomorrow, and that'll be our first game of the day. And of course, tomorrow also features our grand final, where Team Secret are waiting for them. My thanks to the panel, our thanks to the commentary team, of course, as well as all of the observers, and confirmation that tomorrow we'll have the lower bracket final, Evil Geniuses versus OG, followed by the grand final. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just one day away from crowning the first ever Dota 2 Major Champion. We'll see you tomorrow from 10:30. Bye.